Chapter 1. What is this place? Jiang Chen opened his eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, murmuring in confusion. Wasn't I just driving home? Right, that flash of light. Could it be that I have traversed through time? Jiang Chen surveyed his surroundings. The moonlight outside shone brightly, filtering through the oiled paper window, allowing him to grasp a vague outline of the room's condition. He found himself curled up on an exceedingly simple wooden bed, his complexion unnaturally pale. The room exuded an antique charm, with a time-worn table. Resting atop the table was a yellowed kerosene lamp. Judging by the furnishings, the items were at least several decades old. In today's society, such furniture was virtually non-existent. Had he perhaps been reborn into a bygone era? Roar. Huh. Just as Jiang Chen was pondering, a sound erupted from outside, sending chills down his spine. The voice was deep and hollow, akin to something from the depths of hell, hauntingly unsettling, as if it could penetrate his very pores and strike at his heart. Damn, why does that voice sound so familiar? Having watched numerous horror films, Jiang Chen quickly discerned that this was no beast growl. It resembled the chilling howl of a zombie from a horror flick. Could it be that I've just crossed over to encounter a ghost? His heart raced wildly. He enjoyed watching zombie movies, yet had no desire to confront a real one. He was merely an ordinary office worker, burdened with office syndrome, struggling to ascend a flight of stairs after stepping out of the elevator. If he were to encounter a zombie, wouldn't that be akin to delivering himself as a meal? The next moment, an even more devastating realization struck him. As he trembled and prepared to rise from the bed to investigate, he suddenly noticed that his body had shrunk considerably. Jiang Chen stared at his palm, now merely half its original size, on the verge of tears. To be reborn only to encounter ghosts was already a catastrophic beginning. Now, to find himself transformed into a child was utterly denying him any path to survival. Outside, the horrid howls continued, and Jiang Chen sensed the source of the sound drawing nearer. He could no longer afford to contemplate his physical state. Survival was the priority. Jiang Chen descended from the bed and approached the window, which was covered with oiled paper. Summoning his courage, he moistened his fingertip with saliva and gently poked a small hole in the paper. He then cautiously leaned closer to the tiny opening. The moon was full, illuminating the outside world clearly. Through the small hole, Jiang Chen beheld the scene beyond. Woods, a dirt house, a water well, an entire landscape reminiscent of a desolate mountain village. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes widened as he spotted two figures lying on the ground in the distance, seemingly a man and a woman, their bodies twisted in grotesque positions, their necks appearing as if broken and folded backward. Bathed in moonlight, they appeared exceedingly eerie and terrifying. Jiang Chen felt as though he could scarcely breathe. Gazing at the distant duo, an inexplicable wave of profound sorrow surged within him. In an instant, he understood. These two individuals must be the parents of the body he now inhabited. It seemed they had fallen victim to whatever had unleashed that terrifying roar. But what was that entity? A zombie or a monster? Where had it vanished to? Jiang Chen peered through the small hole, scanning the surroundings for any signs, yet found none. Suddenly, just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, a shadow abruptly loomed over the window, and a blood-red eye appeared before the small opening. Simultaneously, a foul stench assaulted his nostrils. Startled by the sudden shift, Jiang Chen let out a terrified scream, his body recoiling backward until he collided with the bed. This jolt nearly scared the soul out of him. Moments later, with a thunderous crash, the window shattered. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in horror as he beheld a creature with blood-red eyes, a purple face, and elongated fangs, its hair disheveled, lunging into the room with a piercing roar. The overwhelming sense of dread engulfed him, plunging him into a state of despair. What should I do? Am I to die here? To be bitten by a zombie means transforming into one that would be worse than death itself. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt every drop of blood in his body turn to ice, his legs weakening to the point that he could scarcely muster the strength to flee. In his current state, he possessed no means of resistance against this terrifying zombie. Ding! The Supreme Selection System has been activated, granting a novice gift pack. The host's current predicament has been detected. Please make a choice. Option 1. Surrender to the zombie and allow it to drain your blood. Reward: transformation into a Mao Jiang. Option 2. Hold your breath and make no sound, awaiting rescue. Reward: permanent increase of 100 in chi affinity. Option 3. Turn and run. Reward: permanent increase of 100 in speed. In that crucial moment, a voice resonated in Jiang Chen's mind, uplifting his spirits. This was the voice of the system, a concept he was all too familiar with as an office worker who often indulged in novels during work hours, having consumed countless tales. The notion of possessing a system had been a frequent dream of his, yet he never expected this unrealistic wish to manifest in reality. If only this system had arrived sooner, before the zombie had approached. What should he choose? Option 1 meant surrendering to become a Mahjong. Though powerful, the grotesque appearance and utter lack of humanity associated with such a transformation were utterly unacceptable to Jiang Chen. He would rather die than become that kind of zombie. Option 3, to turn and flee, seemed implausible. Even in peak condition, escaping from a zombie as a 7 or 80-year-old child was sheer folly. Thus, he was left with no choice but to hold his breath. The zombie before him appeared to be the most basic type, a Dajang, which could only hone in on its target through the scent of human breath. Crucially, Option 2 mentioned awaiting rescue. Since the system had indicated this, there must be some basis for it. I choose Option 2. Jiang Chen silently shouted within, then resolutely sealed his breath, covering his mouth and nose tightly with his hands. Upon jumping into the room, the zombie immediately lost its target. Yet, relying on its previous deduction, it slowly approached Jiang Chen. Roar! Ha! Watching the zombie draw near, hearing its horrifying growls, Jiang Chen's hands tightened around his face, veins nearly bursting from the strain as he stifled any sound. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes. Time ticked away second by second. Jiang Chen felt his vision blurring. The heat radiating from his flushed cheeks and the pressure building within his body made him nearly faint. Something's wrong, go check it out. Just then, a voice of alarm rang out from outside. As the zombie's claws nearly grazed Jiang Chen, it suddenly pivoted and leaped back outside. Once the zombie departed, Jiang Chen slowly released his grip, collapsing onto the bed in utter exhaustion. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed Option 2, Reward. Chi perception increased by 100. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Chen realized he had successfully passed the first trial of his unexpected journey. Moments later, Jiang Chen finally regained a modicum of strength. The sound of a struggle outside drew his attention. Summoning all his resolve, he rolled off the bed and approached the door. He beheld a man with gray hair and a straight brow, who delivered a powerful kick, sending the zombie flying several meters. With a swift motion, he formed a gesture with his right hand, and a wooden sword in his left hand erupted with brilliant golden light, shooting toward the zombie. The radiant sword struck the zombie's heart with tremendous force, sending it tumbling back several meters, ultimately pinning it to the ground. The zombie let out a series of agonized howls, black mist pouring from its mouth. The man with the straight brow leaped forward, retrieving a yellow talisman from his waist, chanting an incantation. In the next moment, the talisman ignited, and he hurled it at the zombie. Instantly, flames engulfed the zombie, rising fiercely. Within half a minute, it was reduced to ashes amidst the flames. Jiang Chen stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Wasn't this a spectacle reserved for the silver screen? Peach wood swords, talismans, incantations, and that man with the straight brow, isn't he the legendary Jiu? The very person who inspired a deep sense of security. Moreover, in the distance stood another man with glasses, leisurely watching Jiu's performance. Jiang Chen recognized him as the somewhat mischievous Daoist Si Mu Daozhong. Could it be that this was the Jiu universe? No wonder he encountered zombies upon arriving here. If it were the world of Jiu, it would indeed make sense. Junior brother, have you surveyed the surroundings? At this moment, Jiu had gathered the ashes of the burned zombie into a cloth bag. Senior brother, I have examined the area. This is a small village on the outskirts of Rinjia town, with only a few households remaining, and now there are no living souls. Si Mu Dao Run, having set aside his casual demeanor, spoke with solemnity. At that instant, a glint flashed in Si Mu Dao Ren's glasses. His peripheral vision caught sight of a child near the doorway of a house, gazing at them intently. Senior brother, it seems there is still a child over there. Upon hearing this, Jiu turned around and, upon seeing Jiang Chen, hurriedly approached him. At that moment, the flush on Jiang Chen's face had faded, leaving him looking somewhat pale, akin to a person who had been frightened and bled excessively. Jiu promptly picked up the astonished Jiang Chen and carried him to the courtyard. Child, what is your name? I cough. That uncle, my name is Jiang Chen. Overcome with excitement upon hearing Jiu's inquiry, Jiang Chen nearly addressed him directly as uncle. Thankfully, he quickly caught himself otherwise. He would have found it difficult to explain to this idol of his youth. Jiang Chen, a fine name. Where are your parents? Jiu's voice quivered slightly. Although he had long suspected the bodies in the courtyard belonged to Jiang Chen's parents, he still held onto a flicker of hope. Jiang Chen regained his composure and pointed to the two corpses on the ground. They're my mother and father, uncle. Though Jiang Chen himself felt no emotional attachment to the two deceased, the lingering emotions of this body remained. Thus, as he spoke, tears involuntarily streamed down his cheeks. At this moment, Jiang Chen also realized that this body had likely been scared to death by the zombie. Supreme decree, transcend your lonely soul. All ghosts and spirits, may they receive blessings. Upon hearing this, Jiu sighed and silently recited the rebirth incantation, without answering Jiang Chen's question. I have surveyed the area around Rinjia Town many times. It is truly strange that zombies are appearing today. Jiu had been in Rinjia Town for nearly 10 years. In a span of 10 years, he had personally inspected the vicinity of Rinjia Town on numerous occasions. He had collected countless wandering souls and ghosts, filling nearly an entire wall in the benevolent cemetery. He had also dealt with quite a few zombies. To his astonishment, zombies were still roaming about. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, a sense of guilt welled up within Jiu. Senior brother, let us first perform a rite of passage for the villagers. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you for another inspection. Jiu nodded silently in agreement. Thus, the two parted ways to gather the few remaining villagers, uniting the 10 or so souls in the village. They collectively cremated them using lychee wood. Before long, the flames died down, and Jiu and Si Mu chose an auspicious spot to bury the villagers' ashes. Jiang Chen, now that your parents and the uncles in the village are no longer here, you may follow me or your uncle Si Mu. On the way back to the benevolent cemetery, Jiu pondered for a long while before softly speaking to Jiang Chen. Just as Jiu finished speaking, the voice of the system echoed in Jiang Chen's mind once more. Ding! The divine selection has been activated. Please choose. Option 1. Apprentice under Lin Fengjiao. Reward. The divine ghost 7 kill order the shatter order. Option 2. Apprentice under Si Mu Dao Run. Reward. The divine art of summoning spirits. Option 3. Travel alone through the world. Reward. Soul, return pill 5. As the system's voice faded, Jiang Chen fell into a brief contemplation. He immediately dismissed option 3. As an 80-year-old child, wandering alone in a world filled with demons and monsters, he would likely be reduced to nothing within a month. Although the soul return pill was valuable and could bring the dead back to life, with his current abilities, even 50 of them would be of no use. Thus, he was left with the choice between Jiu and Si Mu Dao Ren. Si Mu Dao Ren's summoning technique was formidable, capable of invoking ancestral spirits for explosive combat power. Moreover, his ability to forge weapons was unparalleled, especially in crafting great swords. However, Jiang Chen was instinctively reluctant to choose Si Mu as his master. This fellow was nothing but a mischievous old rascal. Just look at how tragically Jia Lu was treated by him to understand. Therefore, he felt much more at ease choosing Jiu as his master. Additionally, the reward for selecting Jiu was immensely appealing to Jiang Chen. The divine ghost 7 kill order. Just the name alone stirred his blood. A single point would unleash a sword of light, turning all evils to ashes. It was simply a dazzling and awe-inspiring skill, an essential technique for flaunting. Though it was merely one of the orders, it would suffice for Jiang Chen at this moment. With the system in place, he would eventually acquire the subsequent orders in due time. At this point, Jiang Chen had already come to a decision. Just as he was about to express his desire to become a disciple, Si Mu waved his hand to interject. Wait, senior brother, you know my situation. I'm often out transporting clients. I cannot care for such a little one. It would be better if you took him under your wing. Si Mu Dao Ren spoke truthfully. He struggled to care for himself, let alone a child. It would be more merciful to end it swiftly with a sword. Jiu understood Si Mu's temperament and shook his head helplessly. Jiu, I wish to follow you and learn the art of exorcism, to one day slay demons and eradicate evil, just like you. Jiang Chen approached Jiu, raising his small head to look earnestly at him. Jiu was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Chen's words. He had not expected that an 80-year-old child could express such sentiments. Looking into Jiang Chen's determined eyes, Jiu felt an overwhelming sense that this child was not harboring trivial ambitions. Si Mu was equally astonished by Jiang Chen's declaration, and a hint of regret flickered in his heart. In the path of cultivation, one's character was paramount. This child's resolute nature would undoubtedly lead to extraordinary achievements in the future. However, Si Mu quickly shook his head to dispel that fleeting regret. Very well, you shall follow me in your training. Jiu squatted down, gazing at the earnest Jiang Chen, and happily agreed. Disciple pays respects to the master. Jiang Chen immediately rushed forward, respectfully bowing 3 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 2. Reward. The Divine Ghost 7 Kill Order, the Shatter Order. As the system's voice faded, a new memory automatically surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind. Supreme Star of the Tai, adapt without pause. Drive away evil spirits, the essence of the Tao endures. Urgent, as commanded by the law. This was the preamble to the first order of the Divine Ghost 7 Kill Order, the Shatter Order. However, to cast it, Jiang Chen's current state was utterly inadequate. One must at least wait until the breath is drawn into the body and the state of a master is attained to accomplish this. Jiang Chen recalled that in the original anime, Wang Shower required the assistance of talisman paper to perform the technique. However, within the system's rewards, there was no depiction of how to draw the talisman paper. It remains uncertain whether there has been a change, perhaps the system has been optimized, rendering the use of talisman paper unnecessary for execution. Such circumstances have indeed rendered things considerably more convenient. It is well known that in a true contest of skill, every second is pivotal. Thus, while the prowess of the practitioners is formidable, the preliminary preparations tend to be somewhat prolonged. With remarkable agility, Uncle Jiu and Daoist Si Mu swiftly escorted Jiang Chen back to the ancestral hall of Renjia town. In a spacious chamber, several coffins lay in the center, surrounded by a dozen or so corpses clad in Qing dynasty attire, standing rigidly against the walls, each adorned with a yellow talisman upon their foreheads. At the forefront of the room stood an incense altar, flickering red candles casting wavering shadows, and the delicate tendrils of incense wafting through the air. Upon realizing that this was the universe of Uncle Jiu, Jiang Chen's innate trepidation diminished significantly upon encountering the coffins and corpses. After all, he would frequently be engaging with such entities. Harboring fear would certainly obstruct his path to cultivation. Suddenly, a resounding snore broke the silence, startling Jiang Chen. He turned to locate the source of the sound, only to discover a bed nestled in the corner of the room, upon which lay an individual. Jiang Chen instantly recognized him as Wen Kai, one of Uncle Jiu's somewhat inept disciples. Indeed, brother, Wen Kai possesses a remarkable talent for examining corpses, Daoist Si Mu jested, observing the slumbering figure, whose drool had soaked the pillow. Ah Chun, this is your second senior brother, named Wen Kai. You also have an elder brother, called Qiu Sheng. However, it is rather late now. We shall introduce you formally tomorrow. Subsequently, Uncle Jiu guided Jiang Chen to the rear courtyard, arranging for him to reside next to his own chamber. As Jiang Chen reclined upon the bed, he couldn't help but reflect on the peculiar turn of events. In the span of merely a few hours, the course of my life had undergone a profound transformation. From a diligent office worker to an apprentice of the enigmatic Master Jiu in a world overrun by zombies, the shift was nothing short of astonishing. Had it not been for the sharp pain from biting my tongue, I might have thought I was ensnared in a dream. As I lay there, my eyes slightly glazed, a sudden jolt of clarity struck me. I recalled that upon the activation of my system, I had been granted a novice package. The events had been so overwhelming that I had momentarily forgotten this detail. System, open the novice package, I called out excitedly in my mind. Ding! The novice package has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received a spatial storage of 1 cubic meter, which will expand as your strength increases. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent of photographic memory. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a character panel. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 chi nourishing pill. As the system's voice faded, all remnants of fatigue vanished. The 4 items bestowed by the novice package were exceedingly practical rewards. The spatial storage was an essential tool for any cultivator, as I would inevitably need to craft numerous talismans and magical artifacts. Carrying them all on my person would be cumbersome. With spatial storage, retrieval would be instantaneous with a mere thought. Not only would this be convenient, but it would also significantly enhance my combat prowess. The talent of photographic memory proved even more advantageous. A cultivator must memorize various incantations and techniques, which are infinitely more complex than the poetry and texts I had learned in my past life. Those of lesser aptitude often expend vast amounts of time on memorization alone. With this talent, my cultivation would surely yield results far exceeding my efforts. Although there were no books in the room for me to test my newfound abilities, I was confident that the system would not disappoint. I repeatedly stored and retrieved my discarded clothing within the spatial storage, finding immense joy in the process. However, after several attempts, I began to feel a slight heaviness in my head. It seemed that utilizing the spatial storage required some mental exertion, albeit minimal, with my current constitution. I could use it numerous times without issue. Once my cultivation advanced, such minor exertion would be inconsequential. Next, I summoned my character panel. Name: Jiang Chen. Realm: mortal body, ordinary physique, magical power, 0 cultivation technique, none space, 1 cubic meter Dao technique, first command of the 7 killings of gods and ghosts talent, photographic memory. Chi affinity, 100 gazing at my character panel felt akin to the character screens I had encountered in games of my past life. The sensation was truly marvelous. Upon gazing at the sections concerning Taoist arts and innate talents, Jiang Chen felt an exhilarating surge of fervor. Withdrawing the character panel, he retrieved a Peyuan pill. In an instant, the essence of this elixir manifested in his mind. Peyuan pill enhances physique, elevates foundational essence. Jiang Chen, acutely aware of the frailty of his current body, unhesitatingly consumed the Peyuan pill. The following moment, he was enveloped by a torrent of invigorating strength coursing through his entire being. This power is entirely unbefitting of Jiang Chen at his current age. This represents an elevation at the very essence of life. The following day, as dawn broke, heralded by the melodious crowing of a rooster, Jiang Chen gradually opened his eyes. After donning his attire and stepping outside, he took a deep breath, instantly feeling rejuvenated and invigorated. Though this era may not possess the abundant spiritual energy of ancient times, it is nevertheless infinitely superior to the desolate state of energy in later generations. Coupled with the innate affinity for qi, Jiang Chen sensed a unique energy permeating the air, continuously penetrating his pores. The sensation was both tingling and delightful. After stretching lazily, Jiang Chen stepped toward the front courtyard. After a short while, he heard the voice of his master, Uncle Jiu. He steadied his stance in a horse-riding position, arms extended and head held high. After such an extensive period of training, he still struggled to maintain a proper stance. Master, he called, but mere words held little weight. For cultivators, the refinement of the body is the foremost challenge. Following the sound, Jiang Chen arrived at a courtyard, where he witnessed his master, Uncle Jiu, wielding a ruler to chastise his senior brother, Wakai. Good morning, master. Jiang Chen greeted respectfully, bowing deeply. Ah, Aiken, why are you up so early? Uncle Jiu remarked, surprised by Jiang Chen's arrival. Children at Jiang Chen's age were typically prone to excessive sleep, especially after the events of the previous night. Thus Uncle Jiu had expected him to rest until the sun was high in the sky. Master, I have rested well. Ah, this must be the new junior brother. How adorable. Wakai, who had been writhing in agony, suddenly brightened at Jiang Chen's presence, as if he had seen a savior. He immediately sprang to his feet, crouched beside Jiang Chen, and affectionately pinched his cheeks. Earlier that morning, when Master had roused him, he had informed Wakai of Jiang Chen's arrival. Junior brother. I am your second senior brother, Wakai. Master, since our junior brother is new here and may not be familiar with the surroundings, I will take him around. Without waiting for Uncle Jiu's consent, Wakai scooped up Jiang Chen and dashed away. Wakai, filled with vigor, paid no heed to Uncle Jiu's furious shouts behind him. Clearly, Uncle Jiu had grown accustomed to such antics from Wakai. Jiang Chen found amusement in observing his second senior brother, contemplating the challenges posed by Master's insistence on rigorous training, which seemed burdensome for Wakai, who appeared ill-suited for this path. Setting aside concerns about Wankai's aptitude, it was his temperament that, if left unchanged, would likely impede his progress for a lifetime. However, Wankai was straightforward and harbored no ill intentions. He was a kind-hearted individual. In contrast, the yet-to-be-seen Qiuxin was depicted as a troublesome character in the film, one who not only thrived on chaos but also lacked any resolve. He was easily captivated by seductive spirits and even turned against Master. Moreover, Qiuxin inadvertently summoned the senior brother, Shijian, from Maoshan, resulting in a fracture among the brotherhood. In truth, given Master Uncle Jiu's talents, he ought to have attained a higher realm. Yet, over the years, he squandered much of his energy on these two disciples, allowing his senior brother, Shijian, who possessed similar talents, to pull ahead. Were it not for the protagonist aura granted to Uncle Jiu in the film, he would have undoubtedly faced defeat. Now that Jiang Chen had also taken Uncle Jiu as his master, he could not simply stand by and watch his master be led astray. As Wankai set Jiang Chen down after exiting the courtyard, he asked, Junior brother, what inspired you to pursue the way? It is quite arduous. Wankai glanced back at the courtyard with a tinge of dread, as though it were a hellish place for him. My parents were killed by zombies. I wish to learn the way to slay them and avenge them. Jiang Chen replied earnestly. After witnessing Uncle Jiu incinerate the villagers the previous night, Jiang Chen felt a significant portion of his burdens lift. He estimated that once he personally vanquished a zombie, the original owner's lingering attachments would dissipate entirely. Ah, is that so? I apologize, junior brother. Master only mentioned your arrival without detailing the reasons. Wakai's face turned remorseful upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. No worries, second senior brother. I believe learning the way is quite beneficial. It not only enables self-defense but also protects those dear to us. Indeed, while that is true, the suffering involved is something I can hardly bear. Wen Kai sighed. Well, let me show you around first. We must avoid being caught by Master. With that, Wen Kai took Jiang Chen's hand and began to explore the mortuary. Ding! At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Divine Selection System. Option 1. Ignore Wen Kai's laziness and allow him to remain a sloth. Reward: 1 Peiyuan Dan. Option 2. Compel Wen Kai to cultivate for 3 months to reach the Daoist realm, thus aiding Master in eliminating a troublesome disciple. Reward: Second Command of the Divine Ghost 7 Kill Order, the Finghua Order. Jiang Chen halted abruptly. It seemed the system could no longer tolerate the situation. Without hesitation, he chose option 2. Having already consumed the Peiyuan Dan, Jiang Chen suspected that its effects would significantly diminish upon subsequent use. As Wen Kai continued walking, he suddenly felt an immense force gripping his hand, halting him in his tracks. Junior brother, what's wrong? Let us go. I'll show you the morgue to broaden your horizons. Wen Kai turned, puzzled by Jiang Chen's sudden stop, and then was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frail junior brother possessed such strength. This is entirely unlike the strength one would expect from a child. When Kai reflected on the sensation from earlier, it seemed that this young junior disciple's power could rival his own. Although he considered himself a mere novice in cultivation, he had trained under his master for over a decade, and his physical capabilities had surpassed those of the average person. Yet, had not the junior disciple just arrived last night? He had not even begun his cultivation journey. Is this reasonable? Brother Wen Kai, let us practice our skills. Master's sternness is ultimately for your benefit. If you persist in this manner, Master will undoubtedly feel disappointed. Jiang Chen initially spoke with patience, but added that if Wen Kai were unwilling, he would have no choice but to resort to force. Although he currently could not overpower Wen Kai, merely persuading him to seek Master was not a daunting task. Indeed, upon hearing this, Wen Kai's brows furrowed into a frown. He had thought Jiang Chen was his savior, only to find he had become an ally of the Master. Little junior brother, if you wish to try, you may go alone. Just tell Master that I have an upset stomach and cannot attend. With that, Wen Kai turned to flee. Jiang Chen had anticipated this scene. With his full agility, he swiftly stepped forward, seized Wen Kai's hands, and with a firm shoulder, hoisted the unsuspecting Wen Kai onto his shoulder, heading towards the courtyard they had just come from. This scene is profoundly disconcerting. A child, approximately 1.30 meters in height, is hoisting an adult of around 1.70 meters. It appears exceedingly bizarre. Hey, junior disciple. What are you doing? Put me down at once. The man being carried, Wen Kai, is utterly stunned, not only by Jiang Chen's sudden ambush but also by the astonishing strength displayed by his junior. After all, he weighs about 130 pounds. Yet he is effortlessly lifted by the young disciple. Despite Wen Kai's frantic struggles, Jiang Chen shows no intention of releasing him. Brother Wen Kai, for the sake of my Finghua token, you must endure this for the next 3 months. As they approach the entrance of the courtyard, just as Jiang Chen is about to step inside, a thunderous voice erupts from behind. You audacious fiend, how dare you kidnap my junior disciple in the ancestral hall? Brother, save me. Upon hearing the voice, Wen Kai immediately cries out for help. The newcomer is Qiuxing, who has rushed over for the morning lesson. Upon entering the ancestral hall, he hears Wen Kai's shouts and, upon arriving at the scene, is met with the sight of Wen Kai being carried by a child. Qiuxing is initially taken aback, then concludes that this child is certainly not of the mortal realm. What earthly child possesses such strength? After bellowing in anger, Qiuxing charges at Jiang Chen. As Jiang Chen turns around, he sees a large foot rapidly approaching. With no time to think, he instinctively uses Wen Kai as a shield, placing him in front. Bang! Qiuxing's foot connects solidly with Wen Kai's abdomen. Wen Kai bends over, propelled backward by Jiang Chen, and they nearly tumble to the ground. As Qiuxing prepares to strike again, Wen Kai quickly covers his stomach with one hand and blocks Qiuxing with the other, exclaiming, Qiuxing, stop. This is our new junior disciple. Junior disciple? What junior disciple? Qiuxing, halted in confusion, wonders when another junior disciple has joined their ranks. Is Master not busy enough already? Brother, Jiang Chen says, looking at Qiuxing, who bears a striking resemblance to Dong Tianbao, and bows slightly. He never expected that their first encounter would unfold in such a chaotic manner. Although this fellow may be a bit of a nuisance, his skills are undeniably impressive. Just a moment ago, even with Wen Kai shielding him, Jiang Chen felt a wave of discomfort in his chest. Ouch, Qiuxing, you truly strike with remarkable intensity. I feel as if my insides are about to be displaced. It seems I shall not be able to attend the morning class today. Wen Kai clutched his abdomen, gradually sinking down, his expression etched with profound pain. Enough of your theatrics. When I almost landed a kick on you just now, I had already restrained half of my strength. Stop pretending. If you wish to skip class, just say so. Qiuxing immediately saw through Wen Cai's charade. He approached Wen Kai and lifted him effortlessly. After setting Wen Kai aside, Qiuxing turned his attention to Jiang Chen. Junior brother? He inquired with a casual air, hands clasped behind his back, leaning slightly with feigned interest. Jiang Chen, observing Qiuxing's haughty demeanor, nodded gently. When did Master take you as a disciple? I was not aware of this. Oh, so, according to you, does Master need to consult you before accepting a disciple? Jiang Chen replied with a faint smile. Qiuxing's expression faltered momentarily. This fellow, the tone of his speech, why does it sound so awkward? Is this something that someone of your age should be saying? What is the matter? Did I just strike you, and are you feeling a bit defiant? I am your senior brother, and when the Master is not around, I might very well be the one to guide you. Let me hear you call me senior brother. Qiuxing crossed his arms over his chest, standing upright, his eyes narrowed with a grin as he looked down at Jiang Chen, exuding an air that was simply asking for a reprimand. Naturally, Jiang Chen would not concede so easily, although he currently could not best this fellow. As a disciple of the ninth uncle, Jiang Chen did not believe Qiuxing would dare to do anything to him. You want me to call you senior brother after hitting me? Dream on. Jiang Chen waved his small fist at Qiuxing, spat, and turned to dash into the courtyard. Hey, you little rascal, asking you to call me senior brother is already a privilege, and you dare to spit at me? You've gone too far. Just wait until I deal with you. And you, what are you laughing at? I saw your embarrassing moment just now. It was truly shameful. Qiuxing turned to glare at the snickering Wen Kai, muttering an irritable curse before chasing after Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was swift, darting into the courtyard in the blink of an eye. However, Qiuxing was no weakling like Wen Kai. With his innate talent, he had already reached the mid-stage of Daoist mastery. In a flash, he pounced like a cheetah, swiftly closing in on Jiang Chen. Just as Qiuxing reached out to grab the collar of Jiang Chen's shirt, a wooden ruler, accompanied by a whistling sound, struck his arm. Qiuxing winced in pain, realizing it was the Master's intervention, and quickly halted his movements, standing respectfully to the side. In the next moment, the ninth uncle emerged from a room, his expression stern. Upon seeing the ninth uncle's countenance, Qiuxing instantly picked up the ruler from the ground and, with a cheeky grin, approached to hand it to him. Master, I was just having some fun with my junior brother. Humph, look at you two, what a sight you are. One of you lazes about like a salted fish, lacking ambition, while the other slacks off and bullies a child. Wen Kai, get in here. The ninth uncle's gaze fell upon Wen Kai, who was attempting to escape, and he barked out an order. Wen Kai, sensing the Master's anger, immediately abandoned his escape plan. When the Master truly got angry, it was quite terrifying. Wen Kai dared not test his limits at this moment. Observing Wen Kai's timid demeanor, the ninth uncle's frustration only grew, and he stepped forward to deliver a kick to Wen Kai's rear. You two will have double the homework time today. The ninth uncle spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Qiuxing was unfazed. He could endure even double the time without issue. However, Wen Kai immediately let out a lament. The ninth uncle showed no signs of mercy. In 3 months, the Mid-Autumn Festival would arrive, and all your senior uncles would gather here. With your current disposition, where do you expect me to place my face when the time comes? Both Wen Kai and Qiuxing hung their heads in shame upon hearing this. They had been following their master for nearly a decade. During this time, Wen Kai remained in the early stage of the disciple realm, while Qiuxing was slightly stronger, yet only reached the mid-stage of Daoist mastery. In contrast, many of their fellow disciples had already broken through to the realm of human masters. Every year, when the master took them to gatherings, they felt embarrassed and did not know where to hide. While on the mountain, they secretly vowed to train diligently upon returning, determined to earn their master's pride next time. Yet, within days of returning, they reverted to their old ways. The gathering of the Maoshan brothers takes place here. As the host, should my master embarrass himself again, I fear I shall be utterly humiliated. From this day forth, should anyone dare to be lazy and neglect their cultivation, I shall not hold back. The call to cultivate is not merely for the sake of appearances. It is, more importantly, to safeguard your very lives. If one has chosen this path yet lacks the ability to protect oneself, then it would be better to return home and settle down, starting a family. After delivering his reprimand, Master Jiu seated himself upon the stone platform before the two, his gaze fixed upon them with intensity. After a moment, he seemed to notice another presence beside him. Turning his head, he found Jiang Chen standing respectfully to the side, which immediately softened Master Jiu's expression. At that moment, having recuperated through the night and fully replenished his energies, Jiang Chen appeared vibrant, his complexion rosy, and his somewhat cherubic face exuded an endearing charm. "Ah Chen, come here." At this juncture, Jiang Chen was deep in thought, reflecting on his master's earlier words. In 3 months, during the Zhongyuan festival, all the brothers would gather together. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but recall the narrative of the zombie sovereign from his previous life. He pondered whether this year's Zhongyuan festival might herald the commencement of a cinematic tale. Responding to his master's call, Jiang Chen set aside his thoughts and obediently approached his mentor. "Did this little rascal bully you?" Master Jiu asked, his gaze filled with ire as he glanced at Qiuxing. "He kicked me and forced me to address him as senior brother. He's so fierce that I simply cannot bring myself to call him that," Jiang Chen replied. "Master, do we not follow the hierarchy based on the timing of entry here?" He mused, considering that in most cultivation realms, ranks were typically determined by strength. If the hierarchy were not based on the time of entry, then he too could claim the title of senior brother. The thought of calling Qiuxing senior brother felt utterly impossible to him. Master Jiu, intrigued by Jiang Chen's words, became keenly interested. The little child appears to harbor some ambitions. From his words, it seems he aspires to become the senior disciple of these two inept individuals. As Uncle Jiu contemplated this, he cast a thoughtful glance at the two individuals who were diligently practicing their skills. This is quite agreeable, as it provides an opportunity to spur these two wayward disciples through Jiang Chen. Indeed, our Maoshan sect ranks its disciples according to the timing of their initiation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen could not help but feel a wave of disappointment. It seemed his aspirations of becoming an elder brother were destined to be dashed. Yet, at that moment, the voice of Uncle Jiu resounded once more. "However, these two fellows are currently merely my registered disciples and have not yet formally entered my tutelage. Therefore, if you aspire to be an elder brother, there remains a chance for you." Uncle Jiu chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Jiang Chen's hair. He then rose and addressed Wakai and Qiuxing. "I trust you both heard my previous remarks. If you wish to assume the role of elder brother, you must demonstrate the capabilities befitting such a position. In 3 months, I will formally accept you into the fold. However, the order of acceptance will depend on my whims." While Wenkai felt no particular desire to be an elder brother, the thought of being Jiang Chen's junior still left him feeling somewhat uneasy. "As I strolled down the street, the absurdity of referring to a mere child as my senior disciple weighs heavily on me, even with a thick skin. This thought is soon overshadowed by the peculiar powers of Jiang Chen. Could it be that this junior brother possesses some extraordinary talent? A sense of urgency arises within me." Qiuxing, perceptive and reflective, realizes that the master is using Jiang Chen to spur his own growth. Wenkai is deemed a failure in cultivation, and Jiang Chen is merely a child with a modicum of strength. In 3 months, should I achieve a breakthrough, the position of senior disciple shall remain mine. I cannot fathom that my master would genuinely bestow such a title upon a mere 8 or 9-year-old child. The thought of my master facing mockery from his peers at Maoshan is absurd. Thus, confidence swells within me, undeterred by fear. "Little one, we shall see if you can still speak boldly then. Once I become the senior disciple, I shall delight in chastising you daily." Meanwhile, Jiang Chen is filled with exhilaration. "Though I am but an 8-year-old child, I possess my own advantages. In merely 1 day, I have transformed from a physically frail child into a prodigious young talent, akin to a literary genius. Who can fathom the extraordinary heights I might reach in the span of 3 months? In the blink of an eye, 2 days have elapsed." In recent days, Jiang Chen has risen early each morning to accompany his master in supervising the training of Wenkai and Qiuxing. Additionally, Uncle Jiu has taken the opportunity to share all the skills he possesses with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has come to realize that his master, Uncle Jiu, embodies the entirety of Maoshan teachings. There is virtually nothing he cannot accomplish. Even the profound mastery of the lightning thunder fist, a unique skill of his senior brother Shijin, is within Uncle Jiu's grasp, albeit not as refined as Shijin's expertise. The area in which his master excels the most encompasses feng shui, formation arrangements, and talisman crafting. As is customary, after the crowing of the rooster, Jiang Chen rose and made his way to the courtyard. At this moment, Wenkai and Qiuxing were already awaiting him in the yard. Ever since Uncle Jiu employed the tactic of provocation, the motivation of these two in their training has markedly increased. Neither of them wishes to be overshadowed by Jiang Chen, an 8-year-old child. Jiang Chen approached Wenkai with a cheerful smile and greeted him. "Good morning, senior brother." During these past few days of leisure, Wenkai took Jiang Chen on a thorough tour of the ancestral hall. He held a genuine fondness for his junior disciple, Jiang Chen. The presence of Jiang Chen provided Wenkai with a much-needed companion. Ever since Qiuxing departed, He had been left to stare blankly at the countless corpses within the hall. A state of utter monotony. Jiang Chen then turned his gaze towards Qiuxing, who, with a proud lift of his head, strode directly over. Qiuxing let out a low grunt, raising his fist in a dismissive gesture. Had he not noticed their master emerging from the room? He would have truly relished the opportunity to teach this insufferable brat a lesson. At this moment, Uncle Jiu stepped into the center of the courtyard and, upon seeing the three individuals gathered, nodded in satisfaction. Chen, over the past few days, you have observed your senior brothers practicing their techniques. How much have you managed to retain? In response to my master, I have committed everything to memory. Jiang Chen's remarkable ability to recall is not merely confined to reading books or scriptures. Anything he has witnessed is indelibly etched in his mind. The Maoshan body refinement technique comprises a total of 18 movements, each of which can be further deconstructed into 9 postures. Each posture, when executed, seems to resonate with the laws of the universe. The Maoshan practitioners continuously refine themselves through this method, aligning their bodies ever more closely with the principles of the cosmos. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, Qiuxing beside him couldn't help but burst into laughter. My apologies, I simply couldn't contain myself. Noticing Uncle Jiu's stern gaze, Qiuxing hurriedly covered his mouth and offered an explanation. Yet, despite his words of apology, he secretly anticipated the unfolding drama with eager anticipation. The Maoshan body refinement technique, while immensely powerful, encompasses an exceedingly intricate series of movements. It comprises 18 sets of motions, totaling 162 distinct postures, each of which is remarkably challenging to execute. For the average individual, managing to memorize even a single posture in a day would be considered an accomplishment. To retain 5 postures signifies a commendable level of comprehension. Wenkai dedicated a full 5 years to mastering all the postures, and he himself invested nearly half a year in practice. This impudent young lad, having merely observed for 2 days, dares to claim that he has memorized everything. He is likely unaware that the master despises boastful individuals. Let us see if he can withstand the master's disciplinary measures. Qiuxing's gaze was fixed intently upon Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiu furrowed his brow. He considered himself to possess exceptional comprehension, yet it took him 18 days to cultivate the Maoshan body refinement technique, which was regarded as the swiftest initiation in the entire Maoshan. This little fellow is indeed still a child, a bit restless and impetuous, which is quite normal. With proper guidance in the future, he shall improve. Chen, for those who cultivate, the greatest taboo is to be hasty and irritable. Now that the spiritual energy in the Linghuan realm is gradually diminishing, one must tread carefully in their practice, laying a solid foundation without aiming too high. Do you understand? Qiuxing gazed at his master's gentle visage, his eyes wide with astonishment. Master, must you show such blatant favoritism? Shouldn't you be using the ruler to instill some discipline in this young lad? It seems that the ruler is simply meant for me. Jiang Chen blinked at Uncle Jiu. And at that moment, the options for a divine choice appeared before him once again. Option 1. A cultivator should adhere to their true heart and boldly showcase their talents. Reward, Grass Huandon. Option 2. In this perilous world, it is wise to be cautious, admit one's mistakes, and earn a master's embrace and a senior brother's mockery. Jiang Chen was speechless. This time, the options felt rather frivolous. Although he was unaware of what Grass Huandon entailed, he resolutely rejected the master's embrace and the senior brother's ridicule. Taking a step forward, he earnestly looked at Uncle Jiu and declared, Master, I did not lie. I truly remembered everything. Without waiting for a response, Jiang Chen strode directly to the center of the courtyard and began to perform the movements of the Maoshan body refinement technique. Wenkai, did you hear that? This lad is indeed quite stubborn. Even when the master does not lose his temper, he still clings to his pride. When the master scolds him later, you must not plead for mercy. It is for his own good to let him learn a lesson. Qiuxing whispered teasingly into Wencai's ear. Qiuxing, perhaps the junior brother can truly accomplish it. Do not underestimate him. I believe his talent surpasses mine by a significant margin, Wenkai remarked, having sensed, during their recent interactions, the extraordinary strength and stamina within Jiang Chen that far exceeded his age. To him, this was a sign of exceptional talent. In the arena, Jiang Chen began to gracefully execute one posture after another. The teasing expression on Qiuxing's face visibly faded, his mouth agape in astonishment. Jiang Chen truly accomplished it. How many postures had he performed? How did he manage to do so? In recent days, he had not been seen practicing at all. Could it be that the master had provided him with special guidance? Even with such assistance, it would be implausible to memorize and execute so much within just 2 days. What Xiao Sheng was unaware of was that Jiang Chen possessed not only an extraordinary photographic memory, but also the ability of the supreme body refinement technique to continuously absorb the vital energies of heaven and earth, honing his physical form. At this moment, as Jiang Chen executed his movements, the speed at which he absorbed the vital energies intensified dramatically. He seemed to transform into a colossal vortex, with the spiritual aura around him growing ever more dense, and the range of his absorption expanding outward. 1 meter, 10 meters, until the entire courtyard's spiritual energy converged around Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, standing beside him, Uncle Jiu trembled, wearing a bewildered expression on his face. This fellow is surely no ordinary being. Within just 2 days of embarking on the path of the Maoshan body refinement technique, he has managed to absorb spiritual energy to temper his physique during his very first practice. This. In the nearly 1,000-year history of Maoshan, such a phenomenon has never been heard of. Jiang Chen's movements continued, and at this moment, he had entered a state of transcendental oblivion, completely immersed in this extraordinary body refinement technique. As the surging spiritual energy flowed into him, various impurities began to seep from his body in a spectrum of colors. However, in the next instant, they would be incinerated completely by the fiery essence. To the eyes of the 3 observers, Jiang Chen appeared to be enveloped in a rainbow of flames, emanating an aura of unparalleled sanctity. After half an hour, Jiang Chen stood upright, gesturing to conclude his practice while adjusting his breath. He had flawlessly executed the entire Maoshan body refinement technique without a single misstep. Instantly, the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding him subsided. Uncle Jiu was the first to react. As if teleported, he leaped to Jiang Chen's side, extending a trembling hand to rest on Jiang Chen's forearm. Moments later, Uncle Jiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Late-stage Daoist boy. In less than an hour, he had advanced from an ordinary child to the late stage of a Daoist boy. At that moment, Uncle Jiu felt as if his very soul was quaking. What manner of prodigy is this young man? Such a talent is not only rare to behold, but even more so to have ever heard of. Shi Jian, the most formidable talent of the past century at Maoshan, ascended from an ordinary individual to the realm of a novice under the direct guidance of his master within a single day. This has already established Shi Jian as the most formidable individual in a century of Maoshan lineage. In contrast, what does it signify for Jiang Chen to ascend 3 levels in just 1 hour, reaching the late stage of a disciple? It scarcely warrants the term genius. One can only imagine the joy that would ensue if his master were to discover this. If this young man were to mature, he might very well become the revered leader of Maoshan, guiding it back to its former glory. Little did I anticipate that a casual decision made merely 2 days ago would bring such a tremendous surprise. At this moment, Uncle Jiu resolved that he would risk everything to ensure that Jiang Chen encounters not a single misfortune. At this moment, when Kai and Xiaoxing also regained their senses, Xiaoxing swallowed hard, gazing at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He had heard his master's exclamation loud and clear just moments ago. At this moment, he kept telling himself that he must be dreaming, that he had simply gazed too long at the young lady in the Yihong Tower across the way last night and had yet to awaken from his slumber. How could such a monstrous being possibly exist in this world? Meanwhile, when Kai, with a face alight with excitement, approached Jiang Chen and seized his hand. "Junior brother, you were extraordinary just now. You resembled a celestial being descending to earth, radiating with fiery energy. How do you feel now? What realm have you attained?" When Kai inquired eagerly. "My master says I am at the late stage of the Daoist youth," Jiang Chen replied. "What? Late stage of the Daoist youth? I am still at the early stage," Wakai exclaimed, having been completely captivated by Jiang Chen's extraordinary aura, oblivious to Uncle Jiu's surprised exclamations. "How can you still claim to be at the early stage after 10 years? Uncle Jiu chided Wen Kai with a disapproving glance, before turning his affectionate gaze towards Jiang Chen. "I was planning to teach you the Maoshan body refinement technique today, but it seems unnecessary now. Since you have just broken through, return and consolidate your gains. Skip today's morning class." Jiang Chen, contemplating how to leave and examine the grass wandan he had just acquired, felt as if his master was providing him with a pillow for his slumber. With joy, he bid his master farewell and swiftly returned to his room. "Enough of your gaping. You too. Hurry and begin your practice," Uncle Jiu said sternly as Jiang Chen departed. Wakai and Xiaoxing, seemingly invigorated, practiced with utmost seriousness. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Chen settled into a meditative posture on his bed, beginning to rhythmically draw in the qi surrounding him. At the same time, he summoned his character panel. Name: Jiangshan Realm, Late stage of the Daoist youth Dao body, immaculate Dao body magic power, zero cultivation method, supreme clarity body refinement true formula space, 8 cubic meters Dao technique. First command of the 7 kills of gods and demons talent, photographic memory. Chi affinity 100 Jiang Chen felt a surge of delight within. His realm had indeed reached the late stage of the Daoist youth. Initially unperceptive, he now sensed that it felt as if a mighty beast resided within him. He believed that with a single punch, he could reduce his former self to mere pulp. Moreover, his personal space had expanded to 8 cubic meters, an increase of a full 8-fold. Jiang Chen exclaimed, "This is far too generous. It is beyond my capacity to utilize fully." Additionally, he noticed a new option on the panel for Dao body. It appeared to be the result of the recent spiritual energy refinement. Now, his Dao body was the immaculate Dao body. No wonder he felt a difference in his body. It seemed to absorb spiritual energy at a markedly faster rate. Then, Jiang Chen took out the grass wandan. System, what is the effect of this grass wandan? Grass wandan, a third-tier elixir. Upon consumption, it enhances one's qualifications through the process of marrow cleansing. Ding. God-level choice activated. Option 1. Consume the grass wandan immediately for a negligible enhancement. Reward. Magic power increases by 5 years. Option 2. Administer it to someone in greater need. Reward. Magic power increases by 5 years. Jiang Chen was taken aback. The rewards for both options were identical. After a moment's contemplation, he made his decision. The effect of this herbal elixir is to enhance one's cultivation aptitude. I have already attained the status of a novice pure body, and even with its consumption, the improvement in my aptitude would be quite limited. However, should this elixir be bestowed upon Wakai, the enhancement would undoubtedly be substantial. Currently, Wensai's aptitude is akin to that of an ordinary person, which explains why, after a decade, he remains at the novice stage. This decision may appear to offer little benefit to myself, yet let us not forget that there was a divine choice previously presented, allowing Wenkai to break through to the Daoist realm within 3 months. The reward for that was the second decree of the 7 killings command. Given Wensai's present aptitude, it would likely be unattainable. With this elixir in hand, that reward is practically secured. The system indeed demonstrates remarkable thoughtfulness, and this reward arrives at a most opportune moment. Realizing this, Jiang Chen promptly opted for the second choice. He then began to meditate with closed eyes, practicing the supreme clarity body refinement technique. Before long, noon arrived. After a morning of rigorous practice, Wenkai and Qiuxing were nearly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Fortunately, their master had prepared a sumptuous lunch. After devouring the meal, the two regained their vitality. Once the meal was concluded, Qiuxing cast a lingering glance at Jiang Chen before bidding farewell to their master and returning to the town. He needed to assist his aunt at her shop and would come back for the evening class. Today, Uncle Jiu had also arranged to assess the feng shui of a household, intending to bring Jiang Chen along for experience. However, Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat unwell and lacking energy, politely declined. Before leaving, Uncle Jiu repeatedly instructed Wakai to keep a close watch over Jiang Chen. "Wakai, come here for a moment." After seeing their master off, Jiang Chen called out to Wakai, who was busy tidying up the dishes. "Junior brother, what is it? Is there something on your mind?" "Indeed, it's something quite delightful. Let us converse in the backyard." Following Jiang Chen to the rear courtyard, Wakai was greeted by the sight of a jade-green pill, glistening with a radiant sheen, presented by Jiang Chen's chubby little hand. Wakai gazed intently at the pill, murmuring, "Junior brother, what is this?" "This is called the grass reversion pill. It can enhance one's cultivation aptitude. I received it from an immortal I encountered previously. Would you like it?" "Immortal? What kind of immortal?" "One who can fly." "Surely that qualifies as an immortal." "Oh, indeed, that must be an immortal. But enough of this trivial talk. Do you truly wish to give this to me?" Wakai looked up in astonishment at Jiang Chen. "Yes, it is indeed for you. Tell me, do you want it?" "Of course I want it." "Then after consuming it, you must diligently practice without slacking off. Can you commit to that?" After a moment's contemplation, Wakai enthusiastically nodded. The desire to grow stronger was universal. No one wished to remain stagnant. Previously, Wakai had felt hopeless, leading him to abandon all effort. Now, with the prospect of gaining strength, his eagerness surpassed that of anyone else. Upon seeing Wakai's nod and the glimmer of longing in his eyes, Jiang Chen extended his hand and placed the grass reversion pill into Wakai's grasp. Wakai stood there, stunned, staring at the precious pill in his hand. His appreciation for Jiang Chen had soared to unprecedented heights, an orphan raised by his master since childhood. Wen Kai had always been perceived as simple-minded because of his appearance and demeanor. Even Xiuxing, who had known him for over a decade, often teased him. In truth, the only person who had ever treated him with genuine kindness was Uncle Jiu. Now, this young junior brother he had only known for 2 days was unreservedly gifting him such a valuable item. Though he was naive, he was not foolish. He understood the significance of the pill in his hand. Junior brother, this pill is so precious. Wen Kai's eyes glistened with tears as he looked at Jiang Chen, his words trailing off, unable to continue. Enough. I simply find you agreeable and mean no ill will. Even if Xiuxin were to ask, I would not part with it. You possess greater potential, which will ease my master's concerns. Quickly find a place to consume it. You should prepare some water, as I suspect you may expel considerable impurities afterward. Jiang Chen recalled reading about the processes of purifying the essence and expelling filth from the body, advising Wen Kai so as not to sully their courtyard. All right, junior brother. There's a pond behind the ancestral hall. It's secluded, and I'll go there to take it. Seeing Jiang Chen's nonchalance, Wen Kai decided not to feign reluctance any further. He thanked Jiang Chen and returned to the house to fetch a garment. Turning to pull Jiang Chen along as they dashed outside. The ancestral hall was situated at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by trees, with a pond about 30 to 40 meters in length and width behind it. The water was crystal clear, unlike anything Jiang Chen had ever seen. The water flowed down from the mountains, collecting here, while a stream trickled out from the opposite side, ensuring the pond's water remained in gentle motion. Wen Kai, is this pond the source of the water we consume daily at the ancestral hall? Yes. Why do you ask? Think about it. If you wash here, who would dare to drink the water afterward? Oh right, in my excitement, I almost forgot. Let us go downstream. There is a larger pond a few hundred meters away. Wen Kai scratched his head sheepishly and led Jiang Chen to another pond located a short distance away. Here, it could rightly be termed a reservoir. Wen Kai found a secluded spot and promptly placed the grass reversion pill into his mouth, showing no concern for Jiang Chen's presence. Moments later, a look of agony crossed Wen Kai's face. The grass rejuvenation pill enhances one's innate qualities, akin to the profound transformation of one's physique. The agony it entails is indeed unimaginable. As Wen Kai ingested the grass rejuvenation pill, a tremendous surge of energy suddenly erupted within Jiang Chen, instantaneously permeating his entire being. Before converging at the dantian, is this the essence of magic? Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. After 2 days of his master's explanations, he understood that for cultivators, the Daoist child realm involves body refinement, while the Daoist realm is about sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Upon reaching the Master of Humanity realm, one can communicate with this energy, transforming it into magical power. Only with magical power can the arts of Taoism be effectively wielded. And it is only with such power that one can truly be considered a practitioner. Currently, as a late-stage Daoist child, he already harbored 5 years' worth of magical power within him, a chasm of difference that was akin to the divide between heaven and earth. What truly thrilled Jiang Chen was the thought that now, with magical power, he could finally unleash his ghostly 7-kill command. He longed for the immediate appearance of a wandering spirit to test the might of his newfound abilities. While lost in thought, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed that something seemed amiss with Wen Kai. His face was ashen, beads of cold sweat were forming all over his body, and he exhibited signs of convulsions. This is bad, Jiang Chen exclaimed, realizing he had been remiss. Although the cleansing of tendons and marrow is indeed a remarkable endeavor, it also presents a perilous challenge. A moment's inattention could result in broken bones and even death. Typically, when juniors consume elixirs to enhance their talents, a highly skilled elder is present to safeguard them. Jiang Chen, however, was oblivious to this essential precaution. Were he to ingest the elixir himself, the assistance of the system would undoubtedly mitigate any risk. Yet, Wen Kai was different. His innate aptitude was exceptionally poor. For him, taking such an elixir was akin to facing a tribulation. Success would usher in a new realm, while failure could spell catastrophe. With no time to ponder, and with Uncle Jiu absent, Jiang Chen rushed to Wen Kai's side, grasping his hands firmly. He then summoned the magical energy from his dantian, gradually channeling it into Wen Kai's meridians. Simultaneously, he activated the Supreme Clarity Body Refinement Technique, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish Wen Kai's body. As time flowed on, 2 hours slipped by unnoticed. At that moment, Jiang Chen's body resembled a black hole, voraciously absorbing the heavenly spiritual energy while simultaneously transferring the refined magical energy into Wen Kai. Wen Kai's complexion began to normalize, and his body started expelling impurities. As Jiang Chen detected a pungent odor, he opened his eyes to observe Wen Kai's condition, exhaling deeply in relief. That was a close call. A grave mistake was narrowly avoided. Yet, perhaps this misfortune had inadvertently become a blessing for Wen Kai. With Jiang Chen's magical assistance, he was sure to experience a significant enhancement. At the very least, his body had undergone a baptism of magical energy in the Daoist child realm, increasing his affinity for spiritual energy, thereby facilitating his journey into the master realm. As dusk fell, Wen Kai's cleansing ritual reached its conclusion. A thick layer of black, mud-like substance clung to his skin, yet beneath it, a faint glow could be perceived. Had Uncle Jiu been present, he would have gasped in astonishment, recognizing this as a pure yang body. Whether it be a pure yang or pure yin body, the presence of the word pure signifies an exceptional cultivation physique. However, the pure yang body bears a significant drawback. It is particularly susceptible to attracting dark entities, such as ghosts and zombies. Given Wen Kai's current constitution, he was akin to Tang Sang's flesh for those malevolent beings. Should he evolve into a supreme yang body, he would possess the power to intimidate evil spirits. Wen Kai gradually opened his eyes, the previous scenes continuously assaulting his soul. Just as he believed he was on the brink of death, Jiang Chen had timely intervened, pulling him back from the gates of the underworld. Feeling the profound transformation within his body, Wen Kai's gratitude towards Jiang Chen had ascended to a level equivalent to that of his master. "Thank you, junior brother," Wen Kai spoke earnestly. "Brother Wen Kai, it was my oversight that nearly cost you your life. I owe you an apology instead. Nevertheless, you should wash up first. I can hardly bear to be near you," Jiang Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Wen Kai instantly discerned a nauseating odor. He swiftly made his way to the reservoir, leaping into the water. As he departed, a shadow clad in white, with disheveled hair, drifted towards the reservoir from a nearby tree. Jiang Chen squatted by the water's edge, observing Wen Kai's exuberant movements in the water. Suddenly, a chill swept past him, sending shivers down his spine. Although Jiang Chen possessed 5 years of magical prowess, he was currently blind to the presence of ghosts. "Brother Wen Kai, hurry up and wash yourself clean. I sense something amiss," Jiang Chen called out, his heart racing with unease. This world is indeed inhabited by all manner of malevolent spirits and creatures. The chill I felt moments ago was unmistakably not a natural breeze. It is likely that something unclean has manifested. Upon hearing this, Wen Kai turned around, poised to respond to Jiang Chen. In the next instant, his eyes widened in horror as he beheld a ghastly, pallid face hovering before him. The visage bore no trace of humanity. With hollow eyes that were unnaturally large and a mouth framed by disheveled, blood-red hair cascading down to her waist, clearly a hideous female specter. At that moment, the ghostly figure opened her crimson mouth wide and drew closer, inhaling in a sinister manner. It appeared she had caught a whiff of Wen Kai's fleeting vitality, and instantly, a chilling smile crept across her face. Witnessing this scene, Wen Kai felt as though his very soul might escape him. What manner of specter is this? How dare it approach the ancestral hall? This is, after all, the sacred ground of my master, Wen Kai mused inwardly. Little did he realize the extent of his allure in the eyes of the supernatural. It mattered not that he was already a mile away from the ancestral hall. Even within its confines, there existed audacious spirits willing to take risks for him. "Ah, a ghost! A ghost!" Wen Kai exclaimed, desperately swimming toward the shore. Upon hearing his cries, Jiang Chen instantly sprang to his feet, his eyes reflecting a mixture of tension and exhilaration. At last, he had encountered a ghost. And now he could test the potency of the divine Ghost 7 kill command. According to the system's description, this command, even in the hands of a novice, could effortlessly vanquish wandering souls or purple corpses once invoked. Jiang Chen had heard his master speak of this realm, where the hierarchy of spirits was as follows: wandering souls, malevolent ghosts, vengeful spirits, ghost generals, ghost kings, and ghost emperors. The classifications of corpses were purple corpses, black corpses, leaping corpses, furry corpses, flying corpses, and unmelting bones. Wandering souls could approach the living to siphon their vitality for evolution, while those with some degree of spiritual cultivation could easily handle them. However, malevolent ghosts could influence human minds and even frighten individuals to death. This requires the realm of a true master to confront it. The nature of this specter remains uncertain. Yet, judging by the state of Wen Kai, who, though filled with terror, retains a semblance of rationality, it is likely that it does not exceed the level of a malevolent spirit. Despite currently being merely at the novice stage, I have cultivated 5 years of internal energy, rendering my true strength comparable to that of a first-level human master. Confronting apparitions of lesser rank should pose little challenge. Meanwhile, Wen Kai, though swimming swiftly through the water, finds himself pursued by the female ghost, whose speed is even greater, now clinging to his back, greedily siphoning the yang energy from his body. After a strenuous effort, Wen Kai finally reaches the shore, only to feel an overwhelming chill enveloping him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Wen Kai, where is the ghost? Jiang Chen calls out anxiously. Simultaneously, he resolves that upon their return, he must urgently learn the techniques necessary to perceive these apparitions from his master. This is exceedingly inconvenient. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt akin to a blind man wielding a laser cannon, armed with a weapon of immense power yet incapable of identifying a target. Little junior brother. She is clinging to my back. When Kai sensed the chilling aura enveloping his neck, nearly brought to tears. He extended his hand in an attempt to dislodge the female ghost from his back, yet he had never mastered any sorcery, rendering his efforts futile as his hand could not reach her. He could only helplessly watch as the specter feasted upon his vitality. If this continued, it would not be long before he was drained to the point of becoming a mere husk. After painstakingly enhancing his physical constitution, he had yet to savor its benefits, only to face impending doom. When Kai lamented his unfortunate fate, feeling utterly despondent. At that moment, an exhilarating system interface materialized before Jiang Chen. Divine level choice appeared. Option 1. Disregard Wen Kai's life and promptly return to inform his master about the ghost, with a reward of the pure yang body. Option 2. Devise a means to rescue Wen Kai, rewarded with the mystical yin-yang eye. Goodness, the first option was utterly inhumane. Not only did it neglect to save a life, but it also sought to usurp Wen Kai's constitution. Jiang Chen scoffed and immediately selected option 2. Moments ago, he had wished to hasten his studies to perceive spectral entities, and now the system's reward had arrived. With this newfound ability, he would adeptly combat ghosts and demons in the future. However, he needed to save Wen Kai first to obtain it. At present, he remained blind to the unseen. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen suddenly conceived a plan. As Wen Kai struggled, he suddenly noticed little junior brother swiftly moving to his side, simultaneously forming a hand seal he had never encountered before. What was little junior brother attempting? Was he coming to his rescue? Yet, he had only arrived 2 days prior and had not learned any sorcery. The female specter was utterly incapable of seizing her prey, as it seemed that the junior brother could not even perceive her presence. How could he possibly rescue me? Brother Wen Kai stood upright and remained still. Suddenly, Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. Although Wen Kai was uncertain of Jiang Chen's intentions, he had no choice but to heed his words. Then, with a resolute gaze and hands weaving intricate gestures, Jiang Chen began to chant fervently, Supreme Celestial Star. Adaptation without cease, exorcise evil and bind spirits, Daoist energy endures, urgent as the laws command, command. Jiang Chen recited rapidly, completing the incantation of the killing break order in less than 2 seconds. As the final command left his lips, he extended his finger like a sword, pointing fiercely 30 centimeters behind Brother Wen Kai. Through the system's resonance, Jiang Chen was aware that the killing break order would unleash a beam of magical energy. As long as he maintained control, Wen Kai would remain unharmed. In the next moment, amidst Wen Sai's bewildered gaze, a dazzling light rapidly coalesced at Jiang Chen's fingertip. In a mere instant, the luminous sphere transformed into a blinding ray, hurtling towards the specter behind Wen Kai. Wen Kai heard a piercing shriek from the specter behind him, which then instantaneously disintegrated into ash, vanishing without a trace. The ray emitted by Jiang Chen's killing break order persisted for a full 5 seconds before dissipating. Along the 20-meter path of the ray, a large tree now bore a gaping hole, still emitting wisps of smoke. Wen Sai's throat bobbed as he stood frozen for more than 10 seconds, struggling to turn and behold the devastation wrought by the ray. The shock and terror within him surged to an apex. Who exactly was this junior brother? From where had he acquired such formidable skills? Was he perhaps a celestial being capable of flight? This technique is undeniably more formidable than Master S. 5 Emperor Copper Coin Sword. Had I moved even slightly earlier, I would likely be gravely injured by now. Henceforth, I must cultivate a good relationship with my junior disciple, Wen Kai thought to himself. He then turned his gaze towards Jiang Chen, who smiled faintly and said, Brother Wen Kai, take me back and remember to keep it a secret. Before collapsing directly to the ground. Junior disciple. Junior disciple. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's fall, Wen Kai was taken aback and rushed to his side, cradling him in his arms. With a sense of urgency, he reached out to check Jiang Chen's breath, relieved to find it steady. It seemed that the exertion from using his technique had left Jiang Chen unconscious. Wen Kai discarded his damp garments, which were tainted with malevolent energy, deeming them inauspicious. After changing into dry clothes, he swiftly carried Jiang Chen towards the ancestral hall. As Wen Kai settled Jiang Chen into his room and prepared to leave, he unexpectedly encountered his master, ninth uncle, entering from outside. Wen Kai, where is your junior disciple? Ninth uncle inquired immediately upon seeing him. Jiang Chen had become his treasured protege. Even during the afternoon, when he was out conducting feng shui consultations, he could think of nothing but Jiang Chen's extraordinary talent. Consequently, after finishing his prior engagements, ninth uncle had declined the warm hospitality of the main family, opting instead to stop by a local roast chicken shop to purchase a chicken before returning. Wen Kai trembled at the sight of his master. On the brink of speaking when he suddenly recalled Jiang Chen's request for confidentiality prior to his fainting. He had never lied to his master before, but now Jiang Chen's significance in his heart was on par with that of his master. Master, my junior disciple has been meditating all afternoon. He just mentioned that he was too tired and has gone to sleep. Ninth uncle frowned deeply upon hearing this and entered the room to check on Jiang Chen. Finding him with a rosy complexion and no signs of distress, he gently withdrew. Master, my junior disciple is asleep. May I have this roast chicken? Get lost. Jiang Chen's slumber lasted the entire night, only awakening with the crowing of a rooster the following morning. The events of the previous day replayed in his mind like a film. Afterward, he felt a surge of power returning within him and sat up. Goodness. The 7 kills order is indeed quite taxing. One strike had completely drained my internal energy. However, the potency of this technique is truly fearsome, as evidenced by Wen Kai's reaction yesterday. The malevolent entity behind Wen Kai must have been vanquished. This was also Jiang Chen's first time employing the technique, and his lack of experience had resulted in his energy being fully depleted. For low-level malevolent beings like yesterday's, the killing order could obliterate them in an instant without expending so much energy. As Jiang Chen heard his master's voice emanating from the courtyard, he prepared to rise. Before getting out of bed, he took a moment to examine his status panel. Name, Jiang Chen Realm. Beginner Taoist Body. Pristine Tao Body Energy. 5 years Technique. Supreme Clarity Body Refinement. True Method Space. 16 cubic meters Tao Arts. First Order of the 7 Kills. Paper Crafting Talent. Photographic Memory. Chi Affinity 100 Divine Power. Yin-Yang I Jiang Chen was astonished to discover that he had ascended to the realm of a Taoist. No wonder he felt an overwhelming sensation of power swelling within him. However, he was not overly surprised. The Taoist realm was fundamentally about body refinement, requiring the ability to sense spiritual energy. The greater the capacity to sense such energy, the higher the realm. 1 meter surrounding the body represents the early stage, 10 meters the mid-stage, and 30 meters the late stage. The Master Realm allows one to draw spiritual energy into the body, converting it into personal power. With his current physique and affinity for Qi, sensing spiritual energy within a 100-meter radius was easily achievable. Now that he possessed internal energy, an uninformed observer might mistake him for someone at the Master Realm. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen understood that this energy was granted by the system. Until he could freely manipulate spiritual energy into his body, he would not consider himself a true master. The day when that moment arrives is surely not far off. I merely require a little time to acclimate. Additionally, the reward of the clairvoyant eye, bestowed upon me for rescuing Wen Kai yesterday, has also been received. This skill was one that Jiang Chen held in high regard. Although the 7 kills command was immensely powerful yesterday, he felt a twinge of regret for not witnessing the vanquishing of any specters with his own eyes. With the yin-yang eye, the exhilaration of employing the slaughtering order would surely be unparalleled. As Jiang Chen concentrated, he instinctively grasped how to wield it. The universe is boundless. The principles of heaven and earth at my command. I open my mystical eye. The duality of yin and yang is clear, swift as the decree. I command it to awaken. In the next moment, Jiang Chen's gaze transformed into one of black and white, within which the yin-yang fish seemed to rotate gently. Suddenly, the world through his eyes underwent subtle alterations. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found nothing out of the ordinary. This is the dojo of Master Jiu, where one would never encounter the wandering spirits of the underworld. With his yin-yang eyes retracted, Jiang Chen rose and made his way to the courtyard. Master Jiu was intently observing Wen Kai's survival training, and upon seeing Jiang Chen, he immediately adopted a warm expression. Good morning, Master, Jiang Chen greeted, bowing respectfully before his mentor. Ah, Chen, how has your cultivation stabilized since yesterday? Have you experienced any discomfort? Master, I am pleased to report that my cultivation is firmly established, and I feel no discomfort, Jiang Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Master Jiu beamed with joy and, without hesitation, pulled Jiang Chen closer. Suddenly, a shift occurred in Master Jiu's gaze, and he looked at Jiang Chen with astonishment. Something is amiss. This is quite peculiar. Why is there a fluctuation of magical energy within this lad? Master Jiu quickly seized Jiang Chen's wrist, a surge of pure magical energy coursing into Jiang Chen's body. Moments later, Master Jiu sprang up from the stone bench in astonishment. You. Chen, what is the meaning of the magical energy within you? At that moment, Master Jiu found himself questioning his very existence. The surprises Jiang Chen had bestowed upon him yesterday were already overwhelming. And now he was met with an even greater shock. Master, the disciple is also unclear. After practicing the Maoshan body refinement technique yesterday, the spiritual energy that entered my body has refused to leave, residing within me instead. Can you manipulate the spiritual energy within you? Master Jiu inquired, his expression transforming into one of sheer incredulity, his eyes wide and his brows quivering in a comical manner. Jiang Chen hesitated to conceal the truth from his master. Yet observing Master Jiu's current demeanor, he feared that revealing his ability to manipulate it might induce a heart attack. After all, only those who had reached the level of a master could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into magical power and utilizing it at will. Jiang Chen had only practiced for about 2 days. If he demonstrated the abilities of a master, Master Jiu might not perceive him as a prodigy, but rather as some monstrous anomaly. Master, the disciple cannot manipulate the spiritual energy within. However, it seems to surge chaotically within me. With each tumultuous movement, my body appears to grow stronger. Upon hearing this, Master Jiu regained a semblance of composure. Thank goodness. You nearly frightened me to death. I almost thought this lad was some sort of monster. Chen, can you sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth now? Master Jiu looked at Jiang Chen with eager anticipation. At this moment, he had grown somewhat numb to Jiang Chen's innate talents. Even if he were told that Jiang Chen had already reached the realm of a Taoist, he could reluctantly accept it. Master, the disciple can sense the spiritual energy within approximately 1 meter in front of me, as if it is dancing around me. Similarly, Jiang Chen dared not reveal that he could sense the spiritual energy within a radius of 100 meters. This truly defies comprehension. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu took a deep breath. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he could not help but feel his heart race wildly at Jiang Chen's proclamation. An 8-year-old at the Daoist realm. To achieve such a breakthrough in less than 3 days of cultivation, throughout his many years of practice, he had encountered numerous individuals of exceptional talent, some of whom were lauded as once-in-a-century prodigies. Yet, even those remarkable individuals required at least a month to ascend to the Daoist realm. These so-called prodigies are unworthy even to offer guidance in the presence of Jiang Chen. At this moment, Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng have also ceased their training. Wen Kai gazes at Jiang Chen with a countenance filled with envy, admiration, and joy. His physical constitution has significantly improved, allowing him to cultivate at a pace that far surpasses his previous efforts. As long as he heeds the words of his master and junior apprentice, the attainment of the Daoist realm is merely a matter of time. Conversely, Qiu Sheng wears a grimace of frustration and disbelief. After a decade of arduous cultivation, he has only reached the mid-stage of the Daoist realm. While this newcomer has achieved it in just 3 days, the pivotal moment is approaching, as their master will formally accept disciples in 3 months, given the current circumstances. It is certain that Jiang Chen will be the first to be recognized as the elder apprentice. Consequently, he will soon find himself addressing Jiang Chen as his senior brother. How could he possibly voice it? A month has swiftly elapsed. During this period, Master Jiu had imparted the art of Maoshan Qi refinement to Jiang Chen. In an effort to avoid drawing undue attention, Jiang Chen merely feigned diligence during the morning lessons, not engaging in earnest cultivation. Nevertheless, his character panel now reflected a late-stage Taoist adept. Yet, in the presence of his master, he claimed to be approaching the mid-stage. Although he approached the morning sessions with a lackadaisical attitude, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the evening classes, diligently absorbing knowledge. Over the course of a month, he had perused the majority of the texts and tomes within the library. Each night, he listened intently as his master taught him about feng shui, talisman drawing, formation arrangements, and the utilization of magical implements. With his remarkable photographic memory, he retained all this knowledge effortlessly. During this month, Master Jiu also noticed the transformation in Wen Cai's physique. However, with Jiang Chen's exemplary progress as a benchmark, Master Jiu was only mildly astonished. In contrast, Jiang Chen was nearly despondent upon learning that Wakai had awakened the pure young constitution. It was one thing to be surpassed by Jiang Chen, a prodigy, but the thought of being outdone by Wakai, whom he had bullied for a decade, was utterly humiliating. Consequently, Jiang Chen became even more industrious. Throughout the month, aside from helping his aunt at the shop, he immersed himself in rigorous training, even losing interest in the charming ladies of the nearby Yihong Tower. His diligence bore fruit, as just a few days prior, Jiang had also reached the late stage of Taoist cultivation. Master Jiu, observing the exceptional progress of his 3 disciples, felt an immense sense of satisfaction. At this moment, Jiang Chen, Wakai, and Jiang were gathered in a room, learning to draw talismans under Master Jiu's guidance. Each disciple occupied their own table, adorned with books, yellow paper, and cinnabar. Notably, Jiang Chen's table also featured several paper figures and horses, remnants of his leisure hours spent mastering the art of paper crafting. Suddenly, a bell chimed from outside the mortuary. After a month of study, Jiang Chen immediately recognized it as the sound of the soul-summoning bell. Wakai, go open the door. Your Shu has arrived, Master Jiu instructed without lifting his gaze. The Master of Four Eyes frequently engages in the profession of corpse transport, traversing the southern and northern regions, and he passes by this place from time to time. Thus, among the generation of Uncle Jiu from Maoshan, the relationship between Uncle Jiu and the Master of Four Eyes is the most amicable. Additionally, there is another Daoist, Master Chen, who shares a close bond with both of them. Before long, Jiang Chen heard the sound of the door opening, followed by the voice of his Master of Four Eyes. Wakai, it has been a long time. You've grown taller. Master, it has only been a month since you last came to enjoy our hospitality, replied Wakai. You rascal. When did you learn to speak like that? It must be that scoundrel Jiang who has led you astray. Since Wakai underwent a transformation, he has become much more spirited and lively, shedding the foolish demeanor he once bore. After exchanging playful banter with the Master of Four Eyes, he respectfully welcomed his master into the mortuary. After assisting the master in settling a dozen clients, Wakai led him to Uncle Jiu. Upon seeing the Master of Four Eyes enter, Jiang Chen and Jiang immediately rose to their feet, forming a respectful gesture with their hands, with the right hand sword finger resting against the left wrist, paying homage to their master. Jiang, you have become even more handsome and robust. I should find time to check your health. The Master of Four Eyes, still pondering how Jiang had influenced Wakai, cast a somewhat mischievous gaze at Jiang. Jiang felt a shiver run down his spine under the Master's scrutinizing gaze. This Master of Four Eyes was notoriously unrestrained, and while he dared to tease his own master, he did not have the courage to jest with him. At that moment, Jiang was troubled, wondering when he had offended the Master of Four Eyes. The master then shifted his attention to Jiang Chen. What an astonishing sight this is. A month ago, when I departed, Jiang Chen appeared somewhat frail, resembling a delicate flower. Yet, at this moment, his lips are crimson and his teeth pearly white, his forehead full and his complexion fair and rosy, resembling a celestial youth gracing the earthly realm. Brother, is that really Jiang Chen? Si Mu inquired, uncertainty flickering in his gaze as he sought verification from Jiu. What? Can you not recognize him after merely a month? Jiu remarked, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him as he observed Si Mu's bewildered expression. Their camaraderie was well established, yet Si Mu had always taken pride in his disciple, Jia Lu, boasting of his exceptional talent in reaching the realm of a master before the age of 20, not to mention his obedience and filial piety. Often ridiculing Jiu for having 2 disciples, one akin to a simpleton and the other as cunning as a monkey, neither resembling a true practitioner of the Tao. Each time, Jiu would grit his teeth in frustration, yet he found himself powerless against Si Mu, whose virtues were overshadowed by his sharp tongue. Thus, Jiu had always felt a competitive spirit regarding their disciples. Now, witnessing Si Mu's expression, Jiu savored a sense of vindication, thinking to himself, this is merely the beginning. Soon, I shall leave you utterly astounded. Indeed, he recognized Jiang Chen, yet the transformation was astonishing. Brother, what have you fed him? Si Mu, upon receiving Jiu's response, began to scrutinize Jiang Chen closely, occasionally exclaiming in admiration, Brother, I perceive that this lad possesses extraordinary talent. Have you imparted any teachings of the Tao to him? After circling Jiang Chen a few times, Si Mu discerned an aura of vitality emanating from him, unmistakably indicating that he was a promising disciple of the Tao. What is it? Was it not you who initially hesitated to accept him? Surely, you are not now considering him favorably? Not at all. I hardly have the time to teach disciples. I am content with having one like Jiao Lo. Si Mu's glance shifted to Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng, his meaning clear. However, this lad does seem somewhat peculiar. Why do I sense that the spiritual energy surrounding him is far denser than in other places? Little Jiang Chen, has your master taught you the ways of the Tao? What realm do you currently inhabit? Returning to my master, he has already imparted the methods of cultivation to his disciple. I am now at the initial stage of the Daoist realm. Oh, achieving the status of a Daoist novice in just a month is indeed remarkable. He is a promising seed. Si Mu feigned a nonchalant demeanor, offering a compliment. I say, junior brother, your vision seems impaired. Now it appears your hearing has also failed you. Little Chun is at the initial stage of a Daoist. Jiu Shu interjected with pride. What? Si Mu exclaimed, adopting an exaggerated pose, his hips thrust forward, arms raised behind him, mouth agape, his bespectacled eyes wide as saucers. Internally, he roared. Are you jesting with me? Uncle Si Mu, your gaze is quite terrifying, Jiang Chen remarked, barely containing his laughter, while feigning a look of fear. A month to reach the initial stage of a Daoist? What a prodigy! Si Mu's heart trembled with astonishment. The pace of his cultivation has surpassed his comprehension. He had initially believed that his disciple, Jiao Lu, possessed an exceptional talent. In less than 5 years of training, he ascended to the realm of a master. Each time the Maoshan gatherings occurred, he would boast before his fellow brothers. However, it took Jiao Lu over a year to reach the status of a Taoist. This little creature, which I found alongside my senior brother, possesses an astonishingly formidable talent. At this moment, Si Mu feels a twinge of regret, pondering how he so readily relinquished it. Meanwhile, Jiu Shu is filled with a sense of triumph, contemplating whether he should reveal to Si Mu that Jiang Chen has ascended to the Daoist realm in merely 3 days. After a considerable time, Si Mu finally regains his composure, yet his gaze towards Jiang Chen grows increasingly fervent. Such a promising disciple has been relinquished to my senior brother. The more I contemplate, the more it pains my heart. If Jiang Chen were my apprentice, how much prestige I would gain at the Maoshan gathering. Senior brother, I see you are quite busy with your... How about I take little Jiang Chen back for a few days of care? The intentions of the 4 eyes were straightforward. As long as he could lure this young lad away, charming a mere child would be a simple endeavor. Do not flatter yourself. My own disciple requires no assistance from you. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu quickly discerned the nefarious intentions of this fellow and promptly interjected to halt the discussion. Disappointment flickered across 4 eyes' face, but with a crafty glint in his eyes, he approached Uncle Jiu with a playful demeanor. Then how about this, senior brother? Let Jiang Chen be considered our joint disciple. After all, it was we who discovered him together, wasn't he it? At this moment, 4 eyes exhibited an audacity unparalleled. Having conveniently forgotten his previous disdain for Jiang Chen as a burden, which he had openly rejected. You are utterly shameless, attempting to usurp my disciple. I advise you to abandon this futile pursuit. Uncle Jiu nearly burst into laughter, realizing today he had witnessed the depths of his junior brother's shamelessness. Seeing Uncle Jiu's serious expression, 4 eyes understood that an outright snatch would be impossible. Just as he pondered what devious scheme to employ, his eye caught sight of several paper figures and horses laid out on the table beside Jiang Chen. Instantly, his eyes lit up. He stepped forward, picking up one of the vividly crafted paper horses. Little Jiang Chen, did you create this? Indeed, Uncle Master. After studying the paper crafting technique you bestowed upon me, I made this. What do you think? Jiang Chen, oblivious to 4 eyes' ulterior motives, answered honestly. Good, very good. Ha ha. 4 eyes exclaimed, his laughter echoing with delight. He then tossed the paper horse into the air, swiftly forming hand seals while reciting, Yin and Yang, boundless and unending, all things originate from the same source. Grant me your soul and spirit to serve my command, Taishang Laojun, heed this urgent decree. In an instant, 4 eyes conjured profound golden symbols in his hand. The very next moment, he pointed, and the golden symbols swiftly entered the body of the paper horse suspended in the air. At once, the paper horse ignited with flames, and from the blaze emerged a vivid white steed, full of life. The white horse landed gracefully, rearing its head and neighing, seemingly awaiting 4 eyes' command. This scene left Wen Saiqiu utterly astonished. How remarkable is this sorcery, capable of conjuring life from thin air. Xiao Jiangchen, do you see? The paper horse you crafted has come to life. On the surface, Si Mu maintained his composure, yet his heart was once again shaken. In just a month, this young man has managed to master the art of paper crafting to such an extraordinary degree. The most crucial aspect of this paper crafting technique lies in the act of crafting itself. The subsequent methods of bestowing a soul may appear esoteric, yet they are merely fixed incantations, akin to the infusion of magical energy. If the initial crafting step is not executed properly, no amount of magical endowment will suffice to bring it to fruition. My disciple, Jiala, has been studying for several years, and even now, he can succeed only once in 10 attempts. This young man has achieved success in merely a month, which is truly astonishing. The more I ponder over it, the more I feel at a loss. Forma laments, wishing he could give himself a slap for not recognizing such an exceptional heir to the teachings. Master Uncle, will this little horse always remain? Jiang Chen inquired, perplexed. That is certainly not feasible, Formu replied. The duration for which the paper-crafted item exists is contingent upon the amount of magical power bestowed upon it. The more power infused, the longer it endures. But it cannot exceed 1 hour. Upon finishing his explanation, Formu waved his hand, and the little white horse instantly transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, dissipating within the room, leaving only a pile of ashes from the burning paper horse on the floor. Jiang Chen observed this enchanting spectacle and nodded in acknowledgement. Such reasoning is indeed valid. If this phenomenon were to persist indefinitely, it would be utterly extraordinary. Nevertheless, it suffices for now, as riding my little steed allows me to cover considerable distances within the span of an hour. Moreover, within the realm of paper folding techniques, there exists an extensive array of over 100 distinct methods. These encompass weapons, animals, humans, and even birds. If I were to craft a magnificent bird, could I not ascend into the heavens? When time permits, I must endeavor to try. While I may not yet master the art of sword flight, attempting to ride a bird would be a splendid alternative. At this moment, Si Mu raised his head defiantly and strode towards Uncle Jiu with an imposing demeanor. Brother, did you see? Little Jiang Chen has learned my paper folding technique. He is my apprentice. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu's brows furrowed in agitation, as he found himself far less adept at managing vexation than Si Mu. Brother, I am not vying for your apprentice. I have imparted genuine skills as well. And in the future, little Jiang Chen must refer to me as master. You have taught him nothing. It is solely due to little Chen's innate brilliance that he has mastered it on his own. I care not for your claims. In the face of Si Mu's assertions, Uncle Jiu huffed disdainfully and returned to his talismans. Alas, Jiang Chen had yet to formally acknowledge a master, and Si Mu had indeed bestowed some instruction upon him. So calling him master was not entirely unreasonable. Seeing Uncle Jiu retreat in defeat, Si Mu could hardly contain his elation. Approaching Jiang Chen, he eagerly exclaimed, "Come, little Jiang Chen. Call me master and let us hear it." Jiang Chen glanced at his irate mentor, seemingly indifferent to any objections. "Si Mu master," he declared, "I will address you as master. But I cannot prepend your name. My heart recognizes but one true master." Jiang Chen pouted defiantly. Hearing this, Uncle Jiu felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and his gaze towards Jiang Chen softened with increasing affection. Indeed, his care had not been in vain. Jiang Chen had not forgotten his roots for the sake of fleeting gains. Very well, he acquiesced. Si Mu was momentarily taken aback, but he grew to cherish Jiang Chen's steadfast character even more. For those who pursue the path of cultivation, wavering resolve is the gravest of taboos. This young lad, despite his tender age, is truly remarkable for upholding his principles. Consequently, a deeper sense of regret welled up within Si Mu. Very well, henceforth you shall call me Master Si Mu. At least it grants me the honor of the title. Si Mu let out a resigned yet bittersweet smile. Obedient disciple, here, take this. Your calling me master shall not be in vain. With that, Si Mu retrieved a small, seemingly obsidian sword from the cloth bag tied around his waist. A century-old thunderstruck peach wood sword, exclaimed Jusu in astonishment. This is a treasure of the four-eyed, renowned for their exceptional skills in forging. This small sword was meticulously crafted from a century-old peach wood struck by lightning, which he discovered on the cliffs of the ancestral shrine of Maoshan. Upon its surface, a total of 49 intricate runes have been engraved. This sword serves to ward off evil and quell malevolence, possessing formidable power. Farais has always kept it close at hand, and to his astonishment, he willingly presented it to Jiang Chen. In that moment, a profound sense of crisis surged within Uncle Jiu. That damned Four Eyes still covets my disciple relentlessly. Early the next morning, Master Jiu set up an incense altar before the portrait of their founding ancestor. Four Eyes' actions from the previous day had deeply unsettled him. To prevent any mishaps, he couldn't wait another moment to formally accept Jiang Chen as his disciple. It had to be done today. Dressed solemnly in his Taoist robes, Master Jiu appeared particularly dignified. He summoned Wen Kai, Qiu Xing, and Jiang Chen early in the morning. Senior brother, what's all this about so early? Rubbing his eyes, Four Eyes wandered in from outside. His curiosity piqued by the elaborate setup. Accepting disciples, Master Jiu replied calmly, sitting upright with an air of authority. Four Eyes froze momentarily before understanding his senior brother's intent. Inwardly sighing in regret, when Kai and Qiusheng exchanged surprised glances. Didn't Master say he'd formally accept us as disciples in 3 months? Why the sudden change? When Kai muttered under his breath, "Are you truly that dense? Do you think this is for you? Can't you see it's for Jiang Chen? Don't you remember how Four Eyes tried to snatch him last night?" Qiusheng nudged Wen Kai with his elbow. Over the past month, Wen Kai's hostility toward Jiang Chen had nearly vanished. Even his envy had dissipated. There was simply no helping it. Jiang Chen's prowess was too overwhelming. Not long ago, Qiusheng had attempted to guide Jiang Chen in training, only to be swiftly overpowered in under 10 seconds, left sprawled on the ground. From that moment, Qiusheng realized that with Jiang Chen's innate talent, he would never catch up in this lifetime. Faced with someone so far beyond his reach, envy became meaningless. All resentment and jealousy melted away. Though the thought of addressing Jiang Chen as senior brother still felt awkward, upon reflection, having such a prodigious senior brother within their master's lineage was, in fact, a blessing. Today, Jiang Chen wore the indigo Taoist robes Master Jiu had prepared for him. Combined with the ethereal aura of his flawless Daoist physique, he resembled an otherworldly celestial youth. Commenced the ceremony. Master Jiu's voice boomed. He raised his ritual sword, flicked a talisman from the altar, and chanted incantations as the blade traced an arcane pattern in the air. By decree, with the final command, the talisman ignited, and a glowing Bagua symbol materialized midair before rapidly expanding and merging into the portrait of their founding ancestor. In the next instant, the ancestor in the portrait seemed to awaken, his piercing gaze sweeping over the room. Four Eyes reacted first, dropping to his knees and exclaiming, "The ancestor has manifested. Kneel." Master Jiu's thunderous voice jolted the 3 disciples from their daze, and they immediately prostrated themselves. The intricate rites of the disciple acceptance ceremony followed, lasting nearly half an hour before concluding. As expected, Master Jiu, brimming with pride, officially accepted Jiang Chen as his first disciple, his chief disciple. Qiusheng followed. With Wen Kai last. None of the 3 objected to this arrangement. Hearing the trio address him respectfully as master, Master Jiu's face blossomed with joy. Though they had called him that before, now that the bond was formalized, it carried a different weight. Most importantly, with Jiang Chen securely under his tutelage, the weight in Master Jiu's heart finally lifted. Now, no one can take it away. After the ceremony concluded, Wen Kai joyfully approached Jiang Chen and respectfully addressed him as master brother. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly find it quite incongruous. However, those present felt that Jiang Chen's position as the elder brother was indeed well-deserved. Observing the behavior of Wen Kai, Qiusheng hesitated for a moment before slowly approaching Jiang Chen, seemingly struggling to find the right words. Yet, after a brief contemplation, he appeared to have made up his mind. "Elder brother," he stammered. Ding. At that instant, the voice of the system echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Divine-level choice activated. Option 1. Reject Qiusheng's goodwill and tell him, "You are unworthy." Reward. Qiusheng's resentment increases by 100. Option 2. Accept Qiusheng's goodwill and say to him, "Junior brother, by following your elder brother, I guarantee you 9 meals a day for 3 days. Reward. Dao technique. Palm thunder." Jiang Chen glanced at the 2 choices presented by the system, then looked at the bashful Qiusheng. He slowly extended his hand to support Qiusheng and spoke, "Junior brother, rest assured, from now on, we shall be close as blood brothers. If anyone bullies you, do not hesitate to tell your elder brother. By following me, I assure you 9 meals a day for 3 days." Jiang Chen uttered these rather melodramatic words with a suppressed sense of distaste. Qiusheng's nature was not inherently bad. He merely exhibited a somewhat impulsive and mischievous demeanor, often leading him to create trouble for Uncle Jiu. With Jiang Chen's presence, he believed he could prevent certain unfortunate events from unfolding. Since they were now considered brothers, clinging to past grievances would only invite Uncle Jiu's displeasure. Moreover, Qiusheng possessed considerable talent, and if channeled towards the right path, he could undoubtedly become a significant asset to their master in due time. With the Zhongyuan festival just 2 months away, it remained uncertain whether Shijian would again stand in opposition to their master. Although Wen Kai was keeping a watchful eye on Qiusheng, significantly reducing the likelihood of further mishaps, one could never predict unforeseen circumstances. After all, the world's corrective forces remained remarkably potent. Thus, Jiang Chen deemed it essential to elevate Qiusheng's ability swiftly, forging his combat prowess. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, smiles blossomed on the faces of those gathered. If such words were uttered by an adult, they might be perceived as somewhat arrogant or presumptuous. Yet, when they came from the lips of the 8-year-old Jiang Chen, the crowd found him irresistibly charming and erupted into laughter. Even Qiusheng could not help but join in the mirth. Just as Jiang Chen finished his remark, a reward from the system materialized in his mind. He quietly attuned himself to it, and as his thoughts flowed, it seemed as though a current of energy was gently coalescing in the palm of his hand. With a subtle grip, Jiang Chen discreetly dispersed the arc of electricity he had gathered, unnoticed by anyone. Before long, noon arrived. Qiusheng had departed early to tend to the shop in town. Wen Kai had prepared a lavish lunch. While Uncle Jiu and Si Mu raised their cups in hearty revelry, a knock resounded at the door of the ancestral hall. Who could be visiting at this hour? Wen Kai, go see who it is. All right, Wen Kai replied, setting down his chopsticks and making his way to the entrance. In a short while, he returned, ushering in a man dressed as a servant. Daoist Lin, I am a servant from the Rin family in town. My master has sent me to deliver an invitation to you. It turned out to be Lord Rin. Uncle Jiu wondered what the matter could be. My master invites you to join him for morning tea in town tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu surmised it must pertain to the Rin family's relocation of graves. A month prior, Rin Fa had consulted him about it, indicating he needed time to deliberate. Little did he expect that a month would pass in such contemplation. Very well. Please convey to your master that I shall certainly attend tomorrow morning. The servant then presented the invitation before taking his leave. Master, is Lord Rin the wealthiest man in Rinjia town? Wen Kai inquired curiously as he sat down, glancing at the invitation in his master's hand. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, observing the departing figure, wore a pensive expression on his youthful face. Rin Fa invites us for morning tea. Isn't this reminiscent of a scene from Mr. Vampire? In the film, Uncle Jiu had taken Wen Kai to accept Rin Fa's invitation to partake in Western tea, leading to a series of amusing escapades. Is the plot about to commence? I did not anticipate that the affairs of the Rin family would unfold just before the Zhongyuan festival. This is indeed fortuitous. For with the experience of the venerable Rin family elder, I shall have greater confidence in assisting my master against Shijian. Sometimes, humans can be far more terrifying than ghosts. Xiaoqin, would you like to accompany your master to the town for a day of fun? Uncle Jiu casually set aside the invitation, his eyes twinkling as they turned toward Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen's cherubic face, glistening with the grease from a roasted chicken, appeared irresistibly adorable. Uncle Jiu felt an instantaneous purification of his heart, which had been tainted by malevolent spirits. Master, I wish to go too. Wen Kai, upon hearing the announcement of the trip to the town, eagerly beseeched. But what shall we do at the ancestral hall? Your Uncle Si Mu is leaving tonight. You must stay to guard the place. Wen Kai's enthusiasm waned, his head drooping in disappointment. Master, please take Wen Kai along. Otherwise, I shall perish of boredom. Jiang Chen, observing Wen Kai's gloomy demeanor, interjected on his behalf. While his master was indeed fond of him, his strict demeanor and lack of humor would render any solo outing rather dull. Thus, it would be far more entertaining with Wen Kai in tow. Very well, Wen Kai. You may join us tomorrow. Uncle Jiu acquiesced without hesitation upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. Si Mu, witnessing this exchange, nearly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Uncle Jiu furrowed his brow. I find it amusing that you have not merely taken on a disciple. It appears as though you have adopted an ancestor instead. Si Mu chuckled heartily, clutching his stomach. Mind your own business. I am now Xiao Chen's official master. You are merely a nominal one. Then I too am Master Xiao Jiang Chen's master. Si Mu retorted playfully. You are but a nominal one. The meal passed amidst the playful banter between Uncle Jiu and Si Mu. That evening, after the late lessons concluded, Uncle Jiu had just departed with Si Mu when Jiang Chen noticed Qiusheng sneaking out. Recalling the plot of Mr. Zombie, which had begun with Qiusheng donning a zombie disguise to frighten Wen Kai, Jiang Chen surmised that Qiusheng was likely preparing for a similar performance. Indeed, Qiusheng had not changed. He simply relished in his antics. If you wish to play, then let us engage in this game. And we shall see if you dare to frighten others again, Jiang Chen thought, stealthily following him. He soon witnessed Qiusheng surreptitiously making his way to the mortuary. Once assured the coast was clear, he selected one of Si Mu's clients and carefully moved it to a corner. With great caution, he stripped the zombie of its ceremonial garb and donned it himself. After completing the transformation, Qiusheng practiced the zombie's movements, and with his ghastly makeup, he appeared quite convincing. Subsequently, he excitedly found an empty coffin and climbed inside, awaiting Wen Kai's arrival. Jiang Chen stifled a chuckle. Qiusheng, Today my senior brother shall teach you a lesson in reciprocity. He then retrieved 6 paper figures from his space. Over the course of a month, he had accumulated a substantial collection of paper figures and horses, along with numerous commonly used talismans taught by his master. Observing that no one was around, Jiang Chen swiftly performed a hand gesture while reciting an incantation. Yin and yang are boundless. All things share the same origin. Grant me your souls from my command. Taishang Laojun, I summon you urgently. In an instant, intricate runes appeared at his fingertips, and the next moment, the runes entered the 6 paper figures. Suddenly, the paper figures ignited in flames, and 6 burly men emerged from the fire, growing larger and more solid with each step. The 6 men, expressionless, stood before Jiang Chen, awaiting his command. Go, transport that coffin to the mass grave 5 miles north, Jiang Chen directed with a pointed finger. The paper figures obeyed, turning to approach the coffin where Qiu Sheng was hidden. Upon reaching the coffin, they took their positions and, with a collective effort, lifted it effortlessly. Remarkably, Qiu Sheng remained utterly oblivious. Watching Qiu Sheng being carried away, Jiang Chen smiled softly. Qiu Sheng, do not blame your senior brother for being merciless. A quarter of an hour later, when Kai completed his cleanup in the classroom and approached from the back courtyard. Brother, what are you doing here? Why haven't you returned to rest? When Kai inquired curiously, noticing Jiang Chen pacing outside the mortuary. I couldn't sleep, so I stepped out for a stroll. Oh, by the way, where's brother Qiu Sheng? I haven't seen him return, when Kai remarked, glancing around. Typically, after each late lesson, Qiu Sheng would engage in playful antics before departing, yet today, he had vanished immediately after class. He was just about to dress as a zombie to scare you. Jiang Chen revealed, not withholding the truth about Qiu Sheng's original plan. When Kai gasped, momentarily stunned, before accepting that Qiu Sheng was indeed capable of such mischief. But where is he now? Well, this fellow enjoys playing tricks, so I took him to a place filled with ghosts. Today, let him encounter some real spirits, Jiang Chen said, his charming face brimming with mirth. However, when Kai's heart sank at this revelation, indeed, those with great power possess uniquely cunning methods. Compared to Jiang Chen, Qiu Sheng seemed like a mere child. Second brother, may you find solace in your fate, when Kai mused. Where are our masters? Jiang Chen inquired next. Master and Uncle Si Mu are in the room dealing with some ghost money. Come, when Kai, let your brother take you to see a spectacle. With a mysterious air, Jiang Chen led Wen Kai outside. Upon reaching the ancestral hall, Jiang Chen conjured 2 small paper horses with a flick of his hand. After performing an incantation, 2 white horses materialized before them. Wen Kai's eyes widened in awe at Jiang Chen's display of power. How frighteningly impressive your abilities are, brother, he thought, recalling how Uncle Si Mu had performed similar sorcery just the day before. Jiang Chen pointed, and the small horse knelt, allowing him to mount. With a gentle squeeze of his legs, the horse galloped forth, and Wen Kai quickly mounted the other horse to follow suit. After a brief ride of about 10 minutes, the duo arrived at the mass grave. This area was a dense forest, where a significant clearing had been made, revealing dozens of graves of varying sizes scattered haphazardly across the space. Under the waning moon, a chilling breeze swept through, lending an eerie atmosphere that sent shivers down their spines. Dismounting, the horses immediately turned to ash and vanished. Brother, how is there a coffin here? Wen Kai trembled as he approached Jiang Chen, pointing toward a coffin eerily positioned in the midst of the graveyard. Your dear second brother lies within. Let him frighten others. Today he shall meet the true spirits, Jiang Chen declared, producing several yellow talismans. Is that a soul-summoning talisman? Wen Kai exclaimed, recognizing the symbols in Jiang Chen's hands. A few days ago, the master had just taught them to paint. Indeed, the wandering souls linger. Where do they find existence? By the riverbanks, in graveyards and forests, they are haunted by fear, their true spirits lost. I humbly beseech the road deity, hasten to assist in the search. Let the young one guide the souls to rest. Upon completing the incantation, a wisp of blue flame suddenly erupted from one end of the talisman in Jiang Chen's hand. He then cast it forth, and the talisman drifted gently ahead. Moments later, a chilling wind arose from the chaotic burial ground, and 10 or more ethereal figures gradually materialized. Wen Kai, possessing a pure young constitution, gasped and fried at the sight of the apparitions, only to quickly cover his mouth, fearing he would attract their attention. Jiang Chen had already affixed a calming talisman to Wen Kai, ensuring that these spirits would not be drawn to him. In the depths of a coffin within the chaotic burial ground, Qiu Sheng pondered quietly. Why hasn't Wen Kai come to offer incense yet? How long has it been? After a few more minutes, Qiuxing's patience waned. How tedious. He had initially intended to play a prank on that foolish junior. But now he thought better of it and decided to head home. Tomorrow, there would be no early class, and he could enjoy a good night's sleep. With that, Qiuxing reached out, sliding the coffin lid aside. The moment the lid moved, he was taken aback. Why is it so dark? Has the candle already been blown out? It usually stays lit all night. Filled with uncertainty, Qiuxing slowly sat up, peeking out. In an instant, a chilling sensation enveloped his upper body. By the faint moonlight, Qiuxing was horrified to find himself in a chaotic burial ground. The surrounding winds howled ominously. What is happening? How did I end up here? What on earth transpired? Is this an illusion? Trembling, Qiuxing crawled out of the coffin. At that moment, the wandering souls surrounding the coffin, upon noticing Qiuxing, drifted toward him. As they approached, their ghostly forms became apparent. Qiuxing, shivering as he surveyed his surroundings, was startled by the sudden appearance of the spirits, causing him to fall backward onto the ground, flailing his limbs in a panic. Ah, a ghost. Help. Who is playing with me? I was wrong. Please, spare me. Qiuxing's retreating body was blocked by the coffin, while the spirits continued to close in. All he wished for was to hide back inside the coffin. However, his trembling legs were no longer obeying him. In the distance, Jiang Chen clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he could hardly breathe. Qiuxing loved to scare others. Yet he had not anticipated that his own courage would be so feeble. These are merely the most rudimentary of wandering spirits. After all, Qiuxing has attained a late-stage mastery as a Taoist. Dealing with a few wandering spirits should be but a trivial task for him. This fellow actually surrendered outright. Senior brother, should we go rescue Qiuxing? Upon witnessing the terrified state of Qiuxing, Wentai felt a pang of compassion and pleaded for mercy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Although Qiuxing has recently become more diligent, his inherent nature remains unchanged. If he cannot transform his timid and obstinate disposition, he will inevitably continue to be a burden. Now that I have officially become the chief disciple of my master, it is my duty to discipline these two inept disciples on his behalf. Humph, look at him in such a pitiful state. And he dares to call himself a practitioner of the Tao. A few wandering spirits have frightened him to this extent. How can he expect to accompany our master in vanquishing demons and driving away evil? Moreover, have you forgotten how he ended up here? If I hadn't intervened, it would be you on the ground, crying for help. Wenkai, having a compassionate heart is commendable, but one must also discern right from wrong. Today, it is imperative that this fellow learns a valuable lesson. Wencai's face flushed at Jiang Chen's words, and he looked at him in astonishment. How could the eldest senior brother, so young, express such mature thoughts? The tone he exhibited was strikingly similar to that of his master. Truly, extraordinary individuals possess extraordinary traits. Subsequently, he ceased to mention the matter of rescuing Qiuxing. Qiuxing, by the coffin's edge, continually pleaded for mercy. At this moment, the surrounding wandering souls had gathered around his body. Some of these spirits had already positioned themselves before Qiuxing, commencing their greedy consumption of his yang energy. Qiuxing felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him. Realizing that his struggles were futile, he let out a desperate scream, flailing his arms wildly. Rising to his feet, he attempted to flee with all his might. Jiang Chen, observing Qiuxing's actions, let out a silent sigh. He then revealed himself, blocking Qiuxing's escape route. As Qiuxing approached, Jiang Chen stepped forward and kicked him back. Upon receiving the blow, Qiuxing, inexplicably, found a degree of calmness settling over him. He looked up, bewildered, at Jiang Chen, pondering how this situation had come to be and why Jiang Chen and Wenkai were present here. Senior brother, how did you end up here? There are ghosts over there. Qiuxing initially expressed confusion, but as he recalled the spirits behind him, terror crept back onto his face. Look at your pathetic state. Have the skills your master taught you been utterly wasted? A few wandering souls have frightened you into such a state, and your talismans are merely for show? Jiang Chen scolded him sternly. Due to Qiuxing's nightly travels, Jioshu had equipped him with several talismans designed to ward off unclean entities. Who would have thought that when faced with real danger, he would entirely forget about their existence? Prompted by Jiang Chen's reminder, Qiuxing quickly retrieved the yellow talisman from his waist, and the fear on his face began to dissipate. It was not solely because of the talisman, more importantly. He felt a sense of reliance with Jiang Chen and Wenkai present. Quickly deal with those wandering souls. Upon hearing this, Qiuxing immediately stood up, channeling his energy into a spell. Qiuxing, who already possessed commendable skills, swiftly subdued the spirits within a short span of time, once his fear had been alleviated. Afterward, Jiang Chen produced a jar and captured the wandering souls within it, intending to have his master perform a unified exorcism once they returned. Senior brother, how did you come to be here? Once Qiusheng had subdued the spirits, he approached Jiang Chen somewhat sheepishly. Acutely aware that Jiang Chen and Wen Kai had likely witnessed his earlier disgraceful display, his face flushed with embarrassment, he felt a deep sense of humiliation. Of course. I came to see how you would scare others as a ghost, only to be frightened by ghosts yourself, Jiang Chen teased, observing Qiusheng's demeanor. Ah, senior brother. You knew all along. So, does that mean I was brought here by you? Qiusheng suddenly realized that the only ones capable of stealthily transporting him here were undoubtedly his master, Si Mu, and this surprisingly youthful, extraordinarily capable senior brother before him. Indeed. It was I who orchestrated this. Since you find joy in teasing Wen Kai, I thought it only fair for you to experience being the one teased today. I admit my fault. I shall never dare to do so again. Qiusheng could only resign himself to his misfortune, realizing he was no match for this little anomaly. This fellow has grown remarkably fast. Just half a month ago, I was repeatedly pressed to the ground by him. Half a month has passed once more. Who can fathom the extent of his growth now? Just as the means that brought him here, he cannot comprehend how Jiang Chen accomplished it. No matter how hard he thinks, it is time to leave. He must return before his master discovers his absence. Subsequently, Jiang Chen produced several paper figures along with 2 paper horses. In the astonished gaze of Qiusheng, he manifested them. At Jiang Chen's command, the paper figures approached the coffin and lifted it, hastening towards the mortuary. Jiang Chen and Wen Kai mounted their horses. You run back on your own, Jiang Chen remarked to Qiusheng before galloping towards the mortuary. Only after Jiang Chen's figure vanished did Qiusheng regain his senses. Astonished that Jiang Chen had already attained such capabilities, is this individual still considered human? The art of paper effigy crafting was once taught to him, and Wen Kai by Master Si Mu when he was in a good mood. However, the two of them could never quite grasp its essence. Having only recently arrived, Jiang Chen effortlessly accomplished this feat moreover. Is it not a prerequisite of possessing magical prowess to animate paper figures and horses? Could it be that the senior brother has attained the realm of a human master? At this moment, a profound sense of helplessness welled up within Qiusheng. In the next instant, a chilling wind swept through. Qiusheng shivered, glancing back at the forsaken graveyard, and immediately turned to sprint towards Jiang Chen. Senior brother, wait for me. I was wrong. Grant me a horse, please. On the following day, Jiu arose early, meticulously grooming himself. His hair was styled with precision, and he donned a fresh ensemble, clad in a light yellow long robe, complemented by a brown short jacket. He held a lengthy smoking pipe in hand, exuding an air reminiscent of a feudal lord. Jiang Chen, in contrast, wore a white long robe, cinched at the waist with a silken belt, presenting an ethereal and otherworldly demeanor, far removed from that of an ordinary child. Wen Kai also sought to impress, adorning himself in a vibrant green shirt, layered with a jacket akin to that of his master. The trio made their way into town, with Jiu holding Jiang Chen's small hand, while Wen Kai trailed closely behind. The surroundings here are distinctly different from those near the ancestral hall. Towering walls encircle the area, while neat rows of multi-story red brick buildings line the streets. Upon the arrival of Master Jiu, the vendors on both sides of the road greeted him with enthusiasm. Master Lin, you are dressed so splendidly today. Are you here to enjoy the town? We have caught some fresh fish today and saved a couple for you. Be sure to take them home with you. Master Lin, is this your new disciple? He truly is quite handsome. Oh, this child clearly possesses the qualities of a cultivator, as if he is imbued with a celestial aura. Indeed, this is my new disciple, named Jiang Chen. I kindly ask for everyone's guidance in the future. What you say is quite the opposite. We are the ones who should be grateful to you. Master Jiu has been in Rinjiao town for over a decade, resolving numerous strange and supernatural troubles for the residents. Consequently, the townsfolk hold him in great esteem. Master Jiu graciously responded to each greeting. It was Jiang Chen's first visit to the town since his arrival in this world, and he was instantly captivated by the unique ambience of this extraordinary era. This is an era of cultural fusion. On the streets, there are pedestrians clad in long gowns, elegant kipayos, casual shirts and trousers, as well as tailored suits, all exuding a distinct ambience reminiscent of the Republic of China. Master, may I beg of you not to accompany me to meet Lord Rin? As they approached the designated tea house, Wen Kai, trailing behind Uncle Jiang Chen, suddenly felt a wave of unease. What is the matter? Do you harbor a grudge against Lord Rin? Noticing Wen Kai's timid demeanor, Uncle Jiu inquired with a hint of curiosity. The scholar, who seldom ventured into the town, appeared quite afraid of Master Rin. No, Master. I do not even know what Master Rin looks like. How could I possibly harbor any animosity towards him? I have never tasted Western tea before, and I fear I might embarrass myself, he expressed, his voice tinged with distress. Turning to the scholar, Master Jiu regarded him earnestly. It is commendable that you consider my reputation. Since you are apprehensive about making a fool of yourself, it would be best if you do not attend. The scholar felt a pang of regret upon realizing that his master truly forbade him from going. After all, it was Western tea. He had often heard Qiuxing speak of it, yet he had never had the pleasure of tasting it himself. His previous words were merely a precaution, a means to shield himself from the possibility of embarrassment, hoping his master would not hold it against him should he falter. Little did he expect that Master Jiu would genuinely prevent him from attending. He stood rooted to the spot, torn between advancing and retreating, helplessly watching as his master led Jiang Chen onward. However, as Master Jiu took a few steps forward, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. He, too, had never experienced Western tea. What if he were to find himself in an awkward situation? If his cherished disciple, Jiang Chen, witnessed him in a compromising state? His esteemed image as a master would undoubtedly suffer. No, he needed a shield to protect himself. With this in mind, Master Jiu raised his head, not turning back, but instead calling out loudly, "Wakai." Upon hearing his master summon him, the scholar, who had been standing like a bewildered goose, immediately sprang into action. Joyously bounding back to Master Jiu's side, Jiang Chen observed the scene unfold, feeling a peculiar sense of wonder. This scene is strikingly reminiscent of a moment from a film, the only distinction being the presence of an additional self beside Uncle Jiu. Is this the corrective force of the world? Regardless of the impact one's arrival may have, the grand trajectory inevitably returns to its original course. What follows is the amusing episode of Master and Wenkai enjoying coffee. Simultaneously, the heiress Rintingting of the Rin family will make her entrance. Jiang Chen is quite curious if Rintingting will resemble the characters from the film. After walking a while, Jiu Shu halted in front of a tea house. The welcoming attendant promptly opened the door, gesturing for them to enter. As they stepped inside, a staff member clad in a suit approached them. Observing Jiu Shu in Wencai's attire, he momentarily could not discern whether they were there for dim sum. "May I ask if you have a reservation?" Jiu Shu was taken aback. It was his first visit to such an establishment, and he hadn't anticipated the necessity of a prior booking for tea. Wenkai, fearing embarrassment, stood by, unsure of what to say. Noticing the impending disdain in the server's eyes, Jiang Chen raised his head and exclaimed, "My master is a distinguished guest invited by Ren Fa. Did he not reserve a table for us?" Upon hearing this, the server's demeanor transformed instantly into utmost respect. "Oh, I see you are esteemed guest of Lord Ren. Please, follow me." The server immediately bowed and led the way. Jiu Shu cast a grateful glance at Jiang Chen, realizing that had it not been for the boy's quick wit, he might have found himself in an awkward predicament. The group swiftly ascended to the second floor. There, at a table, sat a lavishly dressed man, Ren Fa, the wealthiest individual in Ren Town, who had been waiting for quite some time. As soon as he spotted Jiu Shu's figure at the staircase, Ren Fa rose to his feet and greeted him courteously. "Hello, Jiu Shu. I am glad you have arrived. This way, please." Hearing his master's voice, Jiang Chen and Wenkai both offered their greetings in turn. "And who might this be?" Ren Fa inquired, aware that Jiu Shu had two disciples, though he had never seen them. He had heard they were both around 20 years of age and was perplexed because Jiu Shu had never mentioned having offspring. At this moment, Jiu Shu, with a tender demeanor, held the hand of a child resembling a porcelain doll. "Oh, this is my newly accepted disciple, Jiang Chen." "Oh, so Jiu Shu has taken on a promising apprentice. Congratulations!" Ren Fa exclaimed, his gaze lingering on Jiang Chen. Approaching 50 years of age, he had amassed a considerable fortune. Yet his family was dwindling. Despite having married several concubines, he had no heirs. His late wife had left him with only a daughter. Now, gazing at the exquisitely delicate Jiang Chen, he felt an overwhelming fondness. "Lord Ren, I heard your daughter returned from the provincial capital. Why did you not bring her along?" Jiu Shu inquired after settling in. "That girl studied makeup in the provincial capital and has been busy teaching others since her return. No need to bother with her," Ren Fa replied, diverting his gaze back to Jiu Shu. Meanwhile, Wenkai supported his chin with his hand, inwardly mocking Ren Fa's unimpressive appearance. "You look like a steamed bun. Your daughter must not be much to behold either." Just then, Ren Fa waved towards the staircase. "My daughter is here." Wenkai casually glanced over his shoulder before turning back. But in the next moment, he seemed invigorated, quickly twisting his head to fixate on the newcomer. Jiang Chen followed suit, turning to see a young girl approaching. Clad in a pink western dress and wearing a small hat, her skin radiant and fair. "This is my daughter, Tingting." "Tingting, greet Jiu Shu." "Hello, Jiu Shu." Rin Tingting chirped cheerfully. "It has been quite some time. You've grown so much," Jiu Shu remarked, admiringly surveying Rin Tingting. At that moment, the crowd suddenly heard a murmured utterance. "How magnificent it is!" Then they observed Wen Kai, much like Zhu Beiji, fixating his gaze intently on Rin Tingting. Uncle Joe's face instantaneously flushed crimson, wishing fervently to slap Wen Kai away. This is truly embarrassing. To gaze directly at someone's cleavage in front of their father is utterly disgraceful. What a disarray this is. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiang Chen stomped on Wen Kai's foot. With a yelp of pain, Wen Kai regained his senses. Seeing the gazes of those around him, he immediately buried his head in the table, overwhelmed with embarrassment. "Master Rin, I apologize for the indiscretion of this wayward disciple. Please do not hold it against him." Uncle Jiu expressed his contrition to Rin Fa. No worries, Uncle Jiu. Please do not take it to heart," Rin Fa replied, seemingly aware of his daughter's formidable influence, and did not truly reprimand Wen Kai. Rin Tingting shot an unhappy glance at Wen Kai before moving to sit beside Jiang Chen. From the moment she arrived, her attention had been captivated by Jiang Chen's charming appearance. Being a girl, she naturally gravitated towards adorable things. Now seated next to Jiang Chen, her gaze was further ensnared by his ethereal aura. "Little brother, what is your name?" Rin Tingting could not help but inquire. "The young boy is so adorably charming. If only I could apply some makeup on him, he would surely appear even more delightful." Jiang Chen gazed at this enchanting figure, Rin Tingting, from the myriad realms, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Her appearance was simply flawless. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features exquisite, and her figure striking. Coupled with a distinct aura that contrasted sharply with those around her, it was no wonder she garnered the admiration of travelers. Nor that Wen Kai lost his composure at first sight. However, it was evident that this young lady was not to his liking. His aspiration was to eventually marry a celestial being. No matter how beautiful Rin Tingting appeared, she remained merely a mortal woman. Moreover, judging by Wen Kai's demeanor, he seemed utterly captivated. It would be a delightful endeavor to find an opportunity to bring the two together. "I am Jiang Chen," he politely replied. "Jiang Chen, what a melodious name. May I call you little brother from now on?" "I've always wished for a brother," Rin Tingting said. Her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Jiang Chen. He cast his eyes downward, rolling them in exasperation. Although his body was merely 8 years old, his mental age approached 40. Being pursued by a young girl calling him brother felt quite awkward. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Divine choice activated. Option 1. Agree to be Rin Tingting's little brother, thus securing the support of a wealthy sister, ensuring a life free from want, with rewards of a pair of ornamental walnuts and an exquisite cricket. Option 2. Proudly declare that he is the master's eldest disciple and cannot be her little brother, with a reward of an increase in magical power for 5 years. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. There was no room for hesitation. He decisively chose to embrace the wealthy sister's support. No, that was incorrect. He had picked up the wrong script. He resolutely opted for the second choice. No matter how enticing the wealthy sister might be, could her allure surpass that of enhanced magical prowess? With his head held high, Jiang Chen declared boldly, "I refuse. I am the master's foremost disciple, destined to be the eldest brother. How could I be your little brother?" Instantly, he felt the energy vortex in his dantian double in intensity. Had he not exerted considerable restraint, it might have provoked a surge of spiritual energy at that moment. The subtle transformation within Jiang Chen did not escape the keen observation of Uncle Jiu. This fellow seems to have grown even stronger, truly remarkable. At this moment, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, not only Rin Tingting, but even Rin Fa was taken aback. This young child is, astonishingly, the eldest disciple of Master Jiu. Wasn't he just recently accepted as a student? How has he already attained the title of senior brother? Rin Fa cast an inquisitive glance towards Master Jiu. Indeed. What Xiao Chen said is true, Master Jiu replied with a proud smile. Upon receiving Master Jiu's affirmation, Rin Fa's astonishment only intensified. He was well aware of Master Jiu's character, meticulous and principled. He would never engage in actions that defy reason. At such a tender age, Jiang Chen has been accepted as the foremost disciple by the revered ninth uncle, undoubtedly indicating his exceptional qualities. However, matters pertaining to the cultivation of immortality are not ones I wish to pry into. I make a mental note to engage more with Jiang Chen whenever possible. Nurturing a good rapport with him from childhood will surely prove beneficial to the Rin family in the future. Indeed, this disciple is remarkable. exuding an aura of celestial grace. My sincerest congratulations to ninth uncle. Waiter, please take our orders, Ren Fa said, offering his heartfelt felicitations before calling over the server. Would you like to drink? The waiter inquired politely. I'll have a cup of coffee, Ren Fa replied casually, revealing his familiarity with the beverage. I would like a cup of latte, Ren Tingting chimed in sweetly, lifting her head momentarily before her gaze returned to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, would you like to drink? The milk tea here is delightful. Would you care for a cup? Despite Jiang Chen's evident discomfort at her calling him brother, she unabashedly continued. Sure, I'll have 2 cups of milk tea, one for me and one for Master, Jiang Chen decided, opting to order for his minor to avoid any potential embarrassment akin to a scene from a film. As for Wen Kai, his curiosity about everything related to Ren Tingting was piqued, prompting him to order a latte as well, oblivious to what it actually entailed. Soon, the waiter returned with their selections. Meanwhile, Ren Fa was called away by another server, who mentioned that a certain Huang Baiwan was looking for him. Jiang Chen raised his milk tea to his lips, savoring the rich, creamy flavor that enveloped his palate, marveling at the exquisite taste. At that moment, Wen Kai looked awkwardly at the 2 cups before him, one white and one black, uncertain how to proceed. Ren Tingting found his expression amusing and, recalling his earlier indiscreet gaze, decided to tease him. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Ren Tingting picked up the dark, aromatic coffee and took a hefty sip. For one accustomed to coffee, its bitterness was a delight. Wen Kai, eager to emulate her, followed suit and nearly choked on the bitter brew, struggling to swallow it down as his facial features contorted in reaction. Ren Tingting, amused by Wen Kai's predicament, stifled a laugh, and upon observing him further, found him less disagreeable than before. A certain indescribable charm seemed to emanate from him, evoking a warm sensation within her whenever she was near him. Unbeknownst to her, this allure stemmed from Wen Kai's possession of a pure young body, which naturally attracted the opposite sex. Before long, Ren Fa returned. Ninth uncle, I have made a decision regarding my father's relocation, he announced. Master Ren, it is customary to avoid disturbing ancestral graves unless absolutely necessary. It is best to keep them undisturbed, the ninth uncle advised. Oh, ninth uncle, please do not insist. I have deliberated on this matter thoroughly, Ren Fa replied, having contemplated the decision for nearly a month before ultimately resolving to exhume his father and find a new resting place. The words of that feng shui master from years past played a decisive role in this matter. Father, may I go out for a stroll? It feels so stifling here. As Ren Tingting listened to Ren Fa's conversation with Uncle Jiu, she felt a wave of boredom wash over her. Sure. It would be perfect for you to take Jiang Chen to the town. There are many delightful places to explore. Upon hearing his daughter's suggestion, Ren Fa's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having his daughter take the initiative would undoubtedly endear Jiang Chen to him even more. Upon hearing this, Ren Tingting sprang to her feet, joyfully pulling Jiang Chen up and heading straight for the door. Just as Wen Kai was about to rise, he caught a glimpse of his master's disapproving gaze and promptly sat back down in frustration. Jiang Chen was led out of the tea house by Ren Tingting. Jiang Chen, would you like to accompany me to the roof shop? At that moment, Ren Tingting was eager to spruce Jiang Chen up. As they walked through the bustling streets, Jiang Chen felt Ren Tingting's small hand firmly clasping his. The soft touch sent a ripple of emotions through him. However, in the next moment, Jiang Chen realized that Ren Tingting was indeed leading him towards a rouge shop. He immediately withdrew his hand from hers. How absurd. Although he had never visited that shop, he was well aware of the narrative surrounding it. How could he not know that it was run by Aunt Qiushin? Wasn't the Yihong building right across the street? At that moment, Qiushin was surely inside the shop. Had he not shown up, Qiushin would likely have been discussing the intricacies of her profession with Ren Tingting, a conversation he had reprimanded Qiushin about just the day before. If Qiushin were to discover that Ren Tingting had brought him along to purchase cosmetics for her own adornment, where would his dignity as the elder brother be placed? What is the matter, brother Jiang Chen? Nothing much. Let us explore other places. I have no desire to wear makeup. Brother Jiang Chen, my skills are quite remarkable. I assure you that I can paint your face more beautifully than a traditional New Year painting. What do you say? Ren Tingting fluttered her bright eyes, tempting Jiang Chen. Not particularly, responded Jiang Chen, whose resolute heart remained untouched by her allure. Oh, please agree for your sister's sake. I'll buy you some candied fruits, she pleaded. I don't want any, Jiang Chen retorted. Upon witnessing his unwavering refusal, Ren Tingting's expression morphed into one of frustration. Her teeth clenched. In all her years, she had never encountered someone more obstinate than herself, such a child. In the next moment, she gazed at Jiang Chen, who had turned away, and a cunning smile crept across her face. She promptly crouched before him and, without warning, lifted him into her arms. Jiang Chen felt as though his face had been violently assaulted by two mountainous forms, nearly succumbing to a concussion. The girl harbored intentions of coercive advances. Jiang Chen quickly discerned Rintingting's motives, yet the previous encounter had indeed left him momentarily dazed. Reluctantly, he resorted to his trump card. "Miss Rin, I am a practitioner of the Tao. Please lend me your ear." Rintingting gazed at Jiang Chen's face, mere inches away, with a smile, eagerly awaiting his next words. The little one was now in his embrace. He wondered how she would oppose him further. "Miss Rin, I perceive a sinister aura between your brows, which may portend grave misfortune." As he spoke, Jiang Chen could not help but cast his eyes downward, and suddenly felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss. Hastily averting his gaze. "Ah, is that true? How can someone so young grasp such concepts?" Initially, Rintingting's expression was one of disbelief. However, recalling Jiang Chen's earlier words at the tea house, she pondered that being recognized as the eldest disciple by Uncle Jiu at such a tender age must imply he possessed some extraordinary abilities. Yet, what did he mean by foretelling misfortune? Was he merely attempting to frighten her? A practitioner of the Tao speaks not in vain. The malevolent energy emanating from your brow is alarming. Should you fail to take precautions, it could threaten your life, or that of your loved ones, Jiang Chen stated earnestly. He was not trying to scare Rintingting. Rather, based on the narrative he had observed, after the old Master Rin broke free from his coffin, he sought out the Rin residence and immediately bit Rin Fa to death. For reasons unknown, the old Master Rin did not proceed to attack anyone else, likely having absorbed Rin Fa's essence and retreated to evolve. Now that he found himself in this predicament, and considering the Rin father-daughter duo had treated him kindly, it would be prudent to alert them to potential dangers. What should we do? Rintingting, still a young woman on the cusp of adulthood, felt a surge of panic upon witnessing Jiang Chen's serious demeanor, her voice tinged with a quiver of distress. Jiang Chen's body trembled slightly, causing Rintingting's grip to loosen instinctively, and he soon found himself gently landing on the ground. "Given your kindness towards me, I shall prepare some items for your future needs," Jiang Chen said mysteriously, with his hands clasped behind his back. "What must be done?" Rintingting, having felt Jiang Chen's extraordinary power moments ago, was astonished by his remarkable abilities at such a young age. Instinctively, she found herself believing nearly 70% of what he said. "Is there a funeral parlor in town? Take me to procure some items." A funeral parlor? What is its purpose? Having been sheltered her entire life, Rintingting had no exposure to such matters, and upon hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry, she displayed a look of utter bewilderment. Jiang Chen shook his head in exasperation, then proceeded onward. As he passed the roof shop, he indeed spotted Qiu Sheng lost in thought behind the counter, quickly shielding his face with his hand and hastening away. After some inquiries, he eventually located a funeral parlor nestled in a corner on the western edge of the town. It is a modest storefront, facing south and oriented northward. However, upon entering, Jiang Chen discovered a remarkable variety of items for sale: yellow paper, floral wreaths, coffins, burial garments, and even glutinous rice, along with crudely crafted peachwood swords. "Miss Rin, do you have any money on you?" Jiang Chen inquired, turning back. He himself had no money. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to spend a single coin. And naturally, his Uncle Jiu had not considered providing him with pocket money. I do. Let me take a look," Rintingting replied, opening her small handbag to reveal 20 silver dollars. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel at her background. After all, she was indeed the daughter of a wealthy family, carrying 20 silver dollars with her. He recalled hearing from Wakai and Qiusheng that in this era, $1 silver could purchase approximately 50 pounds of rice, while the average person earned merely a dozen silver dollars a month. The sum of 20 silver dollars is perhaps merely a day's pocket money for Rintingting. Indeed, she is a wealthy lady. Jiang Chen unceremoniously accepted the silver coins handed to him by Rintingting. After all, he was saving their lives. Such a trifling amount was insignificant. "Boss, please prepare a ream of top-quality yellow paper, a ream of top-quality white paper, 30 pounds of vermilion, 10 pounds of black ink, and 50 pounds of glutinous rice, to be delivered to Rin Mansion." Upon hearing that a significant customer had arrived, the shopkeeper greeted him with a broad smile. When all was calculated, the extensive list of items amounted to precisely 20 silver dollars. Upon learning that the delivery was destined for Rin Mansion, the shopkeeper graciously included an additional 10 pounds of glutinous rice. "What do you intend to do with all this?" Rintingting could no longer contain her curiosity as they walked back to Rin Mansion. She was still pondering Jiang Chen's earlier words. Seeing him purchase such a multitude of items piqued her interest. Could these items truly help her navigate her predicament? "Oh, these? Our mortuary supplies are nearly depleted. So I thought I would purchase some to replenish them. Ah? Rintingting's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, he was buying these items for his own use. What would become of her ominous signs? Then why bring them to my house? Of course, it is to save your lives. Soon, Jiang Chen, under Rintingting's guidance, arrived at Rin Mansion. It is quite easy to identify the most opulent structure in the town, which happens to be the Rin residence. Even more grandiose than the town hall itself. Upon entering the estate, Jiang Chen instructed the young servant from the funeral parlor to unload the items in Rintingting's chamber. Jiang Chen then picked up the yellow paper and meticulously cut it into 5 pieces, each the size of a talisman. He pondered that, according to the unfolding narrative, in a few days, the late Master Rin would undergo a transformation and arrive here to take the life of Rin Fa. The Rin family, being a household of immense wealth, has secured the future of their ancestral hall by saving Rin Fa. However, it is impractical for Jiang Chen to remain at the Rin residence to oversee matters constantly. Thus, he devised a plan to prepare protective talismans for Rin Fa and Rintingting, according to the teachings in his master's tome, by employing certain esoteric methods. Even an ordinary individual devoid of any spiritual prowess could utilize these talismans. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Chen picked up an inkstone from his desk and poured in a quantity of vermilion powder. Miss Rin, I regret that you must endure a bit of discomfort, he remarked. What kind of discomfort? Rintingting inquired, her expression betraying her anxiety. Jiang Chen approached her, guiding her to the desk, and took her hand in his. Before she could fully comprehend his intent, he gently sliced her fingertip with his nail. Instantly, a drop of vivid crimson blood welled up from her fingertip. Jiang Chen drew her hand towards the inkstone, allowing several drops of her blood to mix with the vermilion. Ah! It was only at that moment that Rintingting felt the sting of pain, letting out a startled cry. Subsequently, Jiang Chen delicately brushed his finger over the tiny wound on her fingertip, simultaneously channeling a modicum of his spiritual energy. To her astonishment, Rintingting felt a warm sensation coursing through her finger, and she was amazed to discover that the wound had miraculously healed, leaving no trace behind. Shocked, she lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. What a miraculous method this is! At this moment, she had completely placed her trust in Jiang Chen's words, firmly believing that he could assist her in resolving the crisis. With Rintingting's blood in hand, Jiang Chen mixed it thoroughly with the vermilion. Subsequently, he extended his hand and retrieved a wolf hair brush bestowed upon him by Uncle Jiu from the depths of space. This scene was naturally observed by Rintingting. This astonishing feat left her utterly amazed and immensely curious about what Jiang Chen intended to accomplish. With a calm incantation echoing in his mind, Jiang Chen expelled all distractions from his thoughts. As a brilliant light flickered in his eyes, his hands began to move. The wolf hair brush dipped in a special pigment danced across the yellow paper like a swimming dragon, flowing with grace and fluidity. Had a practitioner been present, they would have been astonished to observe that a flickering arc of electricity was shimmering on the brush. The entire process of inscribing the talisman proceeded without the slightest hesitation, as if Jiang Chen had executed this act countless times before. In truth, he had only engaged in talisman drawing for a mere fortnight. The talisman he was currently inscribing was known as the Gathering Thunder Talisman. Only those who practiced thunder-based techniques or possessed a thunder attribute physique could create it. Uncle Jiu had studied the Thunderbolt Fist, thus he was capable of drawing this talisman. With the system's reward of Palm Thunder, Jiang Chen found the task exceedingly simple. In less than 3 minutes, he had drawn 10 Gathering Thunder talismans, and the vermilion mixed with Rintingting's blood had vanished without a trace. Jiang Chen set aside his brush, picking up the talismans to offer them to Rintingting. What is this? Rintingting exclaimed in astonishment as she received the talismans, having witnessed the entire process of Jiang Chen's talisman drawing. To her shock, she realized that despite not having blinked, completely fixated on his actions, the details of how he had drawn the talisman had slipped from her mind. She could not even recall where the first stroke had been placed. This is the Gathering Thunder Talisman, crafted using your blood as pigment. Thus, even if you have not practiced, you can activate it. Moreover, those with a similar bloodline can also utilize it. Keep this talisman close. If you find yourself in danger, simply bite your finger to draw blood, activate the talisman, and then throw it. Jiang Chen instructed earnestly. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. My father can use this too, right? Rintingting recalled Jiang Chen's words, remembering that her closest kin could also be in peril. Currently, her only immediate family, apart from an uncle she had never met, was her father. Absolutely. You should consider giving several to your father. In my opinion, he is in far greater danger than you are. Really? Will these be enough? I want to give them all to my father. Rest assured, These talismans are sufficient for both you and your father to navigate this crisis. Although the power of the talismans Jiang Chen had drawn was not enough to vanquish old Master Ren, it would undoubtedly suffice to drive him away. All right. You may leave now. I have expended quite a bit of energy and need to recuperate, so please do not disturb me. Jiang Chen had nearly depleted half of his internal mana, demonstrating the immense energy required to craft the Gathering Thunder Talisman. Upon hearing this, Rintinting obediently exited, dispersing the surrounding servants. She then gently seated herself in a pavilion not far from her room. Once she had departed, Jiang Chen settled into his chair, beginning to circulate the Maoshan Qi cultivation technique to replenish his expended mana. The Maoshan Qi refining technique was imparted to him by the esteemed ninth uncle. And throughout the entire Maoshan sect, this profound practice is diligently cultivated by all practitioners. This technique may not be exceedingly profound, yet it excels in its accessibility. Coupled with Jiang Chen's unique physique and affinity for Qi, his cultivation progresses at a rate surpassing that of ordinary practitioners by more than tenfold. In a mere half hour, the magical energy within Jiang Chen has completely replenished, and he perceives a sensation akin to a shackle being shattered within him, as if his magical potency has significantly intensified. Character Panel. Jiang Chen concludes his practice and summons his character panel. Name: Jiang Chen Realm. First layer of Human Master Body. Immaculate Dao Body Magical Power. 15 years Technique. Supreme Clarity Body Refinement True Formula. Minor Achievement. Maoshan Qi Training Formula. Minor Achievement. Space. 128 cubic units Dao Arts. First Command of the 7 Kills of Gods and Demons. Paper Crafting Technique. Perfection. Palm Thunder. Perfection. Innate Talent. Photographic Memory. Qi Affinity 100 Divine Powers. Yin Yang I Indeed. Upon Jiang Chen's inspection, he confirms that his realm has indeed ascended. At this moment, he has officially entered the first layer of Human Master, becoming the youngest Human Master in the annals of Maoshan. Furthermore, his magical power has directly increased by 5 years. No wonder he felt a swelling sensation in his dantian earlier. Additionally, the Supreme Clarity Body Refinement True Formula has also reached a minor achievement. At this instant, Jiang Chen feels as if he could transform his body into something as unyielding as stone at any moment. Such a tremendous enhancement fills his small frame with an overwhelming sensation. Outside, Rintinting sits in the pavilion, lost in thought. The brief 2 hours of this morning have filled her with an extraordinary sense of excitement. Even now, she feels as if she is still dreaming, her lovely face flushed with exhilaration. This intriguing and enigmatic Jiang Chen possesses an abundance of remarkable qualities. How is it possible for him to be so distinct in so many ways? Cousin, I had thought you were out, but it appears you were at home. Just then, a voice, tinged with a certain lewdness, echoed from outside the courtyard. The volume was such that it could surely be heard throughout the entire Ren residence. Upon hearing it, Rintinting felt a sense of foreboding. Jiang Chen had just requested not to be disturbed. That insufferable cousin, why has he arrived at such a time? Rintinting cast a glance towards the spot where Jiang Chen was situated, and then hurriedly dashed out of the courtyard, swiftly covering the mouth of the person speaking at the entrance. The newcomer was none other than her cousin, Renaway, the captain of the security team in Rinjia town. Clad in a crisp security uniform and donning knee-high leather boots, with a holstered pistol slung at his waist, he emanated an air of authority, albeit one tinged with an unsettling lewdness. What are you doing, cousin? Renaway exclaimed as he found Rintingding pressing her hand over his mouth. The softness of her delicate hand sent his mind racing, almost causing him to lose his composure. If not for the fear of her disdain, he would have relished the temptation to lick her exquisite hand. A mere touch would suffice. After all, since she had matured, he had yet to hold her hand. However, before he could reach out, Rintingding realized her actions were inappropriate, quickly retracting her hand and stepping back. Renaway silently lamented the lost opportunity. Do keep your voice down. I have a guest. If you disturb him, he will hold me accountable. Jiang Chen was there to dispel the ominous portent that had befallen her. If her cousin's antics displeased him, and he retracted the talisman, what would become of her and her father's safety? Who is it? Is it a man or a woman? Upon hearing that his cousin had a guest, Renaway became immediately anxious. With her beauty, any man would be captivated. If her guest were male, he would be a rival. Oh dear, keep your voice down. He is resting now. You mustn't disturb him. Resting? In your room? And you expect me not to disturb him? Upon hearing Rintingding's words, Renaway felt a wave of jealousy wash over him. The absence of immediate clarification regarding the guest's gender only confirmed his suspicions that the occupant of the room must indeed be male. This is indeed my cousin's quaint courtyard. And that room is her private chamber, a sanctuary I have yet to step into myself. How could this fellow possibly be resting inside? What could necessitate such a respite? Moreover, what is the cause of my cousin's flushed visage? It appears she has been preempted by another. In this Renjia town, who is unaware of my affection for her. To think that someone would dare to encroach upon my territory, has this individual lost their senses? It is utterly reckless. Runaway, increasingly agitated, drew his gun, ready to storm inside. Cousin, what do you intend to do? Rintingting exclaimed in alarm, swiftly spreading her arms to block the entrance. Cousin, step aside. I am going in to deal with the scoundrel who dares to bully you. Runaway brandished his firearm, adopting a menacing stance. Cousin, have you lost your mind? What are you saying? Who has bullied me? Just then, amidst their scuffle, a cold snort emanated suddenly from within the room in the courtyard. The sound, though seemingly distant, reverberated in Runaway's ears as if someone were shouting directly beside her. In an instant, she felt a sudden heaviness in her chest, causing her to stagger backward uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Rintingting appeared oblivious to the commotion, gazing at her cousin with a look of perplexity, unsure of the reason behind his peculiar behavior. In the room, Jiang Chen was engulfed in a surge of vital energy, overwhelmed by an urge to release it. Suddenly, he was disturbed by the raucous shouting outside, akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig, which only heightened his agitation. With a cold huff, he directed a subtle surge of his mystical power toward the source of the commotion. Fortunately, he had only harnessed a fraction of his power. Had he exerted more, Runaway would likely have fainted on the spot. The disparity between cultivators and ordinary mortals was stark. At that moment, Jiang Chen had attained the status of a teacher, officially stepping into the realm of cultivation, and thus began his gradual separation from the mundane world. After reciting the calming incantation several times, he finally restored tranquility to his turbulent energy. He gathered all the items he had procured from the funeral supplies store into his spatial realm, which now boasted an impressive capacity of 128 cubic meters, far more than he could ever utilize. Once satisfied that nothing was left behind, Jiang Chen opened the door and stepped outside. Navigating through the courtyard, he arrived at the entrance, where he found Rintingting standing by the gate, while not far away. Runaway was gasping for breath. Upon seeing his face, Jiang Chen immediately recognized him, Runaway, the comedic element from the zombie world. This individual cannot truly be considered malevolent. For the safety of the populace, he dares to lead a relentless search for zombies across the mountains. Yet, if one were to argue against his virtue, he exhibits a certain arrogance, not merely arrogant but also quite despicable. He even dares to confront Master Jiu, perhaps because Master Jiu, preferring not to lower himself to the level of mere mortals, refrains from revealing the full extent of his formidable powers in their presence. Otherwise, with Master Jiu's cultivation at the 6th level of the Earth Master realm, a mere raised voice could easily obliterate this pretentious scoundrel. It is likely that his relatively brief period of cultivation has hindered him from attaining the same profound state of mind as his master. If this fellow provokes me, I shall not hesitate to deliver a few sharp slaps to his ears. Jiang Chen, why have you come out? Did our quarrel disturb you? Rintingting, noticing Jiang Chen's emergence, approached with a hint of nervousness, fearing that he might be displeased due to their commotion. It's nothing. I have rested adequately. I suspect Master has concluded his discussions. I shall seek him out to prevent any unnecessary worry on his part, Jiang Chen replied. Do remember to keep what I gave you close at hand. It won't hurt to share some with your father, but do retain a portion for yourself. After saying this, he turned to leave, much to Rintingting's reluctant gaze. Wait, cough. Hold on a moment. At this juncture, Runaway finally managed to catch his breath. Seeing Jiang Chen emerge from the courtyard, a weight lifted from his heart. It turned out to be just a young lad. As long as he wasn't here to vie for his cousin's attention, all was well. However, he found himself puzzled by the voice he had heard earlier. It was strikingly similar to the tone Jiang Chen used while speaking with his cousin. Was it possible that this boy had played a trick on him? He felt compelled to clarify the matter. What do you want? Jiang Chen turned back, eyeing Runaway with curiosity. Who are you? Were you the one who ambushed me just now? As he spoke, Runaway discreetly disengaged the safety on his handgun, aiming it at Jiang Chen just in case. Jiang Chen, with perceptive eyes, immediately discerned Runaway's subtle movements. His eyes narrowed, and in a flash, he closed the distance of several meters. One hand seized the gun from Runaway while the other swiftly jabbed a finger into his abdomen. Due to their height difference, Jiang Chen was unable to reach Runaway's head at that moment. A spark of electricity crackled from his fingertip, causing Runaway's body to convulse uncontrollably. Within seconds, he collapsed to the ground, twitching sporadically. There's no need to brandish a broken gun at others. You might injure yourself, Jiang Chen said with a smile before walking out of the Ren residence. As he arrived at the familiar tea house, he spotted his master, Wen Kai, alongside Ren Fei, stepping out. The three soon noticed Jiang Chen's presence as well. Xiao Chen, why are you alone? Uncle Jiu queried, a hint of concern in his voice. Miss Round has gone home. I returned alone to find you. Rest assured, master, with my skills, I won't easily get lost out here. Jiang Chen understood that Uncle Jiu was worried about him being outside alone. He felt warmth in his heart. It seemed his master still viewed him as a typical child, concerned for his safety in the outside world. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu's furrowed brow relaxed. Uncle Jiu, it is settled then. 3 days hence, we shall move my father's coffin to its new resting place, Ren Fei said as he approached, bowing to Uncle Jiu. Yes, I will be there on time in 3 days. Is there anything specific I should prepare? Ren Fei inquired again. Of course, be sure to gather the necessary silver. Wen Kai interjected, having grown weary of their lengthy conversation inside the tea house. Ren Fei paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Naturally, I shall ensure to properly thank Uncle Jiu for his efforts. Uncle Jiu shot Wen Kai a disapproving glare. Mind your tongue. At that moment, when the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, Jiang Chen turned to Ren Fei and spoke, Old Master Ren, when you return, do remember to keep close the items Miss Ren entrusted to you. At these words, all eyes in the room turned towards Jiang Chen. Oh, what might that be, young Master Jiang? Ren Wei asked, amused by the mature tone of the young boy. You'll find out when you return, Old Master Ren. Very well then, let us reconvene in 3 days. Young Master Jiang, do feel free to visit my home and play with your sister Dingting whenever you have the chance, Ren Wei said without pressing further, offering farewells before departing. Brother, what were you discussing with Old Master Ren? Once Ren Fei had left, Wen Kai could no longer contain his curiosity and leaned closer to Jiang Chen. Nothing much. I merely drew a few talismans for Miss Ren. Talismans? Why would you draw talismans for her? Is something amiss? Upon hearing that Jiang Chen had drawn talismans for Ren Tingting, Wen Kai was taken aback. He was acutely aware of Jiang Chen's abilities, even more so than their master. If Jiang Chen had taken the effort to draw talismans for her, it was evident that something concerning must have transpired. Wen Kai, why are you so anxious? Are you particularly concerned about Miss Ren? Jiang Chen crossed his arms with a knowing smile, making Wen Kai feel a bit uneasy. Not at all. Senior brother. Please don't tease me. I'm simply curious. If you fancy a girl, just admit it. We are practitioners of the Zhengyi sect. Seeking a partner is not forbidden, is it? Right, master? These are the insights that Jiang Chen gleaned from his master's scriptures. In this realm, practitioners of the Tao are divided into 2 sects, the Zhengyi school, led by Mao Shan and Long Hushan, and the Qiuanjin school, with the Qiuanjin sect at its helm. The doctrines of these 2 schools differ significantly. The Qiuanjin practitioners are ascetic monks, sporting beards and dressed in Daoist robes, engaging in solitary cultivation. In contrast, the Zhengyi practitioners, colloquially referred to as secular or fire-residing Daoists, may don ordinary clothing, forgo facial hair, adopt conventional hairstyles, partake in meat and fish, and even marry and have children. Is it truly permissible, master? Wen Kai exclaimed, utterly astonished. He had never heard his master speak of such matters before. Having grown up under the tutelage of his master, he always believed that one on the path of Tao must remain celibate. The revelation from Jiang Chen shattered Wen Cai's preconceived notions. Uncle Jiu, noticing Wen Cai's fiery gaze, cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, I refrained from discussing these matters in the past, fearing it might hinder your cultivation, given your ordinary aptitude. Should you waver in your resolve, it would be quite challenging to achieve any significant progress. However, your constitution has improved, and your cultivation speed has markedly increased. Once you attain the status of a teacher, I shall no longer concern myself with your affairs of the heart, Uncle Jiu stated earnestly. Wen Cai's heart soared at these words, and the enchanting visage of Ren Tingting suddenly flashed in his mind, igniting a fervor within him. Master, senior brother, let us return swiftly. I am eager to practice diligently. Jiang Chen couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Wen Cai's eagerness. His intention in saying this was to provide a motivation for Wen Kai, encouraging him to reach the rank of Daoist practitioner sooner, thus enabling him to obtain the 2nd decree of the Divine Ghost 7 kills, the Finghua decree. The Wind-Fire command is not merely a form of Daoist technique but also a means of remote attack. With its own inherent power, it elevates one's capabilities to a whole new echelon. Unexpectedly, the master was exceedingly cooperative, igniting Wen Kai's enthusiasm. Observing Wen Kai's eager demeanor, Jiao Shu shook his head and gestured for Jiang Chen to follow. Meanwhile, Ren Fei returned to the Ren residence, pondering Jiang Chen's earlier words. His curiosity piqued regarding this precocious child and the essence of his statements. Subsequently, he made his way to the courtyard where his daughter resided. Upon entering, Ren-Fei was astonished to see several servants lifting a person from the ground outside his daughter's courtyard. Was that not Awei? What had happened to him? Recognizing Ren-Awei at a glance, Ren-Fei noted his disheveled state, his body convulsing and hair standing on end. "Father, you're back," Ren-Tingting exclaimed with joy upon seeing her father. Cousin seems to have offended Jiang Chen and was defeated by him. It was Jiang Chen. Ren-Fei looked at his daughter in disbelief, as if trying to ascertain whether she was jesting. Although Jiang Chen exuded an extraordinary aura, he was still merely an 8 or 9-year-old child. How could he possibly bring down Ren-Awei, a robust adult? Although Awei is somewhat arrogant in his daily demeanor, as the captain of the town security team, he possesses considerable skills, making him a formidable opponent for most. Furthermore, I have just witnessed Jiang Chen firsthand. Without a single mark of injury upon him, his attire impeccably in place. This suggests that Awei may not even possess the capability to retaliate against Jiang Chen. This is simply unfathomable. Tingting, did you witness Jiang Chen vanquishing Awei with your own eyes? Indeed, father, it appears as though Jiang Chen possesses magical abilities. He discharged electricity from his hands and incapacitated our cousin in an instant. At that moment, Ren-Tingting exhibited no semblance of concern for her cousin. Rather, she spoke of Jiang Chen's triumph with an expression of sheer excitement. Conversely, Ren-Fei was filled with unwavering certainty that Jiang Chen would undoubtedly become an extraordinary individual in the future. The Ren family must cultivate a relationship with Jiang Chen. Tingting, in your spare time, make an effort to associate with Jiang Chen more frequently. By the way, I heard Jiang Chen mention that you have something for me. What is it? Sensing that Jiang Chen may exceed his initial expectations, Ren-Fei grew increasingly curious about the item he had mentioned. Ah, yes, father, please wait a moment. I shall retrieve it for you. With that, Ren-Tingting dashed into the courtyard, where those talismans remained on the stone table in the pavilion. 3 days later, atop a grand mountain several kilometers from Renjia town, Jiang Chen followed his master to the summit. Here lies the place that was agreed upon with Ren-Fei. Jiang Chen surveyed the surroundings, which mirrored the scenes from a film almost perfectly, with towering mountains stretching endlessly in all directions. In the vast expanse atop the mountain, a solitary tomb stood proudly at the center. Jiang Chen's gaze, sharp and unwavering, fixated on the imposing tomb ahead, a secret known only to him at this moment. Beneath this tomb lies a mysterious entity, and this figure is the target I must confront next. I ponder whether my involvement will render the formidable old master Ren any less terrifying than in my previous life. For a zombie to evolve swiftly, the most expedient method is to absorb the essence of its kin. Thankfully, with the lightning talismans I provided, Ren-Fei and Ren-Tingting should encounter minimal peril. However, the aura surrounding old Master Ren is steeped in enigma, suggesting that matters may not unfold as simply as anticipated. Wenkai, Jiuxing, prepare the altar, commanded Jiushu. Glancing at the time, following his orders, Wenkai and Jiuxing directed a few laborers to set up a yellow cloth table adorned with a bagua design before the tomb. Subsequently, they draped a red cloth over the table and arranged incense burners, candlesticks, and various offerings. As the altar was being prepared, Ren-Fei and Ren-Tingting arrived, carried by 2 bearers, accompanied by Ren-Ah. Upon disembarking, they approached Jiushu with utmost respect. Ren-Tingting, radiating joy, made her way to the trio of Jiang Chen and his brothers, dressed in a modest ensemble that eschewed the flamboyance of previous days. She exuded a grace unique to Eastern women. Wenkai was captivated, finding her current appearance far more appealing than before. Meanwhile, Jiuxing felt indifferent, perhaps due to Jiang Chen's presence, which stifled any potential interaction between him and Ren-Tingting. At this moment, Ren-Ah, witnessing his cousin amidst a gathering of men, instinctively moved to protect her from unwanted advances. Yet, he was abruptly halted by a chilling presence, Jiang Chen's gaze. A shiver ran through him, prompting him to restrain his steps. Minutes later, Jiushu announced, "Old Master Ren, the altar is set, and time is of the essence. Let us commence the rites." He looked at Ren-Fei and instructed, "Everyone, heed Jiushu's command. Begin the offerings with sincerity and respect." As Ren-Fei assented, Jiushu called out to those surrounding him. Under Ren-Fei's leadership, they began to light incense in reverent homage. Once Ren-Fei had completed his offering, he approached Jiushu. "Master, the geomancer once stated that this site is quite elusive. Yet it is indeed a prime location," he said with a hint of pride. "Indeed," Jiushu replied. "Achin, Jiuxin, Wenkai, gather round." Jiushu, recalling his recent teachings on feng shui, seized the opportunity to assess his disciples' understanding. "Recently, I imparted some knowledge on feng shui. Who among you can discern the significance of old Master Ren's tomb?" Upon hearing this, When Kai and Qiuxing exchanged glances, their expressions betraying uncertainty. They had barely grasped the concepts discussed, let alone apply them practically. Meanwhile, Renaud, emboldened, approached Rintingding, overhearing Jiushu's query. Observing the two disciples' hesitance, he couldn't help but chuckle, though his amusement was swiftly quelled by a piercing glare from Jiang Chen, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Jiushu, witnessing this, turned his hopeful gaze towards Jiang Chen. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding. The divine selection has commenced. Option 1. What is face worth? Master. Let me bear the shame on your behalf. Reward, iron skin and bronze bone. Option 2. Stand forth to defend your master's honor. Reward, void painting talismans. Jiang Chen promptly chose the second option, rising to his feet and clearing his throat. Master, if my observations serve me correctly, this burial site is known as the Dragonfly Touching Water Tomb, one of the 10 auspicious sites, promising prosperity and longevity. Upon hearing this, Jiushu nodded in approval, his earlier embarrassment dissipating. Indeed, the matter of appearances rests upon the shoulders of my esteemed disciple. Jiushu refrained from publicly reprimanding Wakai and Qiuxing, though they would undoubtedly face penance later. Renfe, too, looked on with admiration, giving Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Your insights are astute, Jiang Chen. The geomancer indeed referred to this site as the Dragonfly Touching Water Tomb. It spans 34 feet in length, with only 4 feet being usable, Jiang Chen added, nodding slightly. He hesitated to continue, but the promised reward had yet to materialize, compelling him to elaborate further. It measures 13 feet wide, with 3 feet deemed functional. Therefore, the coffin cannot be buried flat. It must be interred according to proper rites. As Jiang Chen paced before old Master Rin's tomb, he reflected on Jiushu's teachings, realizing that while he had absorbed the knowledge, practical application was still somewhat lacking. Yet, with his familiarity with the narrative, he merely echoed Jiushu's teachings. Remarkable, Jiang Chen. It is astounding that one so young possesses such profound understanding, Renfe marveled. At that moment, Wankai gazed at Jiang Chen in confusion, ready to inquire about the proper interment rites, but someone else interjected first. This individual is Rintingting, the younger sister of Jiang Chen. What exactly is a Fa Zong? Could it possibly refer to a French-style funeral? Having studied Western culture, it seems unlikely. Jiang Chen cast a surprised glance at Rintingting, who stood beside Wankai. Shouldn't this line belong to Wankai? Rintingting, have you taken the wrong script? However, Jiang Chen did not dwell on this thought for long, hastily finishing his remarks to preserve his master's dignity, as securing the reward was of utmost importance. The void symbol drawing technique, this reward sounded exceptionally practical. The so-called vertical burial refers to interring one standing upright. Ren, my conjecture is that when that feng shui master suggested vertical burial for your ancestors, he implied that the descendants would surely excel. Am I correct? Jiang Chen smiled as he turned to Renfe. Ah, Master Jiang, you are truly remarkable. Even deducing the words of a feng shui master from 20 years ago. Truly astonishing. At that moment, the astonishment in Renfe's heart reached an unprecedented level. For Jiang Chen's words echoed precisely what the feng shui master had said. It leaves one to wonder whether Ren's words hold any truth. Alas, not at all. For the past 20 years, not only has my family failed to thrive, but our business has also deteriorated. Renfe sighed despondently. How can this be? Isn't this a favorable sight? At this moment, when Kai and Qiuxing instinctively inquired, Jiang Chen did not respond to their questions but approached Renfe. If my conjecture is correct, that feng shui master must have had some grievances with your family. Renfe, caught in Jiang Chen's piercing gaze, found himself unable to withstand it, his eyes darting away. Just then, several laborers stepped forward. Uncle Jiu, having completed the rituals, shall we commence the excavation? Uncle Jiu nodded in affirmation, replying, let us begin. On the mountain. The laborers obeyed their orders, proceeding to topple the tombstone of the late Master Rin and began to dig. Master Jiang, you are unaware that this burial site originally belonged to that feng shui master. Later, my father, seeing its potential, purchased it for a price. If there were any grievances, I doubt they would be significant, Renfe explained, yet his erratic gaze betrayed his inner unease. Oh, it was merely a purchase, devoid of coercion? Jiang Chen retorted. The Ren family had been ensnared by that feng shui master-esque tricks for 2 decades, and they continued to exist like local emperors. Even the appointment of the town leader required Renfe's approval. One can only imagine the extent of the Ren family's power 2 decades prior. Indeed, upon hearing this, Renfe's expression flickered with an awkward smile of guilt. If you had not pressured him, he would not have caused you such harm. Ah, he harmed us? Master Jiang, from where do you draw this conclusion? Ren Fa inquired nervously, his trust in Jiang Chen now rivaling that of Uncle Jiu. The saying goes, a dragonfly skimming the surface. But one would expect the site of your father's burial to be adorned with a layer of snow. Yet, observe how the entire dragonfly skimming site is enveloped in cement. How can a coffin's head be devoid of water and still be called a dragonfly skimming site? This originally auspicious site has been utterly desecrated, transforming good fortune into misfortune. Jiang Chen led the crowd to the burial site, and as they followed his, they beheld the entire tomb enveloped in cement. Beneath this tomb, not a single drop of water can be found. Just as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the sound of the system's reward resonated in his mind. With focused attention, Jiang Chen meticulously sensed and immediately discerned the profound intricacies of the void symbolism technique. This void sigil crafting technique employs the heavens and the earth as its canvas, utilizing spiritual energy as its pin to conjure symbols out of thin air. There is no longer a need for tangible materials such as yellow paper or vermilion. Thus, the efficiency of drawing talismans can be significantly enhanced, allowing one to create desired runes anytime and anywhere. Not only is this convenient, but the talismans drawn in the void also possess considerably greater power. However, the original method of talisman crafting has its own merits, particularly the ability to prepare and store them in advance. If one wishes to employ the tactic of a talisman C, the traditional method must still be utilized. Beside Jiang Chen, Uncle Jiu gazed at Jiang Chen's confident demeanor, pride swelling within him. Jiang Chen's talent for cultivation was astonishing, and he effortlessly grasped the intricacies of feng shui, paper crafting, and talisman drawing. It was hard to fathom what could possibly challenge him. Truly, he was a remarkable disciple, leaving one with no further desires. Indeed, Little Chen speaks wisely. Fortunately, that feng shui master possessed some conscience, allowing you to relocate the grave after 20 years, thus sparing you a lifetime of misfortune, albeit only half a lifetime of suffering. Uncle Jiu echoed Jiang Chen's sentiments, uttering words that sent chills down Ren Fa's spine. Jiang Chen, aware of the unfolding narrative, contemplated that the feng shui master's intention behind advising Ren Fa to relocate the grave after 20 years was hardly benevolent. It was likely a scheme to ensure the complete demise of his family. The feng shui master must have calculated that, given the strength of the Ren family at that time, even after 2 decades, they would not suffer irreparable harm. Therefore, he set the timeline for the old patriarch to re-emerge, intending to exploit his corpse's transformation to bring about the family's swift downfall. As for the reason behind the 20-year span, Jiang Chen surmised that the feng shui master had predicted his own demise in 2 decades, desiring to witness the Ren family's obliteration with his own eyes. Yet, he had underestimated the presence of Uncle Jiu and himself. With both of them around, the feng shui master's schemes were destined to dissolve into nothingness. At that moment, a laborer, who was excavating, suddenly shouted, "I see it." The crowd quickly gathered to investigate. Indeed, it was a vertically buried coffin. When Kai and Rin Tingting exclaimed in unison, their faces displaying astonishment. "Yes, hoist it up." Uncle Jiu confirmed as he instructed the laborers to retrieve the coffin. The laborers brought in a hoist, and everyone stepped back, keeping a safe distance. However, Renaway chose not to retreat. Eager to impress Ren Fa and Rin Tingting, he decided to personally assist in hoisting the old patriarch. Yet, as an outsider, his presence was more of a hindrance than a help. Just as the laborers began lifting the coffin into the air, Renaway impulsively stepped forward, grabbing one end of the rope and pulling with all his might. The laborers shouted in protest, but Renaway, caught in his fervor, disregarded their warnings. At that moment, the hoist seemed to lose its balance, slowly tilting toward Renaway. "Ah, this is bad," several laborers shouted as they rushed forward to stabilize the hoist. However, combined with the weight of the coffin, it was far too heavy for just a few people to manage. From a distance, as the crowd had just steadied themselves, they heard the laborers' cries. Panic ensued as they realized the coffin was plummeting toward Renaway at an ever-increasing speed. In his fright, Renaway sat down in shock, scrambling backward, forgetting to dodge to the sides. Seeing this, Uncle Jiu prepared to intervene, but his attention was drawn to Jiang Chen, who stood beside him, suddenly extending his finger like a sword, deftly gesturing in the void with remarkable speed, completing the movements almost instantaneously. Before Jiang Chen, earthy yellow spiritual energy swiftly coalesced in the air, forming a rune. Uncle Jiu's heart raced. He marveled at this extraordinary technique. This arcane technique was unfamiliar even to him. How had Jiang Chen mastered it? Drawing talismans in the air? After such extensive practice, he had never even heard of it. The talisman Jiang Chen had inscribed was recognized by Uncle Jiu as a mighty earth talisman. Once Jiang Chen completed the drawing, he thrust his finger forward with great force, The mighty talisman instantly magnified and swiftly shot towards the distant laborers. Jiang Chen chose this moment to act because he had received an option from the system moments prior. As the laborers gasped in astonishment, the voice of the system echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Option 1. Let Runaway's fate be of no concern to me. Ignore his plight and receive the title of ruthless, which would absolve me of any guilt for wrongdoing. Option 2. The heavens have a benevolent nature. Save Runaway and receive the reward of shrink the earth to an inch. Jiang Chen pondered briefly, while Runaway's fate was indeed none of his business. The reward of option 2 appeared far more enticing. Shrink the earth to an inch. That was a spell from the realm of mythology. He wondered what the system's reward would entail. At that moment, onlookers from a distance witnessed the talisman Jiang Chen had drawn in the air. Amidst their astonishment, the mighty talisman swiftly penetrated the bodies of several laborers who were struggling to support the crane. In an instant, the laborers felt an immense force surging through them. Subsequently, with effortless ease, they righted the crane, restoring its balance. Thus, a perilous incident was averted. The laborers promptly seized the opportunity to bring Ren Laotai's coffin over and lay it flat on the ground. The crowd, now regaining their composure, collectively inhaled deeply. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's intervention, this seemingly routine relocation of a grave could have turned into a tragedy. Wakai and Xiaoxing approached Jiang Chen with expressions of admiration. Master brother, what kind of technique did you just employ? It was so impressive. I've never seen Master use such a method. Uncle Jiu harbored just as many questions as the two. He could not fathom where his prized disciple had acquired such extraordinary abilities. In that situation, with his own mastery, he could have easily resolved it using extraordinary speed. However, Jiang Chen's approach was far simpler and swifter. One talisman had sufficed. Observing the curious gazes of his master and junior disciples, Jiang Chen contemplated how to explain this ethereal talisman drawing technique. Master, I had a dream last night. An old man with a white beard spent the night drawing talismans using the method I just demonstrated. When I awoke, I felt as though I understood it. And to my surprise, it worked when I tried it. Did the ancestral master impart teachings in your dream? Uncle Jiu exclaimed, recalling that he had once heard his master mention such occurrences during their time at Maoshan. The transmission of teachings by the ancestral master has occurred several times throughout history. Those who received these teachings were all individuals of extraordinary insight, highly esteemed and recognized by the ancestral master. These individuals ultimately became formidable figures within the Daoist community. It was astonishing to think that such a miraculous occurrence would transpire in one's vicinity, although it was not his own experience. Jiu Shu felt a thrill that surpassed even his own potential initiation into the teachings. Master, I shall record this mystical art and impart it to you upon my return. Jiang Chen chuckled. Upon hearing this, Jiu Shu erupted in hearty laughter. Ah, you rascal, are you jesting with your master? Nonetheless, it is not disgraceful to receive nourishment from one's disciples. Ren Fa and Ren Tingting, listening to the exchange among the master and his apprentices, found their esteem for Jiang Chen growing even more. However, it was not the time to cultivate relations with Jiang Chen. The matter concerning his father took precedence. Jiu Shu, what should we do next? Upon hearing this, Jiu Shu composed himself and led the group to the coffin's side. Loosen the ropes, lift the nails, Jiu Shu commanded. Then turn to the others. Today marks the return of Rengongwei Yong to the light of day. Anyone aged 36, 22, 35, or 48, as well as those born in the year of the rooster or the ox, turn away at once. Upon hearing this, those who fit the criteria promptly turned their backs. Once the avoidance was complete, everyone adjusted their attire and prepared to open the coffin. Jiu Shu surveyed the group and continued his orders. However, just as the words "open the coffin" left Jiu Shu's lips, a flurry of birds erupted from the surrounding trees, as if startled by an unseen force, chirping and soaring away into the distance. An ominous omen, Jiang Chen murmured softly. Jiu Shu, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and glanced at the increasingly darkening sky, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Shortly thereafter, as several laborers pried open the coffin lid, a dense wave of malevolent energy surged forth from within. With a flick of his small hand, Jiang Chen dispelled the encroaching dark energy. Once the ominous aura dissipated, the group gathered before the coffin. Inside, the body of Ren Weiyong lay undisturbed. Aside from the darkened complexion, there was not a trace of decay after 2 decades. The sight elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Who has ever seen a body that remained uncorrupted for 20 years? Surely, there was something extraordinary at play. Jiang Chen, being quite small, requested to be lifted by Wakai, craning his neck to peer into the coffin. This was indeed the first time he had encountered such a corpse. Among those present, he alone was aware that before long, this lifeless body would undergo a transformation, evolving into a terrifying zombie. Observing Ren Weiyong's demeanor, it appeared he had already crossed the threshold into the realm of the purple zombie, on the verge of metamorphosing into a black zombie. The hierarchy of zombies is as follows: purple zombie, black zombie, jumping zombie, furry zombie, flying zombie, and the bone that does not decompose. Upon his birth, this old fellow was transformed into a black zombie, indeed a terrifying entity. It is well understood that a practitioner at the later stages of Taoism can typically handle a purple zombie, yet to confront a black zombie, one must at least possess the mid-level cultivation of a human master. As for the jumping zombie, only an earth master can subdue it. Currently, Jiang Chen possesses 20 years of magical prowess, although his cultivation is merely at the first level of human master when considering his myriad extraordinary techniques. His overall strength can nearly rival that of a human master at the 6th or 7th level. In the realm of human masters, every 5 years of magical power corresponds to an elevation in level. With his current capabilities, Jiang Chen is confident in his ability to contend with an ordinary black zombie. However, should it evolve to the level of a jumping zombie, he might find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, it would be prudent to eliminate Ren Weiyong before he undergoes such evolution. Meanwhile, Ren Fei, after 2 decades, gazed upon his father's visage once more and immediately cried out in despair, kneeling upon the ground. "Father! Grandfather!" Ren Tingding followed her father's lead, also kneeling. "Father, to disturb you in this manner today is truly unfilial of me. Ninth uncle, I wonder if the dragonfly waterhole can still be utilized." The ninth uncle explained. "The dragonfly waterhole, once used, cannot be employed again." "Then what shall we do?" Ren Fei inquired anxiously. "Old Master Ren, in my humble opinion, it would be best to proceed with cremation, otherwise, unforeseen complications may arise." The ninth uncle, increasingly perturbed, suggested the immediate cremation of Ren Weiyong's remains. "Cremation? No, no. My father feared fire in life. To disturb him in such a manner is already unfilial. I cannot bear to burn him." Ren Fei vehemently shook his head, rejecting the ninth uncle's proposal. But the ninth uncle attempted to persuade further. "Ninth uncle, please, I will accept any alternative to cremation. After this matter is resolved, I shall reward you handsomely. I implore you to consider a solution." "Alas. Very well, let us first return him to the mortuary. Tomorrow, I shall select a suitable resting place for old Master Ren and rainer him." With a resigned sigh, the ninth uncle acquiesced, recognizing the Ren family as the primary stakeholders, thus limiting his interference. He instructed the workers to reseal the coffin and transport it back to the mortuary, and soon, members of the Ren family began their descent from the mountain. In a fleeting moment, only the 4 remained at the mortuary. "Master, there is no need for excessive worry. Even if Ren Weiyong transforms into a zombie, it would merely be at the black zombie level. With your strength, is it not manageable?" Jiang Chen comforted the anxious ninth uncle. "I fear it may not be so simple. An ordinary black zombie cannot instigate such celestial disturbances." Jiang Chen's heart shuddered at these words. Indeed, when the coffin was opened, not only did it stir the surrounding fauna, but even the daylight visibly dimmed. "Wenkai, go to old Master Ren's grave and arrange a plum blossom incense formation. Return to inform me of the outcome. Qiusheng, you are to light an incense stick at each surrounding grave. Do not overlook any. Xiao Chun, come with me as we descend the mountain." Just as Jiang Chen followed the ninth uncle down, 3 kilometers away, at a hillside, there lay a vast cavern. Within this cavern rested a massive gorilla, snoring heavily. Behind the gorilla sat a gaunt figure clad in black robes. More chillingly, the ground behind this figure was littered with eerie white bones and several shriveled, darkened corpses. At that moment, the black-robed figure abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a left eye completely devoid of a pupil. An expression of both eerie excitement and elation spread across his face. If Ren Fei were present, he would surely gasp in shock. This figure was none other than the feng shui master of yore. How had he become such an unrecognizable specter? He has emerged. Finally, he has emerged. Ha! That cursed Ren Weiyong, who once pushed me to the brink of death to relinquish a prime burial site, nearly forcing me to leap to my demise. Fortuitously, I survived. Even more fortunate is the fact that your foolish son believed me. Otherwise, I would have had no recourse against you. Now, as you return to the world, I shall make you personally slay all of your descendants." On the mountain top, Qiusheng approached a grave, incense in hand. Upon seeing the photograph of a young woman on the gravestone, he lamented, "What a pity to die so young. Allow me to offer you this incense." He placed the incense carefully, but as he turned, he was startled by a chilling voice behind him. Thank you. The voice wafted eerily through the air. Qiuxing spun around, suspecting he had imagined it. Yet, upon turning back, the voice echoed once more. Terrified, he exclaimed, "Mother," and fled in haste. Were Jiang Chen present, he would likely have kicked Qiuxing in the rear again. As he ran, Qiuxing collided with Wen Kai, who wore a similarly alarmed expression. "What are you doing? Senior brother, look at this incense. Why has it burned like this?" Upon regaining his composure and observing the incense in Wen Cai's hand, Qiuxing felt a chill run down his spine. The atmosphere was thick with malevolence. He quickly grabbed Wen Kai and hurried down the mountain. At the base of the mountain, the ninth uncle and Jiang Chen had returned to the mortuary. After directing the workers to place the coffin into the holding room, the ninth uncle retreated to the rear courtyard while Jiang Chen remained in the holding room. Gazing at the heavy coffin before him, Jiang Chen fell into deep contemplation. Unless an extraordinary occurrence transpired, Ren Weiyong within this coffin would transform into a zombie by nightfall. In the film, due to Qiuxing and Wen Cai's oversight while marking the coffin with a chalk line, they neglected the bottom, allowing Ren Weiyong to break free from the coffin. Now, Jiang Chen intended to rectify this oversight, uncertain if Ren Weiyong would still be able to escape. Just then, Qiuxing and Wen Kai rushed through the entrance. "What are you two doing in such a hurry?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Senior brother, where's Master?" "We need to speak with him," Wen Kai replied. "Master has gone to the rear courtyard." "Why the urgency? Is there an issue with the incense on the mountain?" "Ah, senior brother, how did you know?" "There is indeed a problem with the incense. I must show it to him immediately." The astonishment within Qiuxing and Wen Kai grew as Jiang Chen accurately articulated the truth. "Senior brother, let us first report to Master," Qiuxing interjected. "Wait." Jiang Chen raised a hand to stop them. "Such matters do not necessitate troubling Master. Let me take a look." "Senior brother, while we admire your extraordinary talent and cultivation, the significance of this incense is not merely a matter of technique. It relies on experience," Qiuxing cautioned, unconvinced of Jiang Chen's omnipotence. For an extended period, both morning and evening classes, the three of them attended together, and their master had never imparted knowledge on this subject. Now, as Jiang Chen observed, it seemed he had grasped an opportunity to witness Jiang Chen's misfortune. "Less chatter. The master is busy. Bring it here quickly." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the two ceased their prattling and promptly retrieved the incense. Jiang Chen glanced at it and confirmed his expectations. It was indeed a two short, one long incense type. "Senior brother, can you deduce anything?" Qiuxing eagerly inquired, stretching his neck in anticipation. "Humph, Qiuxing, don't presume I am unaware of your thoughts. However, you might be disappointed. You mentioned earlier that experience is crucial. Yet, it seems you have forgotten an essential element called books. The purpose of books is to rapidly assimilate the experiences of those who came before us. The master has recorded all his knowledge in books, but regrettably, you have never taken the time to read them," Jiang Chen replied slowly. At this moment, Qiuxing's face displayed a look of astonishment. This type of incense is known as the death incense. As the saying goes, people fear 3 long and 2 short, while incense fears 2 short and 1 long. If such incense is found in a household, it certainly heralds a death. Jiang Chen paced as he enlightened the two of them. "Ah, senior brother, is that true? Does this mean someone from the Ren family is about to die?" Wen Kai exclaimed, hurriedly inquiring. "Rest assured, I have already made arrangements regarding the Ren family. There should be no unforeseen changes." Upon hearing this, Wen Kai and Qiuxing exchanged glances, their faces a mixture of shock and embarrassment. Their senior brother had only recently arrived, yet he spoke and acted with a touch of the master's demeanor. Not only was his cultivation talent astonishing, but his knowledge also progressed rapidly, enabling him to foresee events and take precautions in advance. The two, at a loss for words, could only think of one descriptor: freakish. At that moment, Jiu Shu emerged from the backyard. He had overheard a portion of the trio's conversation from outside. The more he observed Jiang Chen, the more satisfied he became. "Master." The three of them greeted respectfully upon his arrival. "Indeed, what your senior brother said is correct. This incense is indeed called death incense." "Ah Chen, you mentioned earlier that arrangements had been made. Are you referring to the talismans from a few days ago?" Jiu Shu's keen mind immediately recalled what Jiang Chen had said 3 days prior in front of the tea house. "Precisely, master, it is the talismans. However, the corpse of the old Master Ren is likely on the verge of becoming stiff. Should we not take some precautions?" "Indeed, you are correct. Ran Wei is indeed close to becoming stiff. However, Ren Fa is unwilling to proceed with cremation. So we can only perform a ritual to contain him until we find a new grave for immediate burial. Following this, Jiu Shu directed Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng to gather yellow paper, brushes, black ink, a kitchen knife, a peachwood sword, and a rooster. As Jiu Shu performed his ritual, a measuring tool soaked in chicken blood and black ink was handed to Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng. You two must mark the entire coffin with lines. Chen, you will conduct the final inspection. After issuing these instructions, Jiu Shu returned to the backyard. In the mortuary, Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng began marking the coffin, while Jiang Chen sat on a small chair, observing their labor. Aware that Jiang Chen would inspect their work, Qiu Sheng was particularly meticulous, vowing not to give Jiang Chen any reason to find fault. Soon enough, they completed the markings and prepared to put away the measuring tool. Have you truly marked everything? Jiang Chen inquired with a serious expression. Senior brother, we have checked all around. There are no omissions. If you don't believe me, you can inspect it. If there is any oversight, I won't eat for 3 days, Qiu Sheng joked. That is what you said. Whoever reneges shall bear the consequences. Of course, I won't back down. However, if you happen to miss something, could you spare me a pill like the one Wen Kai possesses? Qiu Sheng's eyes sparkled with mischief as he voiced a long-held desire. Wen Kai, being an honest man, was easily duped into revealing his awakened physique by Qiu Sheng's slight manipulation. Ah, so you were waiting for me, Jiang Chen mused, initially not considering a course of action. But with Qiu Sheng setting a trap for himself, he felt no remorse. As for Wen Kai, Jiang Chen understood him well enough not to hold any blame. In the next moment, Jiang Chen, amid Qiu Sheng's alarmed gaze, slowly crouched down and pointed at the bottom of the coffin. He then turned to Qiu Sheng, a gleeful smile spreading across his face. In the Ren family's funeral home, Qiu Sheng gazed despondently as Jiang Chen rose from the ground. Second junior brother. 3 days without food. Those were your own words. I did not force you, Jiang Chen chuckled. Qiu Sheng could only smile bitterly, realizing the folly of his own words. What was the point of gambling with his senior brother? This senior master has never emerged victorious since his arrival, regardless of the aspect considered. It is noon in the backyard dining hall, where ninth uncle Jiang Chen sits at one end of the table. At that moment, Wen Kai brought forth a fragrant pot of braised rooster, while Qiu Sheng approached with 3 bowls of rice. Master, please eat first. I must return to town, Qiu Sheng said, appearing rather dejected. Earlier in the kitchen, he had intended to sneak a bite, only to be thwarted by Wen Kai, who had already become a devoted admirer of Jiang Chen. What's the matter, Qiu Sheng? Aren't you going to eat? Uncle Jiu inquired, observing Qiu Sheng's demeanor with curiosity. Ordinarily, when there were no delectable dishes available, both he and Wen Kai would behave like famished souls. Yet today, with chicken on the table, Qiu Sheng proclaimed he would not partake, leading Uncle Jiu to ponder 2 possibilities. Either Qiu Sheng had been possessed or he was harboring some mischief. Master, let me explain, Qiu Sheng began, but just then, Wen Kai divulged the details of Qiu Sheng's wager with Jiang Chen. Serves you right, Uncle Jiu chuckled reproachfully upon hearing the tale. I'd say a 3-day fasting would be a light punishment. Do you understand? If it weren't for Jiang Chen's reminder, you would have landed yourselves in serious trouble. You are not allowed to leave. Sit down and watch us eat. Let us see if this teaches you a lesson. Upon hearing this, Qiu Sheng's face betrayed a look of despair. Meanwhile, Wen Kai, seated nearby, trembled with relief, grateful that Master had not turned his attention towards him. This matter regarding the string was something he undertook alongside Qiu Sheng. Second junior brother, should you fulfill your promise, I can bestow upon you a remarkable opportunity. Jiang Chen had already intended to elevate Qiu Sheng's capabilities during this period. Today presents a perfect opportunity to not only refine Qiu Sheng's mental fortitude, but also to enhance his strength. Over the course of a month, Jiang Chen had activated several divine-level selections, most of which yielded elixirs as rewards. Currently, within Jiang Chen's possession, there are 3 grass-returning pills and 2 cultivating essence pills. These elixirs have become nearly inconsequential to his own advancement. Uncle Jiu has no use for them either, so they shall benefit his 2 junior brothers instead. Presently, Qiu Sheng has reached the latter stages of being a Taoist, and with the assistance of the elixirs, he is likely to advance to a master within a month. Wen Kai has also reached the latter stages of being a Taoist apprentice, and given his current efforts, it is plausible that he will attain the Taoist realm in just a few days. While their enhanced abilities may not contribute significantly at this moment, they certainly increase their odds of self-preservation compared to before. Not causing trouble is, in itself, a form of assistance. Senior brother, are you truly serious? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Qiu Sheng was so exhilarated that he jumped onto the bench, nearly toppling the table. Sensing his master's murderous gaze, Qiu Sheng hastily descended from the bench, his eyes still brimming with anticipation as they fixed on Jiang Chen. Provided you do not go back on your word and refrain from indulging in secret indulgences. My affinity for Qi is remarkably high, and I can certainly sense any excess within you. Senior brother, rest assured, I will certainly succeed, as long as you can enhance my strength. It matters not if it takes 3 days, 3 months, or even 7 days. Then let it be 7 days. Qiushin was taken aback, having merely spoken offhandedly. I told you to keep your lips sealed in the future, humph. With that, Jiang Chen disregarded Qiushin's lamentations, turning to retrieve the chicken head and tail from the basin for his master, knowing well that Uncle Jiu relished such delicacies. Uncle Jiu gazed at the chicken tail in his bowl, a paternal smile gracing his face. This lifetime has been worthwhile. In the past month, Jiu Shu had already suspected that Jiang Chen harbored secrets unknown to him. However, since Jiang Chen chose not to disclose anything, he too opted to remain silent. The mere opportunity to take Jiang Chen as his disciple felt like a divine blessing. As long as Jiang Chen remained upright and steadfast in his pursuit of the Tao, he would always be his cherished pupil. After all, who was without secrets? Did he need to broadcast his unrequited affection for Mi Qilian, or the incident involving his mischievous junior sister? In the blink of an eye, the table was laden with dishes, nearly devoured by the three with ravenous enthusiasm. Qiushin was uncertain how many times he had swallowed in anticipation. In the afternoon, the master took Wenkai to find a new resting place for Renweiyong. Qiushin, with an empty stomach, returned to the town. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen remained at the ancestral hall, seizing the opportunity to test the newly acquired skill of shortening the distance. Jiang Chen first attuned his mind, realizing that while this skill was formidable, it was merely an entry-level technique, constrained by the presence of obstacles ahead. Thus, he ventured to an open space outside the ancestral hall. He quietly recited the incantation for shortening the distance. In an instant, he felt as though his feet were no longer grounded but rather suspended in the void. With a single step, the 100 meters ahead seemed to fold in on itself, and he arrived in the blink of an eye. This astonishing speed was indeed remarkable for someone at the first level of human mastery. Furthermore, with the skill only partially developed, its potential upon reaching perfection could be terrifying, perhaps 1,000 meters with a single step, all while disregarding any hindrances. However, this skill demanded a significant expenditure of energy. That singular step consumed 1% of Jiang Chen's magical power. He continued to experiment in the open space until nearly half of his magical energy was depleted. At this point, Jiang Chen had mastered the technique, enabling him to control the distance of his steps at will. Upon returning to the ancestral hall, Jiang Chen sat in meditation to recover while reviewing his recent progress and strength. Name: Jiang Chen Realm. First level of human mastery Tao Body. Immaculate Tao Body magical power. 20 years cultivation methods. Shanqing Body Refinement True Method. Minor accomplishment. Maoshanqi Training Method. Minor accomplishment. Space. 128 cubic units Tao Techniques. First Order of Divine Ghost 7 kills. Paper Crafting Technique Perfection. Palm Thunder Perfection. Void Symbol Painting Technique Perfection. Shortening the Distance Entry Level. Innate Talent. Photographic Memory. Qi Affinity 100 Divine Ability. Yin Yang a half an hour later. Jiang Chen's magical power was fully restored. With his master and Wenkai still absent, he proceeded to the mortuary, sitting before the portrait of their ancestral master. He took a paper and pen, transcribing the void symbol painting technique from his mind. He had promised his master this during their time on the mountain. With this technique, his master's power would undoubtedly increase, enhancing their odds against Shijian. Regrettably, Jiang Chen discovered through his experiments that skills rewarded by the system could only be transcribed and shared once perfected. Techniques not yet perfected, despite having incantations, remained inaccessible to others. Currently, he possessed 3 perfected techniques: paper crafting, palm thunder, and void symbol painting. His master was already proficient in the paper crafting technique. Jiang Chen copied down the palm thunder and void symbol painting techniques, preparing to present them to his master upon his return. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky. It was only when the sun had completely vanished that Jiu Shu returned with Wenkai to the ancestral hall. Upon seeing his master, Jiang Chen hurried forward to offer tea, inquiring with concern, "Did you find a suitable burial site?" Fortune smiled upon us. We discovered a promising location approximately 3 kilometers from the original resting place of Old Lady Ren. Wenkai and I have marked it for tomorrow's discussion with Old Lord Ren to expedite the reinterment of Old Lady Ren, replied Jiu Shu. That's wonderful. Please, sit and rest. Here is something I promised you. Take a look, Jiang Chen said with a smile, producing a small booklet from his pocket, inscribed with the two techniques he had transcribed. Oh, what is it? Jiu, momentarily at a loss for memory regarding Jiang Chen's promise, took the booklet with a cheerful demeanor. However, upon opening the first page, he could no longer maintain his composure. There, in neat handwriting, were the three large characters, Palm Thunder. What? Jiu's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Jiang Chen. Palm Thunder. These three characters resonate profoundly with Jiu. From the very beginning of his journey up the mountain to practice under his master, Jiu had heard of them. The Palm Thunder is a sacred and authentic technique of the Daoist sect, though it has long been lost to time. The current lightning thunder fist practiced in Maoshan is derived from the fragmented pages of the Palm Thunder that the ancestral masters deciphered. It can be stated that the Palm Thunder is the progenitor of the lightning thunder fist. Now, my cherished disciple has unexpectedly presented me with a manuscript inscribed with the words Palm Thunder. Was this a mere fabrication by Jiang Chen? Or was he lost in a dream? Uncle Jiu tugged at his beard with great force to ascertain his wakefulness. Chen, what is this? He inquired with considerable uncertainty. Master, this is another form of Taoist practice that my grandfather imparted to me in my dreams. Please, give it a try and see if you can cultivate it. Jiang Chen urged, once again referencing his grandfather. Is it truly? Uncle Jiu exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. If this is true, I would have struck gold. This is the Heart Palm Thunder. Subsequently, Jiu trembled as he turned to the next page. Just one glance confirmed its authenticity. Having practiced the Thunderbolt Fist, he recognized its truth at once. The ancestral master has manifested. The ancestral master has manifested. The resurgence of Maoshan is within reach. In the next moment, Jiu collapsed onto the mat before the portrait of the ancestral master, weeping uncontrollably. Jiang Chen was utterly taken aback by his master's overwhelming reaction, leaving him at a loss. Should he quietly withdraw or step forward to offer comfort? Senior brother, what has happened to master? When Kai approached, equally perplexed. I don't know. Perhaps he is reminiscing about the ancestral master, Jiang Chen replied. After a while, Jiu finally ceased his tears, as if struck by a thought. He rushed to Jiang Chen's side, lifted him into his arms, and headed outside the ancestral hall. Chen, do you believe this Heart Palm Thunder is a technique passed down by the ancestral master? Have you grasped it? Well, I've just scratched the surface, Jiang Chen admitted, hesitant to claim full mastery after witnessing his master's reaction. Then demonstrate it for me, Jiu said, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He had merely glanced at the text and understood that this technique was extraordinarily difficult to cultivate, demanding much from its practitioner. Firstly, the practitioner must possess a body with a lightning attribute. Jiu, being of the fire attribute, had only a minuscule amount of the lightning attribute within. Thus, the likelihood of his success in mastering this technique was slim. Reluctantly, Jiang Chen extended his hand and silently recited the incantation in his heart. In the next moment, as Jiu and Wen Kai looked on in astonishment, two arcs of electricity, one black and one white, swirled and intertwined within Jiang Chen's palm. In an instant, a radiant electric sphere materialized, dazzling in its brilliance, rendering Jiu and Wen Kai unable to open their eyes. With a swift motion, Jiang Chen thrust his hand forward. Instantly, the glowing sphere transformed into a long streak of lightning, striking a robust poplar tree roughly 10 meters away, which exploded and collapsed with a thunderous roar. The three men looked up to see the severed trunk, charred and emitting wisps of smoke. How terrifying. Senior brother, how terrifying. When Kai babbled in a daze, Jiu, too, stared in shock at the scene before him. After a moment of stunned silence, Jiu rode up on his bike, slowly approaching. Master, senior brother, junior brother, why such formality? You've come out to welcome me. It makes me feel quite embarrassed, he joked as he dismounted. Jiu, jolted back to reality by Jiushin's arrival, quickly retorted. You have a big face, before hastily retreating to his room to study the booklet. Although he couldn't quickly comprehend the Heart Palm Thunder. The booklet contained another technique, the void symbol drawing. This enchanting art of Taoism stirred within him an irresistible longing. So much so that, during dinner, Uncle Jiu neglected his meal entirely, allowing the three of them to peruse their books during evening class. Before long, the hour of high arrived. Qiuxing emerged from the righteous graveyard, placing a generous bundle of incense sticks at the front of his vehicle before mounting it and heading towards the town. As Jiang Chen observed Qiusheng's departure, a sudden thought struck him. Tonight, it seemed, Qiusheng would encounter the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu. In the annals of this world's history, there have been individuals of profound cultivation who have taken ghostly beings as their wives. These ethereal entities can manifest physical forms, possessing unparalleled prowess. Dong Xiaoyu truly harbors affection for Qiuxin. However, given Qiuxin's current level of cultivation, he is utterly incapable of bearing the weight of Dong Xiaoyu's affection. It is likely that within a few encounters, Qiuxin would be drained of vitality, reduced to mere husk. Jiang Chen arrived at the mortuary and found Wakai on the verge of slumber. He approached and instructed, "Wakai, be vigilant while you sleep tonight. Should any unusual sounds arise, immediately alert Master. Do you understand?" "Ah, I see, senior brother. It's quite late. Where are you off to?" Wakai inquired, rubbing his eyes. "I shall step out for a moment and will return shortly. Just ensure you do not fall into a deep sleep," Jiang Chen replied before exiting. Shortly thereafter, a paper horse materialized in his hand. Meanwhile, Qiuxin hummed a cheerful tune as he pedaled along the mountain path. He has traversed this path for nearly a decade. In the beginning, his uncle Jiu personally escorted him home every day. Gradually, he mustered the courage to ride back alone, and for all these years, he has coexisted peacefully with his surroundings. Yet today, perhaps due to a day spent in hunger, Qiuxin finds his vision blurring. He bites down sharply on his tongue, rousing himself from his stupor. However, in the next moment, he seems to hear an ethereal melody emanating from the woods. Her gaze, akin to the twinkling of stars. A shiver runs through Qiuxin, prompting him to hasten his pace. Unbeknownst to him, perched upon a tree ahead is a captivating ghostly figure clad in a vibrant red wedding gown. As Qiuxin cycles beneath the tree, the ghost gracefully descends, drifting towards the rear of his bicycle. Just as the red-clad specter is about to take her place behind him, a child of exquisite countenance materializes before her. It is Jiang Chen. In truth, she is a pitiable soul. Over a decade ago, at the tender age of 20, she was forcibly sold by a local tyrant to the Yihong building, where she was coerced into a life of servitude. Dong Xiaoyu, resolute in her defiance, was disfigured and subsequently confined to a woodshed, where she perished from starvation. Eventually, her family reclaimed her remains, laying her to rest on the hillside west of the town. After all these years, her family had long since passed away. The words of Qiuxin today and his offering of incense deeply moved her, leading her to consider following him. However, she had not contemplated the extent of the harm she had inflicted upon Qiuxin. Dong Xiaoyu was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the child before her. As a ghost, she never expected to be frightened by someone one day. In this moment of delay, Dong Xiaoyu realized that Qiuxin had already ridden far away. She anxiously attempted to soar past Jiang Chen to continue her pursuit of Qiuxin. However, in the next instant, Jiang Chen seized her ankle and flung her back in the opposite direction. Hiss. Indeed, he felt like a ghost. The sensation was akin to ice. As Jiang Chen experienced the chill in his grasp, he summoned a trace of spiritual energy, restoring normalcy. "Who are you, and why do you obstruct me?" Dong Xiaoyu, having been thrown several meters away, turned around to find Qiuxin's figure no longer visible, and she questioned him in anger. "Who am I? I am here to collect you. Why must a ghost like you harm the living? Today, I shall take you." Jiang Chen spoke sternly. "You speak nonsense. I have no intention to harm anyone. I merely wish to repay him." Dong Xiaoyu defended herself, feeling somewhat wronged. "Repay? What do you intend to offer in return? Your very being. Do not forget, you are a ghost, and he is a human. The paths of the living and the dead are divergent. How could he possibly bear your repayment? He is the first person in many years to treat me so kindly. I simply wish to follow him." In life, Dong Xiaoyu was a traditional woman, and in death, she became a devoted spirit. Once she set her heart on Qiuxin, her resolve would not waver. "Let me be frank, that Qiuxin is my junior disciple. As long as I am here, I will not allow you to harm him. If you retreat now and accept your fate as a wandering spirit, seeking a chance at rebirth, I shall spare you. But if you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Jiang Chen perceived that Dong Xiaoyu was not inherently malevolent. If she could relinquish her current desires, he need not resort to extreme measures. "No. In this life and the next, I shall follow him. Step aside." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's intent to separate her from Qiuxin, memories of the tyrant who had purchased her into the brothel flooded her mind. In her eyes, Jiang Chen's actions mirrored that of the villain. In the next moment, Dong Xiaoyu transformed into her true form, her entire being shrouded in ghostly energy, her face a grotesque blend of beauty and decay. Even with his mental preparation, Jiang Chen was startled by her appearance. Following this, Dong Xiaoyu let out a piercing howl and lunged at him. Jiang Chen's expression hardened. He swiftly extended his finger, drawing a soul-binding talisman in the air. He then pointed at the approaching Dong Xiaoyu, swiftly casting the talisman. The soul-binding talisman erupted in golden light, striking Dong Xiaoyu like a bolt of lightning. having recently transitioned from a wandering spirit to a malevolent ghost. She was ill-equipped to withstand Jiang Chen's attack and was sent flying, crashing against a large tree 100 meters away. Daoist Si Mu felt her ghostly form becoming increasingly ethereal, as if she could disintegrate into nothingness at any moment. Gazing at the young boy clad in white from a distance, her heart surged with terror. The child who claims to be the esteemed Master Jiu appears profoundly terrifying. Could it be that he is a reincarnation of an immortal? In the next moment, under Daoist Si Mu's astonished gaze, Jiang Chen stepped forward, instantly manifesting before her. "You shall not persist in your delusions," Jiang Chen uttered coldly, extending his right hand, where bolts of lightning crackled ominously. At that very moment, a voice resonated in Jiang Chen's mind. System activation, divine choice. Option 1. In the realm of cultivation, one must eradicate malevolent spirits, annihilate Daoist Si Mu to instill terror, with a reward of 5 additional years of magical prowess. Option 2. Spirits can be classified as either benevolent or malevolent. Subdue Daoist Si Mu for one's own purposes, with the reward of a soul-nurturing artifact. Oh, the system has indeed intervened. It appears to dissuade me from eliminating Daoist Si Mu. She is not a malevolent spirit. Aside from Qiuxing, she has caused no harm to others. Capturing her for my own use would be far more judicious than simply extinguishing her life. Moreover, possessing 20 years of magical power already, any further increase might cause my current form to spiral out of control. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen resolved to select the second option. He then raised his gaze to Daoist Si Mu. "I can offer you 2 choices. First, continue in your obstinacy, and I shall ensure your utter obliteration. Second, submit to me, and I shall present you with a cultivation method tailored to your needs. Perhaps one day, you may attain mastery, solidify your corporeal form, and then be able to remain with Qiuxing eternally." Upon concluding his words, Jiang Chen's piercing gaze remained fixed on Daoist Si Mu. Daoist Si Mu, trembling in fear, beheld the storm of lightning in Jiang Chen's palm, acutely aware that should she choose to persist in her folly, she would surely be reduced to nothingness in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only an empty void. This little creature, though vexing, possesses such formidable power at such a tender age. Perhaps following him truly holds the promise he claims, that one day I might attain corporeal form. Her heart stirred. "I submit." Daoist Si Mu exclaimed loudly, gazing at the increasingly violent thunderbolts in Jiang Chen's palm. Upon hearing her decision, Jiang Chen effortlessly dispelled the tempestuous lightning. With a mere wave of his hand, the soul-binding talisman on Daoist Si Mu vanished in an instant. Deprived of the talisman's control, Daoist Si Mu, pale as a ghost, collapsed to the ground. "Trust me, you will be grateful for your choice today." Subsequently, Jiang Chen extended his hand, revealing a resplendent white jade tower. This was the soul-nurturing tower. Upon entering, your soul would bear my mark, rendering you incapable of betrayal for all eternity. However, for a spirit such as yours, this tower serves as the finest cultivation ground. With diligent practice, it will not be long before you obtain what you desire. Furthermore, it can also nurture your soul, surely. You would not wish to carry that repugnant visage forever. At Jiang Chen's words, Daoist Si Mu's spirit quivered. Then she considered that submission might be preferable to annihilation. Perhaps this was her destiny. Upon hearing Jiang Chen mention the possibility of altering her true appearance, a joyous expression graced her countenance. "Receive." Noting that Daoist Si Mu offered no resistance, Jiang Chen unhesitatingly drew her into the soul-nurturing tower, subsequently enveloping her within his spatial realm. In the next moment, he stepped forth, vanishing into the woods. Meanwhile, in the mortuary, Wen Kai lay soundly asleep, clutching a snake-shaped plush toy. Evidently, his previous admonitions had proven futile. Jiang Chen, beside Wen Sai's bed, left a few soul-binding talismans. He then approached Ren Weiyong's coffin and, after a meticulous inspection and finding nothing amiss, returned to his room to rest. However, mere moments after Jiang Chen's departure, a series of creaking sounds echoed through the mortuary. In the dim candlelight, Ren Weiyong was prying open a narrow seam in Run Laote's coffin from within, persistently forcing it upward, causing the gap to widen gradually. In the next instant, a hand with long, claw-like nails slowly emerged from the coffin. The dark hand groped about, and suddenly, it brushed against the black line of chalk that had sprung forth, illuminating the entire coffin with a golden glow. The hand, struck by a powerful force, quickly retreated. Coincidentally, at that moment, Wen Kai turned over, knocking over the nightstand beside his bed. In the backyard, Jiu Shu, practicing the art of void talisman drawing, perked up his ears and swiftly made his way to the mortuary. Upon seeing the mess at Wen Sai's bedside, he could only shake his head in resignation. After tucking Wenkai back under the covers, he circled the coffin with an oil lamp before returning to the backyard. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Chen sat on the bed and retrieved the soul-nurturing tower. After a moment of focused sensing, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This artifact truly is a remarkable treasure." The small tower comprises 7 levels, each corresponding to different ranks of spirits, offering vast spaces. The spirit ranks, from the lowest to the highest, are wandering spirits, malevolent spirits, vengeful spirits, spirit generals, spirit kings, spirit emperors, and the legendary spirit sovereign. Each level possesses an identical concentration of spiritual energy. However, the passage of time varies across these realms, ranging from 10-fold to 70-fold. At this moment, Dong Xiaoyu is seated cross-legged within the 2nd level, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy that permeates the space. In the future, should she encounter suitable spirits, she intends to cultivate them within the soul-nurturing tower. One can only imagine the terrifying might she would wield after nurturing 1,000 spirit emperors. The following day, the weather in Rinjiao town is somewhat gloomy, with intermittent drizzles of fine rain. As dawn breaks, Uncle Jiu rises early, accompanied by Jiang Chen, to head into town, intending to confer with the Ren family regarding the burial arrangements for Ren Weiyong. Meanwhile, within the Ren residence, Ren Fa and Ren Tingting have just finished their breakfast. As Ren Fa prepares to return to his study, he notices Ah Wei entering through the main door, shaking the water off his oil paper umbrella. "Good morning, Uncle Fa. Cousin, you look stunning today," Ah Wei greets with a grin. Ren Fa furrows his brow upon seeing Ah Wei, fully aware of the latter's intentions. Despite their familial ties, he would never consider allowing his precious daughter to marry this man. He had hinted at this long ago, yet Ah Wei clings to him like an inescapable adhesive. Ren Tingting, upon seeing her cousin's arrival, merely offers a perfunctory greeting before retreating to practice her floral arrangements. "Is the security team devoid of duties today?" Ren Fa inquires casually as he approaches the tea table to pour himself a cup of fragrant tea. "Uncle Fa, those trivial matters are best left to my subordinates. With so much going on at home lately, I thought I might see if there's anything I could assist with." Ah Wei replies with a sycophantic smile. His words immediately remind Ren Fa of the events from the previous day on the mountain. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's timely intervention, not only would Ah Wei have perished, but his father's coffin would likely have been reduced to splinters. This cousin is truly more of a hindrance than a help. If you could just stay put and refrain from causing trouble, it would be a great assistance, Ren Fa remarked with a look of disdain. Awkwardly smiling, Ah Wei quickly changed the subject. "Cousin, your sister is no longer a child. Indeed, Tingting has grown quite a bit. So, shouldn't she be looking for a suitor?" Ah Wei asked nervously, licking his lips. Upon hearing this, Ren Fa immediately thought of Jiang Chen and secretly lamented, wishing the boy were a few years older. Currently, Tingting is 18, while Jiang Chen is just 9, an age gap that seems rather significant. However, in this day and age differences are not overly scrutinized. It is quite common for families with child brides to have partners a decade older. Yet, this means that his precious daughter would have to wait at least 7 or 8 more years, which seems a bit unfair to her. What a dilemma. Finding a suitor? You needn't worry about that. I already have a suitable candidate in mind, Ren Fa thought to himself. Convinced that even if his daughter had to wait a few more years for Jiang Chen, it would be infinitely better than marrying away the simpleton. You have someone in mind? Who could possibly be more suitable than me? Ah Wei exclaimed in a panic, rising abruptly. How rude, Ren Fa bellowed, causing Ah Wei to shudder and hastily sit back down. He momentarily forgot the stature of his cousin-in-law. Just then, a servant entered to report, "Master, Ninth Uncle and the others have arrived." As he spoke, Ninth Uncle entered with Jiang Chen and Wentai. As for Qiuxing, he decided to refrain from moving for the week. "Ninth Uncle, how is the matter regarding my father's new burial plot progressing?" "Rest assured, I found a new site for your esteemed father yesterday." "Oh, that's splendid. Let us discuss this upstairs. Tingting, please attend to Ninth Uncle's 2 esteemed disciples." Though he said this, Ren Fa merely smiled at Jiang Chen, completely overlooking Wentai. "Understood, father." Tingting, filled with joy at Jiang Chen's arrival, rushed to his side. "Jiang Chen, would you like to join me for some snacks? This morning, our family chef made a delightful pastry." With that, she took Jiang Chen's hand and led him outside, disregarding Ah Wei and Wentai's gazes. In the vast living room, only Wentai and Ah Wei remained, exchanging glances. "What are you staring at? What of it? Do you believe I can have you thrown into prison? I haven't committed any crime. If you dare to arrest me, I'll have my senior brother beat you to a pulp. Meanwhile, outside the funeral home, a figure clad in black robes, with skin resembling tree bark, approached the entrance. He had arrived near the funeral home the previous night. This morning, after ninth uncle and others departed, he made his appearance. Standing at the entrance, he retrieved a small black bell from his possession and began to shake it gently. As the bell rang, the sky darkened ominously. Meanwhile, a coffin in the mortuary began to tremble violently, accompanied by eerie howls from within. The ringing grew more frantic, and the coffin shook with increasing intensity. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from outside, forcefully suppressing the shaking. Yet, inside the coffin, Ren Weiyong seemed to receive some tremendous stimulus, thrashing wildly within. Moments later, a loud explosion echoed, and the golden light dissipated, causing the coffin to burst apart. From within emerged a pitch-black zombie covered in dark fur, standing upright. It leaped from the coffin and landed at the mortuary's entrance. In the next moment, a pitiful bleat echoed from the courtyard. The zombie Ren Weiyong, blood seeping from its mouth, let out a roar and, with a graceful leap, vanished over the tall wall, leaving behind a frail, hollow-eyed black lamb in the courtyard. As afternoon arrived, due to the weather, ninth uncle suggested that Ren Fa wait until the skies cleared to reign to Ren Weiyong. Thus, at Ren Fa's insistence, Jiang Chen and his two companions enjoyed a simple meal at the Ren residence. While it was referred to as a simple meal, it consisted of exquisite delicacies that ninth uncle and Ren had never encountered before. Jiang Chen, however, remained largely unfazed. Although he was not from a wealthy background in his past life, he hailed from a comfortably middle-class family and had experienced a variety of cuisines. This nonchalant demeanor, so contrasting to Wen Tai's, made Ren Fa regard Jiang Chen with newfound respect. In this era, individuals like Jiang Chen, at such a young age, who can exhibit such a serene disposition, are truly a rarity. After finishing lunch, under the persistent persuasion of Ren Fa, Ren Tingting took Jiang Chen on an extensive tour of the town. Not only did she purchase him several sets of clothing and shoes, but also an array of books and materials. When it came time to pay, Ren Tingting showed no signs of reluctance. Rather, she found Jiang Chen's politeness excessive. At that moment, her feelings toward Jiang Chen were akin to wishing he were her own brother, given his charming appearance and remarkable abilities. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, accepted her generosity with a sense of rightful ease, as he was never one to be overly sentimental. Compared to what he had done for the Ren family, this was hardly significant. If Ren Fa were aware of the power of the gathering thunder talismans, he would likely part with $100 for just one. By around 5 in the afternoon, they returned to the Ren residence. During their journey, Jiang Chen stored all the items Ren Tingting had bought for him into his spatial storage, a technique she had witnessed before. Although still curious, she was not overly surprised, assuming it was a skill common among practitioners. As dusk approached, Ren Fa no longer lingered with Uncle Jiu and the others, but instead invited him to visit their home more often during his leisure time. Before departing, Jiang Chen cautioned Ren Fa and Ren Tingting to exercise extra vigilance that evening, for in the film, Ren Weiyong was set to emerge from his coffin and seek out the Ren residence. The Ren family town was less than an hour's walk from the mortuary. The three returned to the mortuary just before complete darkness enveloped the sky. As Uncle Jiu took out the key to unlock the door, he suddenly furrowed his brow and his nostrils twitched slightly. Something feels amiss, he murmured in a low voice. What is wrong, master? Jiang Chen, standing beside Uncle Jiu, inquired, sensing his master's unease. There seemed to be a scent of decay in the courtyard, despite the intermittent rain throughout the day, which had nearly washed away the foul odor left by Ren Weiyong. Uncle Jiu, a seasoned practitioner accustomed to dealing with corpses and a formidable earth master, could detect even the faintest trace of it in the air. Uncle Jiu quickly unlocked the door. As Jiang Chen stepped into the courtyard, he noticed a drenched black goat lying in the mud at the corner. A horrific bite mark on its neck indicated it had been killed by a zombie. At this moment, there was only one zombie in the mortuary, Ren Weiyong. This is bad, both Uncle Jiu and Jiang Chen exclaimed simultaneously, rushing into the mortuary's cold storage room. What is going on? Wen Kai murmured, observing the unusual behavior of his master and senior brother with a look of bewilderment. Jiang Chen and Uncle Jiu arrived at the cold storage room almost simultaneously. Gazing intently, they found that the coffin in the center of the room was now in pieces. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The situation seemed to exceed his expectations. If he recalled correctly, Ren Weiyong was supposed to rise from his coffin tonight, and he had already patched up the breach at the coffin's base. The timing of Ren Weiyong's breaking of the coffin was not postponed. Rather, it was moved forward. What unforeseen changes lie within that remain unknown to oneself? At this moment, where will Ren Weiyong go upon emerging from his coffin? Could it be that he intends to return to the Rin residence? In that case, should I make another visit to the Rin estate? Given the unforeseen changes that have transpired, I am uncertain whether the thunder-gathering talisman I left behind can still withstand him. The divine selection system has been activated. Option 1. Trust in my own strength. The mere Ren Wei Yong is certainly no match for my thunder-gathering talisman. Reward. Breakthrough to the second level of the human master realm. Option 2. Exercise caution, for a prudent sailor navigates safely for 1,000 years. Immediately rush to the Ren residence. Reward. Master the supreme body refinement technique. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the system would join in at such a critical moment. After much contemplation, Jiang Chen decided to opt for the second choice. Returning to the Rin residence seemed wise. Moreover, the mastery of a technique appeared far more advantageous than a mere breakthrough in cultivation. With the system by my side, I am periodically rewarded with magical power. Given my current physical state, I can no longer endure additional magical energy. In the human master realm, each breakthrough results in the formation of an additional Qi within the Dantian, which serves as a reservoir for magical energy. Typically, a human master can only contain 5 years' worth of magical energy within a single Qi. To advance further, one must condense another Qi and ascend to the next level. Jiang Chen currently possesses 20 years' worth of magical energy within his Qi, and he senses he is nearing his limit. Upon mastering the supreme body refinement technique, his physical strength would undoubtedly ascend to a higher echelon. Just imagine possessing magical energy surpassing that of even a peak human master while still at the first level. What a delightful prospect that would be. Master. It seems Ren Wei Yong has likely escaped as a black zombie. Indeed, that is the only possibility. I never anticipated Ren Wei Yong to be so formidable that even the embodying net could not contain him. Master, this suggests the Ren family may be in danger. I wish to investigate. Absolutely not. It is far too perilous for you to go alone. Allow me to make some preparations, and I shall accompany you. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Uncle Jiu immediately voiced his opposition, exclaiming that Jiang Chen was his prized pupil and could not be allowed to encounter any danger. Ren Wei Yong is likely now a black-level zombie, beyond the capability of any mere human master to confront. Jiang Chen is merely at the mid-level of a Taoist. How could he possibly cope? Master, I sense something is amiss with Ren Wei Yong's emergence from the coffin today. It is quite peculiar. It would be best for you to remain at the ancestral hall for now. I have already attained the human master realm and possess the ability to protect myself. You need not worry. At this point, Jiang Chen no longer intended to conceal his cultivation level from his master, realizing that any attempt to hide it would likely be futile. What did you just say? Repeat that. Uncle Jiu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. A few days ago, did he not claim to be at the mid-stage of Taoist cultivation? Trusting him, I refrained from verifying, yet here he is. Having transcended to the realm of a master, is becoming a master as trivial as discarding wilted leaves? Jiang Chen offered no explanation. Instead, he extended his hand toward Jioshu, presenting a demeanor that suggested, feel free to inspect. Jioshu, momentarily taken aback, began to channel his energy, probing into Jiang Chen's being. Indeed, within Jiang Chen's Dantian, he discovered a vast ocean of qi, a clear indication of being at the first level of masterhood. This young man has indeed become a true master. What is even more astonishing is that within his energy sea, the turbulent and surging magical power has accumulated for at least 2 decades. This fellow is simply inhuman. When I was a master in the realm, possessing a sea of energy capable of accommodating a decade's worth of magical power was already the mark of an extraordinary talent. This lad is, astonishingly, twice his own size. In that fleeting moment, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped Jioshu. Yet, this feeling of powerlessness was swiftly dissipated by an overwhelming wave of astonishment. This monster is my own disciple. Indeed, my very own disciple. How utterly powerless that is. In this vast world, whose disciple could be more extraordinary than mine? It is I, Lin Fingjiao. From this day forth, I shall embrace my pride with fervor. For when I return to Maoshan, I shall stride through it with unparalleled confidence. The sky has darkened to its fullest extent. On the mountain path leading from the righteous tomb to Rinjia town, Jiang Chen gallops furiously atop a white steed, racing through the gentle drizzle, clinging tightly to the horse. Jiang Chen frees one hand to retrieve the soul-nurturing tower from his spatial pocket. Dong Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen calls softly towards the tower. At that moment, within the second tier of the soul-nurturing tower, Dong Xiaoyu sits cross-legged amidst an endless chaos, absorbing the spiritual energy that permeates this space. Her soul form has solidified, and the injuries inflicted by Jiang Chen have completely healed. Here, The passage of time flows at a rate 20 times faster than that of the outside world. In other words, while merely 2 days have elapsed externally, Daoist Si Mu has devoted over a month to her cultivation. At this moment, not only has her injury completely healed, but she also senses the faint stirrings of a breakthrough. It is noteworthy that her previous ascent from wandering spirit to malevolent ghost took nearly 2 decades. As one progresses in cultivation, the journey should become increasingly arduous. Yet, after just over a month, she feels on the verge of a breakthrough. This illustrates the extraordinary richness of spiritual energy in this realm. At this moment, her heart swells with profound gratitude towards Jiang Chen for his generosity in accepting her. Just as she immerses herself in her cultivation, a sudden voice reverberates within the soul-nurturing tower. The sound resonated like the celestial harmonies of the universe, reverberating through Daoist Si Mu's very soul. She dared not exhibit any semblance of negligence. Instead, she manifested half of her soul form outside the soul-nurturing tower, meticulously adorned to present her most refined appearance. She could not risk revealing her true visage and frightening Jiang Chen. "What are your commands, Master?" Daoist Si Mu uttered with utmost reverence, for at that moment, Jiang Chen's wishes constituted her very existence. Jiang Chen regarded Daoist Si Mu's appearance with a satisfied nod. "I am to venture to the Ren residence to rescue someone, and your assistance may be required. Should I summon you?" "You must devote your full strength to protect a girl named Ren Tingting," Jiang Chen commanded. "Yes, Master. Even if my soul were to scatter, I shall fulfill your orders," Daoist Si Mu affirmed. Jiang Chen nodded again, subsequently retracting the soul-nurturing tower and continuing his journey on horseback. Meanwhile, within the Ren residence, Ren Fa was dining with Ren Tingting. "Tingting, what do you think of Jiang Chen?" Ren Fa inquired cautiously, pondering that if his daughter was pleased, Jiang Chen's age would be of no consequence. "Jiang Chen is quite adorable and remarkably talented. Father, how I wish I had a brother like him." Ren Tingting's eyes sparkled like crescent moons at the mere mention of Jiang Chen. "Do you have affection for Jiang Chen?" Ren Fa pressed further. "Of course. Every time I see him, I yearn to pinch his chubby little cheeks. Alas, he is rather aloof. Whenever I reach out, he pushes my hand away, never allowing me to touch him," Ren Tingting replied, her eyes shimmering with the wistfulness of a beloved toy just out of reach. "What if the roles were reversed? Not as a brother, but as a husband? What would you think?" Ren Fa, noticing his daughter's bewilderment, decided to be forthright. "Ah," Ren Tingting gasped. "Father, what are you saying? Jiang Chen is merely over 8 years old. How could he be my husband? While I do like him, it is only in the capacity of a brother." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed crimson like a fiery sunset, her heart racing uncontrollably. "Father, you are insufferable. Why would you say such things?" "I am no longer eating," Ren Tingting exclaimed, her heartbeat quickening as she huffed and hastily set down her utensils before fleeing. Ren Fa erupted into hearty laughter at his daughter's reaction. With his astuteness, he recognized her contradictory words and felt a weight lifted from his heart. His greatest regret in life was not having a son. However, an old adage states that a son-in-law is akin to a son, and considering Jiang Chen's exceptional qualities, he resolved to treat him as his own. As Ren Fa pondered these thoughts, he approached the entrance, gazing at the increasingly heavy raindrops in the courtyard, filled with profound reflections. Knock, knock. At that moment, a dull thud resonated from the front door. Ren Fa furrowed his brow. Who would come in such inclement weather? Could it be that scoundrel away again? It would be best to dissuade him today, to spare himself the nuisance of his incessant pestering. "Afu, go open the door," Ren Fa commanded, and a servant named Afu promptly ran to the door, umbrella in hand. Knock, 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 the pounding grew louder, each sound striking at the core of one's being. Just as Afu approached the entrance, the massive doors suddenly erupted with a thunderous crash. Bang! Crash! In the next moment, the doors shattered into countless fragments, hurtling into the courtyard. A larger piece struck Afu directly, sending him flying backward. Afu coughed up blood mid-air, crashing against the wall, after which he fell silent. This sudden transformation rendered Ren Fa utterly speechless, immobilized in place. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. With the brilliance of the lightning, Ren Fa beheld a figure standing at the doorway, clad in garments from the Qing dynasty, with a face as dark as night, and eyes emanating a spine-chilling, terrifying glare. To be precise, this was not merely a person, it was a corpse he recognized. Though this visage had morphed beyond recognition, the attire remained hauntingly familiar. Just yesterday, he had encountered it. It belonged to his father. Yet, why did he find him here, transformed into such a terrifying figure? At that moment, Ren Fa's very soul quivered, rendering him incapable of thought. "Father, what has happened?" Just then, the voice of his daughter behind him jolted Ren Fa awake. Ting Ting, why are you here at this moment? The terror in his heart surged to its zenith, largely stemming from the presence of his own daughter. In a sudden burst of instinct, he turned around and shouted frantically, Ting Ting, run. Having just ascended the stairs. Rin Ting Ting had barely uttered a word when she beheld her father, turning towards her with bloodshot eyes, screaming in desperation. This unexpected turn of events caused her heart to skip a beat. For reasons unknown at that moment, a phrase uttered by Jiang Chen flashed through her mind. Miss Rin. I perceive a sinister omen in your brow. It may herald impending doom. In the next instant, she was horrified to discover a terrifying creature in the distance. Leaping towards her with outstretched hands. Father. Rin Ting Ting did not flee alone. Instead, with tears streaming down her face, she hurried to her father's side, supporting his trembling legs as they sought to escape. At this moment, the servants of the Rin residence were drawn to the commotion, gathering to witness the horrifying figure of the zombie in the courtyard. Although Rin Ting Ting had never encountered a zombie before, the majority of the townsfolk from Rinjia town had. Some of the more timid individuals fainted outright from fright, while a few brave souls seized their weapons and charged forward. The Rin residence was guarded, with each sentinel armed with standard rifles. Four robust guards stood at the entrance, aiming their weapons at the advancing zombie, Ren Weiyong, who was grotesquely transformed. They pulled the triggers in unison, the sharp crack of gunfire echoing as a barrage of bullets struck the creature. Despite being hit, Ren Weiyong staggered back only a few steps, exhibiting no signs of succumbing. Instead, the malevolent glint in his eyes intensified. The guards, initially buoyed by thoughts of glory and potential rewards, were now engulfed in panic. With a thunderous roar, Ren Weiyong leapt an astonishing distance of 10 feet. Landing directly before the four guards, he swiftly extended his hand, driving his claws into the neck of one guard. Thus began a terrifying one-sided slaughter. The guards, already in a state of disarray, were no match for Ren Weiyong. Within mere minutes, the scene devolved into chaos, with some guards dismembered and others bitten to death. The onlookers in the hall were paralyzed by the nightmarish spectacle unfolding before them, rendered helpless in the face of such horror. Among them were Rin Fei and Rin Ting Ting. Father, what should we do? Are we going to die? Rin Ting Ting's face was as pale as death. She had never witnessed such a terrifying scene in her life. At that moment, she felt herself on the brink of fainting. It's all your fault, father. If only you had heeded Uncle Jiu's advice and cremated grandfather on the spot. Tears streamed down Rin Fei's face, his heart heavy with regret. Realizing that his foolish filial piety had not only cost lives but now threatened his own and his daughter's as well. If I could turn back time, what does it matter if father feared fire in life? I would personally set the torch to him. Uncle Jiu? That's right, Jiang Chen. Upon hearing her father mention Uncle Jiu, Rin Ting Ting's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately thought of Jiang Chen. Memories of their time together flooded her mind in a rapid succession. The talisman, yes, the talisman that Jiang Chen had drawn for her. Father, do you have the talisman that Jiang Chen drew with you? Rin Ting Ting's eyes sparkled as she spoke, quickly reaching into her pocket. She kept Jiang Chen's talisman close to her. A talisman? Ren Fei was momentarily taken aback, and then a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. Of course. He had the talisman with him. Ever since he witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities, he had complete faith in his words. With that thought, he hastily retrieved the yellow talisman from his pocket. At that moment, Ren Weiyong, drenched in blood and exhaling dark mist, slowly turned around, fixing his piercing gaze upon Ren Fei. This is the purpose of his visit. He seeks evolution. He desires to stem the bloodline. Ren Fei is the one most closely related to him by blood. Thud, thud. Ren Weiyong stretched out his arm and leaped towards Ren Fei with deliberate steps. The servants who had been clustered around Ren Fei, upon witnessing this, scrambled and fled in a panic. Ting Ting, how is this talisman used? Ren Fei recalled his daughter mentioning its usage, yet in his current state of anxiety, he could not recall the details. Father, Jiang Chen said that in times of danger, one must bite their finger to draw blood, activating the talisman, and then throw it. Rin Ting Ting spoke rapidly, already piercing her delicate finger. A drop of crimson blood instantly stained the yellow talisman. At that moment, flashes of electric light began to dance upon the talisman. Rin Ting Ting felt a sudden numbness in her hand, and in a moment of alarm, she hurled the talisman away. Whoosh! The instant the yellow talisman left her grasp, it transformed in midair into a thunderous magic disc, approximately 1 meter in diameter. In the next second, as if it possessed the ability to automatically lock onto its target, the thunder disc spun and shot towards Ren Weiyong with great speed. In an instant, the thunder disc, infused with a fraction of Jiang Chen's magical power, collided forcefully with Ren Weiyong. He was immediately sent crashing against the wall of the hall, the sound of continuous explosions resonating around him. When Jiang Chen crafted the talisman, He infused it with a decade's worth of magical energy. Each talisman was imbued with nearly a year's worth of his power. Jiang Chen's magical energy was a direct reward from the system, unmatched in both quality and purity by ordinary cultivators, coupled with the formidable array of the Gathering Thunder Talisman. This single talisman equated to the full-force strike of an ordinary master. Although this formidable power may not inflict a fatal wound upon Ren Weiyong, it is sufficient to instill a sense of dread within him. As the talismans began to take effect, Ren Fa rose to his feet, mimicking his daughter's actions by biting his finger. Gathering his courage, he grasped the talismans and approached Ren Weiyong. Whoosh, whoosh. One talisman after another shot forth from Ren Fa's hands. The immense force of the Gathering Lightning Talisman propelled Ren Weiyong through the wall, sending him crashing into the courtyard. His garments were tattered and torn, and his skin, once covered in dark hair, now bore the marks of decay. Half of his face was stripped of flesh, and arcs of electricity crackled at his wounds, emitting wisps of smoke. Fear glimmered in Ren Weiyong's eyes as Ren Fa hurled the last Gathering Lightning Talisman at him. Ren Weiyong let out a piercing scream and leaped over the wall, fleeing in panic. Witnessing this, Ren Fa finally exhaled a long sigh of relief, only to be suddenly overtaken by dizziness. It was finally over. Though merely a short span of mere minutes had passed, Ren Fa felt as though he had traversed an eternity between life and death. Father, are you all right? Ren Tingting hurried over, supporting her father who was on the brink of collapse. This time, they owed their survival to Jiang Chen. Had it not been for him, the Ren family would surely have faced ruin. Ren Fa gazed at the blood-soaked ground, his sorrow spilling forth in tears. I regret it so much. I regret not heeding their warnings. The father and daughter embraced, weeping together, their hearts overflowing with gratitude for Jiang Chen. In the western mountains of Renjia town, within a vast cavern, a figure clad in black robes sat in meditation, surrounded by a swirling crimson aura. Suddenly, the cloaked figure opened his eyes. Having heard the distant roar, what is happening? It seems Ren Weiyong is injured. How is that possible? The black-robed man murmured in disbelief. Just as Jiang Chen entered the gates of Renjia town, he was met with a piercing roar echoing through the rainy night. The sound was not particularly loud, yet its penetrating quality ensured that a significant portion of the townsfolk could hear this terrifying cry. This voice is quite familiar to Jiang Chen. He heard it upon his arrival in this world. This is the roar of the undead. Damn it, Ren Weiyong has already gone to the Ren residence. I wonder how Ren Fa and Ren Tingting are faring. However, the cries of this zombie sound more like wretched screams. It is likely that either Ren Fa or Ren Tingting has used the Thunder Gathering Talisman. I hope I am not too late, Jiang Chen thought to himself, letting out a resounding shout as he dispersed the paper horse and stepped forward, appearing 100 meters away. The reason he hadn't used the short-distance spell earlier was due to its considerable energy consumption. In this urgent situation, he could no longer afford such concerns. The Ren residence was no more than 500 meters from the city gate. After a few strides, Jiang Chen found himself outside the gates of the Ren residence. A thick scent of blood and the foul stench of corpses assaulted his senses. Gazing at the shattered door, Jiang Chen's heart tightened, and he swiftly dashed inside. Master Ren. Miss Ren, how are you? Upon entering, he spotted the father and daughter weeping together not far off, and a weight lifted from his heart. It seemed his talismans had indeed worked. Thankfully, his impulsive decision to leave them behind prevented what could have been a hellish scene at the Ren residence. Approaching the two, Jiang Chen gently called out to them. The pair, their eyes swollen from crying, halted their sobs upon hearing his voice and looked up. Jiang Chen, brother Jiang Chen, they exclaimed in surprise, both bewildered as to how he had arrived at this moment. Hadn't the three of them returned to the charity house in the evening? You two must have been frightened, Jiang Chen said as he quickly crossed the courtyard to their side. When we returned to the charity house, we found your father's coffin shattered and his body missing, so I rushed over. Unfortunately, I arrived a bit late. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the lifeless body strewn on the ground, feeling a twinge of shame. It was not merely regret over being late. It was the guilt of not having resolved to eliminate Ren Weiyong at the first opportunity. He knew the plot well, aware that Ren Weiyong would rise as a zombie, breaking free from his coffin, and would emerge to harm others. Yet, due to his overconfidence in the unfolding events, he had taken it lightly. Jiang Chen had initially believed that Ren Weiyong would not emerge until later that night, and he had prepared himself for a battle then. However, he never anticipated that Ren Weiyong would appear prematurely. Whether this was a consequence of his own actions or something else entirely, he could not tell. In any case, he should have strongly urged his master to deal with Ren Weiyong on the spot. A moment's hesitation had led to the loss of innocent lives. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt a mix of self-reproach and determination, vowing that in the future, he would eradicate any demons or malevolent forces at the first sign of trouble, leaving no room for future calamity. Jiang Chen, do not speak like that. If it were not for the talismans you left behind, our Ren family would likely have been destroyed. I am at a loss for how to thank you. From now on, the Ren family is your family. Any request you have, I will not refuse, Ren Fa said, his expression one of deep gratitude. Feeling as though Jiang Chen had pulled him back from the brink of death. Master Ren, you are overstating things. Exorcising evil is simply the duty of those who practice the way, Jiang Chen replied, extending a hand to help Ren Fa, who had been preparing to bow in gratitude. Master Ren, once your father became a zombie, he was no longer your father. I hope you can come to terms with this. Jiang Chen, I understand. The subsequent matters will be decided by you and your master. I will not interfere, Ren Fa said earnestly. At that moment, all traces of blind filial piety had vanished, and he hoped Jiang Chen and his master would swiftly subdue the undead. Good, that is reassuring, Jiang Chen said, but has Master Ren seen where that zombie went? It seems he headed west. We struck him down with the talismans you left behind, and he appeared to have sustained serious injuries. He fled shortly before your arrival. Ren Fa pointed in the direction the zombie had leapt away, a tremor of fear in his voice. All right, you both tidy up here. I will go investigate, to prevent that zombie from harming any more innocent souls. Jiang Chen intended to seize the opportunity while the zombie was injured to pursue and eliminate it. Now was the best moment to eradicate this threat. If it were allowed to evolve further, he feared he would not be able to confront it with his current abilities. It was better to act sooner rather than later. Just as Jiang Chen was about to turn and leave, he was called back by Ren Tingting. Ah, brother Jiang Chen, are you leaving now? Upon seeing him prepare to depart, she immediately inquired, her heart filled with joy at his arrival. She had wanted to express her gratitude, but had held back, not wishing to interrupt his conversation with her father. She hadn't expected him to leave so soon without a proper farewell. I will go out to see if I can find that zombie and eliminate it to prevent further harm. Rest assured, it should not dare return for a while. Ren Tingting murmured softly, it's not that I'm afraid of zombies. As Jiang Chen was about to exit, he suddenly sensed several waves of dark energy within the Ren residence, fluctuating erratically. Frowning, he rubbed his eyes, and in the astonished gazes of Ren Fa and Ren Tingting, his eyes began to shift between black and white, taking on an otherworldly appearance. Yin Yang Eye, activate. With a soft command, Jiang Chen unlocked his Yin Yang Eye. He surveyed his surroundings and immediately discerned several illusory souls aimlessly drifting in the air. These appeared to be the spirits of those who had recently perished in the Ren residence. Jiang Chen sighed, recognizing them as wrongfully deceased souls. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Divine Level Choice System. Option 1. Immediately eradicate all ghostly entities within the Ren residence, ensuring their souls disperse and preventing them from becoming vengeful spirits. Reward. Magical Artifact, Yin Yang Bagua Plate. Option 2. Properly settle the spirits of the Ren residence. Reward. Ghost Cultivation Technique, Soul Refinement Method of the Underworld. Jiang Chen contemplated briefly. The Yin Yang Bagua Plate sounded impressive, yet he chose Option 2. There was no other reason. He felt a significant connection to the deaths of these individuals and could not bring himself to choose Option 1. Additionally, he had originally promised Dong Xiaoyu to find her a cultivation technique, and this seemed like a perfect opportunity. Extending his hand, Jiang Chen produced the Soul Nurturing Tower. He then formed a hand seal, gathering the drifting souls together. Dear souls, do you wish to reincarnate or follow me to become ghost cultivators? After a profound exchange, a soul named Fu yearned for reincarnation, while 4 souls known as Ren Yi, Ren Air, Ren San, and Ren Si expressed their desire to accompany Jiang Chen in his cultivation. Jiang Chen first recited the rebirth incantation, guiding Fu into the realm of the afterlife. And subsequently, he welcomed the 4 Ren souls into the Soul Nurturing Tower to foster their spirits. In the grand hall of the Ren residence, the floor was stained with blood, appearing particularly striking beneath the glow of the yellow chandelier. Ren Fa and Ren Tingting leaned against each other, their eyes fixated on Jiang Chen, cradling a small tower in their hands as they spoke into the air. A chill breeze swept in from outside, causing goosebumps to rise on their skin. Both held their breath, too fearful to exhale. Fortunately, after a brief moment, Jiang Chen stowed away the small tower and retracted his Yin Yang Eye, returning to his normal state. At that moment, a notification chime echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Taken aback, he soon realized that the option activated earlier at the charity graveyard, leading to the Ren residence, had been completed. The reward was the mastery of the supreme body refinement technique. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt a transformation occurring within his bones and flesh. All the pores of his body opened wide, akin to countless black holes, voraciously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, cleansing his being. He quickly settled into a meditative posture, fingers forming seals as he entered a state of deep concentration. Ren Fa and Ren Tingting, initially prepared to approach Jiang Chen as he returned to normalcy, were startled by the sudden change in him and hurriedly stepped back. However, a barrier of energy erupted around Jiang Chen, rapidly expanding outward and pushing the two several meters away. Ren Fa quickly understood that Jiang Chen was likely engaged in a profound practice or a significant breakthrough. He grasped Ren Tingting's hand, preventing her from intruding. Instantly, a massive vortex of spiritual energy formed around Jiang Chen, captivating the attention of everyone present. They were ordinary individuals, unaccustomed to such extraordinary phenomena. That night, they not only witnessed terrifying zombies but also marveled at the miraculous manifestations surrounding Jiang Chen. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Jiang Chen gradually opened his eyes. Having completed his breakthrough, he immediately sensed the transformations within his body. The most apparent change was the significant increase in his strength. He felt capable of effortlessly crushing a rock with a mere fist. Moreover, his physical resilience had vastly improved. If his body had previously been akin to stone, it could now be likened to steel. He surmised that if Ren Weiyong were present, even standing still, he would be unharmed by any strike. In comparison, Jiang Chen's current physical hardness was likely akin to that of a jumping zombie, impervious to blades and bullets. The most profound alteration was in his Qi, which now felt expansive, potentially capable of holding at least 50 years' worth of spiritual energy. This is utterly terrifying. Generally, a cultivator reaches the pinnacle of the human master realm with a maximum of 50 years of magical power. Those like my master, who can attain a century of magical prowess, are rare. Yet, I find myself capable of harboring 50 years of power at the first level of the human master realm. What might it be at the peak? Jiang Chen hesitated to imagine, although this implies a significant deceleration in my advancement. The human master realm serves as the foundation for cultivation, and I am currently constructing the most extraordinary base in the realm of practice. Jiang Chen glanced at his current character panel. Name, Jiang Chen Realm. First level of human master Dao body. Immaculate Dao body magical power. 25 years cultivation techniques. Supreme clarity body refinement true art. Major achievement. Maoshan Qi cultivation technique. Minor achievement. Space. 128 cubic units Dao arts. First order of the divine ghost 7 kill command. Paper effigy technique, perfected. Palm thunder, perfected. Void inscription technique, perfected. Ground shrinking technique, beginner. Netherworld soul refinement great art, not yet entered. Talent. Photographic memory. Qi affinity 100 divine ability. Yin Yang. While my realm remains at the first level of human master, my magical power has already reached 25 years. My current offensive capabilities include the divine ghost 7 kill command and palm thunder, complemented by the speed of the ground shrinking technique. These practices are of the highest caliber. Coupled with my own physical strength and formidable techniques, I estimate that even an average peak master would hardly stand as my rival. Although I am merely at the first level of mastery, I have already attained invincibility within this realm. Soon, I shall seek out Ren Weiyong to test my prowess. Jiang Chen concluded his meditation and stood, exhaling deeply. Jiang Chen, are you all right? Ren Tingting approached him immediately upon seeing him rise, her eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. I just experienced a moment of enlightenment and made a breakthrough on the spot. He continued, here is a 6-ding heavenly armor talisman, upon which I have inscribed a restriction. Should danger arise, recite Taishang Laojun, urgent as the law commands, to activate the talisman. This talisman can gather the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a protective shield of 6 layers to ensure your safety for a time. As he spoke, a talisman adorned with mysterious runes appeared in his hand, which he directly handed to Ren Tingting. This is a talisman he has only learned in the past couple of days, and it is the only one of its kind in this space. Compared to the thunder-gathering talisman, this defensive talisman is more suitable for Ren Tingting and her companions. Upon seeing Jiang Chen produce another talisman, Ren Fa was overwhelmed with emotion that was difficult to articulate. In that moment, he had already mentally designated Jiang Chen as his beloved son-in-law. Initially at a loss as to how to express his gratitude, he now realized that his daughter and his family estate would eventually belong to this young man. This gesture of gratitude should suffice. However, what he remained unaware of was that this was merely his own wishful thinking. Jiang Chen had no such aspirations and held little regard for his modest estate. After presenting the talisman, Jiang Chen swiftly departed from the Ren residence. Upon reaching the exterior of the Ren Manor, he conducted a meticulous search and soon spotted a pair of neatly aligned footprints on the ground not far away. This must be the footprint of Ren Weiyong. Jiang Chen followed the direction of the prints, continuing onward until he discovered another set of footprints nearly 20 meters ahead. Astonishingly, this individual could leap such a distance, indicating he was on the verge of mastering the art of jumping. However, given his current strength and the fact that Ren Weiyong was injured, dealing with him should pose no challenge. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen traced Ren Weiyong's footprints to a mountainside. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this location was not far from Ren Weiyong's previous burial site, situated on another peak. To his surprise, there was a cave nestled in the mountainside, where Ren Weiyong's last footprint had vanished. Gazing into the dark and foreboding cave, Jiang Chen felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation wash over him. It seemed as though the cave were a gaping maw of an abyss, ready to swallow him whole should he dare approach. Although Jiang Chen's resolve had strengthened significantly since his past, this primal fear of the unknown, rooted deep within his soul, was not easily surmountable. The current environment, a secluded mountain, a gentle drizzle, the night, and the ominous cave contributed to an atmosphere thick with terror. He silently recited a calming mantra to dispel his distractions. Ren Weiyong was undoubtedly inside. If he did not confront him now, it would likely become increasingly difficult come morning. Approximately 5 kilometers west of Ren family town, the mountain stood silent under the sporadic drizzle. Jiang Chen stood resolutely at the entrance of the pitch-black cave, his gaze fixed intently upon it. Unbeknownst to him, within the cave, a pair of eerie eyes was equally fixated on him. This cave is the very one where the geomancer previously resided. This morning, after leading Ren Weiyong out from the ancestral hall, he brought him to this location and fed him his own vital essence. The geomancer practiced a sinister art he unexpectedly acquired at the foot of a cliff, a technique that specializes in the absorption of blood essence for cultivation. He could absorb the vital essence from any species. The skeletons behind him are the results of years of plunder, some of which are even zombies he has drained dry. Having reached an advanced stage of cultivation, he is now nearly at the mid-level of the Earth Master realm. To exact revenge on the Ren family with greater satisfaction, he willingly uses his own blood to facilitate Ren Weiyong's rapid evolution. Once Ren Weiyong has annihilated the members of the Ren family, he intends to drain him entirely. After consuming the blood of the geomancer, Ren Weiyong indeed undergoes a swift transformation, nearing the pinnacle of the black zombie state in less than a day. Just a step away from becoming a full-fledged zombie. As the sun sets, the geomancer observes Uncle Jiu and the others departing from the Ren residence. He then returns to urge Ren Weiyong towards the Ren estate, for the blood of the Ren family would be of utmost benefit to him. Absorbing the essence of a direct descendant could facilitate his own evolution. After the great demon giant ape ventures out to forage in the darkness, the geomancer remains in the cave to recuperate and restore his depleted energy. He originally anticipated that by dawn, the Ren family would cease to exist, and he would further enhance his cultivation through the blood of the evolved Ren Weiyong. Unexpectedly, he awaited Ren Weiyong's return, injured. In an instant, he surmised that a powerful figure resided within the Ren estate, and upon reflection, deduced it must be the individuals from the ancestral hall. However, he had witnessed them depart from a distance. Why had they returned? Could it be that they were not the ones? Yet, if they were not, who else in the town of Ren possessed such capabilities? As he pondered, the geomancer suddenly sensed the presence of another individual outside the cave. Though the night was dark, he, amidst the deeper shadows, could still vaguely discern that the figure that had appeared was a child. He recognized the figure of the child, identifying him as one of the 3 from the ancestral hall during the day. The feng shui master was taken aback. Had it been the esteemed Uncle Jiu, he would not have been surprised, for over the years, he had come to appreciate Uncle Jiu's formidable prowess. It was indeed not extraordinary for someone to trace Ren Weiyong's essence. However, it was astonishing that it was the very child he had least regarded who had arrived. He could distinctly sense a formidable power within the child that was incongruent with his tender age. Could it be that Ren Weiyong had been injured by this child? How could such a young child possess such astonishing power? Perhaps he possesses an extraordinary physique or innate talent. Only this would make sense. If I could drain his blood, it would undoubtedly be an immeasurable boon. As this thought crossed his mind, the fortune teller's eyes, devoid of pupils, glimmered with intense greed and excitement. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Jiang Chen hesitated, contemplating whether to enter the cave at that moment. The voice of the system resonated in his mind. Divine choice system activated. Option 1. Avoid entering unprepared. The cave may harbor great terrors. Temporarily retreat and summon your master to confront the threat together. Reward: 10 years of increased magical power, 1 pair of wind-chasing boots. Option 2. Courageously confront your fears and overcome them by entering the cave now, defeating Ren Weiyong. Reward: 2 Dragon Essence Pills, 10 years of increased magical power. 1 Wishful Robe. Jiang Chen gazed at the options, plunging into indecision. The cave before him exuded an eerie aura, sending chills down his spine as he stared into its depths. He was unafraid of ghosts or zombies, yet this cave instilled such trepidation, indicating that it was far from ordinary. However, considering the system's rewards, it was clear that it encouraged him to conquer his fear, a notion Jiang Chen understood well. For a cultivator, unresolved psychological barriers could evolve into heart demons, posing significant hindrances and dangers to one's practice. If he retreated now out of fear, it would leave a lasting psychological scar, possibly leading to future demonic influences that could result in his demise. Damn it, I possess a system. What is there to fear? If danger arises, I could always use the shrinking earth technique to escape. Determined, Jiang Chen slapped his forehead, dispelling his fears, and strode directly toward the cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he produced a talisman and recited the fire-summoning incantation, igniting the talisman instantly. He then released a surge of magical energy, causing the fire talisman to float in midair, sustaining its flame. The moment the talisman illuminated, the cave was suddenly aglow. In the next instant, Jiang Chen beheld the scene within the cave. An overwhelming chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Inside the vast cavern, corpses and skeletal remains littered the ground. In the center stood a figure draped in a black robe, with hair as parched as straw and a singular eye devoid of a pupil, grinning ominously at him. Behind this figure stood Ren Weiyong, rigidly upright, with only half of his face flesh intact, the other half completely skeletal, a sight both grotesque and terrifying. Little child, who are you? What brings you here alone in the dead of night? Where are your guardians? The figure in the black robe spoke, his voice akin to nails scraping glass, inducing a profound unease and agitation within Jiang Chen. Observing this bizarre individual and the sight of Ren Weiyong obediently standing behind him, Jiang Chen immediately deduced that this man was likely the fortune teller who had disrupted the Dragonfly Water Cave, wreaking havoc on the Ren family's fortunes for 2 decades. It appears that this individual is responsible for Ren Weiyong's premature emergence from the coffin. Evidently, this geomancer harbors intentions that extend beyond merely seeking to harm the Ren family for 2 decades. He seems intent on annihilating the entire lineage, ensuring that the Ren family faces utter extinction. What immense hatred this must be. One must understand that if Ren Weiyong coerced him into relinquishing such a prime location, this individual's disposition is rather ruthless. However, this is not the time to dwell on such thoughts, since this individual can effortlessly subdue Ren Weiyong. Their prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of a master. At present, I am certain I cannot compete with them. However, ensuring my survival should not pose a significant challenge. Perhaps it is wiser to first probe their capabilities and discern their true nature, then summon my master tomorrow to subdue them directly. Heh, you wretched creature. I wonder who you are. It turns out to be that feng shui master who resorted to despicable methods 2 decades ago to harm others. Jiang Chen stepped forward a couple of paces, mockingly declaring, with no trace of fear upon his countenance. The figure in the black robe, upon hearing this, was taken aback. This child had discerned his identity with a single statement. Who exactly is he? Who are you? The black-robed figure asked coldly. The one who seeks your life. Jiang Chen replied succinctly, recognizing from the figure's reaction that his guess was indeed correct. With that, Jiang Chen commenced his incantation. The hand gestures he performed unmistakably signified the invocation of the 7 kill orders. In the rain-soaked mountains, a vast cave lay concealed. Within its mouth, Jiang Chen stood with his legs apart, swiftly executing his hand seals while reciting incantations at an astonishing speed. Supreme Star of the Celestial Realm, adapt without cease. Exorcise evil and bind enchantments. May the Tao's essence endure. Swiftly, as per the command. As his voice resonated, Jiang Chen directed his fingertip, and a minute glimmer began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a radiant sphere the size of a basketball. The energy contained within was so formidable that even Jiang Chen found it astonishing. This marks the 2nd occasion on which he has employed this mystical technique. The first time he invoked it, he was merely a novice, with only a meager 5 years of accumulated spiritual energy. Nevertheless, he was able to obliterate a malevolent spirit in an instant. Now, having ascended to the realm of a master, his internal power has multiplied severalfold. Even if he cannot vanquish the figure in the black robe, dispatching Ren Weiyong should pose no significant challenge. Sensing the impending surge of energy at his fingertips, Jiang Chen pointed toward the black-robed figure. Command. The energy orb immediately transformed into a blinding ray, hurtling forward. Meanwhile, the geomancer seated opposite him was filled with astonishment. The diminutive spirit before him, appearing no older than 8 or 9, should not possess the capability to conjure such astonishing sorcery from thin air. In his understanding of the world, most mystical arts necessitate prior inscription on talismans, activated through incantations at the moment of use. Techniques that can be unleashed directly are either exceedingly profound or wielded by an adept of exceptional mastery. This young spirit clearly belongs to the former category. Given his perspective, Jiang Chen's attack would likely be beyond his capacity to withstand. Should he attempt to confront it head-on, he would likely sustain grave injuries. Cursed be this little prodigy that has emerged from nowhere. The geomancer, unwilling to underestimate the situation, swiftly retrieved several bloodied talismans from his waist and shattered them to activate their power. In the dimly lit cavern, a multitude of blood-red skeletons materialized before the geomancer, their gaping maws lunging toward Jiang Chen. This is an ominous talisman, known as the 10,000 Ghosts Talisman, learned by the feng shui master from his secret texts. Once activated, it can instantaneously summon countless terrifying malevolent spirits to serve its wielder. Although the myriad of spirit symbols is formidable, it pales in comparison to Jiang Chen's divine ghost 7-kill order. At the moment of their collision, it was as if ice and snow met the blazing sun, instantly melting away. In an instant, the cave reverberated with chilling wails and howls. The feng shui master, witnessing Jiang Chen's unwavering offensive prowess, promptly took evasive action to the side. Simultaneously, a surge of excitement coursed through him. The stronger Jiang Chen appeared, the more benefits he would reap upon draining his essence. Perhaps this could fundamentally alter his constitution, granting him the opportunity to ascend to the coveted realm he so desired. As the feng shui master sidestepped, he inadvertently exposed Ren Weiyong to the onslaught of the 7-kill order. Ren Weiyong lacked the reflexes of the feng shui master. Although the black zombie possessed an incredibly resilient physique and terrifying offensive capabilities, its reaction speed was a critical flaw. Just as the luminous sword of the 7-kill order approached, Ren Weiyong finally attempted to evade. However, it was too late. The sword pierced through his chest, passing cleanly through. In the next moment, the sword expanded explosively, akin to a silent detonation, obliterating Ren Weiyong's body into fragments. Ding! Congratulations on completing Option 2. Reward: Dragon Essence Pill X2. Mana increased by 10 years. Artifact: Rui Robe X1. At the instant of Ren Weiyong's explosion, Jiang Chen received a notification from the system. The mana expended in unleashing the 7-kill order was replenished in an instant. As for the artifact, Jiang Chen cast a glance at it. Rui Robe, capable of freely changing form and size, repelling filth and malevolent spirits. A splendid item indeed. No more need to purchase clothing. Scoundrel! Just then, a thunderous roar echoed. It was the feng shui master, who, witnessing Jiang Chen's decisive strike against Ren Weiyong, felt an immense pang of regret. That was a creature he had painstakingly cultivated with a substantial amount of his own essence. Before he could realize his ambitions, this little ghost had slain it. In that case, let your blood repay the debt. The feng shui master bellowed, launching himself towards Jiang Chen with lightning speed. A gnarled hand emerging from his voluminous black robe, reaching for Jiang Chen's neck, its claws imbued with a blood-red malevolence. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of several meters, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. However, just as the feng shui master was about to grasp Jiang Chen, the latter suddenly lifted a foot and vanished from sight, only to reappear 10 meters to his left in the next instant. This peculiar maneuver left the geomancer momentarily stunned. Not only is this lad's strength remarkable, but his agility is also exceptionally impressive. The feng shui master narrowed his eyes, and in an instant, over a dozen talismans identical to the previous ones materialized in his grasp. Upon crushing them, the cavern was instantly filled with countless ferocious malevolent spirits. Simultaneously, his figure blurred as he lunged toward Jiang Chen once more. At this moment, Jiang Chen could only rely on his nimble footwork to continuously evade while gathering crackling thunderbolts in his palms to repel the onslaught of demons from all directions. In this predicament, Jiang Chen found himself utterly incapable of invoking the divine ghost 7-kill order, as the geomancer offered him no opportunity whatsoever. Fortunately, he still possessed the technique of palm thunder. Otherwise, he would have likely been encircled by countless malevolent spirits by now. That wretched little ghost was as slippery as an eel. The geomancer, frustrated by his inability to capture Jiang Chen after such a prolonged pursuit, was visibly exasperated. This troublesome spirit not only thwarted his meticulously crafted plans and eliminated his carefully nurtured apprentice, Ren Weiyong, but also toyed with him using agile movements. Such behavior was utterly intolerable. Suddenly, the geomancer produced another bell from within his dark robe, shaking it vigorously in the air. In the next moment, Jiang Chen distinctly heard a tremendous roar emanating from the depths of the cave, echoing from afar. The sound resonated in his ears, evoking the sensation of his heart being gripped and squeezed by a colossal hand. What manner of sound was this? Jiang Chen's mind was clouded. The origin of this sound was undoubtedly beyond his capacity to contend with. He had not anticipated that this feng shui master possessed such a hidden trump card. At present, a significant portion of his spiritual energy had already been depleted. If it were merely the feng shui master, he might have managed to cope. But should the source of that sound arrive, he would likely find himself at the mercy of his adversary. He could only resolve matters swiftly. The only threat he could pose to the feng shui master, the 7 kills order, remained beyond his reach. The palm thunder, at his current level, could inflict little damage upon this individual and would require an exorbitant amount of energy, thus merely wasting his spiritual power. Even more infuriating was the fact that this person seemed to discern his intentions. While relentlessly pursuing him, they remained vigilant of the cave entrance, preventing him from drawing near. Jiang Chen realized that his methods for combat were woefully inadequate. Among his peers, his abilities sufficed, yet when faced with someone significantly stronger, it appeared that his only option was to flee. His current repertoire comprised solely of Daoist techniques, leaving him lacking in close combat martial arts. His physical prowess could not be harnessed effectively. Upon his return, he must urgently request his master to teach him some boxing techniques or swordsmanship. A roar echoed from afar, the sound unmistakably closer than before, igniting a sense of urgency within Jiang Chen. He dodged while rapidly devising a strategy. The Dragon Essence Pill, a reward from the system, suddenly came to mind, the potion he had received for defeating Ren Weiyong. With this thought, Jiang Chen hastily connected with the system to examine the effects of the Dragon Essence Pill. In the cave, he narrowly evaded a claw strike from the feng shui master while swiftly scanning the system interface. Dragon Essence Pill. Upon consumption, within 5 minutes, the user's physique expands 5-fold, granting the strength of a dragon. What the hell? Jiang Chen exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. The efficacy of this Long Yuan Dan is truly astounding. My physique has expanded 5-fold, and after my own cultivation, I've rapidly grown to nearly 1.5 meters tall. An increase of 5 times equates to almost 8 meters, which would transform me into a veritable behemoth. And then there is that formidable power of the dragon. The forces of this world can be categorized into 4 majestic entities: the ox, the tiger, the elephant, and the dragon. The strength of 1 ox is equivalent to 500 pounds, the might of 1 tiger amounts to 2,000 pounds, the power of 1 elephant reaches 10,000 pounds, while the formidable strength of 1 dragon ascends to a staggering 100,000 pounds. This is truly an upgraded version of summoning a spirit. Jiang Chen recalls his Master's method of summoning, where the body would also enlarge upon success. However, in comparison to this, it pales in insignificance. If he were to consume this Dragon Essence Pill, although its effects would last merely 5 minutes, the terrifying power it bestowed would be sufficient for him to escape this place. Without hesitation, as the roar drew ever closer, he realized he had no time to waste. As Jiang Chen took a step forward, he simultaneously placed the Dragon Essence Pill into his mouth. It melted instantly, and in his mind, he seemed to hear a dragon's roar echoing from the depths of the cosmos. In the next moment, his body felt as though it were on the verge of explosion. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Chen let out a resounding howl towards the heavens. The feng shui master, witnessing Jiang Chen's transformation, mistakenly believed that Jiang Chen had exhausted his magical powers and could no longer hold on. Instantly, a gleam of excitement filled his eyes as he flashed to Jiang Chen's side and seized him by the neck. Ha ha ha, little ghost, try to run now. At last, I have captured you. You have thwarted my plans and ruined my zombie. Today, I shall slowly drain you dry. The feng shui master cackled maniacally, a cruel expression gradually spreading across his face. However, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. Why was this boy's body so hot? The hand gripping Jiang Chen's neck felt as though it were being scalded. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes emitted a golden light, and with a powerful tremor of his arms, the feng shui master was forcefully knocked back several meters. What is happening? The feng shui master stared in astonishment at Jiang Chen, bewildered by the sudden surge of strength emanating from him. Just as he pondered this, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Jiang Chen's body began to expand rapidly, akin to a balloon, growing to a height of 7 or 8 meters, nearly reaching the cave ceiling. With a gulp, the feng shui master tilted his head back, staring blankly at the towering figure of Jiang Chen, utterly bewildered. What kind of monster is this? After years of cultivation, I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Could this boy be a reincarnated celestial being, awakening his past powers in a moment of crisis? Meanwhile, The enlarged Jiang Chen felt as if he possessed the capacity to obliterate the heavens and earth, his entire being pulsating with boundless strength. Is this the sensation of possessing absolute power? The sensation was truly exquisite. Jiang Chen lowered his gaze towards the geomancer below, looking up. It felt akin to how humans observe ants. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen lifted his foot and advanced towards the geomancer. Boom! The entire cavern trembled violently. The geomancer, narrowly evading the blow, stared in terror at the enormous footprint nearly a foot deep etched into the ground beside him, his very soul quaking in fear. Should this be trampled underfoot, even a person of profound cultivation would likely be reduced to mere flesh and blood. Before he could regain his composure, Jiang Chen's foot swept towards him once more. The wind howled, causing the feng shui master's broad black robe to flutter ominously. In a moment of urgency, the master crossed his arms defensively before his chest. Yet, his attempt at defense proved utterly futile. Jiang Chen's kick struck him with such force that he was propelled like a cannonball, embedding him directly into the mountainside. With a spurt of blood, the feng shui master became visibly weakened, his head drooping in defeat. My life is forfeit, he lamented, as he beheld Jiang Chen advancing toward him. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the cave. Both the feng shui master and Jiang Chen turned their gazes toward the entrance. To their astonishment, a colossal ape, towering at nearly 5 or 6 meters, pounded its chest and charged into the cave with a ferocious roar. Jiang Chen stared in disbelief at the monstrous creature that had burst into their midst. Isn't this creature a gorilla? How could such a being be found here? Oh, right. It indeed made an appearance in the movie. At that time, Ren Fei was killed by Ren Wei Yong, who was subsequently driven away by Jiao Shu. The next day, Wei led a search party up the mountain and inadvertently provoked this creature in the cave. Jiang Chen did not expect that this formidable gorilla was actually an accomplice of the feng shui master. Given the size of this gorilla, it could certainly be classified as a demon. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the arrival of the gorilla, the feng shui master felt an overwhelming sense of having survived a calamity. This gorilla is the same one he encountered beneath the cliff years ago. At that time, the gorilla had only recently been born, and the geomancer had taken it under his wing. Over the years, under the influence of the feng shui master, the gorilla gradually learned the art of cultivation. It even awakened the power of the Vajra bloodline, resulting in a tremendous increase in both size and strength. At this moment, upon seeing its master harmed by Jiang Chen, the gorilla was filled with rage, immediately charging toward him with a fierce roar. Although Jiang Chen was astonished to encounter the gorilla here, his surprise was fleeting. He had transformed into a creature far more formidable than the gorilla itself. As the gorilla approached, Jiang Chen extended his hand to meet its powerful grasp. Yet his immense stature was pushed back a step by the force of the collision. In the next instant, Jiang Chen let out a thunderous roar, forcefully tossing the gorilla aside. Simultaneously, he sensed the vast strength contained within the gorilla's body, at least equivalent to the power of 5 elephants. Jiang Chen was wary. His own strength was fleeting, having only 5 minutes of potency, and already half of that time had elapsed. The gorilla, after all, was a genuine behemoth. Now was not the time for a drawn-out struggle. It was prudent to retreat and summon his master to eradicate the entire nest at dawn. Just as the gorilla landed, Jiang Chen swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick that sent it sprawling. He then mounted the gorilla, unleashing a barrage of blows. The mountains trembled, echoing with the creature's roars. After more than a minute, observing the gorilla struggling helplessly on the ground, Jiang Chen sensed that time was running short. He was uncertain whether the dragon essence pill would have any side effects. Such potions that provide immense power in a short span often do. Although he currently possessed great strength, eliminating these 2 foes in a brief period seemed implausible. Once the effects of the medicine wore off and he entered a state of weakness, things would become perilous. With this in mind, Jiang Chen approached the feng shui master, delivering a kick that embedded him into the mountainside. After witnessing the master lose consciousness, Jiang Chen turned and dashed toward the cave entrance. The cave crumbled upon his impact. Exiting the cavern, Jiang Chen took a single stride and vanished from sight. His colossal form maneuvered swiftly between the mountains, relying solely on his physical strength to leap distances of 70 to 80 meters, rendering the use of magical powers unnecessary. However, just a few hundred meters from Rinjia town, Jiang Chen suddenly felt the power within him rapidly dissipating. His form seemed to deflate, shrinking at an alarming rate. By the time he reached the vicinity of the Ren residence, he had reverted to his original height. The abrupt loss of strength left him with an unsettling sensation, as if he had been drained of all vitality, leaving him feeling utterly hollow and uncomfortable. This is likely the aftermath of consuming the Long Guan pill. To make matters worse, Jiang Chen found his magical energy nearly depleted and urgently needed a place to recuperate. Moments later, he arrived at the entrance of the Ren residence. At that moment, two government soldiers stood guard at the empty gate, rifles slung over their shoulders. It appeared that the commotion at the Ren residence had attracted the attention of the town government, prompting them to dispatch troops for protection. Jiang Chen chuckled dismissively. In the face of such supernatural entities, the strength of ordinary individuals was indeed minuscule. Who goes there? Halt. The two soldiers raised their rifles as Jiang Chen approached, blocking his path. I am a disciple of Master Jiu. The name of Master Jiu was well known throughout Rinjia town. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's claim, the soldiers promptly lowered their weapons. Although they did not exhibit overt deference, they ceased to obstruct him. Upon entering the courtyard, Jiang Chen noticed Wei energetically directing the members of the security team, bustling about with great fervor. Uncle, cousin, do not worry. With me here, I assure you that no further harm will come to you. Wei shouted enthusiastically towards the interior of the building while attending to his duties. Previously, he had been playing cards with his team when a strange and chilling roar suddenly pierced the air. Instantly alert, he assumed his role as captain. Typically known for his boisterous demeanor and lack of focus on serious matters. However, this was hardly his fault, as Rinjia town was characterized by its simple folk and seldom encountered significant incidents throughout the year. At long last, he had finally seized the opportunity. With several significant matters at hand, he was confident that his cousin would regard him with newfound respect. Upon his arrival at the Rin residence, he was utterly astonished. Not only had the grand entrance been ravaged, but several lifeless bodies lay strewn across the living room. Observing his cousin's tear-streaked face, he felt a surge of resolve and began to comfort Ren Fa and Ren Tingting. Ah, it's you again. What brings you here? As he busily engaged in his tasks, Wei turned to see Jiang Chen entering the courtyard. Instinctively, he took a few steps back in fright, but quickly regained his composure, puffing out his chest. After all, he was accompanied by a dozen brothers and could not afford to show weakness. Jiang Chen paid no heed to Wei's display of bravado. He was intent on finding a place to restore his powers. Although he had injured the feng shui master and the formidable gorilla, he wondered if they had any means of rapid recovery. From the master's cryptic words, Jiang Chen learned that Ren Wei Yong was a zombie cultivated through secret methods, intended to bring about the downfall of the Ren family. Having inadvertently disrupted his plans, Jiang Chen anticipated that upon regaining his strength, Ren Wei Yong would indeed carry out the destruction himself. Given his abilities, combined with the terrifying gorilla, such a feat was entirely plausible. The reinforcements Wei had gathered would likely be insufficient. How dare you disregard me? I am the captain of the security team. Do you believe I won't have my brothers apprehend you? Jiang Chen continued forward, unfazed by Wei's bluster. With a flick of his fingers, he sent a small electric sphere that struck Wei's outstretched hand. You. Wei convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Jiang Chen, you're back. The commotion outside caught Ren Tingting's attention, and she joyfully rushed over upon seeing Jiang Chen. What happened to my cousin? Did he provoke you again? She inquired, noticing her cousin twitching on the floor, reminiscent of their previous encounter. He's too loud. Let him be quiet for a moment. Where's your father? Jiang Chen scanned the room but did not see Ren Fa. He just went upstairs, seemingly to make a phone call. Ren Tingting responded. By the way, Jiang Chen, did you find that monster? She asked, her tone tinged with anxiety as she recalled the terrifying incident. Jiang Chen glanced at her in surprise. Did she not realize that the monster she spoke of was her grandfather? Hadn't he mentioned it to Ren Fa before? What had she been doing at the time? Completely oblivious? The creature you referred to has already been dealt with. Please find me a quiet place. I need to regain my strength. As he walked, he continued speaking. Then you should go to my courtyard. It is the quietest place in my home, Ren Tingting suggested eagerly, taking hold of Jiang Chen's arm and leading him to her courtyard. Jiang Chen had no objection. It was merely a matter of recuperation, and he had already visited Ren Tingting's room once before. Upon entering her chamber, Jiang Chen promptly ushered Ren Tingting out. He then proceeded to the bedroom, where he sat cross-legged on her soft, pink bed, beginning to practice the Mao Shan Qi cultivation technique to restore his powers. His reservoir of energy was capable of accommodating 50 years' worth of magical essence. The restoration lasted through the night. As dawn broke, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. Sensing the abundant energy within him, he contentedly stretched his limbs. On this night, not only had his magical power been fully restored, but he had also naturally ascended to the second level of a master. A new qi had emerged within his dantian, albeit an empty one, requiring him to gradually cultivate and draw the essence of heaven and earth into his body to transform it into magical power or perhaps earn system rewards. Rising from his bed and opening the bedroom door, Jiang Chen was suddenly greeted by the sight of Ren Tingting curled up on the sofa in the outer room, peacefully sleeping, his cheeks flushed with warmth, for he had anticipated that his recovery would take only an hour or two, but it had surprisingly consumed the entire night. Approaching the sofa, he gazed at Ren Tingting's rosy cheeks, unable to shake off a sense of distraction through their previous encounters. Jiang Chen could sense something peculiar about Ren Tingting's attitude towards him. After all, he was merely a child under 9. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? Were he an ordinary person, she might indeed be a fitting match. Alas, they were from entirely different worlds, and the lifespan of a cultivator far exceeded that of an ordinary individual. Why invite unnecessary troubles? Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Ren Tingting's long eyelashes fluttering before she slowly opened her eyes. Jiang Chen, you're awake. I'm sorry to have disturbed your rest, she said, her face slightly flushed. It's nothing. I slept well last night, Jiang Chen replied with a shy smile. Initially, she had intended to sleep in another room, yet fate had led her here. Strangely enough, despite spending the night on the sofa, she felt more at ease than usual. By the way, Jiang Chen, your master came by last night. I told him you were recovering, so he didn't disturb you. Ren Tingting suddenly sat up and recounted the visit of Jiu. As Jiang Chen entered the parlor, he saw Jiu and Ren Fa seated behind the tea table, engaged in cheerful conversation. The topic was unknown, but Ren Fa appeared exceedingly delighted, almost revealing his back teeth in a grin. Master, Jiang Chen greeted, bowing respectfully. Ah, young master, you arrived just in time. We were just discussing you, Ren Fa said with a beaming smile. Me? Jiang Chen pointed to himself, a hint of confusion in his voice. Xiao Chen, Ren Fa has informed me of yesterday's events. I heard that Runway, the zombie, has been dealt with by you. Are you all right? Were you injured? Jiu inquired. Upon visiting Ren's household the previous night, Jiu had sensed something was amiss. After some inquiries, he learned that Renwei had indeed escaped from the ancestral hall and had come here. Discovering that Jiang Chen's talisman had saved dozens of lives at the Ren residence filled Jiu with both pride and relief. Later, upon hearing from Ren Tingting that Jiang Chen had vanquished the zombie, both Jiu and Ren Fa were left astounded. Jiu was all too familiar with the circumstances surrounding Renwei. He had long predicted that once Renwei transformed into a zombie, he would certainly reach the level of a black zombie, or even a jumping zombie. Zombies of such formidable strength are typically beyond the capabilities of an early-stage human master. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen had already eliminated Renwei Yong, Jiu naturally reassessed Jiang Chen's prowess. It was precisely this revelation that left him even more astounded. As Jiang Chen had previously confided that he possessed only the strength of an early-stage human master, this had already left him astounded. Now, with his initial mastery of the human master level, Jiang Chen had vanquished a zombie that could only be confronted by one at the later stages of this mastery. He found himself at a loss for words and surmised that, in the future, should any extraordinary events unfold around Jiang Chen, he would no longer be taken aback. Rest assured, Master, I have sustained no injuries, merely a significant expenditure of energy. After a night's rest, I have fully recuperated and further advanced my cultivation to the second layer of the human master level. Ah. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu, who had just sipped his fragrant tea, could not contain himself and spat it out. What a monster! What kind of peculiar being have I taken under my wing? Just when he thought he could no longer be surprised, this young man delivered a staggering blow to his expectations. What happened, Uncle Jiu? Ren Fa inquired, handing over a handkerchief, his curiosity piqued by the sight of Uncle Jiu. Nothing. I merely choked for a moment, Uncle Jiu replied, wiping his mouth while casting a disapproving glance at Jiang Chen, as if to chastise him for causing such embarrassment. This incident is largely thanks to you all. Otherwise, my Ren family would likely have faced dire straits. I have prepared 1,000 taels of silver. Please accept it. Upon finishing his statement, Ren Fa waved his hand, and 2 slightly plump servants approached, carrying a black wooden box. Ren Fa instructed them to place the box directly on the tea table and personally open the lid. Instantly, a box brimming with silver coins was unveiled before them. Isn't this a bit excessive? Uncle Jiu exclaimed in astonishment, for typically, when he performed rituals or exorcised demons, earning even 10 taels of silver was considered a substantial reward. The recent turn of events is astonishing. A single move has resulted in a sum of 1,000 coins, which seems exceedingly extravagant. Alas, this amount is merely a fraction of the whole. I sincerely hope that Uncle Jiu will deliberate carefully on the matter we previously discussed. Should this endeavor succeed, the Ren family and the Yi Zhuang will become one. Ren Fa has resolutely decided to align himself with Yi Zhuang, or more precisely, to bind himself to Jiang Chen, willing to sacrifice all that the Ren family possesses if necessary. Very well, if that is the case. I shall take my leave with Xiao Chen. Uncle Jiu rose to bid farewell. However, Jiang Chen immediately interjected, "Wait, Master, who claims this matter is concluded? The zombie, has it not been eliminated by you?" Uncle Jiu, puzzled, inquired further. The zombie has indeed been vanquished, yet the true malevolence lurking behind it remains unaddressed. What do you mean by that? Both Ren Fa and Uncle Jiu echoed in unison. Master, you may be unaware, but when I arrived at Renwei Yong's cave last night, I discovered the presence of another individual. Jiang Chen then recounted the events of the previous night. What? Are you suggesting that my father was turned into a zombie by someone? Ren Fa's expression was one of agitation, his voice trembling, his eyes nearly bulging. Indeed. I suspect that the man in the black robe is the feng shui master you previously mentioned, Jiang Chen stated, confidently deducing that this individual was indeed the feng shui master based on all known clues, despite the man not having explicitly admitted it. How could that be? I recall that after the feng shui master arranged my father's burial site, he claimed to have little time left and subsequently vanished without a trace, never to be seen again for all these years. Ren Fa reflected, uncertainty deepening on his face. Regardless of the circumstances, the existence of this individual is a reality, as is the fact that he desires the ruin of the Ren family. Master, I engaged him in combat last night. His strength appears to be at the early to mid stages of Earth Master. Although I inflicted injuries upon him, I could not bring about his demise. Moreover, he possesses an extraordinarily formidable pet, which I estimate exhibits the strength of the 5 elephants, towering at an immense height of 6 to 7 meters. Master, are you all right? Jiang Chen noticed the sudden silence in the hall, only to find his master staring blankly at him. He waved his hand in front of Uncle Jiu's eyes, but there was no response, as if he were ensnared by a spell of paralysis. At that moment, Uncle Jiu's mind was in turmoil. What had he just heard? Early to mid stages of Earth Master, merely injured, yet unable to be killed. Is this lad speaking human language? Is this how the youth converse nowadays, infuriating others without remorse? Jiang Chen soon realized that his previous words had been rather astonishing. He had refrained from mentioning his consumption of the Longyuan pill. He is currently at a loss to explain this peculiar object, claiming that he either stumbled upon it or that it was bestowed upon him by an ancient sage. Such an excuse can only deceive those who are naive and simple-minded. My master, being exceptionally astute, would never be fooled. Perhaps one day, when I have mastered the art of alchemy, I may be able to speak candidly with my master. After the matter in Rinjia town comes to a conclusion, I might venture out for a while, perhaps to create some unexpected adventures. Some of the secrets I harbor could finally be justified. At that moment, everyone in the hall felt a tremor emanating from the ground. Thud, thud. Following that, a deep, resonant sound echoed. This is bad. The formidable creature had arrived in Rinjia town. Jiang Chen immediately recalled the colossal beast from the cave. Only it could produce such a cacophony. At this moment, Jiao Shu also sensed the danger. He swiftly drew his sword from behind and vanished from the hall in a flash. Not far from the Ren family mansion stood the town's walls, beyond which lay fertile fields. At this moment, a towering figure, 6 or 7 meters high, was trampling through the farmland, advancing step by step towards Rinjia town. With each step, the earth quaked. Farmers, busy with their morning toil, were paralyzed with terror upon witnessing such a colossal gorilla scrambling in a frantic escape towards the town, their cries echoing in the air. Perched upon the gorilla's shoulder was a man in a black robe. Upon reaching the town's entrance, he regarded the gate, roughly his height, before the gorilla unleashed a ferocious series of blows upon its chest. Then it let out a thunderous roar and, with a single punch, reduced the gate to rubble. The once imposing walls crumbled before it as if made of paper, a single stomp leaving a gaping hole. The black-robed geomancer gestured for the gorilla to advance towards the Ren residence. Instantly, chaos erupted in the town, streets filled with people fleeing for their lives. Shouts, wails, and the sounds of destruction reverberated through the air. Those who were slow to react were swept away by the gorilla's massive legs, sent flying like fallen branches. Stop. You beast. Do not harm anyone. At that moment, a figure clad in green robes, wielding a peachwood sword, shot forth from the direction of the Ren residence. The geomancer waved his hand, and the gorilla halted abruptly, standing still and roaring in fury. After a night of recovery, the gorilla's injuries had healed significantly, and it now sought to confront the detestable individual from the previous night with a vengeance. Linjiao. The geomancer's voice, chilling and formidable, reverberated through the air. For many years, he had been aware of the existence of Uncle Jiu. However, the two maintained a distance as the geomancer had lived in the shadows. Thus, while the geomancer knew of Uncle Jiu's presence, Uncle Jiu remained oblivious to the existence of such a figure in Rinjia town. The geomancer had garnered some understanding of Uncle Jiu's prowess, recognizing him as a formidable force, yet the specifics of his level of mastery remained elusive. At this moment, sensing the aura emanating from Uncle Jiu, the geomancer deduced that Lin Jiu, standing before him, likely surpassed him in strength, though not by an insurmountable margin. Being a fourth-tier Earth master himself, he estimated Lin Jiu to be around the sixth tier. Meanwhile, Uncle Jiu stood in astonishment before the monstrous entity. His shock did not stem from the creature's might, but rather from the revelation that such a colossal being existed near Rinjia town. A fact he had only just come to learn. He pondered whether the creature had concealed itself too effectively or if he had simply been too careless. Beast, do not dare take another step forward. If you harm another soul, I shall strike you down with my sword, Uncle Jiu declared in a commanding tone. He contemplated that this man and beast must be the geomancer Jiang Chen had mentioned earlier, although the figure in the black robe did not appear injured. Uncle Jiu trusted that Jiang Chen would not deceive him. How did this little monster manage it? Lin Jiu. Today my purpose is to avenge the grievances inflicted upon me by the Rin family. You and I have no enmity. Should you obstruct me today? Do not blame me for being ungracious. Before Uncle Jiu could respond, the geomancer swiftly waved his hand. And with a deft motion of his toe on the shoulder of the gorilla, he soared into the air. Both man and beast launched their assault on Uncle Jiu. 10,000 Ghosts Talisman. The geomancer, suspended in midair, conjured a talisman and cast it forth, followed by a powerful palm strike, instantly igniting the malevolent energy that activated the talisman. In an instant, the once white clouds above morphed into a pitch-black shroud, casting a dark pall over the sky. Below, countless restless spirits and wraiths shrieked as they surged towards Uncle Jiu. Faced with this terrifying spectacle, Uncle Jiu remained unfazed. The sword in his hand hovered 3 feet before him as he formed incantations with his fingers and chanted spells. Mountain sword technique, 10,000 swords to subdue demons. In that fleeting moment, the sword before him multiplied into myriad forms, shooting forth towards the encroaching phantoms. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sword rained down like a torrential downpour, cleaving through the howling apparitions, dispatching them without mercy. Just then, the immense form of the gorilla charged in, its fist the size of a stone mill, hurtling towards Uncle Jiu's head with a deafening roar. Upon witnessing this, Uncle Jiu waved his hand, summoning the torrential sword rain to coalesce once more, piercing towards the gorilla's hand. Thud. The sword momentarily staved off the attack but was soon shattered into fragments. Uncle Jiu swiftly evaded the crushing blow. Meanwhile, a claw of blood-red malevolence, conjured by the geomancer, lunged towards Uncle Jiu with alarming speed. Despite Uncle Jiu's formidable strength, he found himself at a disadvantage against 2 adversaries who were not significantly weaker than himself, particularly the gorilla, with its tough hide and remarkable resilience. Although Uncle Jiu could repel it, inflicting injury proved a challenging endeavor. At this moment, the surrounding houses within a 100-meter radius lay in ruins. Collateral damage from the fierce confrontation among the three. The residents of Rinjia town gathered at a distance, gazing in horror at the battle unfolding before them, their worldview shattered. They had never conceived that such terrifying monsters could exist in this world, nor could they fathom that human strength could reach such heights. In the crowd, many eyes sparkled with intense desire, each person fantasizing how splendid it would be to possess such power. Among them was Awe, who had arrived long before. However, confronted with such inhuman combat, he could only cower in the distance, mouth agape, drooling. Within the Ren residence, Jiang Chen retrieved the soul-nurturing tower. Xiaoyu, come forth. Instantly, Dong Xiaoyu's figure floated out of the tower. Clad in crimson garments, the beautiful Dong Xiaoyu manifested in the hall. Ren Fa and Ren Tingting were taken aback. A ghost. Fear not, for this lady, named Dong Xiaoyu, has been summoned by me to safeguard you. I must venture out to assist my master, so please refrain from going outside. Miss Ren, do not forget the 6-ding heavenly armor talisman I bestowed upon you. With that, Jiang Chen dashed outside. Upon stepping into the open air, Jiang Chen gazed into the distance and was immediately met with the sight of his master, battling a man and a beast. He silently praised, my master remains formidable. Facing 2 formidable foes, he showed no signs of yielding, even gaining the upper hand. His own victory the previous night had relied entirely on the power of the Dragon Essence Pill. Without it, his ability to escape was uncertain. His own strength was still insufficient. After this matter concludes, he must dedicate himself to rigorous training. Soon, he would encounter the even more powerful Shi Jian. Seizing the opportune moment, Jiang Chen stepped forth, instantly arriving at the periphery of the battlefield. "Master, I am here to assist you," he shouted as he surged forward, fingers weaving intricate gestures to unleash the ghostly 7-kill command. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's arrival, the feng shui master lost his composure. Having anticipated that Jiang Chen had employed some formidable secret technique the night before. Although this secret technique is immensely powerful, it shares a common flaw: the severe after-effects. In mild cases, one may experience prolonged weakness, while in severe cases, one's cultivation may regress. To avert any further calamities, the geomancer set out early this morning to personally exact revenge in Rinjia town. To his astonishment, the young specter appeared unscathed, leaving him utterly shocked. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Uncle Jiu seized the opportunity, conjuring a formidable chain of magical energy that bound the geomancer firmly in place. The geomancer, filled with terror, gazed at the luminous sword in Jiang Chen's hand as it hurtled towards him. In Rinjia town, the onlookers, hiding at a distance, were left agape, their eyes fixed on a child no older than 10. After emerging from the Rin residence, he had appeared 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but a blinding sword of light was currently emanating from his hand, aimed at the figure in the black robe across from him. At this moment, everyone questioned the very nature of reality itself. Meanwhile, the geomancer watched in horror as Jiang Chen's sword of light sped towards him. The spell he witnessed last night possesses a power that can only be described as terrifying. Ren Weiyang's invulnerable physique was reduced to mere paper before the brilliance of this light sword, instantly shattered into countless fragments. He certainly did not believe his own body could surpass that of Ren Weiyang. Should he be struck, he would likely meet the same fate. The feng shui master let out a furious roar, his vital essence and magical power surging to their utmost limits, his entire being transformed into a colossal sphere of blood. In a frenzied struggle, he finally shattered the magical chains of Ninth Uncle. However, at that moment, Jiang Chen's light sword was already upon him. In a hair-raising instant, the feng shui master utilized his speed to the maximum, narrowly evading a fatal blow. Nevertheless, his right hand was struck by the light sword, exploding instantaneously, leaving his entire right arm in utter oblivion. "Ah!" The feng shui master cried out in agony, his demeanor resembling that of a madman. "Damn little beast, it is you again." At this moment, the feng shui master gazed at Jiang Chen with an insatiable desire to drink his blood and consume his flesh. This wretched individual has not only obliterated his meticulously crafted plan of 2 decades, but has also severed his own arm today. The animosity he harbors towards Jiang Chen has nearly eclipsed his resentment for the Ren family. What of it? As cultivators, we must eradicate those who indiscriminately slay the innocent, Jiang Chen declared with a fierce voice. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, I have slaughtered innocents, it is true. However, all of this is the result of that beast, Ren Weiyang's, coercion. Were it not for him, would I find myself in such a predicament?" As he spoke, the geomancer dramatically tore away the black cloth from his head, revealing a visage that resembled a malevolent specter. Gasps of horror reverberated through the crowd as they beheld his countenance, marred beyond recognition, as if it had been doused in acid. Even more unnerving was the sight of one eye devoid of a pupil, merely an expanse of white. Ran Weiyang had attempted to purchase the grave I coveted. When I refused, he dispatched thugs to maim me, disfigure my face, and even blind me in one eye before casting me off a cliff. Had fortune not favored me, I would have long since perished as a wandering spirit. Henceforth, I vowed to ensure the complete annihilation of the Ren family, for only then could my heart's wrath be assuaged. And you, yes you, have utterly destroyed my plans. Today, I shall consign you and the Ren family to the depths of hell. In that moment, the geomancer was consumed by madness, alternating between wild laughter and bitter weeping, his bloodlust churning violently as countless tormented souls wailed in anguish around him. It was then that Jiang Chen comprehended the depths of the geomancer's hatred for the Ren family. Not only had Ren Weiyang forged him into an unparalleled black zombie, but he also harbored the desire to have Ren Weiyang himself eradicate his entire lineage. Such malevolent intentions were utterly despicable. It became evident that he too had suffered at the hands of Ren Weiyang. Any individual with a semblance of humanity would feel an overwhelming rage upon being so grievously wronged. Nevertheless, this does not justify his indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. Jiang Chen had ventured into that cave, surrounded by a veritable sea of bones, far exceeding mere remains. These individuals are all innocent. As one who practices the righteous path, regardless of the reasons one may possess, if one dares to harm the innocent, one must take it upon oneself to eliminate such a threat. This is the first rule of the Master for accepting him as a disciple, the eternal struggle between righteousness and wickedness. Ding! The divine selection has been activated. At this moment, the voice of the system resonated once more. Option 1, the Feng Shui Master has been wronged, and his drastic change in character is understandable. Spare his cultivation and grant him mercy. Reward: the Buddha's divine skill, the Rulai Palm. Option 2. The indiscriminate slaughter of innocents warrants divine retribution as a cultivator. I must eradicate him upon encounter, slay the feng shui master. Reward: the Ta Ching alchemy technique. My goodness, what is the system up to? These two rewards are simply enticing. The first option's reward perfectly addresses my deficiency in offensive capabilities. I have been contemplating, once this matter concludes, to diligently learn several martial arts techniques from my master. However, what martial art could possibly rival the formidable Rulai's palm? With a single strike, even the fire cloud evil god would be compelled to kneel. The second reward is even more extraordinary, as it pertains to the art of alchemy. A treasured skill of the Daoist patriarch, Laozi. With this ability, I might very well transform the dragon essence pill into something as trivial as a sweet candy. My dear system, are you truly going to such lengths this time? Isn't this messing with my mindset? Just as Jiang Chen was mentally lamenting the system, the feng shui master surged forward, filled with boundless hatred and malevolent energy. Xiao Chen, be careful. At that moment, the feng shui master's aura intensified dramatically, as if he had employed some secret technique to elevate his realm several levels. Uncle Jiu, not daring to be careless, immediately positioned himself in front of Jiang Chen, urgently chanting incantations. Heaven and earth, the mysterious sect, the root of all energies. Cultivating for countless eons, I certify my divine powers. Within the three realms, the Tao alone is supreme, with golden light enveloping my form. As the incantation was recited, a radiant golden light materialized around Uncle Jiu. This golden brilliance resembled a colossal golden bell, encasing both Uncle Jiu and Jiang Chen within its protective embrace. The terrifying malevolent energy of the feng shui master surged forth instantaneously. However, when it encountered the golden light, it was halted, no matter how fiercely it collided, remaining steadfast and unmoving. Jiang Chen recognized this as his master's golden light divine spell, a supreme defensive incantation. He too possessed the ability to perform it, but his insufficient strength rendered him incapable of achieving the same immovable stability as his master. Just then, a giant ape roared and charged forward. Uncle Jiu's pressure multiplied instantly. At this rate, he could not hold on much longer, and the golden light divine spell would surely be breached. The resounding clang of impacts echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Master, is there any way to restrain that feng shui master for a moment? Jiang Chen assessed the situation, realizing that his only hope was to have his master find a way to contain the feng shui master, thus granting him the opportunity to unleash the 7 kills command. Otherwise, if the golden light spell were to break, they would likely be overwhelmed, forcing him to resort to the dragon essence pill once again. I'll give it a try, Uncle Jiu said, sweat beading on his forehead as he struggled to maintain his stance. After uttering these words, a 6-patterned golden pill within his dantian began to vibrate furiously, with magical energy surging forth continuously. Channeling this energy into his palm, it transformed into a fierce bolt of thunder, coalescing into a massive sphere of lightning. Palm thunder, kill. Uncle Jiu bellowed, thrusting his palm forward, sending the electric sphere hurtling toward the giant ape, which erupted upon impact and was sent flying several dozen meters, smoke rising from its scorched form. Once the giant ape was repelled, Uncle Jiu stepped directly in front of the feng shui master, producing a large handful of talismans and casting them into the sky. With a pointed finger, the talismans erupted and formed a bagua pattern above the feng shui master's head. As the bagua descended, it pinned the feng shui master in place. At that moment, Jiang Chen, seizing the opportunity, leaped onto the rooftop, adopting a vantage point from which to chant his spell. Supreme Taishang Star, ever-changing and unceasing, exorcising evil and binding spirits, the Tao's essence endures. Swift as a decree. Command. Jiang Chen summoned all of his magical energy from the dantian, unleashing an unparalleled sword of light. The killing orders shone like a blazing sun overhead, blinding everyone present. Ah, no. In a collective state of shock, the dark-robed feng shui master was obliterated into fragments. This is the terror of the divine ghost 7-kill order. As long as it strikes the opponent, and their strength does not exceed one great realm above oneself, it can deliver a fatal blow. Although Jiang Chen is currently at the 2nd level of the human master realm, his true power has long reached the pinnacle of that level. Therefore, anyone struck by his divine ghost 7-kill order, below the celestial master, cannot escape their demise. Innocent bloodshed and divine retribution loom ominously. At this moment, the Ren family town is enveloped in silence, with only the 8 words Jiang Chen slowly exhales lingering in the air. Silence. The town is as quiet as the dark of night. In the vast expanse, the only sight is the giant ape lying in the distance. occasionally crackling with arcs of electricity. The hundreds of townsfolk watching from afar seemed to have forgotten how to breathe, their gazes fixated on two figures, one old, one young. One tall, one short, one on the ground, one on the roof. They are powerful, far too powerful. How can humanity attain such strength? In everyone's eyes and hearts, Uncle Jiu and Jiang Chen appear as deities. Among the crowd, Wei trembles in fear, recalling how reckless he had been earlier. If Jiang Chen had been even slightly less magnanimous, he would likely be dust by now. After several breaths, Uncle Jiu, standing on the ground, suddenly felt his legs weaken, and his body swayed. Jiang Chen noticed and stepped forward, instantly supporting Uncle Jiu. "Master, are you all right?" Jiang Chen asked with concern. "Hiki, I'm fine. I exerted all my energy using the palm thunder technique you taught me, and it was just too taxing," Uncle Jiu reassured him, smiling despite his evident exhaustion. However, the excitement in his eyes was impossible to conceal. That was the long-lost orthodox palm thunder technique of the Daoist sect, and now Lin Fengjiao had mastered it. If only the master knew, he would surely be ecstatic. Although he does not possess a thunder attribute physique and cannot fully unleash the technique's power, the strength he currently wields is already on par with Master Brother Shijian's lightning fist. However, Shijian's realm is several levels above his own, so he still cannot match him overall. Jiang Chen gazed at the vanished feng shui master, silently lamenting the loss of his real-life palm, a legendary technique that had seemingly descended from the heavens. Fortunately, he had already received the Ta Ching alchemy art and could now concoct some simple elixirs. He could create foundational elixirs, body-tempering pills, and even great recovery pills, freeing himself from reliance on the system. He even believed he could, with some effort, produce grass recovery pills. Once his alchemy skills advanced, he would let his master experience the freedom of pill-making. "Master, perhaps you should recuperate first. I will guard you," Jiang Chen suggested, recognizing the severity of Uncle Jiu's exhaustion, especially with a formidable creature still lurking nearby. Although it had been wounded by Uncle Jiu, it was not dead and could awaken at any moment. With his own Qinshan body refinement method, he could recover continuously, but his master could not. "All right." Uncle Jiu nodded silently, then sat cross-legged to circulate the Maoshan Qi cultivation method. "Master, take this pill. It will accelerate your recovery," Jiang Chen said, retrieving a great recovery pill from his space. With his newfound alchemy skills, explaining the properties of these pills had become far less daunting. Uncle Jiu took the pill with a puzzled look and swallowed it without question. Now was not the time for inquiries. Jiang Chen sat down beside Uncle Jiu, beginning to regulate his breathing as well. Meanwhile, within the Ren residence, Ren Fa and Ren Tingting heard the battle outside come to an end and rushed out despite Dong Xiaoyu's protests. Upon seeing Uncle Jiu and Jiang Chen in the distance, seemingly unharmed, they let out a long sigh of relief. Ren Tingting wiped away her tears and ran towards Jiang Chen. However, just a few steps later, she was horrified to see a monstrous creature, as large as a hill, sit up with a thunderous crash. "Jiang Chen!" Ren Tingting shouted in panic. At that moment, Jiang Chen had already opened his eyes and stood up, holding a round elixir, ready to consume it. Hearing Ren Tingting's cry, he waved his hand, and a red figure appeared beside her, swiftly carrying Ren Tingting back. The giant ape, having sat up, shook its massive head, sensing the complete disappearance of the feng shui master's aura. With a sudden leap, it let out an earth-shattering roar of fury. Not only that, but its body also seemed to have grown taller than before. Uncle Jiu, who was in the midst of recovering, was startled by the commotion and stood up. "Not good. This beast seems to have broken through." Uncle Jiu's expression turned anxious. His magical power was nearly depleted, and facing this enraged creature at its newly heightened state left him with no chance of victory. However, with his beloved disciple at his side and the townsfolk behind him, Uncle Jiu's sense of foreboding began to solidify into determination. "In this lifetime, having Jiang Chen as my disciple is already worth it." Gritting his teeth, Uncle Jiu resolved to confront the impending danger. Suddenly, the rampaging giant ape spotted Uncle Jiu and Jiang Chen before it. It was convinced that these two were responsible for its master's death. "Unforgivable! You will die." The giant ape pounded its chest, charging furiously at the two. Seeing this, Uncle Jiu grasped Jiang Chen's hand firmly, channeling all his remaining power. He spun around, forcefully throwing Jiang Chen backward. "Go, kid. Just stay alive." Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had not expected his master to take such a desperate measure, seemingly willing to sacrifice himself to perish together with the giant ape. With his master's magical power nearly exhausted, this act would undoubtedly lead to death. "Master!" Jiang Chen shouted anxiously as he soared through the air, horrified to see his master collide with the giant ape. Boom! The impact was akin to a comet striking the earth, sending a shockwave of magical energy rippling outward. Everything in its path, houses, trees, was reduced to dust. To everyone's astonishment, Uncle Jiu, through sheer will, managed to withstand the giant ape's overwhelming force. Yet, in the next instant, the enraged giant ape struck Uncle Jiu with a powerful punch, sending him flying. Blood sprang from his mouth as he skidded across the ground for dozens of meters before coming to a stop. Master! Jiang Chen's fury ignited instantly. In midair, he tossed the long wand pill into his mouth. Boom! Abruptly, Jiang Chen's body shot down like a cannonball, landing 10 meters in front of the crowd. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers, with Rin Tingting rushing forward to assist him. However, just as Jiang Chen landed, in a moment that left the crowd aghast, he surged in size, transforming into a towering giant of 8 to 9 meters tall. The crowd screamed in terror, retreating in panic. Only Rin Tingting and Rin Fa stood frozen, staring up in awe at Jiang Chen, who now resembled a colossal beast. With blood-red eyes, Jiang Chen stomped the ground, leaving a foot-deep imprint before launching himself into the air, charging at the giant ape, which was still roaring in fury after having knocked Uncle Jiu away. In the next moment, he was struck away like a shooting star by the equally furious Jiang Chen. Ignoring the colossal ape, Jiang Chen hastened to his master's side, extracting the healing elixirs previously rewarded by the system in a flurry. Dong Xiaoyu! Jiang Chen bellowed, and in the blink of an eye, Dong Xiaoyu's trembling soul materialized beside him. Take good care of my master, he instructed, handing the elixirs to Dong Xiaoyu before turning sharply towards the giant ape. Dong Xiaoyu grasped the elixirs without a moment's hesitation, lifting the body of her master, Jiu, and soaring towards the Rin residence. Amidst the chaos of the Rin family town, two figures suddenly emerged from the throng. One was a scholar with a pot-lit hairstyle, and the other, clad in a coarse robe and thick glasses, was none other than the recently arrived Si Mu Daoist. Upon reaching the ancestral hall, he found only the scholar, and after a brief inquiry, grasped the general situation before promptly bringing the scholar along to assist. As they entered the town, Si Mu sensed a tremor reverberating from afar. Upon arrival at the scene, he beheld a red-clad female ghost swiftly carrying her master. How audacious! Release my master at once! Si Mu Daoist exclaimed, misunderstanding the situation and believing Dong Xiaoyu intended to harm her master. He immediately brandished his sword and began chanting an incantation to exorcise her. Daoist, you misunderstand. This is my master's master. My master has entrusted me with his care, Dong Xiaoyu gasped, startled by Si Mu's actions. Realizing the bespectacled Daoist was indeed the brother of the one she was carrying, she understood he must also be an enlightened being. At this moment, she was far from his equal. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's command was akin to divine decree. She was bound to fulfill it with unwavering resolve. Your master? My master's disciple? Si Mu stepped forward, taking Jiu into his arms and questioning with bewilderment. My master has only 3 disciples, Wen Kai beside me, and Qiu Sheng, who is reportedly on a hunger strike at home. That leaves only that peculiar Jiang Chen. It has only been a brief period since we last met, and this young man has already taken a female ghost as his attendant. Judging by her aura, she is on the verge of becoming a malevolent spirit. Disturbing, truly disturbing. Si Mu muttered under his breath and promptly carried Jiu into the Rin residence. Dong Xiaoyu hurriedly followed, presenting the elixirs in her possession to Si Mu. Gazing at the vibrant elixirs in his hands, Si Mu couldn't help but express his astonishment with a series of clicks of his tongue. These are exquisite elixirs. I wonder where this female specter acquired them. Where is your master? Si Mu administered the elixirs to Uncle Jiu, aiding him in digestion and recuperation, before approaching Dong Xiaoyu. A peculiar creature had previously injured his master's mentor, and the master had gone in pursuit of that beast. Dong Xiaoyu replied earnestly. He ventured alone? Si Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this lad out of his mind? A creature capable of injuring his senior brother was not something he could contend with. Although his talent was extraordinary, it still required time to develop. This young man is exceedingly impulsive. Such a remarkable talent must not be squandered. Without uttering a word, Si Mu swiftly darted out of the Rin residence, keenly sensing the commotion in the distance, and hastened towards it. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, with his colossal physique brimming with boundless fury, instantaneously teleported to the location where the giant ape had fallen. This is a small hill located less than 200 meters from Rinjia town, standing approximately 100 meters tall. The colossal ape was just struck with a furious blow from Jiang Chen, crashing directly into the hillside. Jiang Chen was still airborne, descending with a single enormous foot aimed at the beast in a wrathful stomp. At that moment, one thought consumed Jiang Chen's mind: to mercilessly end the life of this monstrous creature. if that formidable kick, imbued with the strength of a dragon, were to land squarely. The colossal ape would surely not only suffer grievous injuries but perhaps even face death itself. The tremendous impact awakened the most primal instincts within the giant beast. With a thunderous roar, it ascended into the sky, charging directly at Jiang Chen. The clash between man and beast was reminiscent of two ancient titans, both unleashing their most raw and unrefined power in a furious exchange. Each confrontation resonated through the air with a deep, thunderous explosion. With every strike, wild energy swirled, lifting clouds of dust into the atmosphere. As they fell to the ground, the mountains and trees shattered like mere tofu, scattering in every direction. Within the span of less than 2 minutes, the mountain peak beneath their feet had sunk several meters from the relentless assault. Die! Cried both man and beast, both bearing wounds from the fierce battle. However, Jiang Chen held the upper hand. Although the giant ape had made some advancements, its strength still paled in comparison to Jiang Chen's. Coupled with the protective artifacts he wore, Jiang Chen enjoyed a considerable advantage. The ape's fur was matted with blood, bristling in a fearsome display. As the time for the dragon essence pill approached its midpoint, Jiang Chen summoned all his magical energy. And the air around his fist crackled with thunderous power as he launched another explosive assault against the giant ape. Outside the crumbling gates of West Town, the Daoist named Si Mu halted his steps, captivated by a sight that would forever remain etched in his memory. On a nearby mountain peak, two gigantic creatures were locked in a fierce battle. Si Mu quickly channeled his magical energy, sharpening his vision to an extraordinary clarity. At that moment, he realized that one of the beasts was, astonishingly, a man, none other than the familiar Jiang Chen. Si Mu questioned his own senses, wondering if he was caught in a dream. How could that young man have grown to such an immense height? He appeared to tower at least 7 or 8 meters. What strange sorcery is this fellow employing? When invoking a spirit, one typically only experiences a physical expansion of about twice their size, which is already quite considerable. This fellow astonishingly surged by nearly 5-fold. Does this not imply that the cultivation technique he employs is far more extraordinary than the orthodox spirit invocation of Mao Shan? Moreover, his combat prowess is even more remarkable. Under the watchful gaze of the four-eyed one, that mountain peak is evidently descending gradually. This is utterly terrifying. Could it be that this is a new technique developed by my senior? It seems implausible. If he had indeed conducted this research, why would he not employ it himself? At this moment, Simon's mind was akin to being swarmed by countless ants, overwhelmed with curiosity. However, he dared not approach for the time being. The battle in the distance had evidently surpassed his capabilities. Should he become embroiled in it, he would likely suffer a dismal fate. Goodness. And it can even emit electricity. What on earth is happening? Simon was completely flabbergasted. While the transformation itself was remarkable, the extraordinary combat prowess was somewhat bearable. Yet the fact that this individual could also generate electricity was beyond comprehension. What manner of creature is this young man? Farais felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. Brother, you have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. How could I have been so foolish? Unable to contain himself, Farais slapped his own face. In the next moment, he was astounded to witness Jiang Chen unleash a thunderous roar, his electrified fist crashing into the chest of the colossal ape. The beast's chest erupted, enveloped in a cloud of white smoke, its body rendered numb and sent soaring through the air. Almost instantaneously, Jiang Chen appeared atop the giant ape's head. In the blink of an eye, a resplendent sun re-emerged, dispelling the darkened sky as if it were mere shadows, revealing a clear blue expanse for hundreds of meters around. This is Jiang Chen utilizing the Divine Ghost 7-kill order while under the influence of the Dragon Origin pill. It appears to be an amplified version of the 7-kill orders, with both its range of attack and destructive power elevated to an unprecedented level. Unsurprisingly, the paralyzed giant ape was utterly incapable of evasion. Under the onslaught of the Deathlight Sword, its massive form was pierced, creating a gaping hole, rendering it irrevocably dead. At the city gate, Si Mu swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the brutality and aberrance of the situation, exclaiming in his mind how excessively fierce and formidable it was. Then, Si Mu caught sight of Jiang Chen in the distance, who turned, his gaze piercing like a torch aimed directly at him. Instinctively, Si Mu felt a jolt of fear. As if being targeted by an unparalleled beast, a sensation of imminent danger. Almost immediately, he observed Jiang Chen's figure rapidly diminishing in size. Within mere seconds, he returned to his normal stature. However, Jiang Chen now appeared somewhat frail, his body trembling slightly. Without hesitation, Si Mu dashed towards him. A week later, in Renjia town, at the Ancestral Hall. The Ancestral Hall now bore a striking difference compared to its former state. The entire perimeter was freshly painted, the roof tiles replaced, presenting a rejuvenated appearance. Inside, the previously outdated furnishings had all been completely revamped. All of this was entirely the voluntary initiative of the residents of Rinjia town. Among them, it was undoubtedly Rin who contributed the most in both finances and efforts. Not only did he deliver the promised $1,000 in full, but he also generously provided an additional $500 to hire dozens of individuals to renovate the inside and out. The terrifying display of power from the geomancer and the giant ape left him utterly astonished. Had it not been for Uncle Jiu and Jiang Chen's intervention, Rin's family would likely have been left without even a single living rat. Thus, he felt an immense sense of gratitude and relief. Gratitude for Uncle Jiu and Jiang Chen's timely assistance, and relief for having recognized Jiang Chen's worth from the very beginning, thereby establishing a benevolent connection for the Rin family. As for the other townsfolk, they regarded Uncle Jiu and Jiang Chen as deities, the protectors of Rinjia town. Each day, numerous villagers fervently came to pay their respects. Behind an additional courtyard had been constructed, filled with offerings from the citizens, including chickens, ducks, geese, and even several plump pigs. Recently, Wakai had been so elated that his mouth seemed on the verge of cramping. Initially, Uncle Jiu had certainly declined such offerings, but he could not withstand the villagers' fervor. The once eerie and desolate had transformed into a bustling hub, even more lively than the agricultural market of Rinjia town. Moreover, suitors flocked to this, nearly trampling the grounds in their eagerness. However, Rin quickly sent them away, as he believed these individuals were simply deluding themselves. Jiang Chen was his son-in-law, and no one had the right to infringe upon that bond. In recent days, Rin Fa has dispatched individuals to the town to prepare the dowry. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, after being brought back by Si Mu on that day, has remained in seclusion at the charity hall, diligently cultivating his skills. On this midday, within the confines of the room, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged upon a mat, surrounded by ethereal energy that, with each breath he took, continuously flowed into his being. Suddenly, Jiang Chen gradually opened his eyes, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his lips. He had reached the third realm of the human master. The pace should not be considered slow, Jiang Chen thought with a slight smile. Achieving a breakthrough from the second to the third level of the human master realm within a week filled him with satisfaction. After all, the capacity of his Qi was truly extraordinary. Even with relentless cultivation, this was the utmost speed he could attain. However, he was unaware that if his master or the four-eyed master were to learn of his thoughts, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. Setting aside the vastness of his Qi, merely breaking through a realm in a week was enough to provoke envy in others to the point of turning them a deep shade of purple. Not to mention, his Qi was tenfold that of an ordinary cultivator. System panel. Jiang Chen sighed with relief and then summoned his character panel for inspection. Name: Jiang Chen Realm. Third level of human master Dao body. Immaculate and wishful Dao body magical power. 101 years cultivation techniques. Supreme clarity body refinement true method. Great accomplishment. Maoshan Qi cultivation technique. Minor accomplishment. Taiji elixir refinement technique. Beginner. Space. 512 cubic units Dao arts. First command of the divine ghost 7 kills. Paper crafting technique. Perfection. Palm thunder. Perfection. Void symbol painting technique. Perfection. Shrinking the earth to an inch. Beginner. Talent. Photographic memory. Qi affinity 100 divine ability. Yin-yang I. Upon reviewing this information, Jiang Chen stretched contentedly. With a magical power of 101 years, he had reached the same level of power his master possessed at the pinnacle of the human master realm. One word encapsulated his feeling: exhilarating. Just as he was about to dismiss the character panel, he suddenly noticed a change, causing him to pause in astonishment. When had his Dao body transformed? Was it not the immaculate Dao body before? Now, it bore 2 additional words, becoming the immaculate and wishful Dao body. Quickly concentrating, he began to examine this alteration. Immaculate and wishful Dao body, the purest Dao body in existence, capable of significantly enhancing cultivation speed, eliminating bottlenecks on the path of cultivation, and allowing for slight alterations in form at will. He had previously known that his Dao body could enhance his cultivation speed, but now it possessed the ability to change form as well. Could this transformation be the result of consuming the Dragon Origin pill? Recently, I have not triggered any system options, leaving this as the sole possibility. After taking the Dragon Origin pill twice, my physique expanded 5-fold. It seems that the pure Dao body has automatically manifested the attribute of physical transformation, leading to a direct evolution. After much contemplation, Jiang Chen arrived at a plausible explanation. However, in the next moment, he felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a technique of transformation, although it may not possess the myriad changes of a great sage. Jiang Chen was thoroughly satisfied. As he contemplated, he could hardly contain his exhilaration and rose to his feet. With a mere thought, he noticed his body beginning to ascend gradually. After approximately a minute, Jiang Chen transformed from a height of 1 meter 50 to 1 meter 70. An impressive increase of 20 centimeters. Though this height may not be considered ideal, it is deemed average in contemporary society. However, Jiang Chen perceives that as his stature has transformed, his magical energy has begun to deplete gradually. He estimates that with his current reserves of magical energy, supplemented by a technique that enables continuous replenishment, he can sustain this change for approximately a month. Furthermore, even his facial features have undergone subtle alterations. So much so that even those who are well acquainted with him might struggle to recognize him at first glance. Remaining still, Jiang Chen quietly slipped out of the door. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed Wen Kai sprawled across a pristine stone table, fast asleep. Jiang Chen stifled a chuckle. With a swift movement, he approached Wen Kai's side and playfully slapped him. Neglecting your training and slacking off, are we? Wen Kai jolted awake with a start, immediately springing to his feet. Clutching his ears and hurriedly exclaiming, "Senior brother, I was wrong. I shall never dare to do so again. I'll start my training right away." With that, he dashed into the courtyard to begin his practice. Jiang Chen, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized that while his height and features had changed, he had overlooked the alteration of his voice. Wen Kai's admiration for him had reached an unprecedented level, rather than resist when Jiang Chen reprimanded him. His instinct was one of absolute submission. Jiang Chen looked on, bemused, at Wen Kai, who was diligently training in the courtyard. "Where is senior brother? I could have sworn I heard his voice just now." After practicing for a while, Wen Kai, noticing Jiang Chen's silence, began to curiously search around. He soon discovered that aside from a stranger he had never seen before, there was no one else present. "Who are you? What brings you to the ancestral hall?" Wen Kai inquired, approaching Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. Jiang Chen focused his energy on his vocal cords, making a slight adjustment. Just as he was about to respond, a cacophony of gongs and drums resonated from outside the ancestral hall, sounding quite festive, reminiscent of the commotion surrounding a wedding celebration. What is going on? In Rinjia town, near the ancestral hall, a vast expanse of woods lay to the east, with a mountain path leading directly to the town. At that moment, a large crowd emerged from the trees, with a palanquin carried by 4 bearers at the forefront, followed by a throng of 20 to 30 individuals. A group of individuals bore a multitude of grand boxes adorned with crimson flowers, accompanied by several others who struck gongs and drums, creating a lively atmosphere. In a short span of time, they halted before the entrance of the ancestral hall. The sedan chair was set down, and the bearers lifted the curtain. From within emerged a man clad in splendid attire, none other than Ren Fa. At that moment, at the entrance of the hall, Uncle Jiu and Wen Kai, having heard the commotion, promptly stepped outside to greet him. "Ah, Uncle Jiu, I hope I am not intruding," Ren Fa said with utmost politeness as he approached Uncle Jiu, grasping his hand with warmth. "Master Ren, what brings you here?" Uncle Jiu inquired, somewhat astonished by the fuss Ren Fa had created. "Ha ha ha, do you recall our previous conversation? Today, I have come to present a dowry," Ren Fa declared, his face brimming with excitement, as if this auspicious event were already a certainty. "Ah, I see. Please come inside," Uncle Jiu responded, now understanding Ren Fa's purpose. "Wen Kai, prepare some tea." Upon entering the reception room, Uncle Jiu offered Ren Fa a seat and instructed Wen Kai to brew tea. "Uncle Jiu, regarding the matter we discussed last time, have you mentioned it to Jiang Chen?" Wen Kai inquired, presenting the tea as Ren Fa took a gentle sip, his anticipation palpable. The previous incident occurred rather abruptly. During that time, Xiao Chen was in seclusion. "And thus I have yet to broach the subject," Uncle Jiu replied. "Oh, is that so? Then where is Jiang Chen now?" Ren Fa asked. A hint of disappointment in his tone, though he quickly regained his resolve. His daughter was a beauty of unparalleled grace, and he believed that given time, Jiang Chen would surely come to appreciate her. "Wen Kai, go check if your senior brother has emerged from seclusion. If he has, summon him. There are matters to discuss." Wen Kai obeyed and headed to the rear courtyard. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stood within the reception room, listening attentively to the conversation between his master and Ren Fa. Having transformed his appearance and donned simple linen garments, he bowed his head, remaining unnoticed by both Uncle Jiu and Ren Fa, who presumed him to be one of their own. "Uncle Jiu, in my humble opinion, it would be prudent for you to acquiesce to this matter. Marriage is a matter dictated by parental wishes and the matchmaking of intermediaries. As Jiang Chen's master, you are akin to a father to him," Ren Fa urged earnestly, anxious to ensure the proposal's success. Since the last incident, he had come to deeply comprehend the frailty of human power, realizing that even with immense wealth, one could swiftly be rendered powerless when faced with formidable adversaries. What use was wealth if it could not secure one's stability in this world? To continue thriving, he needed to align himself with a formidable ally, and Jiang Chen was undoubtedly that ally. Moreover, Jiang Chen was still a mere child of under 9 years. His potential for strength unfathomable. By forging a connection with him at such an early stage, Ren Fa envisioned a future replete with benefits. Not to mention, he could discern the special affection his daughter harbored for Jiang Chen, further fueling his desire for this union to materialize. Hence, he had prepared a dowry exceeding 10,000 taels of silver. Master Ren, let us first consult with Xiao Chun before making any decisions, Uncle Jiu remarked, secretly hoping to facilitate this union. For had he not agreed during his previous visit to the Ren household? As a disciple of the Jingyi sect, he did not oppose marriage. Given his apprentice's exceptional talent for cultivation, any offspring would likely possess extraordinary capabilities. Imagining a future with a multitude of prodigies surrounding him, calling him master, filled him with delight. Yet, he recognized that Jiang Chen was not one to be easily swayed. Unlike Wen Kai and Xiuxing, he was quite resolute in his opinions. It would be wise to respect his choices. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Jiang Chen instantaneously grasped Ren Fa's intentions. This visit had been orchestrated in his honor. This Ren is truly deserving of his status as a billionaire. Upon recognizing his potential, he immediately seeks ways to bind himself to it. However, is this old fellow not a tad too eager? After all, I am merely an 8 or 9-year-old child. Moreover, Ren Tingting is a full 9 years my senior. I certainly do not wish to relinquish myself at such an early age. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Chen gently shifted his footsteps and retreated to a secluded corner, slowly removing the disguise he wore. After a while, Wen Kai hurriedly entered, approaching Uncle Jiu to report. Master, I have searched the elder brother's room, but he is not there. Not there? Have you looked elsewhere? Yes, master. I have searched all the places the elder brother frequents in the ancestral hall. He may have gone out for some business. Uncle Jiu pondered thoughtfully. Master, I heard you were looking for me. At that moment, a voice resonated in the reception hall. Instantly, everyone, except Uncle Jiu, cast their gaze with reverence. The master of this voice is now a figure of great renown in Rinjia town, revered almost as a deity. Cousin Jiang Chen. It has been quite some time, remarked Ren Fa, who at this moment stood up personally, his face adorned with a broad smile. Jiang Chen responded to Ren Fa with a gentle nod and a warm smile. This fellow has come to present himself a bride, and it would be ungracious to greet him with a cold demeanor. Xiao Chun, come, sit down. How are you faring now? Master Jiu warmly inquired as he pulled Jiang Chen to sit beside him. Master, after 7 days of seclusion, I have now ascended to the 3rd level of the Master Realm, Jiang Chen replied. Good, splendid, ha ha ha. Master Jiu, upon hearing of Jiang Chen's breakthrough, was no longer astonished. He had been taken aback far too many times before. From the words of his junior brother, he learned of Jiang Chen's battle with the colossal ape, which made this recent advancement seem trivial in comparison. Xiao Chun, today Lord Ren has come specifically for you. He wishes to establish a benevolent connection with you and intends to bestow his daughter upon you. What are your thoughts on this? Master Jiu continued. In our sect, we are permitted to marry and have children, so do not harbor any reservations on that front. It was evident that Master Jiu hoped for a favorable response from him. Master, I am only 8 years old. I am still but a child. How could I possibly consider having children? Please do not jest with me. Wen Kai, standing behind Master Jiu, gazed at Jiang Chen with envy, his eyes reddened with longing. Had he been in Jiang Chen's position, he would have eagerly agreed. After all, she was the goddess of his heart, even though he had long since relinquished such aspirations. Observing the lack of enthusiasm on his senior brother's face, Jiang Chen sensed a hint of disdain, realizing the vast chasm that separated him from his senior. Jiang Chen, dear nephew, you misunderstand. I am not asking you to marry my daughter immediately. I merely wish to arrange the engagement. You may choose the timing for the formal ceremony at your discretion. Lord Ren's words were delivered with utmost humility, a rare sight for one of his stature as a wealthy magnate. In all of Rinjia town, it seemed only Jiang Chen could elicit such deference. In the reception room, both Lord Ren and Master Jiu looked at Jiang Chen with anticipation, hoping to hear the answer they desired. As Jiang Chen contemplated the stance taken by Lord Ren, he was about to respond when the system decided to interject. Divine choice activated. Option 1. Agree to Lord Ren's request, embracing worldly affection. Reward, sword technique emotional world sword, volume 23. Option 2. Decline Lord Ren's request. Severing emotional ties and seeking detachment. Reward, evil repelling sword technique. If it weren't for the gathering of people, Jiang Chen would have leaped up to berate the system. If it wished for him to marry, it could simply say so rather than presenting such convoluted choices. Severing emotional ties and seeking detachment. What meaning is there in living like that? Yet, the reward for option 1 was indeed alluring. Emotional world sword. Volume 23. Isn't this the unparalleled swordsmanship from the legendary comic? It is said that the Sword Saint has undergone 3 reincarnations, ultimately comprehending 3 forms of the 23rd sword technique. These are the Annihilating Heaven and Earth Sword 23, the Sentient Heaven and Earth Sword 23, and the Sixfold Annihilation of the Self Sword 23. The Sentient Heaven and Earth Sword is the enlightenment of the young Sword Saint, longer. As its name implies, the Sentient Heaven and Earth Sword embodies both sentiment and righteousness. When wielded, it can instantaneously conjure a barrier. Within this barrier, all things freeze, allowing one to strike with impunity. Beyond the barrier, however, no innocent shall be harmed in the slightest. With this swordsmanship, one's means of confrontation become far more diverse. What is crucial is the sheer elegance with which this technique is executed. Imagine facing an adversary, embodying the spirit of an unmatched swordsman, raising the sword and pointing with a flourish. In an instant, boundless sword energy envelopes the surroundings. One then departs with a graceful flick of the sleeve, leaving behind a vast expanse of sword energy and a fleeting glimpse of brilliance. With this thought, Jiang Chen rose, facing his master, Jiu, and declared, "Master, I leave this matter to your discretion." After speaking, he offered a slight bow, showing ample respect to Jiu. Witnessing Jiang Chen's demeanor, Jiu felt an overwhelming sweetness in his heart, akin to savoring honey. Such an exceptional disciple is hard to come by. Possessing remarkable talent and showing profound respect for his elders, Uncle Joe's face immediately blossomed with joy. Meanwhile, Ren Fa, seated at the lower end, became so overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing Jiang Chen's words that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. He had been concerned about how to persuade Jiang Chen should he express any reluctance. To his astonishment, Jiang Chen readily agreed without hesitation. Truly, it is a blessing for the Ren family. This thigh has indeed been firmly embraced. Ha ha ha, splendid, absolutely splendid. Now I can explain everything to Tingting upon my return. You have no idea, that girl Tingting insisted on accompanying me to propose, fearing that the esteemed Jiang Chenxian might decline. Ren Fa immediately rose, bursting into hearty laughter. Subsequently, Uncle Jiu and Ren Fa began to tally the dowry, the lavish offerings causing Wen Kai's mouth to split into a wide grin. Following this, they proceeded to sign the marriage contract and discuss the date, a series of tasks that kept them occupied for a full 2 hours. Henceforth, Jiang Chen could be considered to have a prospective bride. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived, and Ren Fa returned to Rinjia town with great enthusiasm. The ancestral hall, in contrast, fell into a sudden stillness. "Master, I wish to venture out for some practical experience," Jiang Chen suddenly declared during dinner. Uncle Jiu and Wen Kai halted their eating, eyes wide in astonishment. "What did you say?" Uncle Jiu exclaimed, fixating his gaze upon Jiang Chen. "You wish to go out for training?" "Indeed, Master. At present, there are no pressing matters within the ancestral hall, and the crisis in Rinjia town has been resolved. I yearn to explore the world. Rest assured, I merely seek to broaden my horizons and shall return within 1 or 2 months at most, with my current abilities." "You need not worry," Jiang Chen replied earnestly. This notion had taken root in his mind when his master, Si Mu, departed a few days prior. In this second life, he certainly could not remain confined within the confines of this small ancestral hall. This world is truly magnificent, and I yearn to experience it for myself. Moreover, endowed with a system, how many times can I activate it within this modest mortuary? Only by venturing out into the world can I fully unleash the potential of the system. Uncle Joe's brow gradually furrowed. He had anticipated that this young man would not remain confined to this small mortuary for long, yet he did not expect that the day would arrive so swiftly. In merely a month's time, this young man has already grown to such an extent. For a moment, Uncle Jiu found himself in a daze. A month ago, Jiang Chen was merely a pitiable child whose parents had fallen victim to the undead. Yet, here he stands today, possessing the strength to venture into the martial world. However, no matter what, Uncle Jiu could not bring himself to let him go. Such a remarkable disciple, should any misfortune befall you, I fear I would never be able to forgive myself throughout the ages. Xiaoqing, Master recognizes your formidable abilities at present, yet in this vast world, there are realms beyond realms and individuals beyond individuals, where danger lurks at every corner. Once you attain the Earth Master realm, I shall permit you to venture out for your training. For now, devote yourself to diligent practice at home. Jiang Chen discerned a tone of earnestness in his uncle's voice, and in a moment of resignation, he nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed, and before long, another week had elapsed. During this period, aside from his own cultivation, Jiang Chen devoted his leisure time to guiding Wenkai and Qiuxing in their training. Notably, Qiuxing truly undertook a fast for 7 days. Throughout that week, he consumed nothing but water, abstaining from even a single grain of rice. When he returned to the ancestral hall, he appeared remarkably emaciated. Wenkai discreetly inquired how Qiuxing managed to endure such a trial. Qiuxing merely responded with a gaze full of profound admiration. On that day, Jiang Chen's actions in Rinjia town left an indelible impression on him. He was acutely aware of everything that transpired. From that moment forward, he was utterly captivated by Jiang Chen's formidable prowess. Jiang Chen fulfilled his promise by bestowing upon Qiuxing a grass-returning pill and personally safeguarding him during the process. After consuming the elixir, Qiuxing astonishingly awakened the Thunder Spirit body, embodying an exceptional physique for cultivating thunder-based techniques. Upon learning this, Uncle Jiu was nearly overcome with joy. Now, all 3 disciples possessed unique physiques, each with extraordinary talents for cultivation. Life is becoming increasingly promising. Since that fateful day, Ren Tingting would occasionally take a sedan share to visit Jiang Chen at the funeral parlor during her leisure time. Initially, she felt somewhat apprehensive about the somber atmosphere of the place, as it was indeed rather desolate. However, after several visits, her fears gradually dissipated. She understood that her future husband resided here, and she too would eventually become part of this household. It was imperative to adapt sooner rather than later. Moreover, upon hearing Jiang Chen mention that cultivation could prolong one's lifespan, Ren Tingting earnestly pleaded with him to teach her the practice. Her motivation wasn't merely to extend her own years, but rather the fear of being unable to accompany Jiang Chen throughout their shared journey. In this era, most girls possess profound emotions and unwavering devotion. Once they commit to a person, they entertain no other thoughts. During this period, Jiang Chen also took the opportunity to practice the art of refining elixirs, creating several potions to gradually enhance Ren Tingting's constitution. That night, around the hour of the pig, Jiang Chen rose from beside his desk. On the surface lay a letter and several vials of elixirs. A faint smile graced his lips as he resolved to act. Quietly, he opened his door and, after bowing respectfully to his master's chamber, he vanished into the ancestral hall. Meanwhile, Uncle Jiu, deeply immersed in slumber within his quarters, suddenly sensed something amiss. His eyes flew open, and his thoughts crystallized in an instant. In the next moment, he sprang from his bed and hurried towards Jiang Chen's room. "This impudent boy," Uncle Jiu muttered, pushing open the door to find the room utterly deserted, prompting a silent curse to escape his lips. Just as he was about to venture out in search of him, his gaze caught the letter resting on the table. Approaching the desk, Uncle Jiu swiftly unsealed the letter. "To my master, please forgive your disciple for departing without a word. Rest assured, master, I possess the wisdom to avoid recklessness. Within 2 months, I shall certainly return to accept your reprimand. The elixirs left behind may be given to Wakai and Qiuxing as you see fit. Additionally, I have included a cleansing elixir. I would be grateful if you could pass it to Tingting to safeguard her and refine her essence. Your unfilial disciple, Jiang Chen, bows in farewell." Uncle Jiu's emotions swirled as he finished reading the letter, and in that moment, he abandoned any intention of pursuing Jiang Chen. The prowess of this young man is quite apparent to him. Although he currently stands at the 6th level of the Earth Master realm, it remains uncertain whether he could catch up in a short span of time, especially considering the myriad of wondrous techniques he has seemingly acquired from unknown sources. If he were to wholeheartedly seek concealment, it would be nearly impossible for me to locate him. Uncle Jiu let out a sigh, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared outside the funeral home. Subsequently, his entire being surged with mystical energy, and a voice akin to thunder resonated from his mouth. "You little rascal, return to me safely." The sound waves cascaded outward with tremendous force. Within mere moments, the echo of his voice could be heard within a 10-mile radius. The first to hear it was Wenkai, who was sleeping in the mortuary, startled into rolling off his bed. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, riding along the mountain path, felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing the voice. He dismounted and bowed deeply toward the funeral home before remounting and continuing on his journey. Approximately an hour later, The sky began to brighten. At this point, Jiang Chen had reached a location several dozen miles from Rinjia town. The terrain here was expansive, characterized by vast plains and neatly aligned fields of crops. Farmers were already hard at work in the fields, and as the sun ascended slowly, Jiang Chen dismounted, waving his hand to disperse the paper horse. The paper effigies conjured forth could only be utilized during the nocturnal hours. Jiang Chen contemplated that upon reaching the nearby town, he would procure a genuine steed. Channeling his magical prowess, he adjusted his stature to approximately 175 centimeters, adorning himself in a simple azure robe, cinched at the waist with a belt. Despite his unassuming attire, the ethereal aura of transcendent elegance that enveloped Jiang Chen was impossible to conceal. As he traversed the fields, a quaint village came into view in the distance, its slumber gradually disturbed by wisps of smoke curling into the sky. "Who are you? I have never seen you before." A melodious voice suddenly rang out just as Jiang Chen approached the village's entrance. Turning around, he beheld a modestly dressed girl, appearing to be around 15 or 16. Her countenance strikingly graceful as she curiously surveyed him from head to toe. A bamboo basket, brimming with mushrooms, was slung across her back. Jiang Chen, equally astonished, gazed at the girl, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet unable to pinpoint where he had encountered her before. How peculiar! With his exceptional memory, he should not forget anyone he had seen. Where had he met her? "Hey, are you listening? Why are you lost in thought?" Noticing Jiang Chen's dazed expression, the girl waved her hand in front of him. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality. "I apologize. I was just pondering a few matters. My name is Jiang Chen, and I hail from Rinjia town. May I inquire as to the name of this place?" He slightly bowed in greeting. "Oh, so you come from Rinjia town. That's quite far," the girl replied, a hint of surprise in her tone. She recalled accompanying her grandfather there once, where they had to endure nearly a day's journey by donkey cart. The handsome youth before her claimed to be from Rinjia town, yet he had no horse accompanying him, implying he must have traveled a considerable distance. "What brings you here?" she inquired, her round, sparkling eyes gleaming with curiosity. "I am on a journey of exploration and happened to pass through here this morning." "Oh, I see. You must be the child of a wealthy family," she remarked. For despite Jiang Chen's ordinary garb, there was an air of affluence about him that surpassed even the wealthiest science. "By the way, this is Qinjia village. My name is Chen Qingqing. After traveling all night, you must be hungry. Would you care to come to my home? I can prepare a bowl of fresh mushroom soup for you." Chen Qingqing warmly invited Jiang Chen. This is the simplicity of the marginalized people of this era. Regardless of one's social status, once encountered, it is customary to greet one another warmly. "Ah, your words have indeed made me hungry." Jiang Chen did not decline, as he was out to explore, allowing everything to unfold naturally. However, he was certain he had never heard the name Chen Qingqing before. Yet, why did it seem so familiar? This was quite puzzling. Upon seeing Jiang Chen agree, Chen Qingqing cheerfully led the way, bouncing with vitality. Before long, Jiang Chen followed her to a quaint little courtyard. The yard housed merely 2 small cottages, yet it was brimming with a variety of blooming flowers. Along the garden wall, a trellis of grapes added to the lively atmosphere. "This little courtyard is truly charming. Did you cultivate all of this?" Jiang Chen inquired as he stepped inside. "Indeed. It is just my grandfather and me at home. My grandfather is quite elderly and can no longer manage much work," Chen Qingqing replied, glancing back at Jiang Chen with a slightly awkward expression, though devoid of much sorrow. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, appeared hesitant, wishing to inquire about Chen Qingqing's parents but fearing it might evoke painful memories for her. However, it seemed Chen Qingqing could read his thoughts, as she tilted her head coyly and remarked, "Are you wondering about my parents?" Jiang Chen was taken aback, nodding in surprise. "In truth, I have never met them either. My grandfather told me that when I was very young, they were harmed by bandits from the mountains. The bandits also injured my grandfather, breaking his leg, and he still struggles to walk. Those bandits are utterly detestable. Alas, our strength as ordinary people is too feeble to seek revenge." "Did you not report to the authorities?" Jiang Chen asked. "What use is that? Those officials are merely idle. They come to the village, make a fuss, and then flee without daring to confront the bandits," she responded. As they conversed, they entered one of the rooms. Inside, a dimly lit kerosene lamp illuminated the simple yet exceptionally clean furnishings. "Grandfather, you're awake. Why are you smoking again so early? You never listen?" Chen Qingqing chided playfully as she approached a gray-haired elder leaning against the wall with a pipe in hand. All right, I won't smoke anymore," the old man chuckled. "Grandfather, I've brought a guest." I'll go prepare breakfast. You should get up and stretch your legs around Chun family village. Chen Qingqing focused intently on preparing the meal in the kitchen. Meanwhile, in the other room, Jiang Chen engaged in light-hearted conversation with Chen Qingqing's grandfather, named Chen Huaishan. Despite his frail health, his spirits were remarkably high, and he exuded warmth. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's countenance, Chen Huaishan eagerly pulled him into conversation. Through their dialogue, Jiang Chen learned that Chen Huaishan had once served as the village head of Chen family village. However, after his son and daughter-in-law were killed and he himself was injured, he stepped down to focus on raising the young Qingqing. Jiang Chen also discovered that to the south of Chen family village lay the ominous Black Cloud Mountain, named for its perennial shroud of dark clouds. On this mountain resided a bandit stronghold, where Chen Qingqing's parents had met their tragic fate. Chen Huaishan recounted tales of the formidable bandits, whose skills were astounding, and their leader was rumored to have sinister powers over the dead. What are you two discussing? Breakfast is ready. Let us eat. Chen Qingqing chimed in cheerfully as she entered, assisting her grandfather to his feet. The three gathered in the kitchen, which was simple, featuring a cooking stove, a stone table for cutting vegetables, and a dining table. The breakfast was bountiful, a large bowl of fragrant mushroom soup, a plate of flatbreads, and a dish of stir-fried pickles. Jiang Chen, you mentioned you were traveling alone. Aren't you afraid of danger? Chen Qingqing asked as she served him a bowl of soup. In these chaotic times, Jiang Chen's solitary journey certainly raised eyebrows. And Chen Huaishan looked at him with curiosity. To be honest, I have learned some skills from my master since childhood. As long as I do not provoke powerful adversaries, I should be safe, Jiang Chen replied. Really? You know martial arts? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingqing's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming again. I have always wished to learn martial arts, but alas, there has been no one to teach me. Ever since I learned about my parents' fate, I have harbored thoughts of avenging them. Although she did not outwardly display her feelings, she had long contemplated this in her heart. However, the village is filled with simple farmers, and none can instruct her in martial arts. Listening to Jiang Chen now, she felt a mix of envy and disappointment. Jiang Chen discerned Chen Qingqing's sentiments, but understood that their encounter was merely a fleeting one. He was but a passerby in this place. Moreover, his own skills were rather ordinary. Although he possessed the talent to learn martial arts, he was at a loss as to how to teach others. Nonetheless, she had graciously hosted him for a delightful breakfast, and he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Soon, the meal concluded, and Jiang Chen stood, patting his full belly with satisfaction. Thank you, Qingqing and Grandfather Chen, for your warm hospitality. This soup is truly exquisite. I'm glad you enjoyed it. If you return, I'll make it for you again. Chen Qingqing beamed at Jiang Chen's contented expression, her heart swelling with joy. Of course, such delicious fare, I shall certainly return. Jiang Chen chuckled, and then from his pocket, he produced a porcelain vial and a small booklet. Within the vial was a body-strengthening pill, designed to enhance the constitution of its user, while the booklet contained the manual for White Crane Fist, a reward from the system. White Crane Fist is a martial art founded by women, characterized by its principle of using softness to overcome hardness, employing leverage to counter force, and emphasizing agility, flexibility, and fluidity in movement. This is a martial art practice intended solely for women, rendering it unsuitable for men. Which is why Jiang Chen has kept it hidden away in his space, gathering dust. This circumstance presents the perfect opportunity to gift it to Chen Qingqing. Qingqing, I have here a medicinal pill and a manual of martial arts. Consider it a token of my appreciation, though I hope you do not find it lacking. Jiang Chen remarked with a modest smile, extending his hand to offer the porcelain vial and the manual to Chen Qingqing. Ah, this. Upon hearing his words, Chen Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment, and she failed to notice the utensils slipping from her grasp onto the table. She could hardly believe that Jiang Chen would bestow upon her such a remarkable gift. This is indeed a manual of martial arts, something she has longed for in her dreams. As the saying goes, the poor excel in literature while the rich thrive in martial prowess. A secret martial arts tome such as this is invaluable, regardless of its location. She had discreetly inquired about it during her previous visit to Rinjia Town. This item is simply not for sale. Even if someone were willing to sell it, the price would likely be beyond reach. I merely treated him to an utterly ordinary breakfast. How could this be? No, 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 I cannot accept this. It is far too precious. I merely treated you to a meal. Chen Qingqing exclaimed, her hands waving in agitation, visibly startled by Jiang Chen's generous gift. Observing her reaction, Jiang Chen shook his head in resignation, having anticipated such a response. Without further ado, He took hold of her hands and firmly pressed the two items into her palms. Do not refuse. This martial arts manual is designed for women and holds no value for me. It would merely gather dust in my backpack. So it is better suited for someone deserving. In contrast, that breakfast was the finest meal I have had since arriving here. It was indeed worth every bit. Jiang Chen spoke the truth. After more than a month in this world, he had yet to savor any delectable dishes. As when Kai's culinary skills left much to be desired. If you continue to decline, I shall simply toss it into the stove to burn, he warned. Moving towards the hearth with the manual in hand. Alarmed by his words, Chen quickly snatched the manual from him. No, I will accept it. Thank you. Upon receiving the manual, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She was at a loss for how to express her gratitude to Jiang Chen. Their encounter had been fleeting. Merely a meal shared, yet he had returned her kindness with such a remarkable surprise. Moreover, his reference to her as a destined person sent her heart racing. A stark contrast to her usual carefree demeanor. Truly, it is nothing. The practice of this technique is not overly difficult, and combined with the elixir I will provide, you shall see results in no time. However, I offer you this manual not for the purpose of seeking vengeance, but rather to equip you with the means for self-defense. Jiang Chen cautioned. Although this martial arts manual has been cultivated to great perfection and possesses considerable power, it is far from sufficient for Chen Qingqing to rely on it for avenging her parents. She could take the opportunity to visit Black Cloud Mountain and assess whether there are formidable adversaries that she cannot handle. If not, she might as well resolve the troubles plaguing Chun family village. I understand now, Jiang Chen, I truly thank you. Chen Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled, her voice trembling. Very well. I must continue my journey and shall not impose further. The world is vast. May we meet again by fate. Having spoken, Jiang Chen clasped his hands in salute and strode towards the courtyard exit. Jiang Chen, Chen Qingqing called out, remember to visit again. I will make you soup. She stood on her tiptoes, shouting after his retreating figure. Jiang Chen waved his hand and departed with an air of elegance. Only after Jiang Chen's silhouette vanished from view did Chen Qingqing regain her composure, exhilarated. Grandfather, I can practice martial arts now. She turned and grasped Chen Huaishan's hand, bouncing with excitement. You, my dear girl, have finally realized your wish. However, remember Jiang Chen's words. Heed them well, lest his good intentions inadvertently lead to misfortune. Though Chen Huaishan's face wore a smile, his heart was filled with concern. He understood his granddaughter's intentions clearly. She was resolute in her desire to cultivate martial arts for the sake of avenging her parents. Previously, when she could not find a path to martial training, it was bearable, but now that Jiang Chen had provided the manual, it was inevitable that she would feel a surge of impulsiveness. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had already cautioned her. Otherwise, given her temperament, it would have been difficult for him to dissuade her. I understand, grandfather. I will listen to Jiang Chen. I will not act recklessly. Chen Qingqing replied fervently before dashing into the house. With great care, she divided the pill Jiang Chen had given her into two halves, one half going into her mouth and the other returning to the porcelain vial. Within mere moments, she felt an intense warmth spreading throughout her body, as if something within her was igniting. In an instant, she was drenched in fragrant sweat. After half an hour, she felt as if she had been cleansed with water. Fortunately, the overwhelming heat had subsided. At that moment, Chen Qingqing felt as light as a feather and immensely comfortable. Her muscles and ligaments seemed to have been rejuvenated, and her strength appeared to have surged by a fold or two. In that instant, Chen Qingqing realized that the pill Jiang Chen had gifted her was likely far more precious than the martial manual itself, leaving her eyes moist once again. In Rinjia town, a humble monk finished his alms and stepped beyond the town's gates, heading northward. The monk bore a kind visage, with a gentle radiance glimmering across his face, and his long whiskers cascaded down like willow branches. A massive string of prayer beads adorned his neck, each bead comparable in size to a walnut. He seemed to sense an unexplainable calling from the north, as if something were summoning him. The monk walked with a steady gait, his steps embodying the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, clearly possessing formidable martial prowess. As he proceeded, he suddenly heard the sound of galloping hooves behind him, accompanied by boisterous shouts. Monk ahead, if you value your life, step aside. You are obstructing the path of Black Cloud Mountain's bandits. If you get trampled, you have only yourself to blame. Ha ha ha. The monk did not take offense. Instead, he stepped aside, uttering a quiet, "Ba," with a gentle smile. These individuals are the bandits of Black Cloud Mountain, having just emerged from the joyful courtyard in Rinjia town. The only obstacle ahead is a monk. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have galloped past without hesitation. Monk, where are you headed? Would you like our bandit lord to give you a lift? They jested as they passed by, deliberately halting to tease the monk. No need, I shan't trouble the thief. The monk replied serenely, Umitba. The audacity of the monk incited the bandits. Their leader, the fourth brother, was offering a courtesy, and yet the monk dared to refuse. Upon hearing the monk's words, the bandits erupted in jeers. Some even unsheathed their curved blades. Yet, the monk remained steadfast and unperturbed. Enough. Behave yourselves. What did the elder brother say? When encountering monks or Taoists, one must show respect. Have you all forgotten the events in Rinjiao town a fortnight ago? The speaker was the fourth brother of the Black Cloud Mountain bandits. Prior to their descent, their leader had specifically instructed them to temper their behavior, particularly against figures such as monks or Taoists. This caution stemmed from a previous incident where Jiang Chen had clashed with a geomancer and a giant ape in Rinjiao town. With their leader present at the time, after reprimanding his companions, the fourth brother cracked his whip and surged forward, prompting the other bandits to howl and hasten after him. Fourth brother, during our descent, we have spent quite a sum on those raucous women. Shall we not find a village to recoup our losses? Suggested one of the bandits after a frenzied run. I recall that Qinjia village lies not far ahead. Let us pay a visit. It has been years since I last set foot in that village, and I dare say they must have grown plump enough for the taking. The approval from the fourth brother ignited excitement among the bandits. Meanwhile, in Qinjia village, Chen Qingqing had just finished washing herself and donned a fresh, dry outfit. Sensing the changes within her body, she promptly decided to give the remaining half of the elixir to her grandfather for his consumption. The efficacy of this elixir is remarkable. It may very well cure the hidden ailment afflicting grandfather. Grandfather, this pill given by brother Jiang Chen resembles the legendary elixirs of immortality. Behold, Chen Qingqing approached her grandfather and effortlessly lifted a stone pedestal from the courtyard. This stone pedestal must weigh no less than 100 pounds. Chen Qingqing effortlessly lifted it, leaving Chun Huaishan utterly astonished. When did his granddaughter become so remarkably strong? Wait a moment, she just mentioned the elixir given by Jiang Chen. Could it be the reason for this transformation? If that is indeed the case, then this elixir is truly a miraculous one. At the very least, he had never heard of any earthly pill capable of inducing such a dramatic change in such a short span of time. Who exactly is Jiang Chen? Not only is he humble in character, but his approach to life also exudes a chivalrous spirit, and he exhibits remarkable generosity. Chun Huaishan could discern that the two items gifted by Jiang Chen seemed to him to be utterly inconsequential. This is hardly the demeanor of an ordinary affluent family. Even the wealthiest individual in Rinjia town would struggle to maintain such an air of nonchalance. Subsequently, Chen Qingqing performed several intricate flexibility maneuvers for Chen Huaishan, leaving him once again astounded. The effect is akin to a complete metamorphosis. This time, the grandfather and grandson have truly encountered a benefactor. Grandfather, there is still half a pill here for you. It might just heal your wounds. Chen Qingqing said as she swiftly retrieved a porcelain vial from her waist and presented it before her grandfather. Half. Chen Huaishan's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the vial. If merely half a pill could bring about such a significant transformation in Qingqing, what could be the result of consuming a whole one? He dared not contemplate it. With his limited experience, he could hardly fathom the possibilities. Trembling, Chen Huaishan accepted the porcelain vial. He did not refuse, for he was acutely aware of Qingqing's temperament. If he dared to decline, she would likely forcefully pry his mouth open and make him swallow it. It was far better to accept it now and later devise a way to trick her into taking it. Rumble, rumble. Just then, both felt the ground beneath them tremble, followed by the thunderous sound of galloping hooves approaching from the village entrance. This is not good. Chen Huaishan's expression changed dramatically. This voice is all too familiar to him. This is the sound of those beasts from Heiyun Mountain descending. Chen Jiakin is likely to suffer once more. Qingqing, quickly hide inside, and do not come out. Chen Huaishan shouted anxiously. He was all too familiar with the brutish nature of these men. If it were merely a matter of robbing for money, it would be one thing. However, should a beautiful young woman catch their eye, the outcome would be nothing short of a living nightmare. Now, Qingqing had reached the age of 15, blooming into a graceful young lady. If this group were to discover her, it would be akin to starving wolves encountering a plump lamb. Grandfather, what about you? Chen Qingqing momentarily felt a surge of panic. I must remain outside to confront them. Otherwise, they will surely ransack our home. If they find you, it would spell doom. Quickly, Go and retrieve all the money we have saved. When they arrive, I will hand it over directly. Our home is so humble, and as an old man alone, they are unlikely to expend further effort to come inside. Hurry. Observing her grandfather's anxious demeanor, Chen Qingqing said nothing and turned to enter the house. Where have all the villagers of Qinjiakan gone? Come out. A boisterous shout from the bandits echoed at the village entrance. All those alive, heed this. You have until the incense burns out to present 10 silver dollars from each household. Should you fail to comply, do not blame us for our harshness. Accompanying the bandits' coarse shouts were chilling sounds of unsheathing blades that resonated in the hearts of every villager in Qinjiakan. The faces of all the villagers paled in an instant. In this era, not only were man-made disasters frequent, but natural calamities also persisted relentlessly. As honest and diligent farmers, the residents of Qinjiakan had endured years of unspeakable hardship. 10 silver dollars represented the entirety of a family's savings accumulated over these years. In these tumultuous days, these ruthless beasts demand everything at the mere sound of their voices. Within each heart, there lies a mixture of dread and an overwhelming rage, cursing the heavens for their injustice, lamenting why such individuals have not faced retribution. Yet, despite the inner turmoil, fear grips them, compelling them to surrender the last remnants of their savings. After all, losing money is preferable to losing one's life. Chen Qingqing retrieved a small cloth pouch from the chest in her room, containing a handkerchief that wrapped 7 silver dollars. In her household, it was just she and her grandfather, their livelihood relying solely on her daily foraging for mushrooms on the mountain. After drying them, she would sell them in Rinjia town every few months. Her grandfather also needed medication, and over the years, they had managed to save only these $7. Quickly, go inside and find a place to hide. No matter what happens, do not come out, Chen Huaishan urged, taking the coins and pushing Chen Qingqing into the house, closing the door behind her. Initially, he contemplated locking it, but upon further reflection, he deemed such an action akin to revealing their hidden treasure, and thus he refrained. After the span of a single incense stick, the bandits, filled with excitement, began their ruthless collection of money from door to door. With gleaming blades in sight, none dared to resist. In front of a humble courtyard in Qinjiakan, a dozen fearsome bandits sat upon their horses, their menacing gazes fixed upon an elderly man standing at the gate. A few notorious leaders of the mountain bandits eyed the frail elder, whose only remaining wealth consisted of these 7 silver dollars, hoping the leaders might show some mercy to the lonely old man. Seeing the bandits arrive at his doorstep, Chen Huaishan trembled as he approached the entrance, unwrapping the handkerchief and extending it forward. 7, he pleaded. I said 10, not a penny less. One of the bandits, riding forward, snatched the coins from Chen Huaishan's trembling hands, snarling, brothers, you go on ahead, I'll search inside. With that, the others, like ravenous wolves, surged towards other homes, while he dismounted, forcefully pushing Chen Huaishan to the ground before charging into the courtyard. Great leader, the old man truly has nothing left. Chen Huaishan exclaimed in a panic upon witnessing the bandit storm into his home. If Qingqing were discovered, it would spell disaster. His granddaughter would undoubtedly fall victim to their cruelty. In a moment of desperation, Chen Huaishan scrambled to his feet, pursuing the bandit and pleading as he knelt, clutching the bandit's leg. You old fool, do not attempt to deceive me, be gone. The bandit, robust and imposing, effortlessly brushed aside the frail old man. A mere flick of his leg sent Chen Huaishan flying against the grape trellis, toppling it in a cascade. Chen Huaishan spat out a mouthful of blood, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Chen Qingqing, who had been hiding within, could no longer remain silent upon hearing the commotion outside. With a startled cry, she dashed out. Grandfather, she exclaimed, witnessing the harrowing sight of her grandfather bleeding. In that instant, her heart shattered, and disregarding the towering bandit before her, she reached out, pushing against his chest. The bandit, upon seeing a stunning maiden emerge from the dwelling, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is far more beautiful than the alluring temptress from last night. In this impoverished mountain village, how could such a delicate young lady emerge? It is no wonder that I, her grandfather, am experiencing a stroke of good fortune. Just as I was about to reach out, in the next moment, the bandit felt an overwhelming force surge through him, and to his astonishment, his body was propelled away by a single strike. Here I am, a robust man weighing nearly 200 pounds, and this slender girl has effortlessly sent me flying? The bandit crashed into the courtyard wall, which crumbled upon impact, finally halting his momentum. For a moment, he felt a heaviness in his chest, struggling to breathe. Chen Qingqing rushed to her grandfather's side, lifting him with tears streaming down her face. "Grandfather, are you all right? Please don't frighten me," she cried out in terror upon witnessing his feeble condition. "Why? Why must this happen? Just when I saw a glimmer of hope for avenging my parents. Is the heavens going to take you away as well?" Cough, cough. "Qingqing, run. Don't worry about me," Chun Huaishan urged, his anxiety intensifying upon seeing his granddaughter emerge. He was overwhelmed with emotion, blood gushing from his mouth as he spoke in a fragmented manner. "I refuse to leave you, grandfather. I will not abandon you. I will carry you with me," Chen Qingqing exclaimed, attempting to lift Chen Huaishan and flee. "Stop right there." At that moment, the bandit, having regained his breath, stepped forward to block her path. "Little lady, you possess quite a bit of strength. I find that appealing." The bandit's gaze lingered on Chen Qingqing, his desire palpable as he grinned wickedly and reached for her. Fury ignited in Chen Qingqing's beautiful eyes as she kicked out fiercely. However, this time she failed to land a hit. The bandit, being a trained fighter, easily evaded her strike, which was fueled more by strength than skill. The earlier blow had merely been a result of the bandit's carelessness. "Huh, how amusing. Come again. Little lady. Qingqing, put me down. If you carry me, we won't escape. Do you wish for your grandfather to die with unclosed eyes?" At that moment, Chen Huaishan, drained of energy, summoned his last strength to shout at Chen Qingqing, only to spew forth another mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with despair. "Grandfather, no. Please don't leave me," Chen Qingqing wailed, her heart shattering at the sight of her grandfather's condition. Yet Chen Huaishan, unable to hear her anymore, used the last of his strength to thrust a small porcelain vial into Chen Qingqing's hands before falling silent. "Grandfather." Chen Qingqing felt the warmth of his spirit fade away, engulfed in profound sorrow. "Little lady, now that your grandfather is gone, you still have me. Follow me, and I will take good care of you. You shall eat well and live without fear. No one will bully you again. What do you say?" The bandit, captivated by Chen Qingqing's tear-streaked face, felt an exhilarating rush at the thought of overpowering the vulnerable. He advanced, extending his claw-like hand towards her. "Alms for the poor. I have arrived too late. Truly, it is a sin." Suddenly, a voice chanting from outside the courtyard echoed. Almost instantly, a monk emerged, stepping forth with purpose, appearing before the bandit in the blink of an eye. The bandit was taken aback, recognizing the monk as a formidable figure he had glimpsed outside Renjia town. How could he have arrived so swiftly when they had ridden in on swift steeds? Yet before he could ponder further, the monk struck out with an open palm, radiant with an otherworldly light. In a moment of panic, the bandit raised his hands to defend himself. Bang! Crack! The impact of their palms met, followed by the unmistakable sound of shattering bones. Yet the ordeal was far from over. The bandit's entire arm began to shatter inch by inch. In a state of terror, he let out a wretched howl, only to be propelled backwards by an overwhelming force. "Ah, you beast, I shall slay you." Upon witnessing the bandit being flung away, Chen Qingqing hastily placed her grandfather on the ground and, in a frenzy, dashed towards the bandit. Her hair, which had been casually tied up, cascaded down like a waterfall, dancing gracefully in the wind. Chen Qingqing moved with the elegance of a startled swan, reminiscent of a white crane gliding across the sky. In that fleeting moment, she perused the first stance of the boxing manual gifted by Jiang Chen, The White Crane Shadow, and inexplicably grasped its essence. Just as the bandit's body crumpled to the ground, Chen Qingqing's fist also struck with precision. Her delicate fist landed squarely upon the bandit's heart. With a furious strike, the bandit's chest was crushed inward. In an instant, his eyes bulged, and he spewed forth a torrent of blood mixed with flesh, succumbing to death without a trace of life remaining. Yet, Chen Qingqing seemed to lose all semblance of reason, relentlessly pounding the lifeless body with one fist after another. A minute later, the monk assisted Chen Qingqing to her feet, gazing down at the grotesque remains before him. Uttering a solemn Amitabha, 200 meters north of Chun family village lies a dense thicket. At this moment, Chen Qingqing knelt before a newly dug grave, weeping like a heartbroken soul. Not long ago, the commotion of her vanquishing the bandit had alarmed other marauders. However, with the monk present, that group of ruffians was swiftly subdued, fleeing in utter disarray. After driving away the bandits, Chen Qingqing callously discarded the corpse of the bandit she had slain by the roadside to feed the dogs. She then brought her grandfather to this place, laying him to rest alongside her grandmother and parents. "Master, I am now utterly alone. Could you teach me the art of combat? I seek vengeance for my grandfather and parents." Initially, Chen Qingqing's instinct was to seek out Jiang Chen. However, in this vast world, She was at a loss as to where to begin her search. The monk before her had astonished her with his displayed prowess. Those fearsome bandits had been rendered as helpless as mere children in his hands, utterly devoid of the ability to retaliate. Were it not for the monk's vow against taking life, those marauders would likely have met their demise countless times over. He is indeed a remarkable individual. And this is her only opportunity at this moment. She is unwilling to let it slip away. Very well, very well. You shall follow me in your cultivation from this day forth. The monk readily acquiesced to Chen Qingqing's words. Previously, while he was outside Renjia town, he sensed a force within this region that beckoned him forth. Little did he expect it to be this girl. Their fates as master and disciple were evidently intertwined. Moreover, upon witnessing Chen Qingqing's innate talents, the monk was utterly astounded. Within such a slender frame lay a ferocious power akin to that of a wild beast. This is undoubtedly an exceptional quality for cultivation. Upon returning to the dojo, Chen Qingqing felt liberated from the scornful jibes of the bespectacled Taoist priest. Grateful for the master's assistance, she turned and offered 3 respectful bows to the monk. Rising with resolute determination, her gaze pierced towards the distant, ominous black cloud mountain shrouded in dark clouds. One day, she vowed, she would ascend the mountain herself to avenge her grandfather and her parents. Wiping away her tears, she was about to turn back when she suddenly froze. It appeared that Black Cloud Mountain had erupted into flames. What could this mean? Could it be him? Without a moment's hesitation, she took off running towards the mountain, which lay a dozen kilometers away. The monk squinted and swiftly followed in her wake. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, having departed from Chun family village, recognized the location of Black Cloud Mountain immediately from Chun Huaishan's description. He ambled steadily to the foot of the mountain. Upon arrival, he sensed a faint aura of sinister energy permeating the air, growing denser with each step upward. By the time he reached the summit, it had coalesced into a formidable malevolent force that lingered in the sky, resembling an oppressive cloud. This was the stronghold of the Black Cloud Bandits, the very place where Chen Qingqing's parents had met their demise. Should he ascend the mountain and eradicate this societal blight? However, he questioned whether his current strength was sufficient, as he was utterly unaware of the bandits beyond their location. Moreover, the atmosphere felt particularly eerie. It was rumored that the inhabitants practiced dark arts. Chen's grandfather had once mentioned that the leader of the Black Cloud Bandits possessed the ability to manipulate the dead. He pondered the extent of that leader's powers. Currently, he could barely contend with a practitioner at the initial stage of Earthmaster, but he felt confident against those at the mid-stage if it came to preserving his life. Damn it, why fear? He had come out to gain experience. If he continued to cower, he might as well return to his master and be a docile disciple. After a moment of internal deliberation, Jiang Chen resolved to confront the infamous Black Cloud Bandits. Just as he prepared to ascend the mountain, he suddenly detected the distant sound of galloping hooves approaching from behind. There were multiple horses, and the cacophony of hoofbeats was chaotic. As though the riders were in a panic, Jiang Chen turned to await the source of the commotion, which drew nearer. Moments later, a group of battered individuals on horseback thundered towards him. "Who are you? Clear the way." Jiang Chen discerned that these were indeed members of the Black Cloud Bandits, their faces unmistakably marked by a thuggish demeanor. As the bandits charged towards him without slowing down, Jiang Chen extended his hand and struck forward. Instantly, a storm of thunderous energy coalesced into a massive palm imprint, rapidly expanding as it flew forward. Bang! The foremost bandit was struck by the palm imprint. Sent flying along with his horse, the impact so great that the man exploded into a shower of gore. Jiang Chen, empowered by a century's worth of magical energy, unleashed a blow that no ordinary person could withstand. This sudden transformation left the advancing bandits feeling as though their throats were being constricted. In an instant, they fumbled to rein in their horses as a dozen steeds whinnied and raised their front hooves, bringing their charge to an abrupt halt. Fourth brother! Fourth brother! Fear gripped everyone as they gazed at the lingering crimson mist before them. Just moments ago, a vibrant life had existed, yet now there were no remains to be found. The young man clad in white appeared almost celestial, exuding an aura of terror. If even the fourth brother met such a fate, what hope could there be for the rest? Unable to withstand the dread, one individual tumbled from his mount, prostrating himself on the ground, wailing for mercy. "Grandfather, spare me. We meant no offense." This plea quickly multiplied, and soon all were kneeling, repeatedly bowing in supplication, though they were men accustomed to a life of violence. When faced with the specter of death, they displayed a cowardice even beneath that of ordinary folk. "Are you from the Black Cloud stronghold?" Jiang Chen inquired, stepping forward with a cold demeanor. The bandits fell silent, paralyzed by fear, fearing that Jiang Chen had come to confront them. Yet, what could they claim? To declare themselves as innocent citizens? The price of deceit was one they could ill afford. Speak. Jiang Chen's voice thundered, resonating like a clap of thunder, shattering their resolve. They hastily bowed their heads, trembling as they responded, Yes, yes, we are all from the Black Cloud stronghold. And how many are there in your stronghold? Who is the most formidable among you? Jiang Chen continued his inquiry. Answering your esteemed self, we have over 60 members in the Black Cloud stronghold. The strongest among us is our leader, who has reached the pinnacle of martial mastery, replied the foremost bandit, his head bowed and voice quivering. Yet, hidden in the corners of his eyes was a glimmer of malice. Their leader possessed not only martial prowess, but also the art of necromancy. Indeed, the bandits numbered merely 60, but the corpses on the mountain were countless. If they could lure this man to their lair, they would ensure that his existence would be a torment beyond death itself. Martial Master, Jiang Chen murmured softly. In this world, within the realm of mortals, there exists a hierarchy among martial practitioners, delineated as follows: warrior, samurai, master, grandmaster, sect master, and grand sect master. Attaining the grand sect master level is akin to reaching the celestial realm, a status nearly unparalleled in this domain. Meanwhile, a master is merely equivalent to the nascent stages of a human teacher. Although it is evident that the individual before him is lying, he refrains from mentioning his understanding of the art of corpse control. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen has gleaned some insight into the strength of the Black Cloud stronghold, which poses a minor inconvenience for him. At this moment, beneath the Black Cloud, an eerie scene unfolds. A dozen burly men find themselves prostrated before a slender, white-clad youth, their limbs trembling in terror. From where have you just arrived? Jiang Chen's gaze drifts to the distance, as a chilling realization dawns upon him, his eyes growing even colder. We just came from Chen family village. Yes, Chen family village. They stammer, Jiang Chen's frigid tone slicing through the air like an icy blade, exerting immense pressure that causes these bandits to falter in their speech. Indeed, it is Chen family village. As these individuals passed by Chenjia village, one could hardly expect anything favorable to ensue. Just a moment ago, I observed that they bore injuries, the origins of which remain a mystery. I sincerely hope that Qingqing and her grandfather are unharmed. While traversing Chenjia village, did you encounter a girl named Chen Qingqing? Upon hearing the name Chen Qingqing, the bandits were momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, they recalled the terrifying monk, who was accompanied by a girl. When they were driven away by that monk, they distinctly heard her exclaim, I, Chen Qingqing, shall surely eradicate the fiends of Heiyun Mountain stronghold in this lifetime. Could it be that the Chen Qingqing spoken of is indeed her? Given the inquiry posed by the person before them, it was evident that they were familiar with her. Alas, what manner of living hell have these individuals entangled themselves with? It is all the fault of that wretched scoundrel. He met his demise due to his own lustful desires, and now he has summoned forth such a harbinger of death. It appears that this life may very well come to an end today. Jiang Chen observed that the trembling of the crowd intensified, yet no one dared to utter a word, immediately sensing something amiss. What have you done to her? Jiang Chen slammed his foot down, a torrent of energy surging within him, as his formidable magical power surged forth, creating an invisible wave that swept through the air. Those kneeling on the ground felt as if an unseen hand had grasped them, lifting them off the earth. At that moment, all present gazed in terror at their own bodies suspended in midair, as if the white-clad youth could end their lives with but a mere gesture. Grandfather, we haven't done anything to her. We wouldn't dare. One of them exclaimed, claiming to be Chen Qingqing's relative. She is protected by a formidable monk. We haven't even touched a single hair on her head. Truly, grandfather, we speak nothing but the truth. Consider us as insignificant as a mere breeze. A peculiar phenomenon unfolded. The bandits floating in the air wished to kneel and plead for mercy, yet their bodies were beyond their control, leaving them only able to open their mouths in futile lamentation. Then, where is Chen Qingqing's grandfather? Jiang Chen discerned fear and evasion in their eyes. Clearly, they were concealing something. Upon the utterance of those words, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, as if a chilling breeze surged from the soles of their feet to the very crown of their heads. You harmed him, did you not? No, it was not us. We truly did not do it. The one who killed that old man has already been beaten to death by someone named Chen Qingqing. It was genuinely not our doing. Please spare us. We shall never again be bandits. The bandits, their bodies suspended in fear, began to tremble as drops of yellowish liquid, imbued with an inexplicable scent, fell from them. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, as rage simmered within him. Old Master Chen is dead. From the disjointed ramblings of these men, Jiang Chen gleaned this harrowing truth. The kind and warm-hearted elder, who had just an hour ago shared laughter with him while recounting tales of Chen family village, was now irrevocably separated from this world. Old Master Chen is gone. What of Chen Qingqing? With her sole source of support now extinguished, how would she cope with such devastation? These individuals deserve their fate. The inhabitants of Black Cloud's stronghold must perish. In the next moment, Jiang Chen slowly raised his sword finger. The magical energy within him surged, manifesting as an energy sword aura that shot forth from his fingertip. The 23 swords of sentient worlds, slay. The sword aura bifurcated into 2, then 4, then 8, and in an instant, it became infinite. With a mere flick of his finger, a colossal barrier materialized around the bandits. Within this barrier, time and space instantaneously froze. Even though Jiang Chen had relinquished his control, the dozen or so bandits remained suspended in midair, their bodies utterly immobile. They could only widen their eyes in horror, helplessly witnessing countless sword auras slicing through them within the confines of the barrier. Beneath the suspended bandits, it seemed as though a rain of blood was falling, accompanied by fragments of flesh that drifted down like snowflakes. Jiang Chen did not immediately strike down these individuals. Such a swift end would be too merciful. Instead, he intended to eviscerate them piece by piece. This is also the terrifying aspect of the Sword of Sentiment and the world. Its exquisite control is nothing short of sublime, allowing for precise strikes that harm not a single innocent soul amidst the multitude. At this moment, all the bandits can do is pray for a swift demise, for that is their only recourse, as they find themselves incapable even of taking their own lives. Each of their hands bears the weight of numerous lives extinguished. The exhilaration once felt in taking life now transforms into profound suffering. Time drags on, each second stretching into an eternity. The torment endured by each individual lasted a full 30 minutes. As the last remnants of flesh fell, the sins of this band of marauders were utterly purged. At the foot of Black Cloud Mountain lay a dozen skeletal remains, stripped of all flesh, beneath which were heaps of blood-red flesh, as delicate as the wings of a cicada. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already embarked on the path to the mountain's summit. Along the way, he eliminated the scattered sentinels with identical methods. Half an hour later, he stood alone before the entrance of a stronghold. The crooked characters spelling Black Cloud Stronghold adorned the gate. Above, several severed heads dangled from ropes. A slight sensing revealed to Jiang Chen the overwhelming presence of corpse energy, suggesting that a multitude of bodies lay concealed within the stronghold. At that moment, a few bandits stationed at the entrance drew their curved blades upon seeing Jiang Chen's arrival. Their curiosity piqued regarding how he had ascended, given the numerous watchpoints from the foot of the mountain to this place. Halt! Who goes there, and what is your purpose? They demanded. This stronghold had always been a place where they captured others. Never had someone approached voluntarily. I have come to reclaim your lives, Jiang Chen replied coldly. Without further ado, in a fleeting motion, he extinguished the lives of several bandits, his snow-white garb remaining untainted by a single drop of blood. The Sword of Sentient World was not merely a weapon, but embodied a fearsome agility. With a mere thought, Jiang Chen traversed into the stronghold, leaving the four behind frozen in their previous stances. Simultaneously, the remaining bandits became aware of Jiang Chen's presence, erupting in furious exclamations. In an instant, the stronghold resembled a powder keg that had been ignited. Chaos ensued as dozens armed with weapons surged forth from all directions. Among them, a man clad in a blue robe emerged from the throng. Friend, welcome to Black Cloud Stronghold. I am the chief here, Black Cloud. Might I inquire what guidance you seek? This man appeared less like a bandit and more akin to a Taoist priest, yet his sinister demeanor was unmistakable, revealing his dubious nature. I dare not presume to offer guidance. I merely believe that your stronghold has no reason to exist. Today, I intend to eliminate you all. Would you grant me this convenience? Jiang Chen spoke with an unyielding calmness, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Scoundrel, you insolent wretch, your audacity knows no bounds. I shall have your head. With that, the crowd erupted in outrage. However, in the next breath, the first few who had shouted found a fine sword energy slicing through their throats, silencing them instantly. In Ren family town, at the funeral home, Ren Tingting arrived at the establishment in a palanquin as the sun had only just risen. Were it not for the fear of gossip, she would have preferred to reside there indefinitely. Yet, until she and Jiang Chen exchanged vows, their interaction would remain limited to brief encounters. Master, has Jiang Chen not yet risen? Ren Tingting inquired upon entering the courtyard. She noticed only Uncle Jiu, Wen Kai, and Qiuxing present, her curiosity evident. A faint blush gracing her cheeks. Since becoming betrothed to Jiang Chen, she had naturally begun to address Uncle Jiu as her master. The thought of seeking out her slumbering fiancé early in the morning made her feel quite bashful. That scoundrel has already left, Uncle Jiu retorted with annoyance. Left? Where has he gone? To the town? When will he return? Rin Tingting, upon hearing this, assumed Jiang Chen had gone to the town to seek her out, a glimmer of delight blossoming in her heart. Despite their time together, she always sensed a certain aloofness about Jiang Chen, as if he kept others at bay. Although he was significantly younger than her, she felt he possessed a psychological maturity far beyond her own years. This sensation is rather extraordinary, evoking an illusion of a younger brother resembling an uncle. Uncle Jiu said little, directly handing over the letter left by Jiang Chen to Rin Tingting. Within it were admonitions for her to diligently cultivate her skills. Rin Tingting took the letter in a daze, her heart sinking like a stone upon seeing Uncle Jiu produce the paper. The moment her eyes fell upon the first farewell words, tears cascaded down her cheeks. How could that scoundrel depart without a word of farewell? After perusing Jiang Chen's words multiple times, she stomped her foot in frustration and cried out in despair. All right, Tingting. This rascal is carefree and extraordinarily capable. It is only natural for him to wish to explore the world. You need not fret over his safety. When he returns, Master will give him a thorough lesson. That scoundrel left you some elixirs. I shall safeguard you while you consume them. Moreover, Wen Kai and Xiuxing, your senior brother also left some for you. Take them shortly and cultivate earnestly. Hearing this, Wen Kai and Xiuxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Elixirs crafted by their senior brother are indeed treasures. Both were on the verge of a breakthrough, and with the aid of these elixirs, their progress would be significantly expedited. After receiving the elixirs from Uncle Jiu, they each retreated to their chambers to cultivate. At Black Cloud Mountain, a band of ruffians stood arrogantly before Jiang Chen. Judging by their demeanor, it was evident that at a mere command from their leader, they would rush forward, tearing Jiang Chen to shreds. However, the individuals who had previously hurled insults at Jiang Chen suddenly fell silent, arousing the curiosity of the bandits. In the next moment, several burly men collapsed, lifeless, onto the ground. The bandits were struck with astonishment. These individuals were the very ones who had just uttered harsh words against Jiang Chen. Yet, throughout the ordeal, Jiang Chen remained utterly motionless. How did he silently eliminate these men amidst the crowd? Could it be that he, like the leader, possessed some form of dark sorcery? Friends, your actions display a blatant disregard for the Black Cloud Mountain stronghold. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's composure, He Yin wasted no time and directly struck, his expression growing increasingly ominous. At the same time, he felt a heightened sense of caution regarding Jiang Chen's prowess. Although his subordinates were not martial arts masters, they were seasoned individuals who had survived on the edge of blades for decades. The fact that Jiang Chen could quietly dispatch men before his very eyes without a single movement indicated that his strength was certainly on par with, if not superior to, his own. The killer is invariably hunted. His purpose in ascending the mountain was to eradicate the Black Cloud Mountain stronghold. Thus, Jiang Chen chose not to engage in further pointless discourse. With a mere gesture of his hand, a pitch-black wooden sword materialized within his grasp. This was the century-old lightning-struck peachwood sword that the four-eyed Daoist gifted to Jiang Chen in a bid to recruit him as a disciple. Although it was a wooden sword, the blade, having undergone the four-eyed Daoist's meticulous refinement, boasted a hardness that rivaled even the finest steel. As Jiang Chen channeled his magical energy into the sword, it shimmered with a bluish-white lightning glow. The astonishing prowess of this seemingly ethereal being left the onlookers utterly astounded. However, in the next instant, Jiang Chen's figure abruptly vanished. Chaos erupted in the Black Cloud stronghold. Aside from Black Cloud himself, all others could only see fleeting white shadows darting through the crowd. With each flicker, vibrant sprays of crimson blossoms erupted. Enraged by this, Black Cloud drew the soft sword from his waist and lunged at Jiang Chen's fleeting figure. His speed was formidable, yet it paled in comparison to Jiang Chen's. Despite his relentless pursuit, he could not even graze the hem of Jiang Chen's garment, helplessly witnessing his comrades fall one by one before his eyes. A profound shock gripped Black Cloud's heart. What kind of power did this individual possess? He himself was at the peak of a martial arts master, yet he could not even brush against this youth's clothing. Could he be a master of the earth, or perhaps a grandmaster? It was inconceivable, judging by his appearance. He looked no more than 17 or 18 years old. As Black Cloud pondered these thoughts, his brothers lay nearly annihilated at his feet. Damn it, stop! He bellowed, suddenly producing a bell adorned with a yellow talisman. The soul-calling bell. Jiang Chen recognized the object at once. In the next moment, Black Cloud, his face contorted in rage, began to shake the bell. Instantly, a chilling cacophony of howls reverberated throughout the stronghold, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard. Soon, countless decayed corpses and zombies began to converge and leap from every corner, numbering at least in the thousands. Jiang Chen noticed that among them were several black zombies. Indeed, he was faced with a practitioner of the sinister arts, one who specialized in corpse manipulation. At this moment, the bandits within the stronghold had been nearly wiped out, leaving only a few stragglers, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed upon the still pristine figure of Jiang Chen. "You have forced my hand. Today, I shall ensure that you cannot live nor die," Black Cloud declared, surveying the sea of corpses that lay at his feet, his inner fury reaching its zenith. "These brothers have stood by my side for a decade, or even several decades. In such a brief span of time, they have been utterly annihilated by the person before me. This is unforgivable." With a sweeping gesture of the dark cloud, countless zombies surged toward Jiang Chen like a relentless tide. Jiang Chen's gaze remained resolute, undaunted. If these were all black corpses, one might have to retreat from the spotlight. However, the dark cloud has summoned forth mere zombies. These devices may serve as formidable weapons for the average person, yet they pose no threat to my current self. With my present physical prowess, even standing still and allowing them to assault me would merely result in a sense of revulsion. Jiang Chen gripped the long sword tightly, its blade shimmering with electric brilliance. As the wind surged, his figure suddenly vanished. Confronted by the horde of zombies, Jiang Chen moved as if in a realm devoid of obstacles. His swordsmanship was razor-sharp, each strike precisely piercing the vital points of the undead. The blade glimmered as flesh and blood were sent flying. The zombies fell before Jiang Chen's sword. Yet an inexhaustible wave of them surged from all directions, seemingly endless. His swordplay quickened, the air crackling with energy as it coalesced into fierce whirlwinds, drawing in the surrounding zombies and shredding them into fragments. "Curse it, I wonder how long you can endure," sneered the figure of He Yun, who stood at a distance, incessantly ringing a bell and chanting incantations. However, in the next instant, the smile vanished from his face. Jiang Chen directed his peachwood sword towards the heavens, its radiant light piercing the dark clouds above, as an array of sword chi suddenly erupted around him. This sword chi swiftly formed a colossal energy field, enveloping the space entirely, including He Yun. Within this field, all objects became immobile in an instant. He Yun felt his body succumb to a loss of control, as if ensnared in the very fabric of space. Subsequently, countless strands of chilling sword chi materialized, weaving through the air. Imbued with Jiang Chen's righteous power and the intent to eradicate all malevolence, they surged towards every living being and corpse present. Demons and malevolent spirits faced their divine retribution. Atop He Yun Mountain, the scene resembled a tempest sweeping through, leaving a carpet of corpses in its wake. Only a mere handful of black zombies remained standing, alongside the blood-soaked and tattered He Yun. The zombies retained their stance due to their formidable physiques, while He Yun's endurance was a testament to his nearing mastery of the earthly realm. Yet, at this moment, despite still being upright, his magical energy was nearly depleted, and he bore the wounds inflicted by the sword chi. The madness that once graced his visage was replaced by sheer terror and disbelief. The soul-calling bell in his grasp had been knocked from his hand, now resting in Jiang Chen's possession. How could this be? His foundation had been nearly exhausted. Yet, when he glanced at his opponent, he noted with astonishment that not even a single tear adorned Jiang Chen's garments. From where did this individual emerge? How can their power be so utterly terrifying? At this moment, memories of a scene from half a month ago in Rinjia town surged into his mind. It was of a child, perhaps 8 or 9 years old, who had inexplicably transformed into a colossal figure through some form of sorcery. That sight had left him utterly astounded. Yet, the person before him now seemed even more formidable. The foundation he had accumulated over several decades felt as insignificant as mere straw before this being. Was it possible that the heavens, witnessing his numerous transgressions, had sent a celestial being to claim his life? No, he could not perish. At the age of 40, he still had many years ahead of him. This world was so splendid, how could he abandon it so easily? Jiang Chen sheathed his sword, having expended nearly half of his magical energy in that last strike. However, the results were exceedingly gratifying. In the tempest of sword energy, nearly 1,000 zombies were vanquished. Though a handful of black corpses remained, their bodies were notoriously resilient, impervious to blades and bullets. It was only natural that his extensive area attack would not inflict fatal damage upon them. If the enchantment of the emotionally engaged world sword could indeed slice through the black corpses, That would be quite an anomaly. Now, with the 7 kills command for single-target attacks and the emotionally engaged world sword for area assaults, he felt unperturbed by any adversary. With measured steps, Jiang Chen approached within 10 meters of the figure obscured by dark clouds. He thrust the tip of his sword sharply towards his opponent. With all these corpses, how many lives have you claimed over the years? Jiang Chen inquired coldly. The multitude of zombies scattered across the ground has been conjured into existence by this individual through nefarious means. Amidst the throng of these wretched undead, Jiang Chen firmly believed that the majority were inhabitants of this desolate stronghold, brought forth through acts of arson, murder, and brutality. It was utterly abhorrent. Cold sweat trickled down He Yun's forehead as his gaze fixated on the chilling tip of the sword ahead, causing his heart to convulse with trepidation. My Black Cloud Mountain bears no enmity towards you. Whatever you seek, feel free to express it. Why resort to annihilation? He Yun, still harboring a flicker of hope, remained oblivious to Jiang Chen's true intentions. What do I desire? Jiang Chen scoffed. I seek your life. With a swift flick of his wrist, he prepared to strike. Why? He Yun, struck with terror, retreated rapidly while bellowing in desperation. In the eternal clash of good and evil, Jiang Chen uttered the first commandment taught by his master during his apprenticeship at Maoshan. Yet, upon hearing these words, He Yun's eyes bulged in shock. He is all too familiar with those words. This phrase was once recited by him day and night. Wait. The agitated He Yun shouted. Are you a senior brother from Maoshan? Jiang Chen paused upon hearing this, intrigued by the fervor of the excited He Yun. What do you mean? Your words suggest a connection to Maoshan. Not merely a connection. I, too, am from Maoshan, or rather, I once was. He Yun, as if seeing a glimmer of hope upon learning Jiang Chen's affiliation with Maoshan, immediately spoke with enthusiasm. Nonsense. How could someone as morally bankrupt as you exist within Maoshan? You dare to tarnish the esteemed name of my sect. Die, you aberration. Upon finishing, Jiang Chen unleashed his powers, causing the peachwood sword to erupt with a sword aura of considerable length, quite formidable indeed. Senior brother, you cannot kill me. I truly am a disciple of Maoshan. My master is the contemporary Maoshan Grandmaster, Shi Jian. If you kill me, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. He Yun, witnessing Jiang Chen's murderous intent, disregarded his master's previous admonitions and promptly revealed his name. This dark cloud, originally named Shi Yun, is the offspring of Shi Jian and a village woman at the foot of the mountain. Due to his illegitimate status, Shi Jian concealed him for an extended period. Nonetheless, in private, Shi Jian imparted to him some fundamental spells of the Maoshan tradition. Shi Yun possesses remarkable intelligence, swiftly attaining the realm of a master merely through fundamental techniques. However, Shi Jian did not provide him with subsequent methods. Tragically, Shi Yun's mother succumbed to illness. Concerned that Shi Yun's identity might be exposed, potentially tarnishing his reputation, Shi Jian sent him to this remote location, providing him with some resources and advising him to conceal their relationship, thereafter refraining from further involvement, only occasionally dispatching resources for cultivation each year. Consequently, Shi Yun's demeanor grew increasingly reclusive and somber. Although lacking the advanced techniques beyond the master level, his extraordinary comprehension led him to develop the art of corpse refinement, thus embarking on a nefarious path and officially adopting the name He Yun. Disciple of Shi Jian's master? Jiang Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. He recalled his master mentioning that Shi Jian had only one direct disciple, named Shi Shaojian. Jiang Chen was aware that Shi Shaojian was, in fact, Shi Jian's son. Nevertheless, Shi Jian had numerous registered disciples. Could this dark cloud be one of them? If so, it is hardly surprising. With Shi Jian's disposition, what kind of righteous disciples could he possibly cultivate? Now that this dark cloud has invoked Shi Jian's name, it is merely an attempt to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, this fellow has miscalculated. Not only him, but even Shi Shaojian, if he were to commit such an act, would not escape unscathed. Today, I shall take your life to write my own path. With that, Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh, drawing his sword. Its brilliant light aimed directly at the dark cloud's dantian. The sword's radiance streaked across like a flash of lightning, catching the dark cloud unprepared despite having mentioned his master's name. The person before him acted with unwavering resolve. In a state of panic, he could scarcely react. Puff. No. As his dantian shattered, the dark cloud was gripped by terror as he felt his inner power drain away, as if a dam had burst, leaving nothing in its wake. With hatred burning in his eyes, a single tear of blood trickled down his cheek. In the next moment, he watched helplessly as his body began to float upwards, Several tangible strands of sword energy coalesced beneath his feet. As the sword energy whirled, a sharp pain shot through his soles. He realized what was happening, yet he could not stop it. The person before him was far too formidable. He found himself incapable of even ending his own life in the presence of such strength. The wails of his agony echoed for nearly an hour, until the dark cloud vanished without a trace. A dozen dazed black zombies were effortlessly dispatched by Jiang Chen. Turning away, he exited the mountain stronghold, conjuring a fire talisman in his hand. In the next instant, he ignited it, hurling it backwards. The talisman transformed into a serpent of flames under the infusion of his power, engulfing the entire stronghold in fire. Jiang Chen walked slowly down the mountain amidst the raging inferno. At the foot of the dark cloud mountain, Chen Qingqing ran frantically to the scene, closely followed by the monk. The first sight to greet their eyes was a horrifying array of blood and bones. Ba, the monk clasped his hands together, murmuring a prayer. As the gruesome scene before him resembled a hell on earth, far too brutal to bear. However, he was also profoundly shocked. From the remnants of flesh and bone, he discerned that these individuals had perished under an exquisitely precise sword technique. All flesh had been stripped away, yet the bones remained untouched. Such exquisite control has reached an unparalleled level of perfection. Master Jiu, are these bones those of the bandits from the village? Chen Qingqing was initially so shocked by the scene before her that she felt an overwhelming urge to retch. Then, she suddenly noticed the horses surrounding her and let out a startled cry. She recognized those horses. They were the very ones ridden by the bandits who had previously raided the village. Trembling, she pointed at them and said, "Master Jiu, these horses belong to those bandits." Master Jiu nodded thoughtfully and replied in a solemn tone, "Indeed, it is they. They must have offended an exceedingly terrifying expert." He approached Chen Qingqing and gently patted her back, a wave of warmth enveloping her, and she felt significantly more at ease. This individual was likely a master of sword or blade, possessing formidable martial prowess and an extraordinarily cold disposition. She hoped fervently that this person was not of the malevolent path. After speaking, Master Jiu moved to an open area and struck the ground with a powerful palm. Instantly, a large crater was formed, sending soil flying in all directions. He then approached the remains of the deceased, allowing the wind from his palm to cover their sins completely. Dust to dust, earth to earth, may you cleanse your transgressions in hell and ascend to paradise soon. Ba, he intoned. Unbeknownst to Master Jiu, these individuals had lost even the chance to descend into hell. Chen Qingqing stood in a daze, watching Master Jiu complete his task. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned swiftly to run towards the peak of Black Cloud Mountain. It had to be him. He was there to avenge my parents. With so many bandits still on the mountain, would he be safe alone? And what about the great fire she had seen earlier? Could it have been his doing? As she ran, memories flooded her mind. That morning during breakfast, Jiang Chen had mentioned that he would visit Black Cloud Mountain to take a look, hoping to vent his frustrations on her behalf. She had urged him not to go, yet he had come anyway, and so swiftly. Black Cloud Mountain was perilous. What would happen if he got into trouble? She already owed him so much. If anything happened to Jiang Chen, how could she repay him? If he faced misfortune because of her, she would follow him into the abyss. In this world, she felt she had no other ties left. The more she thought, the more anxious she became, and she ran desperately up the mountain, oblivious to the thorns that tore at her skin. However, when she finally reached the summit of Black Cloud Mountain, she was struck dumb by the sight before her. The raging inferno that had once consumed the peak had been extinguished. As she gazed out, all that remained in the vast clearing was a desolate expanse of charred earth. There was no trace of the Black Cloud Mountain stronghold, let alone any bandits. This is the den of the bandits. At this moment, not a single bandit is in sight. This can only signify one thing. All the bandits of Heiyun Mountain have perished, leaving no survivors. What could have transpired? Where's Jiang Chen? Chen Qingqing murmured, a tinge of disbelief coloring her voice. Almost immediately, she began to call out Jiang Chen's name in a frenzy. Qingqing, cease your cries. There is not a soul alive on this mountain. The bandits here must have been slain. The one responsible for this must be the formidable expert discovered at the foot of the mountain. Master Jiu ascended the mountain, conducting a thorough search. With his level of cultivation, he sensed immediately upon reaching the summit that the air was thick with the lingering aura of death. Furthermore, an inexplicable sword intent roamed the mountaintop, its formidable presence suppressing the dense miasma of corpses to the scorched earth. It was evident that a spectacular battle had taken place here, with the victor being the master of the sword intent. Master Jiu, are you suggesting that Jiang Chen is unharmed? Upon hearing Master Jiu's words, Chen Qingqing's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, I have sensed the sword intent he left behind. It is powerful, suggesting he should be safe. Is that true? How wonderful. Jiang Chen is safe. That is splendid. Chen Qingqing wept tears of joy, repeatedly uttering this phrase. Subsequently, she gazed blankly at the ruins before her. The specter of Heiyun Mountain, which had loomed over Qin village for decades, had vanished without a trace. After a prolonged silence, Chen Qingqing suddenly knelt and wept bitterly. Grandfather, parents, do you see? Heiyun Mountain has been vanquished. The bandits have received their comeuppance. You may rest in peace. Jiang Chen, thank you. Qingqing, let us return to the dojo together, Master Jiu said, continuing to probe the edges of the scorched earth. Once he confirmed that there were no abnormalities, he led Chen Qingqing down the mountain. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen rode leisurely on a white horse along the mountain path. The horse was acquired by him from the bandits of Black Cloud Mountain. It was entirely snow white, with a mane as soft as silk, and its steps were both light and steady. After burning down the stronghold of Black Cloud Mountain, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that such a large fortress must house a considerable treasure. Thus, he circled back to the storeroom within the stronghold. Inside, there were over a dozen boxes filled with silver coins, along with various weapons, food, and more. Jiang Chen merely collected the boxes of silver, disregarding the worthless weapons entirely. He then proceeded to the stable, selected a fine white steed, and released the other horses. On the mountain path, Jiang Chen closed his eyes atop the horse, allowing the white steed to navigate on its own. Following the battle at Black Cloud Mountain, he sensed a shift in his realm. Consequently, while traveling, he entered a meditative state upon the horse's back. After half an hour, a shackle within him shattered, and the fourth sea of energy within his dantian gradually took form. His realm naturally ascended to the fourth level of the human master stage, and his magical power surged to a formidable 151 years. Jiang Chen was confident that he could easily handle opponents at the initial stage of the Earth Master realm now. Feeling the surge of magical power within him, Jiang Chen could not help but stretch in contentment. At this moment, the sun had reached its zenith. After a morning of battle, he felt a pang of hunger. He lifted his gaze and perceived the outline of a town in the distance. With a swift kick of his legs against the horse's belly, he surged forward at a gallop. Under the midday sun, along the official road, a youth clad in white galloped past on a magnificent white horse, akin to a flash of white lightning, vanishing in an instant. Beneath the towering city walls, Jiang Chen reined in his horse. Glancing at the three large characters emblazoned on the wall, Tan Family Town. The grandeur of this town is nearly on par with that of Rinjia Town. Judging by its name, it likely serves as a residence for nobility. At the entrance, two guards wielding swords stand vigilant. As Jiang Chen approached on horseback, the guards merely cast a glance at his attire and allowed him to pass without obstruction. His demeanor unmistakably marked him as a scion of the aristocracy, and these local soldiers dared not impede him. After all, should they provoke such a distinguished young man, a mere word from him could spell their doom. Upon entering the town, Jiang Chen was greeted by a bustling marketplace reminiscent of Rinjia Town, stirring a sense of familiarity within him. After some inquiries, he arrived at an establishment called Tan Family Cuisine. It was the peak of lunchtime, and upon entering, he found the tavern filled with patrons, save for a lone table in the corner. As he neared the table to take a seat, a girl in a light yellow dress with slightly curled hair styled in twin ponytails approached and joined him. Neither found the situation peculiar, given the crowded atmosphere. Sharing a table was quite common. After ordering 2 dishes and a pot of wine, Jiang Chen's meal was soon served. In his previous life, he often indulged in a few drinks, yet this body had yet to taste alcohol. With his master absent, he felt liberated at last. The girl, once seated, could not help but fix her gaze upon him. It was unavoidable. Jiang Chen's aura was strikingly distinct, as though he belonged to another realm entirely. Sensing her intense scrutiny, Jiang Chen poured a cup of wine and said nonchalantly, "Huh?" Startled by his voice, the girl quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "I am Tan Jingjing. You are not from this town, are you? I believe I have never seen you before." Tan Jingjing was the daughter of a wealthy landlord in the town, known for her spirited nature, often wandering about. Hardly anyone in the town could claim they had not encountered her. She was well acquainted with nearly everyone. Thus, a striking figure like Jiang Chen would certainly not go unnoticed. "I hail from Rinjia Town," Jiang Chen replied, savoring a cup of fine wine. The current brew was crafted purely, with a genuine taste and a sweet aftertaste that far surpassed the blended wines of his past life. "Rinjia Town. I know it well. I am friends with the daughter of the wealthiest family there," Tan Jingjing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless, realizing that this young woman was a close friend of his fiancée. What a small world it was. Her name is Rin Tingting. Do you know her? Tan Jingjing had moved from across the table to sit beside him. I know her, though not well, Jiang Chen replied coolly, internally adding that he had ample time to become better acquainted with Tingting, far beyond what she might know. What brings you to Tan Family Town? Tan Jingjing inquired. Her curiosity piqued. I am here to travel and was hungry, so I came for a meal. Wow, you are out traveling. How delightful. I have always wanted to explore on my own, but alas, my family forbids it. She pouted, her expression one of playful discontent. By the way, you've shared so much, yet you haven't told me your name. Is that really necessary? I will leave after my meal. Knowing my name serves no purpose. I could show you around Tan Family Town. We have many delightful spots. I cannot keep calling you hey all the time. Jiang Chen, he said, taking another sip of his wine. Yay, Jiang Chen Gij, let us agree that after we finish eating, I will take you around. Jiang Chen nodded nonchalantly. He had come out for adventure, embracing whatever came his way. Having a lively and chatty beauty as a guide certainly promised to be entertaining. As they finished their meal, Tan Jingjing's little mouth hardly paused, incessantly chattering, leaving Jiang Chen in awe of the seemingly endless flow of her words. Brother Jiang Chen, have you finished eating? Let's hurry up and go. The ever-familiar Tan Jingjing, having satisfied her appetite, noticed that Jiang Chen's plate was empty and directly grasped his hand, pulling him to his feet. At that moment, the waiter, seeing them rise, promptly approached. Put his meal on my tab, she declared. Certainly, Miss Tan, have a pleasant day. The waiter replied with a cheerful smile as he ushered them out the door. Brother Jiang Chen, since we just finished eating, how about I take you to the largest theater in town to enjoy a performance? Upon stepping outside, Tan Jingjing enthusiastically recommended the outing. Jiang Chen, indifferent, was about to head for his horse when Tan Jingjing tugged him along instead. Oh dear, why bother with the horse for a day out? Just leave it here. Don't worry, it will be safe. Thus, under Tan Jingjing's determined insistence, they both entered a theater. Tan Jingjing had a reserved seat, right in the front row. Once seated, she summoned the finest tea and delicacies to accompany their experience. This girl evidently comes from a background of considerable wealth. As the performance commenced, she was the loudest among the audience, embodying the essence of a reckless and extravagant young woman. Jiang Chen found her performance to be particularly captivating. However, as he continued to watch, he sensed something amiss. Earlier, while indulging in fine wine at the tavern, he had not noticed, but upon closer inspection now, he discerned a shadowy aura enveloping her forehead. It was clear that she had been tainted by something unwholesome. Though he had initially overlooked it, now that he was aware, and given her exuberant demeanor towards him, he felt compelled to alleviate her predicament. Half an hour later, as the performance concluded and Tan Jingjing had thoroughly enjoyed herself, she led Jiang Chen out of the theater. Brother Jiang, shall I take you to see a cockfight next? It's truly exhilarating. Jiang Chen was immediately struck with a sense of exasperation, thinking to himself, why not just undergo a transformation instead? Is this truly the sort of task befitting a young lady? Hold on, let us not rush. Jiang Chen raised his hand to halt the rather excitable Tan Jingjing. What is it, Brother Jiang Chen? I have an inquiry for you. Ask away, for in Tan Family Town, there is naught that Tan Jingjing does not know. With great pride, Tan Jingjing patted her ample chest. Are there ghosts in your home? Are you aware of this? Jiang Chen delivered a striking blow. Indeed, Tan Jingjing's voice was abruptly silenced. After a considerable pause, she finally reacted, letting out a shriek. Ah, Brother Jiang Chen, why do you say such things? Do not frighten me. Why would I scare you? Has anything unusual transpired in your home recently? As he spoke, Jiang Chen forcefully pried Tan Jingjing's hands from his arm. Tan Jingjing pondered seriously, repeating a few phrases to herself. Oh, indeed there is something. Suddenly recalling, she exclaimed. Outside the theater in Tan Family Town. It was now around 2 in the afternoon. After hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry, Tan Jingjing thought carefully and recalled a rather strange occurrence at her home. She had heard from her maid that each morning, her family inexplicably found themselves on the floor. Initially, it was assumed that some individuals were simply restless in their sleep, including Tan Jingjing herself, who might have rolled out of bed. However, it soon became clear that every member of the Tan household, regardless of age or gender, ended up on the floor each morning. This revelation unsettled everyone. The head of the Tan family, Tan Million, who was also Tan Jingjing's father, even summoned several monks and Taoists to assess the feng shui, yet those who were invited to the Tan residence inexplicably fled in terror. Naturally, Tan Jingjing paid little mind to these events. She was a heavy sleeper and rarely rose before noon. Thus, even as her family was gripped by fear, she remained blissfully unconcerned, sleeping soundly and eating heartily. However, upon Jiang Chen's remark, she began to sense something amiss. This was Jiang Chen's first visit to Tan Family Town. How could he so confidently assert that her home was haunted? She then recounted all that she knew to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chen's expression shifted in surprise. Why does this situation described by Tan Jingjing sound so familiar? Isn't this the plot of a film I have seen in a past life, reminiscent of the storyline in Mr. Ghost? It seems I have inadvertently stumbled into a parallel narrative. In the film, the Tan family built their residence atop the burial grounds of another clan. The Tan family, thriving in numbers, continuously oppressed the spirits, causing difficulties for their restless souls. Employing a few cunning tactics, he sought to intimidate the Tan family into vacating their residence. While watching a film, Jiang Chen surmised that this family of spirits must have been virtuous in their mortal lives. Even in death, as ghosts, they were merely subjected to ridicule, resorting only to harmless pranks. Had they been malevolent spirits, the Tan family would have likely been devoured long ago. Later, when the exorcist Ming from Maoshan visited the Tan household to swindle them, the spirits displayed remarkable politeness, resembling exemplary citizens of the ghostly realm. Jiang Chen initially planned to accompany Tan Jingjing home and expel the spirit that haunted her family. However, given the nature of these spirits, he could now welcome new members into his soul-nurturing tower. He pondered the current timeline and whether he would encounter that rogue exorcist, Ming from Maoshan. Should they cross paths, he felt compelled to teach him a lesson. How could the prestigious lineage of Maoshan be allowed to roam freely, deceiving the innocent? Jingjing, where's your house? Take me to see it, he requested. Brother Jiang Chen, do you also have the ability to capture ghosts? She exclaimed. You are quite impressive. Do you possess magical powers? I've heard that practitioners can summon the winds and rain. But the stories say that those with true mastery are always old men with white hair. You don't look like a Taoist priest. Rather, you resemble a handsome scholar, or perhaps even a member of royalty. Tan Jingjing's gaze grew increasingly animated. I asked where your home is. Take me to see it. Jiang Chen exclaimed, slapping his forehead in exasperation at the chatty girl. Oh, my home is just south of the town, near the cockfighting arena. I'll take you there right now. Thus, Jiang Chen was unwillingly dragged by Tan Jingjing to witness an hour of cockfighting, followed by half an hour of cricket fighting, a visit to a gambling house where he lost several coins, and finally to Zui Chun Lu for a couple of cups of flower wine, which included 2 live roosters that could crow. Eventually, around 7 o'clock in the evening, they arrived at the Tan residence. Jiang Chen felt numb, allowing Tan Jingjing to lead him forward. He was utterly defeated. After being reborn into this world for so long, he felt a profound weariness for the first time. Yet, Tan Jingjing remained exuberant, as if brimming with boundless energy. He found himself missing Tingting. Indeed, her gentle and serene presence was dearly missed. Open the door, Tan Jingjing shouted as they approached the grand entrance of the Tan estate, still a distance of 30 meters away. The 2 guards hurriedly opened the gates to admit the little troublemaker. Miss, please lower your voice. The master has just invited a sorcerer and is preparing a ritual in the back courtyard, one guard cautioned, noticing Tan Jingjing's flushed cheeks, aware that she had indulged in drink once more. Thank you for the reminder, my good fellow. Tan Jingjing cheerfully tossed a coin from her purse into the guard's hand. Thank you. Mississippi, may I ask who this young gentleman is? The guard inquired with curiosity, glancing at Jiang Chen, who appeared strikingly exceptional, particularly as Tan Jingjing was holding his hand tightly. None of your business. This is my esteemed guest. Step aside. Tan Jingjing, now emboldened by her inebriation, pulled Jiang Chen into the estate. The guards exchanged glances, shook their heads with a smile, and ceased to interfere. Upon entering the courtyard, Jiang Chen's ears perked up as he overheard a conversation from a nearby courtyard. This residence has only been constructed for a year. Yet not a single morning have we awoken in our beds. Those who forcefully move others are vile people. Those who move them from their beds are malevolent spirits. Fear the vile, but as for the spirits, with me here, you need not worry. Upon hearing this dialogue, Jiang Chen realized the plot of the spirit medium was just beginning. The rogue Ming from Maoshan had already arrived at the Tan estate. Soon, he would employ the 2 spirits he had raised to deceive the Tan family. Before long, Tan Jingjing led Jiang Chen to a courtyard named Jiu. Father, I'm back, she exclaimed upon entering, addressing a plump middle-aged man. What is going on? Have you invited those charlatans back to perform again? Tan Jingjing spoke without restraint. recalling how her father's previous guests had left in disgrace after their bluster. Jingjing, be respectful. Master, my daughter speaks without thinking. Please do not take offense. Tan Baiwan admonished his daughter before apologizing to Ming from Maoshan. Not at all. Once I have exorcised the malevolent spirits here, your daughter will undoubtedly regard me with newfound respect, Ming replied, sensing Tan Baiwan's growing reassurance. The latter produced a stack of silver notes from his pocket and began counting them in front of Ming. Ming's eyes widened in excitement, mentally exclaiming that he had struck gold. However, Tan Baiwan ultimately extracted a small red envelope, handing it to him, which deflated Ming's enthusiasm. Inside was but a single coin, to which he sighed and pocketed. He then removed his robe, turning it inside out to reveal a Maoshan robe adorned with the yin-yang symbol. Jiang Chen intended to intervene immediately, but was seized by Tan Jingjing and forced into a newly moved chair, where she handed him a handful of sunflower seeds. Jiang Chen was left utterly bewildered, while Tan Jingjing sat next to him, eagerly munching on seeds. Jiang Chen tilted his head in bemusement, uncertain whether to commend her inner strength or lament her lack of awareness. At that moment, Ming from Maoshan was already preparing to perform his ritual. Jiang Chen turned to observe Ming's actions, which appeared quite authentic, reminiscent of the genuine Maoshan ritual. He wondered who this man's master might be, as he seemed to belong to the same generation as Jiang Chen's own master. However, in the world of practitioners, lineage is not determined by age. First respect, then action. Listen closely, Jiang Chen thought. Ming donned his hat and, from the altar, grabbed a handful of white paper, murmuring incantations. I, Ming from Maoshan, under the auspices of Tan Baiwan, hereby cleanse this dwelling. He then tossed the white paper and formed a hand seal, striking the altar with a palm. An 8-trigram coin soared into the air as he deftly pinched a thin needle threaded with red string. As the coin descended, the needle pierced through its center with precision. Excellent. Beautiful. Let us have another. At this moment, everyone was intently focused on the actions of Mao Shanming. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air, nearly sending the spirits of the Tan family members into a frenzy. The source of the exclamation was none other than Tan Jingjing. She leapt from her chair, clapping enthusiastically while simultaneously scattering sunflower seed shells from her mouth. Jiang Chen, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, a dark cloud of irritation hanging over him, and discreetly moved his chair further away from the spirited girl. In front of them, Mao Shanming was so startled that he nearly fell to his knees, almost toppling the ceremonial platform. With a face full of resentment, he turned to glare at Tan Jingjing, contemplating that had they not been in the Tan residence, he might have pinned her to the ground in a fit of rage. Her outburst had nearly disrupted his concentration. Jingjing, please calm down. If you keep this up, I'll send you back to your room, scolded Tan Baiwan, his heart racing as he approached his daughter, raising his hand to gently pat her on the head. Oh, Tan Jingjing pouted slightly before settling back into her chair. Hey, brother Jiang Chen, why are you sitting so far away? After noticing Jiang Chen's absence beside her, she scanned the room and promptly moved her chair next to him. Meanwhile, Mao Shanming had regained his composure and affixed a yellow talisman onto a bagua coin, a pillar to support the heavens, accompanied by a charm to protect the home. He bellowed, leaping onto the platform to launch the copper coin and talisman towards the plaque of Kuyaju. Following that, he gracefully descended and produced 2 yellow paper umbrellas. A wind-repelling umbrella for the living and a premium oil paper umbrella for the underworld. Both are yours. With that, he hurled the umbrellas into the room of Kuyaju. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Mao Shanming remained quiet, and no one dared to speak, except for Tan Jingjing. However, at that moment, Jiang Chen swiftly covered her mouth, stifling her urge to cheer. He had just witnessed her about to shout again and quickly intervened, keen to enjoy the spectacle without her interruption. Once restrained, Tan Jingjing obediently sat back in her chair, quietly munching on sunflower seeds. Standing aside, Tan Baiwan watched the scene unfold with astonishment. His daughter, who was typically fearless and unruly, had somehow transformed into a model of decorum. When had she ever behaved so well? But who was this young man? He was strikingly handsome, perhaps the object of his daughter's affections? It was certainly a possibility. After all, she was 17, an age when thoughts of marriage began to surface. Encountering someone she liked might indeed inspire her to act more demurely. Such behavior was perfectly natural. Alas, he hadn't realized how swiftly his little girl was approaching the threshold of marriage. This young man carries an air of distinction, undoubtedly born into wealth or nobility. Yet his origins remain a mystery. Would he be a suitable match for my precious daughter? If his family circumstances are favorable, so be it. If not, I must prepare a generous dowry to ensure my darling girl suffers no hardship. Should she bear a daughter, I shall raise the child myself. A son can be left to his paternal grandfather. Had Jiang Chen known Tan Baiwan's thoughts, he would have instantly recognized the source of Tan Jingjing's loquacious nature. As Tan Baiwan was mentally naming his future grandchildren, the windows and doors of Xiao residence suddenly slammed shut, then flew open again. 2 yellow paper umbrellas shot forth like swords, shattering the ritual platform in the courtyard and scattering its sacred implements. Frozen in terror, the obese merchant watched wooden shards hurtle toward him. Before his scream could escape, he noticed the composed young man beside his daughter casually extending a finger. The air rippled as if striking an invisible barrier, sending the debris clattering to the ground. Wow. Brother Jiang Chen, that was amazing. What martial art is this? Tan Jingjing's eyes sparkled like stars, utterly enchanted by his display. With a dismissive wave, Jiang Chen withdrew his spiritual energy. Merely trivial tricks, unworthy of mention. The courtyard erupted into panic as the crowd scattered. Behind them, Mao Shanming smirked at the commotion before theatrically declaring, I offered kindness and paid silver, yet you remain ungrateful. Now taste my wrath. Producing willow leaves and dew from his bag, the charlatan anointed each bystander's eyelids, until Jiang Chen raised a restraining hand. Unnecessary, thank you. Undeterred, Mao Shanming brandished glutinous rice and a peachwood sword before charging into the house. Brother Jiang, what was that ugly priest doing? Rubbing her eyes, Tan Jingjing voiced the crowd's collective curiosity. He granted you temporary yin-yang vision, the ability to see ghosts. A collective gasp chilled the air as imaginations conjured spectral horrors. Jiang Chen reassured them, the effect lasts but an hour, easing their palpable relief. All eyes returned to the residence where Mao Shanming had disappeared behind slamming doors. After eerie silence came thunderous crashes and the fake Daoists' exaggerated shouts. The spectators murmured nervously until the doors burst open, revealing a Qing-dressed child ghost with fang teeth and elongated nails, simultaneously grotesque and oddly endearing. As the creature hopped toward the trembling Tan Baiwan, the merchant wailed, Master, save me. Patron Tan, a greater specter holds me occupied. Mao Shanming's voice rang with faint struggle. Then what? It's coming. Use banknotes on its forehead. Bewildered but obedient, Tan Baiwan reached for his silver certificates until Jiang Chen stayed his hand. Uncle Tan, remain calm. With a fluid motion, Jiang Chen traced a glowing golden sigil midair that materialized above the ghost, freezing it instantly. The stunned crowd gaped at this aristocratic youth who wielded authentic Taoist arts surpassing Mao Shanming's charade. Before their astonished eyes, Jiang Chen seized the immobilized ghost and vanished, reappearing inside the residence where Mao Shanming gaped at his exposed deception. The young master's amused gaze held the fraudster frozen, a deer caught in celestial headlights. Isn't this the young man who previously refused to let himself be touched? How did he manage to enter, and moreover, seize the little ghost? Although the little ghost is merely a wandering spirit, it is still a ghost, which ordinary people cannot capture. Could it be that he is also a practitioner? Oh, it turns out you are also a cultivator. I am grateful for your assistance in apprehending this little ghost. I was just about to collect this great ghost myself. May I inquire how you would like to be addressed? Mao Shanming considered the possibility that Jiang Chen might also be a practitioner and immediately adopted a playful demeanor. Stop the charade. Do you think I am as ignorant as those outside? These 2 ghosts are under your control, are they not? Jiang Chen scoffed as he lifted the little ghost. How can this be? I am a disciple of Mao Shan, and I have always stood against evil. How could I engage in such actions? Though Mao Shanming was alarmed, he stubbornly defended himself. Humph. Still in denial, are you? You privately nurture little ghosts, exploiting them for deceitful purposes while masquerading under the name of Mao Shan. Such audacity. I see you also seem to be a practitioner. I have no desire to create enmity with you, but do not mistake my restraint for fear. Observing Jiang Chen's aggressive demeanor, Mao Shanming immediately furrowed his brow and glared, rolling up his sleeves as if preparing to confront Jiang Chen. After all, he was a practitioner of the 2nd level. The youth before me, despite having honed his skills since the womb, is unlikely to possess exceptional prowess given the current scarcity of spiritual energy. Yet, I have an ally by my side, and I harbor no fear. What? Do you still wish to engage me? Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh. What of it? Release the child spirit at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. You claim this specter is not of your making, yet you call it so affectionately. Mao Shanming, upon hearing this, realized he had inadvertently revealed too much. Consequently, he ceased his defense. With a swift motion, He collapsed the yellow umbrella he had been wielding and thrust the peachwood sword directly at Jiang Chen, aiming to compel him to release the little ghost. Jiang Chen neither dodged nor evaded, seizing the wooden blade with his hand and twisting it forcefully, causing it to shatter into splinters. With Jiang Chen's current physical strength, not only would he easily contort a wooden sword, but even a steel blade would yield to his might. He did not even need to employ any magical force against Mao Shanming's strike. How is this possible? Mao Shanming exclaimed in sheer disbelief, instantly recognizing that the individual before him was far from ordinary. Dabao, attack! He bellowed, stepping aside to reveal the malevolent spirit, Dabao, lurking behind him. Gazing at the adorably naive Dabao, Jiang Chen nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, these two spirits, one large and one small, were hardly intimidating. Yet they insisted on portraying themselves as fearsome apparitions. Upon receiving Mao Shanming's command, Dabao immediately extended its claws and floated menacingly towards Jiang Chen. As Dabao approached, Jiang Chen merely extended his hand, gently tapping the spirit's forehead, sending it hurtling backward. It landed on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. For Jiang Chen had just unleashed a fragment of his thunderous power. Spirits are most afraid of thunder. In that instant, Daba lost all his combat prowess. Daba, what is the matter with you? Mao Shanming exclaimed in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Jiang Chen merely extend his hand, and Daba flew back without any understanding of the method employed by Jiang Chen. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen moved swiftly, delivering a powerful kick to Mao Shanming's posterior. Within the confines of Tsuya, Mao Shanming was propelled against the wall, letting out a series of pitiful cries. Damn it, this is excruciating. As his body slid down the wall, Mao Shanming quickly retrieved a talisman from the pouch hanging around his neck. These are the artifacts he acquired while at Mao Shan, obtained through earnest supplication to his master. Now, faced with formidable adversaries, he is resolutely investing all he has. The Great Strength Talisman and the Extreme Wind Talisman, Mao Shanming bellowed. And in an instant, the two talismans ignited, transforming into two streams of golden light that entered his body. In that fleeting moment, Mao Shanming's physique appeared to swell slightly, and two whirlwinds materialized beneath his feet. How dare you, little Taoist? You have pushed me too far. Today, I shall impart a lesson upon you. With those words, Mao Shanming surged forward towards Jiang Chen at an impressive speed. However, while his swiftness was remarkable, Jiang Chen's was even more so. In a mere blink, he vanished and reappeared directly behind Mao Shanming, delivering a swift kick to his rear. The tremendous force, coupled with Mao Shanming's own momentum, sent him crashing into the opposite wall. As a practitioner, to consort with malevolent spirits and deceive the populace, today, I shall cleanse this place, Jiang Chen proclaimed, extending his palm, with thunder slowly gathering within. Mao Shanming, upon witnessing this, was taken aback and hurriedly covered his nose as he retreated. The ability to summon thunder with bare hands was indicative of a mastery far beyond his meager skills. Should this man truly unleash his fury, both he and his companions, Dabao and Xiaobao, would surely meet their end here. I am Mao Shan disciple Huang Xiaoming. May I inquire to which esteemed master you owe your training? Mao Shanming asked respectfully, his hands clasped in reverence. Huang Xiaoming, Jiang Chen repeated with barely concealed amusement. It seemed this fellow's actual name did not quite match his appearance. My master is Lin Jiu of Mao Shan. What? You are the disciple of my second master. Mao Shanming's eyes widened in shock, a wave of dread washing over him. This was disastrous. Lin Jiu was known for his strictness and integrity. If he were to learn of Mao Shanming's actions, a severe punishment awaited him, likely relegation to solitary confinement. You know my master? Which of my uncles are you a disciple of? Jiang Chen inquired curiously. I am merely an outer disciple of Mao Shan, lacking the aptitude to train under the esteemed inner disciples. However, the reputation of my second master is renowned throughout Mao Shan, Mao Shanming lamented. Having spent over 30 years at Mao Shan, he had only recently entered the realm of human mastery, and he considered his talent tragically mediocre. Faced with the bleak prospects of advancement and a meager existence on the mountain, he had descended to become a wandering Taoist. Is that so? Jiang Chen pondered, recalling his master mentioning the structure of Mao Shan, which consisted of outer and inner disciples. Every 5 years, new disciples were admitted, starting in the outer sect, where they would be taught by elder members. Those who met the required standards could then be accepted into the inner sect. Each inner disciple held the right to accept apprentices. The current head of Mao Shan, with the surname Hong, was known as Jin Baozhen Ren, and Lin Jiu was his second disciple. Mao Shan also had 4 great elders: Jin Kong, Jingu, Jinyu, and Jin Lan, all of whom were heavenly masters, with the headmaster Jin Bao having reached the 9th level of mastery. Since you are a disciple of Mao Shan, why engage in activities that tarnish its reputation? Jiang Chen shifted the conversation back, his expression stern. Brother, I am left with no choice. I possess no other skills. If I do not leverage the name of the sect to earn a living, I would have starved long ago. These two spirits, Dabao and Xiaobao, are relatives from my hometown. They were killed by bandits the year I descended the mountain, and I have since kept them with me. We merely seek to make a living, never intending to harm anyone. Please, I implore your magnanimity. Upon learning of Jiang Chen's connection to Lin Jiu, Mao Shanming became increasingly cautious, hoping for leniency due to their shared affiliation. Despite Mao Shanming's pitiful tale, Jiang Chen could not simply let him off the hook without consequence. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly continue his misdeeds. Just as Jiang Chen was about to speak, the system, which had been silent for days, suddenly activated. Beep. The Divine Choice system is now online. Option 1. Directly eliminate the two spirits and strip Mao Shanming of his cultivation. Reward. Title of Taoist Purifier. When worn, those with guilty consciences will fear you. Option 2. Subdue the two spirits, teach Mao Shanming a lesson, and then bring him to my master or uncle for further action. Reward. The Buddha's palm. The rewards this time seemed quite appealing. The first option granted a title that would bestow an aura upon him. If only he could have a sound system to accompany his entrance, it would surely enhance his presence. The second option, however, surprised Jiang Chen. The Buddha's palm was a Buddhist technique. What did it mean for a Taoist to receive a Buddhist skill? Yet, the system promptly explained, Buddhism is fundamentally rooted in Taoism. Very well, Jiang Chen conceded, finding the explanation satisfactory. After careful consideration, he resolved to choose the second option. After all, Dabao and Xiaobao were not malevolent spirits. They would fare better under his guidance than under Mao Shanming's. With that thought, Jiang Chen summoned the soul-nurturing tower, forcefully drawing the defenseless Dabao and Xiaobao within. What are you doing? Mao Shanming exclaimed, his eyes widening in horror at Jiang Chen's actions. The two spirits had been following him for quite some time, their bond akin to that of family. At this moment, he believed that Jiang Chen had annihilated Dabao and Xiaobao, and thus he was prepared to fight desperately. Do not be agitated. This is the soul-nurturing tower, which greatly benefits spiritual entities. These two spirits accompanying you are of no advantage to either them or you. From now on, they will follow me in cultivation, and when they have attained a certain level of mastery, there will come a time for you to reunite. Mao Shanming, upon hearing this, let out a sigh of relief. As long as the two were unharmed, it was a relief. Jiang Chen spoke the truth. Ever since he had taken the two with him, misfortune had befallen him time and again. As a cultivator, he was well aware of the cause, yet he found it difficult to part with them. Now that they were with Jiang Chen, they had found a good home. Does this mean I can leave? Mao Shanming inquired cautiously, squinting his eyes. Dream on if you think you can leave. Having committed acts that tarnish the reputation of Mao Shan, I have refrained from stripping you of your cultivation out of respect for our shared lineage. Once I have concluded matters here, you shall accompany me to meet the master. For the manner of your punishment shall be at his discretion. No. Please, no. Mao Shanming's features contorted in fear. Jiang Chen then produced a soul-summoning talisman, reciting a spell and igniting it in an instant. Since you are here on behalf of the Tan family to exorcise spirits, it is time to fulfill your promise. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the room, and spirits began to manifest one after another. After summoning all the spirits present, Jiang Chen stepped outside. Mao Shanming, upon witnessing the multitude of male and female spirits, was so frightened that he nearly followed Jiang Chen out, only to be kicked back by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen secured the door before proceeding into the courtyard. There, the Tan family was huddled together in a corner, anxiously watching the room. Upon seeing Jiang Chen emerge, Tan Baiwan and Tan Jingjing hurried over. Cousin Jiang, what transpired inside? After Jiang Chen had entered, Tan Baiwan had inquired about Jiang Chen's background from his daughter. Upon learning that Jiang Chen had discerned their house was haunted, Tan Baiwan concluded that Jiang Chen must indeed be a person of great virtue. Rest assured, Master Mao Shanming is negotiating with those spirits inside. I expect we shall have a resolution shortly. Brother Jiang, so you are also a cultivator. At such a young age, how did you become so formidable? Tan Jingjing gazed at Jiang Chen with wide-eyed admiration, her expression that of a smitten fan. I have been following my master in cultivation since I was 8. I have merely scratched the surface of understanding, and it is hardly worth mentioning. To speak the truth, Jiang Chen was entirely sincere. He truly began his cultivation journey at the age of 8. Thereafter, Tan Jingjing bombarded him with questions about cultivation, ultimately begging him to teach her the ways of the Tao. Tan Baiwan listened in astonishment. If his daughter pursued cultivation, would she ever be able to marry and have children? Just then, a chilling scream echoed from the direction of Tsuya residence, followed by the sounds of ringing bells, incantations, clashes, and roars. The expressions of those in the courtyard turned to terror as they huddled together behind Jiang Chen. It seems a fight has broken out again, someone remarked. It sounds like more than one spirit is involved. This place truly is uninhabitable. With a resounding crash, the door to the front room exploded into splinters amidst the murmurs of the crowd. A disheveled figure came hurtling out of the room. "Brother, save me." Mao Shanming tumbled into the courtyard, crying out for help, having just endured unspeakable torment inside. The spirits had shown him no mercy, striking at his most vulnerable points. As Mao Shanming was ejected, a wave of malevolent energy surged from the room, and 7 or 8 spirits followed him into the courtyard. The Tan family had suffered enough oppression. Their plight was becoming unbearable. The Tan family frequently summoned monks and Daoists to trouble them, and they had truly reached their limit. Tonight, they were determined to provide the Tan family with an unforgettable evening. At that moment, the entire family of spirits transformed into terrifying apparitions. Upon witnessing this, the Tan family was gripped by a chilling fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Goodness gracious, how can there be so many ghosts? Tan Baiwan was utterly paralyzed with fright, having believed all along that only one ghost was causing the disturbances in their home. What they were witnessing was not merely a solitary entity, but rather an entire horde. How had this family endured throughout the year? The thought was almost unbearable. The mere idea of sleeping each night with a spectral presence looming beside every bed, watching them intently, was enough to send shivers down his spine. As dawn approached, these apparitions would rouse the entire family from their slumber, leaving Tan Million's tongue twisted in confusion. The malevolent spirits began to drift slowly toward the Tan family. Some had lost an eye. Others bore the marks of decay upon half their faces, while one displayed a tongue extending nearly half a meter. There was even a small specter cradling its own head in its hands. Witnessing this horrifying scene, members of the Tan family began to faint from terror. "Help! Help! Somebody!" Tan Jingjing was equally terrified, gripping Jiang Chen's arm with all her might. Yet, her ability to utter cries for help surpassed that of others, leaving Jiang Chen genuinely impressed. Suddenly, a notification chimed, announcing the completion of a task and rewarding him with the second decree of the Divine Ghost 7 Kill Command, the Wind and Fire Decree. Just as Jiang Chen was about to invoke the Void Talismans to create a soul suppression talisman to subdue this ghastly family, the system's voice echoed in his mind, momentarily halting his thoughts before filling him with joy. The literary talent has finally achieved the realm of a Taoist priest. In just a month, he has progressed from a novice to a full-fledged Taoist, a remarkable speed of cultivation indeed. Truly, effort pales in comparison to innate talent. Meanwhile, in a distant ancestral hall, the scholar, engrossed in meditation and practice, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He then exclaimed with excitement, "Master, second senior brother, I have made a breakthrough. I am now also a Taoist." As he shouted, he leaped into the embrace of his master, Uncle Jiu. "Oh," Uncle Jiu replied nonchalantly. The scholar was momentarily taken aback by his master's lack of enthusiasm. "Oh, master, what kind of reaction is that? I have made a breakthrough. Are you not happy? What is there to be happy about? You did not just transition from an ordinary person to a master of the 3rd level in a month. Nor did you receive divine teachings from our ancestor, comprehend numerous mystical arts, learn alchemy, or slay formidable demons beyond your level," Uncle Jiu said indifferently. The scholar's face darkened instantly. "Master, I suspect you are trying to discourage me. Those feats you mentioned were accomplished by senior brother. How can I possibly compare myself to that prodigy?" In the backyard of the Tan family in Tanjia Town, Jiang Chen gazed at an approaching family of ghosts. He swiftly formed a hand seal and recited incantations, uttering the spell for the fire and wind command with remarkable speed. Left to protect the 6 directions, right to guard the 6 spirits, ahead stands the yellow deity, behind is the overseer. The divine master shall not shy away from the mighty, first vanquish the evil spirits, then strike down the night light. What God does not submit, what ghost dares resist? Swiftly, as the law commands. Command. In an instant, flames erupted from Jiang Chen's fingertip, transforming into a colossal fire dragon, dozens of meters long, soaring in the sky above the Tan family's backyard. The searing heat seemed to threaten the very fabric of space itself. Under Jiang Chen's command, The fire dragon roared and began to circle menacingly around the family of ghosts. At a mere word from Jiang Chen, the fire dragon could effortlessly consume the entire family of ghosts. The courtyard fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were wide open, fixated on the magnificent fire dragon in the sky. It was utterly breathtaking, akin to a divine miracle manifesting before them. Everyone's hearts raced with fervor. Mao Shanming swallowed hard, wishing he could slap himself for having previously dared to contend with Jiang Chen. How could he have ever thought himself worthy? Meanwhile, the family of ghosts, now targeted by the fire dragon, stood frozen in place, their eyes bulging, the decay on their faces vanishing, their tongues retracting, and the little ghost obediently placing its head atop its neck. At that moment, all the ghosts resembled a group of obedient kindergartners being reprimanded by their teacher, heads bowed, not daring to move. Jiang Chen gazed with satisfaction at the fire dragon soaring above, acknowledging the power of the 7-kill command of the divine ghosts. Such effects could not be achieved without a significant investment. After a while, feeling the rapid depletion of his spiritual energy, Jiang Chen retrieved the soul-nurturing tower and tossed it into the air. The small tower soared into the sky, instantly transforming into a massive structure over 10 zhang tall at the center of the encircling dragon. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the residents of Tanjia town emerged from their homes, looking up at a 45-degree angle towards the direction of the Tan family mansion. They beheld a towering structure, several meters high, suspended in the air above the Tan family. The tower radiated with brilliant light, enveloped in ethereal mist. Most notably, a fire dragon circled around the Jade Tower. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light emanated from the base of the Jade Tower, and all present witnessed several pale-faced spirits being drawn into the tower. Soon after, the Jade Tower flickered and vanished, while the fire dragon let out a resounding roar before dissolving into a cascade of flames that ascended into the heavens. This scene, reminiscent of a mythical reawakening, left everyone utterly astounded. A divine entity has descended. May the heavens bestow their blessings. Suddenly, a person cried out and knelt, prompting the residents of the town to follow suit, like a tide, all kneeling in fervent supplication for divine favor. The haunting of the Tan family is a tale known to nearly every soul in Tan Town. What unfolded this evening appeared to all as the manifestation of a deity, gathering the lingering spirits that roamed the mortal realm. In the Tan residence, Jiang Chen retrieved the soul-nurturing tower back into his dimensional space. Moments ago, under his persuasion, that mischievous family had agreed to enter the tower and transform into ghost cultivators. After all, once they entered the underworld, it remained uncertain how many cycles of reincarnation they would endure before they could reclaim their humanity. This is also the reason why they are reluctant to depart for the underworld. The opportunity to become ghost cultivators is a coveted one, and the prowess displayed by Jiang Chen has instilled in them unparalleled confidence. At this moment, within Jiang Chen's soul-nurturing tower, the number of ghost cultivators has reached 15, including this family of 8. Jiang Chen instructed Dong Xiaoyu to impart the art of soul refinement to them. Dong Xiaoyu has now ascended to the pinnacle of the malevolent ghost realm and is expected to soon enter the 3rd level of cultivation. She has assumed the role of the chief steward of the soul-nurturing tower, filled with immense pride as the first to be accepted by her master. Those who join subsequently, regardless of their rank, must respectfully address her as Sister Xiaoyu. The hierarchy of ghostly beings is as follows: wandering soul, malevolent ghost, fierce ghost, ghost general, ghost king, and ghost emperor. Within the tower, Dong Xiaoyu stands at the peak of the malevolent ghost realm, while this family of 8, along with Dabao, has recently entered the malevolent ghost stage. Xiaobao and Ren Eater Ren Si are still wandering souls. The once desolate soul-nurturing tower has gradually come to life, with Dabao forming a mutual attraction with the newly arrived female ghost. However, under Dong Xiaoyu's stern reprimand, everyone commenced earnest cultivation, striving to alleviate their master's burdens as soon as possible. In the outside world, upon witnessing the miraculous sight and the disappearance of the ghosts, Tan Baiwan and his family nearly knelt before Jiang Chen. "Master Jiang, thank you for rescuing my family," Tan Baiwan exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, nearly frightened to death upon encountering that family of ghosts. Now that these spirits have been subdued by Jiang Chen, his family can finally live in peace. "Uncle Tan, there is no need for such gratitude. It is my duty as a Maoshan practitioner. Even if you had not mentioned it, I would have subdued them upon encountering them. The first doctrine of Maoshan is the eternal struggle between righteousness and evil, is it not, Master Huang?" Jiang Chen remarked, casting his gaze towards Mao Shanming. Immediately, Mao Shanming felt his ears burn with embarrassment and hurriedly nodded in agreement at Jiang Chen's gaze. Master Jiang, regardless of the circumstances, you have resolved this significant trouble for my family. Please accept this token of my gratitude, Tan Baiwan said, respectfully presenting a bundle of silver notes to Jiang Chen, which amounted to several thousand taels at the very least. This scene left Mao Shanming utterly captivated. To earn wealth, one must possess genuine skill. My modest appearance fee amounts to but a mere coin, while a glance at Jiang Chen reveals that this sum could sustain him for several lifetimes. Jiang Chen, devoid of any insincere modesty, acknowledged his financial abundance, with 1,000 silver coins generously gifted by his fiancée, ample for his extravagant lifestyle. Nevertheless, who would ever find themselves disinterested in money? At least for now, his capabilities do not permit such indifference. Uncle Tan, we shall not impose further upon you. Please ensure these talismans are affixed to the 4 corners of your estate. Typical spirits would dare not approach, Jiang Chen remarked, presenting 4 protective talismans to him. Uncle Tan received them with palpable excitement, treating them as precious treasures. He had personally witnessed Jiang Chen's prowess, and the talismans he provided were undoubtedly of great value. Brother Jiang Chen, are you leaving already? Stay a few more days. There are countless delightful spots in Tan's town that I have yet to show you, Tan Jingjing exclaimed, her grip tightening on Jiang Chen's arm, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Though they had known each other for less than a day, she found immense joy in his company, far surpassing her usual pastimes. Indeed, Master Jiang, please consider extending your stay. My family has yet to properly express our gratitude, Uncle Tan added, fantasizing about the possibilities should Jiang Chen remain longer. If he were to secure such an extraordinary son-in-law, he could ascend to great heights, flaunting his newfound status before the likes of that old man Ren. Yes, Brother Jiang Chen, do stay a while longer. Tomorrow, I shall take you on a flower boat ride, and to explore the local establishments, Tan Jingjing proposed. Jiang Chen nearly choked at the suggestion. While the allure of such an adventure was undeniable, he was merely 8 years old, and it seemed wiser to decline. No. I have matters to attend to with Master Huang. Perhaps next time, you can take me on a proper excursion, Jiang Chen replied, quickly pulling Mao Shanming away. With a pained expression, Mao Shanming understood that his days ahead would be far from pleasant, yet he dared not resist. As Jiang Chen led Mao Shanming away, he cast a glance back at Tan Jingjing, who gazed after them with evident sorrow. Upon returning to the tavern where they had dined, Jiang Chen handed a silver coin to the attendant and retrieved his horse. They then ventured to the local horse market, where he purchased a steed for Mao Shanming. The two rode out of town together. Jiang Chen initially intended to return to Ren's town with Mao Shanming, but upon reflection, he realized that re-emerging would not be so simple. His master would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on him. Thus, he chose a random direction to continue their journey. After all, it was merely a matter of 1 or 2 months, and having a companion to assist with menial tasks would alleviate some of his burdens. Mao Shanming beamed at Jiang Chen's suggestion of not returning to seek their second master, promising to be obedient. However, his joy was short-lived, for as they traversed the wild boar forest, they encountered a corpse handler. This individual is the enigmatic Si Mu Dao Ren, who evokes both affection and exasperation among the people of Maoshan. In the wilderness, Jiang Chen and Mao Shanming departed from Tanjiaden and journeyed northward for approximately 2 hours, covering nearly 50 miles. As night fell, they entered a dense forest. At the entrance of the woods stood a wooden sign bearing the words Wild Boar Forest. Senior brother, we have arrived at the Wild Boar Forest, Mao Shanming said, guiding his horse alongside Jiang Chen with utmost respect. For he was well acquainted with the terrain spanning 100 miles, having roamed these lands for many years. The Wild Boar Forest is renowned for the dominance of its formidable beasts, with wild boars being the most common inhabitants, accompanied by wolves, tigers, leopards, and the elusive anteater. The name alone suggests a perilous environment. At this moment, Jiang Chen was atop his horse, eyes closed in meditation. Having firmly established his cultivation at the 4th level of the human master realm, merely awaiting the filling of his qi to condense the next one. Upon hearing the words of Mao Shanming, he slowly opened his eyes. Brother, you jest. While these ferocious beasts may appear intimidating, they are but ordinary creatures. Not to mention you, even I could easily handle them, Mao Shanming declared with unwavering confidence. Despite his considerable shortcomings compared to Jiang Chen, he was still at the human master level, a status that, in the eyes of ordinary folk, equates to that of a master. Dealing with mere wild animals should pose no challenge at all. However, just as Mao Shanming's words faded, a small beast, marked in black and white, suddenly tumbled down the hillside ahead, obstructing their path. The creature appeared to be less than half a meter long, resembling a round, fluffy ball from a distance. An anteater? Mao Shanming exclaimed in surprise. This seemingly adorable and clumsy creature, however, possesses combat prowess akin to that of lions and tigers once it reaches maturity, complemented by its astonishingly soft body, which offers remarkable defense. Jiang Chen focused his gaze. What was this anteater? Wasn't it akin to a national treasure in the later years? In the future, one could only observe such a creature in a zoo, yet here it was, fortuitously encountered on their journey. It seems this fellow has just tumbled down the mountain. With such a reckless disposition, he has truly managed to turn himself into a rare specimen through sheer audacity. Jiang Chen exchanged a glance with Mao Shanming, who promptly dismounted and approached to lift the iron-eating beast, presenting it to Jiang Chen. Upon receiving the small creature, Jiang Chen noticed, to his dismay, a deep crimson wound marring its tiny body. Evidently, it had fallen victim to a fierce predator. One would expect such a diminutive iron-eating beast to be under the watchful eye of its mother. Could it be that its mother encountered peril, compelling her to abandon it down the mountain? The little creature was emitting faint sounds, its eyes reflecting a sense of urgency. Jiang Chen, captivated by its adorable demeanor, felt a pang of compassion. Very well, since fate has intertwined our paths, I shall accompany you on this journey. Dismounting, he tethered his horse to a nearby tree and made his way to the spot where the little one had tumbled down. Mao Shanming, let us ascend and investigate, he declared. He then gently set the little creature on the ground. It seemed to comprehend Jiang Chen's intent, chirping in response before scampering up the mountain, its tiny rear wiggling adorably. Jiang Chen and Mao Shanming followed closely behind, and after a brief interval, guided by the little one, they arrived at a small peak. As they reached this location, Jiang Chen detected a peculiar scent in the air, tinged with the faint odor of blood. The little creature began to call out anxiously. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze toward the direction of its cries and beheld a large, lifeless mass sprawled on the ground, with a pristine white fox perched atop it, drawing the creature's essence. The scene was somewhat eerie, for the fox was scarcely more than 1/5 the size of the round creature. Yet, it was this very fox that had brought about the demise of the round creature. This can only indicate that either the white fox has stumbled upon an opportunity, or it is not an ordinary beast. Clearly, Jiang Chen perceives the latter possibility as more substantial. After all, it is already deep into the night, a time when wild animals typically refrain from hunting. Even if one were to appear, it would be inconceivable for it to abandon the large dumpling after having slain it. Could this white fox be a demon? Jiang Chen, having vanquished a colossal ape, is aware of the existence of demons in this realm. Through the texts of his master, Jiang Chen has also come to understand that demons in this world are categorized into distinct hierarchies: demon, demoness, demon king, demon emperor, and celestial demon. For ordinary beasts to cultivate into demons is an exceedingly arduous task, necessitating not only exceptional innate talent, but also extraordinary fortuity. Additionally, the physical constitution of demon beasts is innately robust. Thus, even the most inferior demon possesses strength comparable to that of a human cultivator at the peak of their discipline. Furthermore, once a beast transcends to become a demon, it often develops certain innate abilities. This is reminiscent of the gigantic ape from Rinjia Town. Prior to its transformation into a demon, it was merely an ordinary silverback gorilla. However, upon achieving demonhood, its size surged exponentially, and its strength multiplied beyond measure, suggesting an awakening of powers akin to the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. The white fox remains an enigma, its abilities yet to be discerned. Jiang Chen, wary of underestimating the creature, promptly unleashed his most formidable single-target spell, the first decree of the 7 kill orders, the Killing Break command. A radiant sword of magical energy illuminated the surroundings, swiftly darting towards the white fox. Sensing imminent peril, the fox vanished in a fleeting moment. In the next instant, ripples surged through the space before Jiang Chen, and a white silhouette erupted forth from these undulations. Simultaneously, 2 sharp claws intersected in midair, unleashing a pair of swift, blood-red slashes that bore down on Jiang Chen with alarming speed. Indeed, it was a supernatural beast. Jiang Chen deftly maneuvered to evade, the fierce claw strikes whistling past him, instantly cleaving the sturdy tree behind him in two. Be cautious, senior brother. At this juncture, Ming from Maoshan swiftly drew a peachwood sword from his satchel, rushing to assist Jiang Chen. This moment presented an opportune chance to strengthen their bond. Cultivating a favorable relationship with Jiang Chen would surely mitigate future tribulations with the second master uncle. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for performance was one he could not afford to miss. However, just as Mao Shanming charged towards the white fox, it swiftly dodged and delivered a powerful kick, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball, nearly breaking a large tree in the process. In an instant, Mao Shanming found himself severely injured and knocked out by a single blow. Recognizing the formidable nature of the white fox, Jiang Chen promptly summoned his peachwood sword. With the activation of the sentient world sword, countless sword energies erupted, forming a deadly net aimed at the white fox. The white fox quickly found itself at a disadvantage, forced to evade in a panic while emitting furious howls. In this desolate wilderness, how could such a person emerge? This demon merely sought sustenance, yet this individual seems overly intrusive. Observing the aura emanating from him, it appears he has attained the Earth Master realm. Having only practiced for a century, I am not his match. It would be wise to retreat for now. At this moment, the white fox felt a strong urge to withdraw, yet Jiang Chen's relentless attacks rendered it unable to execute its escape techniques. With a soft utterance from Jiang Chen, the 23rd sword of the sentient heaven and earth was unleashed, instantly forming a barrier of sword energy. The white fox, in a state of panic, realized it could not move. In the depths of the night within the wild boar forest, Jiang Chen utilized the 23rd sword of the sentient heaven and earth to create a sword energy barrier, swiftly ensnaring the white fox. Just as he prepared to manipulate the sword energy to execute the creature, an unexpected change occurred within the barrier. A dense, pink mist began to rapidly envelop the area, centered around the white fox. To Jiang Chen's astonishment, what stood before him was not the white fox at all, but rather Ren Tingting, vivaciously positioned there. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Why have you trapped me? I miss you so much. Why did you leave without saying a word? Do you not like me anymore? Ren Tingting's face bore an expression of grievance and anguish. In an instant, Jiang Chen's mind became disoriented, causing the sword energy barrier to dissipate. How could Tingting be here? Was she not supposed to be in Ren family town? No, this is not right. This is an illusion. Jiang Chen's mind instantaneously cleared, and he hastily recited the heart-purifying mantra. Bold and audacious, this fiend dares to use illusionary arts to deceive me. Jiang Chen was instantly filled with rage, and with a swift gesture, he unleashed a blazing long sword, a manifestation of the second decree of the Seven Kills command, the Firewind Order. However, he was a moment too late. In that fleeting instant of distraction, the white fox had decisively employed its evasion technique. Just as the fiery sword struck, the figure of the white fox vanished without a trace. Infuriating. I never anticipated that this creature's extraordinary talent lay in illusion. I had momentarily been caught off guard. Jiang Chen inwardly cursed. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was formidable. He was merely ensnared for an instant. Had it been someone less resolute, they could have fallen completely under its spell, becoming a mere pawn to its whims. The prowess of this white fox is indeed formidable. Not only does it possess astonishing offensive capabilities, but it also wields mental assaults. What is even more distressing is its remarkably exceptional ability to evade capture. If anyone else were in his position, they would likely fall victim to it. Jiang Chen turned and approached Ming from Mao Shan, noticing his waning spirit. He retrieved a healing pill from his spatial pocket and fed it to him. You stay here to bury the corpse of that iron-eating beast. I shall pursue that demon. Jiang Chen was resolute. He could not let the white fox escape after having the audacity to enchant Tingting. He was determined to slay it today. Just as he was about to employ the technique of shrinking space, he suddenly felt something wrap around his leg. Looking down, he discovered it was the little round creature. It had followed him, believing that only Jiang Chen could protect it after witnessing him drive away the monster that had killed its mother. Jiang Chen smiled gently and picked it up. Very well, you shall accompany me from now on. I shall call you Little Round. How does that sound? The little creature seemed to comprehend his words, joyfully nuzzling its head against Jiang Chen's face. Ha ha ha. Come, Little Round, let us seek vengeance for your mother. With that, Jiang Chen stepped forward, vanishing from that space. Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest, a zombie with a yellow talisman affixed to its forehead suddenly appeared, stiffly hopping forward, its arms outstretched. Following its lead, a dozen more similarly clad zombies emerged one after another. Seated atop one of the zombies was a Daoist priest, adorned in traditional robes, wearing glasses and holding a soul-recalling bell, reciting incantations leisurely. Yin beings proceed, while yang beings retreat. Ah, how delightful. It has long been due. Simon comfortably perched on the outstretched arm of the zombie, his gaze fixated on a toad that occasionally hopped along the path ahead. Good toad, keep jumping, at last. I can rest. Yet, No sooner had Si Mu spoken than the toad abruptly changed direction. Hey, 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 do not turn, you must go straight. Observing the zombie follow the toad's lead, Si Mu immediately leaped down, hastening to catch the toad. At that moment, a woman clad in white suddenly appeared several dozen meters away. Soaring up to a large tree, her eyes fixed intently on Si Mu's customer. The woman in question is none other than the white fox who had just engaged in combat with Jiang Chen. Although his final fiery sword did not strike her directly, the terrifying aura of flames emanating from the blade still inflicted injury upon her. In her desperate flight for survival, she fortuitously encountered the four-eyed guest. The malevolent energy emanating from the corpses of these zombies proved to be a boon for her, a creature of the night, perfectly suited to aid in her recovery. At that moment, the four-eyed being pursued the toad into a thicket. The white fox seized the opportunity, extending her long sleeves to ensnare the last zombie in the horde. With a powerful tug, she drew him up into the branches of a tree. The four-eyed creature located the toad and extracted the guiding talisman from its belly. However, he quickly sensed a disturbance behind him. Turning around, he was confronted with the sight of his client being stolen away. This is intolerable. SM, a man who treasures wealth above all, should have long since abandoned such arduous labor given his current savings. Now that someone is pilfering his clients, is that not akin to threatening his very existence? Alas, how audacious! A thief dare to steal before my very eyes. Today, I shall render you a fool. With a resounding roar, SM executed the 7-star step, swiftly arriving beneath the tree and yanking his client down. He then unsheathed his magnificent sword and leapt into the air to confront the white fox. The white fox moved with agility, while SM's swordplay was sharp and precise. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, with SM gaining the upper hand. At that moment, the white fox began to curse his misfortune. What ill fate brought me to encounter not one, but two foul Taoists this night, both formidable in their prowess. The four-eyed Taoist before me seems to exude an even stronger aura. Yet, the previous young Taoist was exceedingly peculiar. His swordplay could actually immobilize me. Were it not for my quick thinking to utilize an illusion, I might have already met my demise. Meanwhile, the Taoist continues his pursuit, and despite my constant repositioning, I have narrowly escaped his grasp on several occasions. Should this battle persist, if that earlier Taoist arrives, my fate would be sealed. However, if I could deceive this Taoist before me, I might use him to repel that young man. With this thought, the white fox feigned a lapse in defense, deliberately allowing SM to strike him. Utilizing the momentum, the white fox flew backward, and his garments instantly tore apart. Upon landing, he found himself bereft of clothing. His snowy skin illuminated by the moonlight, appearing radiant and translucent, while his long, fair legs exuded an enchanting allure. "Oh, Taoist, how rude you are! If you desire something, you may as well express it plainly," he lamented, his eyes filled with longing, and as his beguiling voice echoed. The great sword in SM's hand clattered to the ground, his gaze fixated on the enchanting creature before him. "Come now." The white fox swayed, beckoning SM with a gentle curl of his finger. Amidst the desolate mountains, Jiang Chen pursued the white fox, continuously shifting his position upon the hillside. The escape of this white fox is truly extraordinary. Its ability to traverse distances instantaneously, coupled with the ethereal movements of the celestial sword, renders it momentarily elusive. However, the white fox remains unable to completely evade its pursuer. With another step forward, Jiang Chen's figure vanishes. Upon reappearing, he is startled to find a congregation of zombies standing not far away. How curious! In this desolate wilderness, what could possibly account for the presence of these zombies? Adorned with corpse-restraining talismans upon their foreheads? Approaching for a closer inspection, Jiang Chen quickly recognizes that these talismans are indeed derived from the esteemed compendium of Maoshan talismans. Specifically the corpse-restraining talisman, which esteemed elder from Maoshan is engaging in this promotional endeavor. To my recollection, it seems only Master Si Mu would undertake such a laborious task that yields little financial reward. Just then, Jiang Chen's ears perked up as he suddenly heard an alluring voice emanating from the distance. It was the enchanting white fox spirit. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thought of that very white fox. With a swift movement, he stealthily advanced toward the source of the sound. Upon reaching a clearing, he was utterly astonished by the scene before him. There stood Master Si Mu, his gaze glazed, embracing a curvaceous woman whose hips swayed rhythmically. How warm and delightful it was. Master Si Mu continued to writhe, accompanied by soft moans. My goodness, such a sight is quite overwhelming. Instinctively, Jiang Chen turned his head and closed his eyes. but he soon found himself turning back, captivated by the spectacle. Such a rare scene would be a pity to miss. Alas, without a mobile phone, I could not capture it, and hence, the master with 4 eyes would have leverage over me in the future. Just then, I noticed the master suddenly raised his head, his eyes transforming in appearance. He directed 2 beams of golden light towards the enchanting woman. The white fox was instantly taken aback, realizing her illusion had once again failed. She hastily attempted to evade, preparing to employ her escape technique. However, to her horror, she discovered that her body had become immobile. What was happening? No wonder that peculiar Daoist was pursuing her. The white fox immediately thought of Jiang Chen, but regrettably, her body was paralyzed, preventing her from seeing him standing behind her. Once her body was restrained, she could no longer evade the golden light shot by the master with 4 eyes, and was ultimately pierced through, meeting her demise. How peculiar. It seemed as if this creature had been ensnared by a binding spell. After the white fox was slain, she fell to the ground and transformed back into her original form. The master with 4 eyes, while drawing a blade to open her abdomen, murmured in confusion. Ah, indeed. A demon core. What a treasure. He exclaimed gleefully, pulling out a green glowing demon core from within the white fox's body and laughing with delight. This item is indeed quite valuable. It can be utilized not only for concocting elixirs, but also for forging magical artifacts. I never anticipated that this journey would yield such unexpected gains. Truly, opportunities are bestowed upon the diligent. However, before he could revel in his delight for long, the demon pill in his hand abruptly vanished into thin air. Who is it? He bellowed. Show yourself. Who dares to steal from me? Today, I shall make you pay dearly. In an instant, Simon leapt to his feet, his fury palpable. Master Simon, good fortune should be shared. Can't my little apprentice have a portion of that demon pill? Jiang Chen emerged with a smile from behind a tree, cradling a small bundle in his arms and holding the demon pill aloft. Little Jiang Chen. Upon seeing Jiang Chen approach, Simon froze, momentarily doubting his senses, as if caught in a dream. Master Simon, it has been quite a while. Jiang Chen greeted warmly. It truly is you. How did you come to be here? Did my senior brother bring you out? Simon's astonishment lingered until his hand brushed against Jiang Chen's chubby cheek, confirming that the child before him was indeed Jiang Chen. My master did not come. I came by myself, Jiang Chen replied with a cheerful demeanor. Alone? How could your senior brother allow that? Simon was taken aback again, unable to fathom why his senior brother would permit such a precious child to venture out alone, fearing for the potential losses to the entirety of Maoshan. I slipped out while my master was distracted. It was terribly dull staying at the ancestral hall all day, Jiang Chen explained. You reckless child. If anything were to happen to you, your senior brother would surely go mad. Simon's expression turned grave as he chastised Jiang Chen. Subsequently, he retrieved a piece of talisman paper from his satchel, inscribing a few lines upon it before swiftly folding it into the shape of a paper crane. Cradling the crane in his palms, he uttered an incantation, and moments later, with a gentle flick of his finger, the paper crane seemed to spring to life, flapping its wings before soaring into the sky toward the ancestral hall. Witnessing this, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of guilt. He had been out for 2 days without notifying his master of his safety. Surely, the elder had been fretting for him every moment. In a fit of impulsiveness, he had disregarded his master's feelings, and reflecting on it now, he recognized the selfishness of his actions. Sigh, I shall explain everything upon my return. With Simon's message dispatched, he hoped it would bring some peace to his master. Master Simon, I apologize. I didn't think it through, Jiang Chen said sincerely. It is good that you recognize your error. You are your master's treasured pupil. He will not hold it against you. Rest assured, I have already conveyed my thoughts to him in my heart. In fact, I have long wished for you to stay with me for a while. My senior brother could not prevent it. Haha. Simon's demeanor lightened once more, and he suddenly recalled the demon pill that Jiang Chen had taken. By the way, dear apprentice, hurry and hand over the demon pill to me. It must be refined to unleash its full potential. Once I craft a magical artifact, I shall gift you one. All right, Master Simon, Jiang Chen replied. Though he had initially intended to jest with Simon, he decided to grant his wish, for he could indeed refine elixirs. However, just as Jiang Chen extended the pill, the small bundle in his arms suddenly stretched out its tiny paw, snatched the demon pill, and swallowed it whole. Ah, my demon pill. That was mine, Simon exclaimed, his frustration igniting as he scooped up the small creature, furiously rubbing its belly. Jiang Chen, taken aback by the little one's antics, soon burst into laughter. Master Simon, let it be. This is fate. The demon pill was not meant for you. And this is merely a stroke of fortune for my little one. You should allow it. Si Mu, on the brink of tears, felt powerless to contest Jiang Chen's words. Just then, in the distance, Ming from Maoshan approached, leading 2 horses. Excuse me, good sirs. Have either of you seen a dashing young man clad in a moon-white long robe? Ming inquired as he reined in before the 2. At such a late hour. Those who still appear here are either supernatural beings or extraordinary individuals. The 2 individuals before me possess a formidable surge of mystical energy, clearly indicating they are not mere apparitions, but rather exceptional beings. Having traveled extensively, although the prowess of Mao Shanming may be lacking, his discernment remains keen. A strikingly handsome youth. I have not encountered one, but an extraordinarily captivating middle-aged man certainly stands before me. That would be me, declared Si Mu, puffing up his chest as he removed the talisman from his eyes. This single action of Si Mu's startled Mao Shanming considerably. After all, in Mao Shan, Si Mu was a figure known to all, but the talisman had obscured his identity. Third Master Uncle, exclaimed Mao Shanming in surprise. Oh, you recognize me? Si Mu inquired. My name is Huang Xiaoming, a disciple of the outer sect of Mao Shan, traveling under the name Mao Shanming. I am here accompanying my senior brother Jiang Chen, a disciple of Second Master Uncle. However, we encountered a monster en route, and my senior brother went after it. I am merely searching for him. Mao Shanming explained with utmost respect. What? Si Mu immediately turned to Jiang Chen, then shot an incredulous glance at Mao Shanming, as if to say, Are you taking me for a fool? The more he scrutinized Mao Shanming's innocent eyes, the more he felt the latter was mocking him and judging by his appearance. He didn't seem like a trustworthy character. Without further ado, Si Mu seized Mao Shanming by the collar and yanked him closer. You claim you arrived here with Jiang Chen? Yes. What's the matter, Third Master Uncle? Mao Shanming responded, utterly bewildered. Si Mu, seeing his obstinacy, dragged him in front of Jiang Chen. I shall grant you a chance to speak clearly. Si Mu's tone turned icy, laden with menace. A chill ran through Mao Shanming's body, leaving him increasingly perplexed. This Third Master Uncle was indeed as eccentric as the tale suggested. Where had he gone astray? Could you kindly clarify? I truly came here with senior brother Jiang Chen. This white horse belongs to him, Mao Shanming stammered, nearly in tears. Then tell me, who is he? Si Mu asked, barely containing his laughter, increasing the pressure of his grip while gesturing toward Jiang Chen. Oh, this child possesses an extraordinary aura, undoubtedly a celestial being. If I am not mistaken, he must be your esteemed disciple, Third Master Uncle. Mao Shanming suddenly realized, thinking perhaps this Third Master Uncle desired him to extol the virtues of the child before him. Surely, his previous praise of Second Master Uncle's disciple had displeased Si Mu. Are you spewing nonsense, still being obstinate? Si Mu interjected, delivering a sharp slap to Mao Shanming's face. Third Master Uncle, I was wrong. Please don't strike me. What did you err in? I don't know what I did wrong. Still being obstinate, are you? I'll teach you not to toy with me. Jiang Chen, witnessing Mao Shanming's face swelling, rushed forward to restrain Si Mu. Master Uncle, please stop. He speaks the truth. I indeed brought him here. Jiang Chen approached Mao Shanming, gently brushing his face, and with a surge of wood elemental energy. The bruises on Mao Shanming's face vanished instantly. Then why did he pretend not to recognize you? Si Mu still fumed. He truly does not recognize me. What do you mean? Si Mu felt his intelligence faltering, struggling to comprehend the boy's words. To be precise, he does not recognize the present version of me. Jiang Chen clarified, activating his abilities and gradually heightening his form to its previous state. Now, Si Mu and Mao Shanming gazed at Jiang Chen with astonished expressions, as if he were an otherworldly creature. They were witnessing a miraculous transformation technique for the first time. Unable to restrain himself, Si Mu stepped forward and examined Jiang Chen from head to toe. While Mao Shan possessed transformation techniques, they required one to attain a level of mastery akin to that of a celestial master, allowing complete control over one's body. Jiang Chen, however, had merely been at the second tier of human mastery when they parted ways 2 weeks prior. It was inconceivable that he could have progressed to the celestial master level in such a short span. It could only mean that this young man had comprehended a remarkable transformation technique. Truly, what an astonishing prodigy. How is it possible for this fellow's intellect to flourish in such a manner? Though both possess the same cranial structure, mine is considerably larger. Yet, the disparity is striking. At this moment, Mao Shanming was utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that Jiang Chen's true form was that of a mere 8 or 9-year-old child. 8 or 9 years old. The myriad powers he had previously demonstrated suggested he was at least at the pinnacle of the human master realm, perhaps even on the verge of reaching the Earth Master level. The concept of an Earth Master at such a tender age was beyond his comprehension, something he had never dared to envision. After decades of arduous cultivation, he had barely attained the third level of human master. In stark contrast, when he considered senior brother Jiang Chen at the age of 8 or 9, even if he had commenced his training at 3, it would amount to no more than 5 years. Achieving the Earth Master level in just 5 years is nothing short of astonishing. What an extraordinary talent this is. Master Si Mu, previously, Mao Shanming made a minor error, and I had intended to bring him to my master for resolution. Since I have encountered you, entrusting him to you will suffice. Jiang Chen recalled the previous task and directly handed Mao Shanming over to Si Mu, succinctly explaining some of Mao Shanming's prior actions. Immersed in shock, Mao Shanming nearly choked upon hearing this. It was over, utterly over. He had already experienced the temperament of the third master uncle, which was bizarre and utterly deranged, prone to violence at the slightest provocation. Would there still be good days ahead? Mao Shanming, I believe Master Si Mu's work in product promotion suits you quite well. You may follow him in this endeavor, thus securing a stable position for yourself. I think that sounds good. Si Mu pondered for a moment and promptly agreed. With Mao Shanming's involvement, his future promotional efforts would be significantly easier, and the journey would no longer be so tedious. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the selection. The reward, the Rulai Divine Palm, has been credited. Just as Si Mu nodded, Jiang Chen heard the voice of the system resonating in his mind. Deeply focused, Jiang Chen learned that the Rulai Divine Palm consists of 9 forms. Initial radiance of the Buddha, Golden Summit Buddha Lamp. Buddha moves mountains and rivers. Buddha asks for Kalen. Welcoming the Buddha to the west, Buddha light illuminates all. Heavenly Buddha descends to earth. Boundless Dharma of the Buddha, all Buddhas pay homage. Jiang Chen instantly recalled the legendary palm technique from his previous life, which was none other than the Heavenly Buddha descending to earth. Now he too could wield it. Whenever the opportunity arose, he would certainly endeavor to test this magnificent technique. Well then, let us depart. We should return to the dojo before dawn. Come, Xiaoming. I shall teach you the art of corpse driving. With that, Si Mu pulled the despondent Mao Shanming along. It appeared that the narrative of Uncle Zombie was about to commence. Jiang Chen observed their retreating figures and murmured to himself. He remembered that at the onset of the Uncle Zombie storyline, Master Si Mu was engaged in promotion and similarly encountered a fox spirit. Nightfall. In the ancestral hall. Ninth uncle lay awake in bed, tossing and turning. Today's breakthrough by Wen Kai reminded him of Jiang Chen. Although he had only been gone for 2 days, Ninth uncle felt as if an eternity had passed. Little Chen, despite his astonishing talent and power, was still merely an 8-year-old child. What if he encountered malevolent individuals while wandering alone? It is known that sometimes, the human heart can be far more terrifying than raw strength. How could an innocent child navigate such treachery? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Ninth uncle resolved to rise from his bed and step into the courtyard. Had he known, he would have agreed to take Jiang Chen along for adventures that day. Otherwise, perhaps he should seek out the lad. In the courtyard, gazing at the crescent moon overhead, Ninth uncle sighed thoughtfully. At that moment, a flash of light streaked across the night sky, and he instinctively reached out, summoning a yellow paper crane that swiftly flew into his hand. A message from the sect, he mused. He wondered which brother had sent it. Hurriedly, he unfolded the paper crane to reveal the message. To my second senior brother, respectfully from Si Mu. The lad Jiang Chen has arrived at my location. There is no need for you to worry. In these brief lines, Ninth uncle's anxious heart was finally set at ease, and a smile graced his lips. That mischievous lad certainly knows how to run. He arrived at the Four Eyes place in no time. After a playful reprimand, Uncle Jiu returned to his chamber and fell into a peaceful slumber. Little did he know that when Jiang Chen returned to the ancestral hall a month later, he would be unrecognizable. The following day, as dawn broke, Jiang Chen and his companions, accompanied by a horde of zombies, ventured into a secluded valley. Within this valley, where the air was filled with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, lay 2 adjacent courtyards nestled amidst a stretch of farmland. Each courtyard was spacious, boasting a multitude of rooms, perhaps around 10 in total. At last, we have arrived. Jiala, come forth. Your beloved master has returned. Upon reaching this spot, Four Eyes bellowed with enthusiasm. Yet, after calling out for a considerable time, he received no reply. Alas, That troublesome boy must be indulging in sloth while I am away. Just wait until I find you. Then, Farais retrieved a talisman from his cloth bag and, with his sword held upright, swiftly inscribed a rune upon the talisman. Reciting an incantation, he approached the line of zombies. He waved the talisman before each zombie and proclaimed, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, animate corpses have souls, animate corpses possess will. Forget the chime, heed my call, strike when I command, heed my order." With that, he ignited the talisman, and in an instant, the zombies stiffened, responding to his command. Farais then procured a dozen sticks, placing one in each zombie's grasp. Mao Shan Ming observed Farais' actions, a chill running down his spine. The third master is so ruthless towards his disciples. He is nothing short of a violent maniac. How am I to survive in this predicament? Why am I so unfortunate to have fallen into his clutches? Lost in thought, the voice of Si Mu interrupted. "Xiaoming, come here." Ming of Maoshan trembled, fear gripping him as he glanced at Si Mu, uncertain of his intentions. "Hold this, and when I call for you, you shall respond. You know what to say?" Ming's heart sank upon seeing the porcelain basin that Si Mu handed him. It dawned on him that he was to be the subject of an experiment once again, and he silently lamented his misfortune. However, he dared not resist, knowing that more terrifying punishments awaited him should he defy. Reluctantly, Mao Shan Ming lifted the basin and squatted before the zombie. "Speak," commanded Si Mu. Ming, unable to protest, begrudgingly uttered a reluctant "Aya." In an instant, the porcelain basin was shattered as it was struck by a multitude of sticks, scattering fragments across the ground. Has Master Si Mu and Brother Jala violated divine law? Jiang Chen could not help but inquire upon witnessing the scene. In his recollection, Jala had always been quite amiable, certainly more dependable than the previous one Kai and Qiusheng. Hence, the thought of Jala facing a brutal beating stirred a pang of sympathy within him. When I departed, I warned him to practice diligently every morning. Now, with the sun nearly rising, he dares to still be asleep. How outrageous. You needn't concern yourself, Jiang Chen said, stepping aside in resignation. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Divine choice activated. Option 1. Take out some sunflower seeds and peanuts. Set up a small stool and prepare to watch the spectacle with a reward of 10 years of increased magical power. Option 2. Find a way to inform Jiala with a reward of the profound technique, the Qingjing Dazhongjing. What is there to deliberate? Jiang Chen decisively chose the second option. This technique is undoubtedly on par with the supreme clear body refinement scripture, and it surpasses the Maoshan Qi cultivation manual by a considerable margin. With this method, my cultivation speed will surely accelerate further. Subsequently, Jiang Chen discreetly channeled a thread of spiritual energy into the room. Inside, Jala was blissfully asleep, a smile gracing his lips. The previous afternoon, Master Isho had returned from next door, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful junior sister. Initially, when the junior sister had her hair tied up, Jala mistakenly assumed she was a junior brother and playfully intended to surprise her by embracing her from behind. To his astonishment, before he could make contact, she had sent him flying with a swift kick. He was labeled a rogue in the process, and as they exchanged blows, the junior sister's hair cascaded down, revealing her true identity as a girl. It was only with Master Isho's assistance that he managed to appease her. At that moment, Jala was dreaming of exploring scenic mountains and rivers with the junior sister. Suddenly, a voice pierced through his reverie, saying, "Do not say ouch, do not say ouch." Jala jolted awake, bewildered by the source of the voice. He scanned the surroundings, finding no one in sight. The voice he had just heard felt unusually alien. Could it be a figment of his dream? Just then, he heard a sound of someone leaping outside the door. Peering out the window, he discovered it was his master returning. Just as he felt a surge of joy, he was met with his master's sinister grin. This smile was all too familiar to him. He had encountered it countless times throughout his life, and each instance heralded misfortune. His master was once again poised to play tricks on him. Jia Lu hastily returned to the bamboo chair, reclining thoughtfully as he formulated a response. Suddenly, that earlier voice echoed in his ears. "Do not exclaim ouch, do not exclaim ouch." Just as he pondered who might be offering such counsel, the door to the room was abruptly flung open. The four-eyed figure commanded the zombies, encircling Jia Lu entirely. With a cold smirk, the four-eyed one brandished a stick, aiming directly at Jia Li's posterior. Jia Lu was struck with a violent blow, his eyes bulging in surprise. Just as he was about to scream, the reminder from earlier resurfaced in his mind, prompting him to swiftly cover his mouth with his hands. Witnessing Jia Li's restraint, the four-eyed one felt a surge of astonishment and could not help but mutter, "Oh dear. This little rascal is quite resilient." He didn't even utter a sound. No sooner had the words left his lips than a flurry of sticks rained down upon his head. Taken by surprise, the four-eyed one cried out in pain. And with each exclamation, the blows grew more ferocious, leaving him with a swollen and bruised head in no time. The scene unfolding in the room was keenly observed by Jiang Chen and Mao Shanming. Yet their reactions diverged significantly. Jiang Chen watched with great amusement, while Mao Shanming was filled with trepidation. As the three masters grew increasingly irate, they became reckless, realizing they must exercise greater restraint in the future. Suddenly, a voice, strikingly familiar, broke through the atmosphere. Jiang Chen, engrossed in the performance, turned around to find himself momentarily stunned. It was Chen Qingqing, in the valley. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Chen swiftly pivoted. The figure before him was none other than the girl he had encountered earlier in Chen family village, Chen Qingqing. As he pondered, he deduced the reason for her presence. After he had destroyed the Black Cloud Bandit stronghold, he had returned to Chen family village with the intent of offering some of the spoils to Chen Qingqing. However, upon his return, he had not found her. Inquiring with the villagers revealed that her grandfather, Chun Huaishan, had indeed been slain by bandits, and Chen Qingqing had been taken away by a monk. Her appearance here suggested that the monk was Master Jiu, the venerable monk who had clashed with Master Si Mu throughout his life. No wonder he had felt an uncanny familiarity upon first encountering Chen Qingqing. She was indeed the same Qingqing from the Uncle Zombie saga. When Jiang Chen turned around, Chen Qingqing was equally taken aback. The resemblance was striking. Although Jiang Chen's body had reverted to its original form, his visage had not changed significantly. Thus, upon seeing him, Chen Qingqing was reminded of the man who had avenged her. Yet, the disparity in their heights was considerable. The person before her stood at approximately 1.60 meters, while the Jiang Chen she remembered stood at 1.80 meters. For a moment, Chen Qingqing felt a bit disoriented. "I am Mao Shanming, and the master of this place is my uncle," came the response from the side, as Mao Shanming turned to address her. "And what is your name?" Chen Qingqing inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. "The mushroom soup is quite delightful," Jiang Chen replied, sidestepping the question with what seemed a nonsensical remark. However, upon hearing this, Chen Qingqing gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. "Is it truly you?" she stammered, her voice trembling, unable to conceal her overwhelming excitement. Jiang Chen's answer was sufficient to reveal his identity. It was he who had imparted to her the methods of cultivation and elixirs after she had prepared him a bowl of mushroom soup, and he had avenged her. "But how have you changed so?" Chen Qingqing asked, her curiosity piqued as she approached Jiang Chen, who nodded with a smile, wiping her tears away. "This is my original appearance. I am merely 8 years old this year. Previously, I was traveling alone and employed some transformation techniques." "Ah, you are but 8? Chen Qingqing felt a wave of shock wash over her, accompanied by a profound sense of loss. Since realizing that Jiang Chen had avenged her, she had contemplated repaying him in kind, but now, upon learning his age, she felt an acute sense of inadequacy. She was now 18. By the time Jiang Chen reached her age, would he still regard her? What could she possibly offer in return? Just then, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the room. The trio turned their attention back inside, witnessing Si Mu and Jiala tangled in an embrace, both sporting bruises. It appeared that upon seeing Si Mu being struck, Jiala had found humor in the situation, prompting Si Mu to embrace him and pinch at Jiala's sides, resulting in their comical tumble. In truth, Si Mu could easily have repelled the lowly zombies with a mere flicker of his powers, yet he was reluctant. As they were his wealthy patrons, Jiang Chen watched the childish antics of the master and disciple with exasperation. He then raised his palm and summoned the Ruli divine palm, conjuring a magnificent golden hand that gradually expanded, hovering above the heads of the surrounding zombies, drawing them all in. The welcoming Buddha to the West is a technique of control, wielding immense magical power to manipulate the movements of adversaries. As the zombies were drawn closer, they continued to swing the wooden sticks in their hands. Jiang Chen produced a soul-capturing talisman and ignited it in an instant. "Heed my command, forget." As the words fell from his lips, the wooden sticks in the hands of all the zombies immediately drooped down. This scene left Mao Shanming and Chen Qingqing utterly astonished. Mao Shanming, having previously grasped Jiang Chen's formidable prowess, found the spectacle both shocking and yet, in some ways, justifiable. However, it was Chen Qingqing's first encounter with such an extraordinary event. Just moments ago, Jiang Chen had casually unleashed a palm strike. effortlessly maneuvering those terrifying zombies as if they were mere puppets. She had never imagined that combat could be executed in such a manner. No wonder Jiang Chen single-handedly vanquished the formidable Black Cloud stronghold. Oh dear, it pains me so. Jia Lu, did you witness that? Master took many hits for you. Jia Lu rolled his eyes in response, thinking that had it not been for the mischief intended towards him, he wouldn't have endured so much punishment. The two stood up, rubbing their sore spots, and approached Jiang Chen and the others. Jia Lu, come. Allow me to introduce you. This here is my little junior brother, Jiang Chen, whom I often mention. He is exceptionally talented. Master had to go to great lengths to obtain his title from your second master uncle. You two must get along well. After introducing Jiang Chen, Si Mu's expression turned somewhat disdainful as he introduced Mao Shanming, the manner of introduction being markedly different. Mao Shanming nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though he wasn't even worthy of a name. Hey, who is this young lady? I've never seen her before. Si Mu inquired, noticing a lovely girl standing outside. At that moment, Jia Lu also spotted Chen Qingqing and cheerfully introduced her. Master, this is Chen Qingqing, who was brought back by Master Ishio. Ishio, that old bald donkey has returned? Si Mu furrowed his brows at the mention of Ishio's name, realizing that with his return, he would lose his peaceful slumber. My master is not a bald donkey. Chen Qingqing interjected, her voice lively. After all, Master Ishio had saved her life, and she couldn't let such a title pass unchallenged. Quickly, Jia Lu, take these clients to the mortuary and get them settled. Then go prepare breakfast. Whoever that is, just follow Jia Lu and don't slack off. Si Mu, choosing not to engage with Chen Qingqing, issued a command to Jia Lu and then approached Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I noticed that the technique you employed earlier seemed to carry the essence of Buddhism. What is the story behind it? As Jiang Chen executed the welcoming Buddha to the West technique, Si Mu discerned its apparent Buddhist attributes. Jiang Chen was his disciple. How could he be practicing Buddhism? That would be a misalignment of priorities. If such an exceptional disciple of Taoism were to be led astray by Buddhism, it would be a grave concern. The more Si Mu pondered, the more alarmed he became, realizing he needed to dispel any notions Jiang Chen had about pursuing Buddhism. Oh, this? I chanced upon this technique at a market and casually practiced it. The results were quite satisfactory. As for Buddhism, my heart is solely devoted to the Tao. In my view, all paths of cultivation lead to the Tao. Buddhism is also part of the Tao. Please rest easy, Master Si Mu. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Si Mu's eyes immediately brightened. He realized he had underestimated Jiang Chen's resolve. This young man's steadfast heart towards the Tao would surely be a boon for the Taoist community in the future. All paths of cultivation lead to the Tao. Buddhism is also part of the Tao. What a profound statement. The more Si Mu repeated these words in his mind, the more elated he felt, leading him to burst into hearty laughter. After battling with Ishio for over a decade, hearing Jiang Chen's words made him feel as though he had triumphed over Ishio, and he had every reason to rejoice. Indeed, I was right about you. Feel free to wander about. If you need anything, just seek out Jia Lu. With that, Si Mu walked away, humming a tune, delight evident in his demeanor. Jiang Chen, thank you for what happened that day, Chen Qingqing said softly after Si Mu had departed, her gaze warm and appreciative. It was nothing, merely a trifling matter. As for your grandfather, do not grieve too deeply. Those bandits have already paid the price, Jiang Chen reassured her. Yes, I have seen to his burial. From now on, I shall follow my master in cultivation, striving to master my skills and uphold justice, Chen Qingqing declared with unwavering determination. In the next moment, her gaze suddenly fixated on the small creature nestled in Jiang Chen's arms. Oh, is that a little bear? How adorable. One moment she was resolute in her quest for justice, and the next, her eyes sparkled with affection. Jiang Chen couldn't help but reflect on the fickleness of a girl's heart. The small creature, having consumed a demon's essence the day before, had fallen into a deep slumber, and Jiang Chen had been cradling it in his arms. Weighing only 30 to 40 pounds, it felt utterly weightless to him, providing a sense of comfort. I found this little one in the mountains. Its mother was killed by a demon, so I decided to keep it close. May I hold it? Chen Qingqing, unable to resist the allure of the fluffy creature, gazed at Jiang Chen with pleading eyes. However, just as her hand grazed the small creature, it suddenly lifted its head and let out a deafening roar that nearly knocked Chen Qingqing off her feet. Jiang Chen quickly placed a hand on her back, channeling a thread of energy to protect her heart. At the same time, he cast a surprised glance at the small creature, which was now energetically burrowing into his embrace. This roar bore no resemblance to its origin. Rather, It resembled the fierce cry of a tiger. The little creature must have consumed a mystical elixir, initiating its evolution. "Are you all right?" Jiang Chen inquired, observing the pallor on Chen Qingqing's face. Thanks to the infusion of Jiang Chen's magical energy, Chen Qingqing was not gravely harmed. But she was quite startled by the sudden roar of the tiny being. Now, with a gaze filled with trepidation, she looked at the charming creature nestled in Jiang Chen's embrace, hesitating to reach out again. After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Chen allowed Chen Qingqing to take her leave. It was now evident that the narrative involving Uncle Zombie had commenced. It would not be long before Master Qianha, who had only ever participated in peak competitions, would arrive. Accompanying him would be the terrifying royal zombie. Even Master Qianha, with his formidable strength, could only meet his demise at its hands, and Jiang Chen feared that his current abilities were still somewhat lacking, given that he had fortuitously arrived at this place. It was imperative to devise a means to rescue the righteous and noble Master Qianha. The concentration of spiritual energy here at Master Si Mu's residence was evidently superior to that of the ancestral hall. Moreover, with the acquisition of a superior cultivation technique, Jiang Chen was certain that his practice in this environment would yield remarkable results. He aimed to elevate his realm several levels before Master Qianha's arrival, thereby enhancing his confidence in executing a rescue. Jiang Chen proceeded to the backyard, where he happened upon Jiala and Mao Shanming. Emerging from a room marked with a mortuary sign, "Brother Jiala," Jiang Chen greeted him warmly as he approached. Jiala had long desired to meet Jiang Chen. He was significantly more reliable than the previous Qiuxing Wenkai, diligent in his cultivation, pure of heart, and, most importantly, not a hindrance to his master. In the past, every time Master Si Mu visited the charity house, he would lavishly praise Jiala in front of Uncle Jiu. However, since Jiang Chen's arrival, Si Mu had ceased to boast. Now, upon seeing him, it was evident that Jiang Chen possessed a robust physique, a clear testament to his diligent training. The aura of magical energy emanating from him was equally formidable. Jiang Chen estimated that his current realm was roughly comparable to his own, around the 4th stage of the human master. Excluding himself as an anomaly, achieving such a level at this age indicated extraordinary talent. When Jiang Chen spoke, Jiala's expression shifted noticeably. He recognized the voice from the earlier moment when he had heard it while asleep. It turned out this little junior brother was the one who had previously alerted him. Indeed, as Master had said, this junior brother was a prodigy. The ability to transmit thoughts so intimately required an astonishing mastery of magical power. Whether Master could achieve such a feat, he did not know, but he certainly could not. And this junior brother had only been cultivating for about a month, or so the Master claimed. At the time, he had found it hard to believe, thinking the Master was merely jesting. He had even imagined how the Master would react when his lies were uncovered upon their first encounter. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he realized the Master had not exaggerated in the slightest. He had also personally witnessed Jiang Chen using Daoist techniques to capture a zombie, which required profound magical prowess. Now at the 5th stage of the human master, he could easily repel those zombies, yet the ability to lift them as effortlessly as Jiang Chen did, without inflicting any harm, was beyond his capabilities. Jiala happily approached Jiang Chen, who stood slightly shorter than himself, and bowed respectfully. "Junior brother Jiang Chen, thank you for your earlier warning. Otherwise, I would have faced a terrible fate at the hands of the Master. There's no need for such formality, senior brother. Master Si Mu has a mischievous nature. How could I stand by and watch you suffer?" "Haha, very well, little junior brother. I must go prepare a meal now. But once I am free, I will take you around to explore." With that, Jiala departed, and Jiang Chen casually found an empty room to enter. This ought to be a training room. Within it, aside from cushions and a few tables, there are no other items. The room is spacious, and the floor is adorned with a diagram of the 8 trigrams. Jiang Chen walked to the center of the trigrams, settled onto a cushion, placed the small orb upon his lap, and commenced his cultivation of the Supreme Clarity Great Void Scripture, with his 5 hearts directed towards the heavens. The Supreme Clarity Scripture is not merely a technique for cultivating energy. It also encompasses the 8 divine incantations. These include the Heart Purification Mantra, the Mouth Purification Mantra, the Body Purification Mantra, the Earthly Peace Mantra, the Heaven and Earth Purification Mantra, the Golden Light Mantra, the Incense Blessing Mantra, and the Profound Essence Mantra. Among these, the Golden Light Mantra was previously employed by the Venerable Jioshu in Rinjia Town, and can be considered the foremost protective incantation of the Daoist tradition. As Jiang Chen commenced his cultivation, the energy within the valley began to flow gently, gradually coalescing into an immense vortex. with the center of this vortex situated in the room occupied by Jiang Chen. In another small courtyard, here lies the dojo of Master Jiu, where the architectural style bears a striking resemblance to that of Daoist priest Si Mu's courtyard, albeit with a more pristine and solemn appearance. Unlike the carefree ambience of Si Mu's own place, at this moment, Master Jiu is seated on a cushion in the Buddhist hall, deep in meditation. Suddenly, his eyes flutter open, and in the next instant, Chen Qingqing steps inside. Qingqing, I believe I heard some commotion next door. Has something occurred? Upon seeing Chen Qingqing enter, a smile graces Jiu's face, prompting his curious inquiry. Since bringing her from Chun family village to this place, he has yet to witness her smile. Master, the Daoist from next door has returned. I just saw him play a prank on Jiala. Chen Qingqing instinctively omits any mention of Jiang Chen, as the mere thought of him evokes a desire to conceal him deep within her heart. Ah, it is that old rascal who has returned. No wonder I heard all that ruckus moments ago. Do not provoke him. When he begins to play, he cares not for age or stature. Master Jiu reflects on Si Mu's character, shaking his head in resignation. Understood, Master. With his return, we shall pay him a visit. With that, Master Jiu rises from the cushion and strides out. The mere thought of seeing Jiang Chen again after their earlier encounter causes Chen Qingqing's cheeks to flush with warmth. Yet she joyfully follows in Jiu's footsteps. Master, I have encountered the one who avenged my grandfather. Chen Qingqing approaches Jiu and whispers, Oh, is it Jiang Chen, the one you spoke of before? Jiu pauses, curiosity flickering in his gaze as he looks at Qingqing. During their time on Heiyun Mountain, he had been astonished by Jiang Chen's methods, not only for his mastery over swordsmanship, but also for his temperament. Jiu could only imagine the cold demeanor Jiang Chen must have possessed while extracting the flesh from those bandits. Indeed, Master, I never anticipated he would be the disciple of the Daoist next door. The revelation that Jiang Chen is Si Mu's disciple momentarily leaves Jiu in astonishment. When did that old fellow take on another apprentice? Wasn't Jiala his only disciple all along? With this thought, Jiu's curiosity intensifies, and he hastens his steps towards Si Mu's dojo. After paying homage to the image of their ancestor, Si Mu emerges into the courtyard just as Jiu and Chen Qingqing arrive. Brother Dao, it has been quite a while. Jiu greets Si Mu with a cheerful bow. What is there to celebrate? I would prefer never to see you again. Si Mu's expression darkens at the thought of sleepless nights ahead, his brows furrowing. It seems you do not welcome me, my friend, Jiu remarks, understanding Si Mu's temperament and feeling no offense. Instead, he walks directly to the tea table and takes a seat. Qingqing, quickly greet the Daoist. Oh, Qingqing pays respects to Daoist Si Mu. Chen Qingqing observes Si Mu's serious demeanor and hastily bows, feeling compelled to show respect, especially given his connection to Jiang Chen. Well, you are both clever and charming. Yet how could you choose such a scoundrel as your master? Has he spoken ill of me? Si Mu, seeing Qingqing's obedient nature, plops down opposite Jiu, pouring tea as he questions her. Not at all. How could that be? My master speaks highly of you, saying you are kind-hearted and righteous, the most virtuous Daoist in all the land. Though I suspect your words are mere flattery, I relish hearing them. With that, Si Mu shakes his cup of tea in front of Jiu. Drink up. Jiu smiles and reaches for another cup of tea. However, in the next moment, Si Mu forcefully presses Jiu's wrist against the table, defiantly asserting, Drink then, why do you hesitate? Jiu sighs inwardly, recognizing this familiar routine. Each encounter with Si Mu inevitably leads to a contest of strength. With a resigned smile, he exerts force, slowly lifting his wrist. Very well, I shall drink. The two engage in a playful contest at the tea table. Their strengths are evenly matched. They simply measure their might against one another. Had they utilized their spiritual powers, the dojo would have been reduced to rubble long ago. As their arms entwine, neither can gain the upper hand. Chen Qingqing watches anxiously, but in the next instant, both individuals, their faces flushed, suddenly lock eyes, switch hands, and simultaneously gulp down their tea. Excellent tea. Thank you for your hospitality, my friend. After such a lengthy absence, I thought you had ventured to the Western Paradise. Si Mu retorts irritably. You speak true. I did journey to the Western Paradise. Yet the Buddha commanded me to return and bring you along. As a practitioner of the Tao, I must meet our ancestral teacher. If you wish to see the Buddha, you shall have to go yourself. With that, Si Mu suddenly thrusts the tea table forward, aiming it at Jiu. Quick as a flash, Jiu responds, pushing with both palms. A surge of force jolts through, nearly causing him to lose his balance as he is propelled backward several meters. Chen Qingqing can only scoff, thinking that this Si Mu truly lacks the demeanor of a Daoist, resorting to such underhanded tactics against his master. Yet, she is also filled with curiosity, pondering how a master like Si Mu could possibly raise a disciple as noble as Jiang Chen, who is not only powerful but also humble and courteous, repaying kindness with gratitude. It must be that Jiang Chen possesses a naturally pure disposition, entirely separate from Si Mu's influence. Indeed, it must be so. Lost in her thoughts, Chen Qingqing suddenly feels a hand on her shoulder, jolting her back to reality. Turning, she sees Jala. Your master is at it again with mine, isn't he? Jala remarks, unfazed by the spectacle unfolding before them. Yes, do they often engage in such brawls? Not often, Jala replies. Rather, they clash whenever they meet. Looks like we shall have to craft another table. With a sigh, he shakes his head. Recalling that all the furniture in the courtyard was crafted from bamboo he had personally harvested from the mountain, a task he finds himself repeating nearly every year. As the two continue their playful contest, chairs and tables are sent flying in all directions. Just as they reach a stalemate, Ikkyu suddenly spots a pot of spiky cacti on a shelf against the wall behind Si Mu. An idea sparks in his mind. Bursting into laughter, Ikkyu's sudden mirth catches Si Mu off guard, and he momentarily loosens his grip, allowing Ikkyu to seize the opportunity and forcefully push Si Mu backward. A cry of dismay escapes Si Mu as his backside is pricked by countless thorns. In the next moment, he roars like an enraged lion, a surge of power emanating from him, shattering the table into splinters. Seeing Si Mu enraged, Ikkyu dares not be careless and hastens to channel his own spiritual energy in response. Boom! A shockwave ripples through the room, sending chairs flying in all directions. Jala swiftly positions himself in front of Chen Qingqing, shielding her from the airborne debris. You shameless bald monk! How dare you plot against me? Just wait and see how I deal with you. However, at the moment when their palms met, both Si Mu and Ishio's expressions shifted simultaneously, and they retracted their spiritual energy, swiftly exiting the room to gaze in astonishment at the sky. A vortex of spiritual energy. As Si Mu and Ishio emerged, Jala and Chen Qingqing curiously trailed behind them. The four stood mesmerized, observing the increasingly tumultuous currents of spiritual energy above. In an instant, a swirling vortex akin to a tornado materialized. Someone was making a breakthrough. What could have caused such a commotion? Si Mu and Ishio exclaimed in unison. Could it be that little Jiang Chen was cultivating? Si Mu suddenly recalled Jiang Chen. Among them in the valley, only Mao Shanming and Jiang Chen were absent. Having assessed Mao Shanming's aptitude himself, he deemed him utterly inept, never even considering him. Thus, it had to be Jiang Chen. It seemed only he could be the one responsible, for this lad was indeed extraordinary, and it was no surprise should he stir up a ruckus. Jala, where is your junior disciple? Si Mu inquired, turning to Jala. I saw him in the backyard earlier, but when I went to prepare a meal, I let him wander off. I have no idea where he is now. What is wrong, master? Without responding, Si Mu fixed his gaze on the direction of the gathering vortex. My friend, if I understand correctly, this disturbance is caused by your disciple. Ishio instantly grasped Si Mu's implication, his curiosity about Jiang Chen reaching a fever pitch. In this era of dwindling spiritual energy, to summon a vortex of energy during cultivation was undoubtedly the mark of an unparalleled genius, something he had only encountered in ancient texts. Indeed, my disciples are truly exceptional, one in a myriad. Do not envy, it has no bearing on you. Si Mu initially boasted, but then suddenly recalled Jiang Chen's practice of Buddhist teachings. He became anxious, fearing that this fellow Ishio might take an interest in him. Such disciples, upon being encountered, would undoubtedly evoke envy in anyone. One must be cautious in their dealings. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged, engaging in the cultivation of the supreme clarity Great Cave Scripture. Before long, he found himself immersed in a wondrous state. Jiang Chen felt as though he had become one with the surrounding universe. Within a radius of several kilometers, he could perceive all things with remarkable clarity. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him incessantly, akin to bees drawn to blooming flowers. His spirit wandered through this realm, continuously attuning itself to the pathways of the Tao. As time passed, Jiang Chen could hear the sound of shackles breaking within him. In his dantian, new spiritual seas were being continuously opened, subsequently filled with the overflowing spiritual energy of heaven and earth. 1 sea, 2 seas, 3 seas, 5 seas, 5 spiritual oceans had been established. Within Jiang Chen's dantian, 9 enormous spiritual seas slowly shifted, ultimately settling into the positions of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. The central spiritual sea, the first to form, morphed into the image of the yin-yang fish, gently rotating. Above the yin-yang fish, a sphere composed of the essence of heaven and earth was slowly solidifying. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt as if he had been wandering in the ocean of the Tao for countless years. Yet, soon after, his spiritual force returned to his physical body. Jiang Chen gradually opened his eyes, experiencing a fleeting sensation as if he had traversed through time. How long had he been cultivating? A thought crossed his mind. During his initial practice, he seemed to have entered an extraordinarily profound state. Could it be the legendary sudden enlightenment? He pondered whether this was related to his first encounter with the supreme clarity Great Cave Scripture. With this thought, Jiang Chen could not help but immerse his mind back into his inner landscape. In the next instant, his mouth fell agape, and he was rendered speechless. Is this the interior of one's own space? Have I perhaps entered the wrong place? What is the situation with the 9 immense seas of qi within the Dantian? Could it be that I have ascended to the 9th level of the human master? With this thought, Jiang Chen hastily exited the inner realm and summoned the system panel. Name: Jiang Chen Realm. 9th level of the human master Tao body. Immaculate and wishful Tao body magical power. 401 years cultivation techniques. Supreme clarity body refinement true scripture. Great accomplishment. Maoshan Qi cultivation method. Minor accomplishment. Taiji alchemy technique. Beginner. Supreme clarity great cave true scripture. Minor accomplishment. Space. 32,768 cubic units Tao arts. Killing order. Wind and fire order. Paper crafting technique. Perfection. Palm thunder. Perfection. Void symbol painting technique. Perfection. Dimension shrinking technique. Perfection. Sentient world sword 23. Perfection. Buddha-S divine palm. Perfection. Innate talent. Photographic memory. Qi affinity 100 divine ability. Yin-yang I truly reached the 9th level of the human master? Jiang Chen gazed at his system panel, utterly astonished. What is the situation? Glancing outside, it appears that barely an hour has passed. If indeed a considerable amount of time had elapsed in cultivation, Master Si Mu and the others would certainly have come to summon me. This can only indicate that he has merely cultivated for about an hour. Yet, how could this be possible? To break through 5 realms in just 1 hour? Even with Jiang Chen's confidence in his own talents, it still felt like a fantastical tale. Furthermore, Jiang Chen discovered that all the techniques he had mastered had reached a state of perfection. Could it be due to the recent epiphany? This was the only possibility that came to his mind. As for the true level of his current strength, Jiang Chen could hardly fathom it. The formidable power coursing within him instilled a sense of invincibility. When the Mid-Autumn Festival arrives, and he encounters Shi Jian, he will finally feel a sense of assurance. Suppressing the exuberance in his heart, Jiang Chen slowly shifted his gaze to the small bundle resting on his legs. In his earlier excitement, he had not noticed that the little one had already awakened, gazing up at him with adorably large eyes. "Little one, you're awake." Jiang Chen couldn't help but reach out, gently ruffling the small creature's round head. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the little one exuded an enchanting fragrance that captivated his senses. The little creature hasn't completed its evolution, has it? Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Jiang Chen's mind, causing him to pause in surprise. He wondered what the system was doing intruding at this moment. Detection confirms that the little bundle has aligned its essence with that of the host, and it has been bound as the host's spiritual companion. This spiritual companion has completed its evolution. Please select its innate talent. Option 1, Manifestation of the World, which upon activation, amplifies physical strength tenfold, with further augmentation as one's realm increases. Option 2, Invincible Cutie, ensuring that as long as it does not initiate an attack, no one would dare to harm it. Option 3, Heaven and Earth Crucible, capable of devouring all to enhance itself, additionally possessing the ability to transform waste into treasure. Jiang Chen gazed blankly at the options before him, a hint of bitterness rising within him. The talents the system had assigned to this little fellow were exceedingly formidable. Manifestation of the World surpassed even the dragon essence pill he had consumed, and its power would only grow stronger with time. The second option was akin to a game-breaking skill, a form of indirect invincibility. As for the third, the ability to devour all and refine waste into treasure left Jiang Chen practically drooling. In the practice room, Jiang Chen found himself in a profound dilemma as he contemplated the options before him. Each choice was undeniably enticing. However, he leaned more towards the heavenly furnace. After all, it represented a growth-oriented talent, and in terms of combat, Jiang Chen could not rely on the little round creature. One must forge oneself to be resilient. Depending on others pales in comparison to self-reliance. Yet, relinquishing the first two options did cause him a twinge of regret. System, may I go all in? Jiang Chen momentarily set aside his pride and asked with an unabashed demeanor. 3 minutes passed in silence before the system finally responded. Yes. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Did you just say I could? He sprang to his feet, his face flushed with excitement. Ding. Congratulations, host. The selection of your spirit pet talent is complete. For specific details, please refer to the spirit pet panel. The system's response was unequivocal. Without further ado, Jiang Chen summoned the spirit pet panel in his mind. Spirit pet, little round creature realm, level 1 strength, 1 bull talent, law of heaven and earth, invincible cute pet. Heavenly Furnace. The panel was quite straightforward, revealing that this creature was purely a powerhouse, albeit deceptively so. Who would have imagined that such a diminutive, plush entity, barely half a meter in height, concealed the strength of 1 bull, equivalent to 500 pounds? Upon activating the law of heaven and earth, it could potentially reach a staggering 5,000 pounds. Notably, this was merely in its first-level state. Jiang Chen felt a wave of comfort wash over him. After a hearty laugh, he scooped up the little round creature and playfully squeezed it. Meanwhile, the 4 figures in the backyard had been waiting patiently for quite some time. They had arrived when Jiang Chen created the vortex of spiritual energy, but understood the importance of undisturbed cultivation. Thus, they silently awaited his return. As the vortex of spiritual energy gradually dissipated, the 4 figures felt a surge of anticipation for how much Jiang Chen would progress this time. Given the considerable commotion he had caused, it was reasonable to expect him to break through 2 realms, and with a stroke of luck. A breakthrough to 3 realms was not beyond the realm of possibility. This young lad was previously at the 3rd level of human mastery, and now it seems he may have ascended to the 5th level. Just thinking about it, Si Mu feels that this boy is truly a prodigy. After all, he has only been cultivating for a month. Achieving the 5th level of human mastery in such a short span is something even the ancestors would find difficult to accomplish. Master, has the junior disciple completed his training? Jiala inquired, noticing the disappearance of the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky. He had never witnessed such remarkable phenomena during cultivation and was uncertain of its significance. Thus, his astonishment was far less intense than that of Si Mu and Master Jiu. Yes, it should be nearly complete. Let us wait a bit longer and not disturb him, Si Mu replied, his expression unusually solemn. Upon seeing his master's demeanor, Jiala promptly closed his mouth. After about a quarter of an hour, a hearty laughter suddenly resonated from within the room. Everyone was taken aback. What level of breakthrough could elicit such joy? The next moment, Jiang Chen emerged from the door, cradling a small bundle in his arms. While in a state of enlightenment, Jiang Chen had sensed the presence of the others. Master Si Mu, why have you all gathered here? He greeted with a cheerful smile. Just as Si Mu was about to respond, he noticed Jiala running towards Jiang Chen with an expression of astonishment, scrutinizing him closely and gesticulating animatedly. Jiang Chen, bewildered by Jiala's behavior, asked, Senior brother, what are you doing? Don't you recognize me? Junior brother, how is it that in just 1 hour, you have grown so much taller? Jiala exclaimed, staring at Jiang Chen as if he were a curious creature. The last time they met, Jiala had towered over him by nearly a head, yet now they were nearly of equal height. In a mere hour, Jiang Chen had grown nearly 20 centimeters taller. What on earth had happened to him? Upon his utterance, the others could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Indeed, they had been so preoccupied with pondering how much this young man could transcend in his realm that they had entirely overlooked the transformation of his physique. It appears that this young man has undoubtedly made significant breakthroughs. Xiao Jiangchen, tell me, have you advanced in your realm this time? Formu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he inquired. The more breakthroughs Jiangchen achieves, the more prestige I shall have before Ishio. Disciple has fortuitously advanced several levels this time. He replied, several levels. It is not merely 1 or 2 levels, but several. Formu exclaimed, his voice nearly cracking with excitement. What is your current realm? He eagerly pressed, his voice rising in enthusiasm. Disciple is now at the 9th level of human mastery. The expressions of everyone present, except for Chun Qingqing and Ishio, turned to one of utter astonishment, particularly Formu, whose jaw dropped in disbelief. The 9th level of human mastery. This little prodigy was previously at the 3rd level of human mastery. To achieve such an advancement in a single session of cultivation is truly remarkable. Who would dare to believe such a tale? Jiala was nearly crushed under the weight of despair. His master had always proclaimed himself a prodigy of cultivation, achieving the 5th stage of a master within a mere decade. In the realm of Maoshan, and indeed throughout the entire world of the ethereal, he was regarded as exceptional. Yet now, in the presence of his junior disciple, he felt utterly insignificant. In comparison, he feared he could only be deemed worthless. Four-eyed master, senior brother, I merely stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. A hearty laugh erupted from the four-eyed master, who declared, "Ah, splendid. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Ikkyu, do you see this? This is my student. Are you not envious?" With that, the four-eyed master strode confidently before Ikkyu, his posture impeccably upright. Ikkyu offered a resigned smile. Although he had previously been unaware of Jiang Chen's circumstances, he gleaned much from the four-eyed master's exuberant words. In a remarkably brief span of time, Jiang Chen experienced several successive breakthroughs in his cultivation. Such talent is indeed rare and elicits a profound envy. However, Ikkyu, as a revered monk of Buddhism, remains emotionally detached, embodying the essence of emptiness. Subsequently, due to Jiang Chen's breakthrough in cultivation, during breakfast, Si Mu unusually refrained from engaging in conflict with Ikkyu. His haughty demeanor, however, dampened Ikkyu's appetite, leading him to consume only a few bites before departing with Chun Qingqing back to his own temple. After finishing his meal, Jiang Chen expressed a desire to explore, and thus he ventured out of the temple with the little dumpling. Not long after, Jala hastened to catch up from behind. "Junior brother, I am quite familiar with this area. Wherever you wish to go, I shall guide you," he offered. "I appreciate your assistance, senior brother," Jiang Chen replied courteously. "Not at all. It is far too perilous for a disciple to remain alone with the master," Jala chuckled, scratching his head in a jovial manner. Jiang Chen immediately understood, contemplating that when there is no danger, Si Mu is the greatest threat. The temple is surrounded by majestic mountains. Upon exiting the temple, the two followed a narrow path leading directly to the southern mountain. Jiang Chen's motivation for exploring the mountains was twofold: to assess the little dumpling's abilities and to seek out rare herbs and treasures that might facilitate the creation of elixirs, potentially elevating his cultivation to the Earthmaster realm. After all, it would not be long before Uncle Qianhao arrived, and the extent of the royal zombie's power remained uncertain. In the films, Si Mu and his companions possess a protagonist's aura, and it is quite astonishing that the royal zombie was ultimately vanquished by a snake that had consumed glutinous rice water. The manner of death is indeed rather hasty. In the borderlands, beneath an immense city wall, the gates stand wide open. A procession bearing a coffin slowly emerges from within the city. At the forefront strides a Daoist priest clad in an orange robe, his back adorned with a 7-star peachwood sword. Moving with the grace and authority of a dragon and tiger, his gaze piercing and resolute. One glance at his visage reveals him to be a formidable master of the Taoist arts. Particularly striking are his eyes, brimming with righteousness and fearlessness. This individual is none other than the esteemed Daoist Master Jiu, renowned for competing only in peak tournaments. He has taken on the task from the royal house of the borderlands to transport the prince's remains to the imperial city for the emperor's disposition. Following closely behind him are 4 fellow priests, each similarly equipped with a. The 4 individuals are the esteemed disciples of Master Jiu, representing the cardinal directions of east, south, west, and north. Each of them has attained the 5th level of mastery. Their gaze is resolute. At the heart of the procession, a carriage drawn by 2 horses bears a majestic bronze coffin, draped in fine fabric and shielded by an ornate canopy. At the rear of the entourage, more than a dozen guards protect an official palanquin. Beside the palanquin, a heavily adorned man incessantly wipes the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. "Your Highness, we are about to depart the city," he announces, known as Wu Yanqing, the steward of the Wang residence. "Hey, Taoists up front, please hasten your pace. We must reach the next city before nightfall. Should we delay His Highness's rest, there will be consequences." Despite his respectful tone towards the young noble, his words lack any semblance of reverence. Master Qianhao furrows his brow, choosing not to stoop to the level of such a pompous individual. Were it not for the promise of a millennium-old ginseng that could aid in his cultivation, he would have preferred to avoid the court's assignments altogether. He gestures to his 4 disciples, urging them to quicken their steps and move ahead. Meanwhile, after ascending the mountain with Jia Lo, Jiang Chen sets down the small creature nestled in his arms. The moment it touches the ground, it darts off into the forest, foraging for sustenance. Its appetite seems insatiable, consuming anything it can find, though it only seeks herbs and eschews living creatures. Jialu, trailing behind Jiang Chen and the little creature, is astonished to observe its extraordinary nature. Regardless of where it ventures, it encounters no peril. Even when it stumbles into a den of venomous snakes, they appear oblivious to its presence, refraining from any attack. Junior brother, is this little bear your pet? It seems remarkably unique. Look at all those snakes and wolves. None have dared to harm it. Jia Lu inquires, eyeing the small creature as it sits on the ground, gnawing on a prized herb. It is not an ordinary pet. It is a spirit companion that has evolved after consuming a demon's core. This innate ability to avoid harm is likely a talent it has awakened, Jiang Chen explains. Now it makes sense. I've heard Master mention that beasts awaken talents upon evolving into demons. It's a pity, though, while it's safe. It lacks any combat prowess, Jia Lu laments, believing that with such a rare evolution, one would hope for a battle-oriented talent. Jiang Chen, understanding Jia Li's perspective, merely smiles without further elaboration. The moment Jia Lu witnesses the little creature's ferocious side, his reaction will undoubtedly be priceless. Before long, the trio delves deeper into the heart of the mountains. The temperature here has noticeably dropped, and the light has dimmed significantly. At this moment, Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly fixed upon a giant tree in the distance. Beneath its sprawling branches lay a magnificent tiger, its body extending over 4 meters, a rare specimen indeed. The tiger's muscular frame was coiled with power, and it emitted a low growl that sent a shiver down one's spine. The earth origin fruit, Jiang Chen exclaimed in delight, for beside the ferocious beast, there grew a mystical herb. The branches of the herb bore several fruit, exuding a soft purple glow, hanging low, indicative of their ripeness. The earth origin fruit, as recorded in the Taoist alchemical texts of Tai Ching, is a rare spiritual fruit in the mortal realm. Its paramount function lies in its ability to be refined into the earth origin pill. When consumed by those at the human master realm, it significantly enhances the probability of transcending to the earth master level. The earth origin pill is categorized into 9 transformations, with each transformation augmenting the likelihood of success. The 9th transformation can elevate this probability by as much as 90%. At this juncture, Jiang Chen has attained the 9th level of the human master realm, and his next step is to break through to the earth master level. With the earth origin pill, not only will his chances of success be amplified, but the duration required for the breakthrough will also be considerably shortened. Thus, he is determined to acquire this extraordinary spiritual fruit. The formidable tiger appeared fierce, yet its aura suggested it had not yet evolved into a demonic form. To personally intervene would be overly oppressive. Instead, it would be prudent to allow the little one to take a shot, thus witnessing its prowess in manifesting celestial and terrestrial powers. With this thought, Jiang Chen stepped forward towards the tiger, with Jia Lu hastily following suit. As they drew within 50 meters of the beast, it seemed to sense the hostility. Rising abruptly with its pupils contracting sharply, it opened its massive jaws and unleashed a roar that resonated through the forest, causing creatures to scatter in fright. "Be careful, junior brother," Jia Lu exclaimed, instinctively positioning himself in front of Jiang Chen as the tiger bellowed. "I will subdue it." Despite the tiger's ferocity, Jia Lu felt confident in his ability to manage it, given his mastery at the 5th level of his discipline. "No need, senior brother. This ordinary beast can be handled by the little one. We shall simply observe. Let it handle it." Jia Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Jiang Chen, then down at the little round creature, which was a mere 40 to 50 centimeters in height, sitting on the ground like a ball. "Junior brother, do you disdain it and wish to replace it with another spirit pet?" Jia Lu questioned incredulously. To send this little creature against the tiger seemed akin to serving it as a meal, hardly sufficient to satisfy the beast's appetite. "Rest assured, senior brother, the little one is capable." With that, Jiang Chen crouched down and issued a command to the creature. It promptly began to waddle forward, its adorable little behind swaying as it approached the tiger. The tiger, still baring its teeth and roaring in rage at Jiang Chen, paid no mind to the advancing little one. Upon reaching the tiger, the little creature circled it several times before approaching a nearby earth spirit fruit, wrapping its paws around it and effortlessly plucking it from the ground. The tiger ceased its roar, fixated on the little creature as it scampered back toward Jiang Chen, clutching the spirit fruit. Though it yearned to devour this small being, an instinctive restraint held it back until the little one presented the fruit to Jiang Chen. Only then did the tiger erupt in rage, howling skyward before charging toward Jiang Chen. "Little one, manifest celestial and terrestrial powers," Jiang Chen commanded as the tiger barreled forward. In response, the little creature, under Jia Li's astonished gaze, instantly expanded tenfold in size. Now towering at 5 meters. It stood before Jiang Chen and Jia Lu like a small mountain. Jia Lu, gazing up at the creature's colossal posterior, swallowed hard in disbelief. Within the dense forest, the tiger charged toward Jiang Chen with a thunderous roar, its momentum akin to a tempest uprooting small trees in its path. The little creature, having manifested its powers, let out a mighty roar of its own and charged at the tiger with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, the little one collided with the tiger, sending the massive beast flying. The creature's physical strength had surged to an astonishing 5,000 pounds, while the tiger, despite its rarity as a giant beast, possessed only about 3,000 pounds of strength, an entirely different echelon of power. The little one pursued fiercely, its speed rivaling that of the tiger as it quickly closed the distance to the tumbling beast. Rising up, the little creature brought down its robust front limbs like massive hammers upon the fallen tiger. The tiger, however, was agile. It rolled away to avoid the blow and retaliated by snapping its jaws at the little one. At this moment, Jia Lu slowly regained his composure and turned to Jiang Chen with difficulty. "Junior brother, is this the same little bear from before? As you can see, this is its second innate ability. Is it truly this powerful? What kind of ability is this?" The astonishment in Jia Li's heart was beyond the capacity of words to convey. What terrifying talent has this little creature awakened, enabling it to instantaneously transform from an innocuous little being into such a fearsome, rampaging beast? If I were to engage in combat with this little fellow, I would undoubtedly be caught off guard by its terrifying metamorphosis. The two stood still, captivated by the fierce battle of two colossal beasts in the distance. The scene could be described with but one word: devastation. Countless trees were uprooted, and the ground was pockmarked with indeterminate numbers of craters created by the tremendous forces at play. At that moment, Jia Li finally comprehended why junior brother Jiang Chen had instructed the little creature to retrieve the spiritual fruit first. Had it not been for that prior action, there would likely be nothing left now. The fierce tiger was now marred with blood, several horrifying claw marks revealing bone beneath. A glimmer of retreat began to manifest in the tiger's eyes. However, the little creature only grew more vigorous, pursuing the tiger relentlessly and denying it any chance to flee. Boom, boom, boom. The once lush forest was ravaged, leaving behind a vast clearing. At last, after a powerful charge, the tiger collapsed, unable to rise again. Victorious, the little creature let out an ecstatic roar. It then opened its gaping maw towards the gasping tiger, from which an immense suction force emanated. The power of the suction was so great that it reduced the tiger's form to a mist of blood, swallowed whole. Burp. The little creature let out a tremendous belch, and its colossal form swiftly diminished, reverting to its previous innocuous appearance. Jia Li gazed at the devastation before him, the vast clearing spanning 100 meters, and fell once more into a state of stupor. The devastation here is such that one could easily believe it had been ravaged by cannon fire. At this moment, the little creature responsible for this chaos is joyfully trotting towards us, wiggling its tiny posterior. As Jia Li gazes at the adorable little being, an inexplicable twinge of fear stirs within him. The recent image of it devouring a fierce tiger is simply too haunting. A beast over 4 or 5 meters long was consumed in a single gulp. It seems the night ahead will be plagued by nightmares. At this juncture, the little creature merrily scampers to Jiang Chen's side. With its tiny paws, it clings to Jiang Chen's calf and begins its ascent. Jiang Chen realizes that this little one is likely exhausted from its earlier skirmishes and is seeking comfort. He bends down and cradles the small creature in his arms. The little one burrows its head into Jiang Chen's chest and promptly falls into a deep slumber. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Chen notices that the creature bears no injuries. It appears that after consuming the tiger, its wounds have miraculously healed. "Junior brother, where did you find this spirit pet?" "I too wish to acquire one," Jia Li remarks, observing the creature's adorable demeanor. For reasons unknown, the fleeting fear he felt moments ago vanishes entirely, leaving only a fervent light in his eyes. Such a charming yet fiercely powerful spirit companion. Who wouldn't desire one? Brother, this kind of spirit companion is not something one can simply stumble upon. Otherwise, everyone would possess one. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I shall procure one for you. But as for the little bundle, do not harbor hopes. After a light-hearted remark, Jiang Chen strode directly toward the vast open space ahead. Brother, I intend to concoct a batch of elixirs here. I would appreciate your assistance in guarding me. Upon reaching the center of the clearing and taking a moment to attune himself to the surroundings, Jiang Chen resolved to proceed with his alchemical endeavors in this very spot. The aura here is abundant, and following the recent battle, there are no wild beasts roaming within several miles, rendering the surroundings exceptionally tranquil. It is an ideal setting for alchemy. Junior brother, you can still concoct pills. Jia Lu exclaimed in astonishment once more. This young junior disciple, having arrived only half a day ago, has continuously reshaped my understanding. I initially believed that achieving the 3rd level of human master within a month was extraordinary, yet to my astonishment, he has directly ascended to the 9th level of human master in merely 1 hour. The tale is far from over. I have just witnessed the terrifying prowess of his spiritual companion. Now, he astonishingly reveals his ability to concoct elixirs. How many more extraordinary talents does he possess? Is he a favored child of the heavens? Why does he embody such an array of unbelievable abilities? I can do it too. Soon I shall refine an earth elemental pill, and I shall grant you one to aid your swift ascension to the rank of Earth Master. Really? Jia Lu nearly leaped with excitement. An Earth Master? That is his ultimate aspiration. If he were to rely solely on his methodical cultivation, it would likely take him 5 to 6 more years. However, with the assistance of an elixir, that time could be significantly reduced. He is well aware of the rarity of such pills, having overheard his master mention them in passing. Even his master, with considerable wealth, hesitated to procure elixirs for cultivation, underscoring their preciousness. Rest assured, my junior brother, I shall not permit any wild beasts to approach within 100 meters of you. With the prospect of acquiring an elixir, Jia Lu excitedly pounded his chest in assurance. Subsequently, Jiang Chen retrieved a small alchemical furnace from his spatial realm, a gift from his Uncle Jiu. Although Uncle Jiu lacked the skill to refine elixirs, he fortuitously acquired the furnace, which had been displayed as a mere ornament in the ancestral hall. Upon learning of Jiang Chen's proficiency in alchemy, he promptly bestowed it upon him. Though this alchemical furnace is of average quality, Jiang Chen possesses the remarkable skill of the Taiching alchemy technique, having perfected it to such an extent that even remote alchemy is within his grasp. Thus, the furnace serves merely as an embellishment. Sitting cross-legged, Jiang Chen methodically laid out the materials required for crafting the Earth Origin pill. With a flourish of his hand, a delicate azure flame materialized, floating gently above his palm. In the serene valley, within the sanctum of Master Jiu, Chen Qingqing followed her mentor back to the temple and immediately retreated to her chamber. The air within her room was suffused with a subtle scent of sandalwood. She softly closed the door and approached a small locked cabinet. Retrieving a key from her waist, she deftly inserted it into the lock, turning it gently until it clicked open. Inside lay a crimson handkerchief, which Chen Qingqing carefully unwrapped to reveal half of a medicinal pill. This pill was given to her by Jiang Chen just before his departure from Qinjia village. She consumed half of it herself, intending to administer the other half to her grandfather. However, the sudden onslaught of bandits shattered all her plans. With his last ounce of strength, her grandfather pressed the remaining half of the pill into her hand. In recent days, she has been reluctant to utilize it. However, just moments ago, she witnessed Jiang Chen's remarkable breakthrough. Although she has yet to embark upon the path of cultivation and lacks an understanding of the significance of Jiang Chen's rapid ascension through several realms, the sheer excitement evident on the face of the four-eyed Taoist was enough to convey the extraordinary nature of Jiang Chen's achievement. Earlier on the road, she inquired of Ishio whether Jiang Chen was indeed formidable. Ishio merely replied with 4 words, an unparalleled genius. These 4 words caused her heart to leap in earnest. She owed Jiang Chen an immense debt of gratitude, yet possessed nothing of worth to offer in return. After much contemplation, she concluded that only through diligent cultivation and the attainment of strength could she earn the right to speak of gratitude. Chen Qingqing stared at the pill, momentarily lost in thought, before she picked it up and turned to leave, making her way towards the washroom. She had previously ingested this pill and was well aware of the effects it would induce. Half an hour later, Chen Qingqing emerged from the washroom, having changed her attire. After consuming the elixir, she felt a remarkable surge of strength coursing through her body, as though her physical power had more than doubled. She sensed that she could easily lift at least 150 pounds with a single hand. Among ordinary individuals, she would undoubtedly be classified as a formidable force. Chen Qingqing proceeded to the courtyard where Master Ishio typically practiced. The yard was adorned with an array of body training apparatuses, stone locks, stone discs, and various lengths of staffs. Approaching a pair of stone locks, she bent down and effortlessly lifted both weights. This is a solitary stone lock weighing 50 pounds. Once utilized by Ishio for strength training, though it has now become obsolete for him, Such a modest weight holds little significance for Ishio at this juncture. However, for the average individual, this weight is indeed formidable. Chen Qingqing effortlessly performed over 100 lifts in one breath, as if an inexhaustible reservoir of strength resided within her. Upon completion, she merely experienced a slight breathlessness, with a few beads of perspiration gracing her forehead. This remarkable display was fortuitously witnessed by Ishio, who entered just in time. Ishio gazed in astonishment as Qingqing lifted the stone lock consecutively, reflecting on the extraordinary talent of his disciple. This stone lock was meticulously crafted by a skilled artisan at his request during his initial training, with each weighing a substantial 50 pounds. Such weight would be arduous for an ordinary person to lift. Yet Chen Qingqing effortlessly held one in each hand, performing 100 consecutive clean and jerks, a feat truly unparalleled. Without even commencing her cultivation training, she already possessed such terrifying physical strength. Observing her delicate and fair skin, devoid of any signs of prolonged rigorous training, it became evident that the girl was naturally endowed with prodigious strength. After setting the stone weights down, Chen Qingqing murmured under her breath, "Too light." Turning around, she spotted her master standing at the courtyard gate, watching her with an approving smile. "Master, you're here," she exclaimed cheerfully, skipping over to him. "Qingqing, your physical prowess is truly astonishing. With diligent cultivation, your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable," Ishio remarked with a nod, his tone filled with admiration. "Thank you for your praise, master. But this strength of mine is all thanks to the elixir Jiang Chen gave me. It transformed me after I consumed it." She confessed openly, withholding nothing. "Oh, an elixir? Given by Jiang Chen?" Ishio's expression shifted to surprise. Did he mention its origin? As a practitioner who occasionally concocted basic elixirs himself, Ishio understood their scarcity. Even the most fundamental pills were treasures beyond measure in the outside world. Chen Qingqing had briefly introduced Jiang Chen during their journey from Heiyun Mountain to the valley. Ishio knew that Jiang Chen had merely passed through Chen Village, sharing a simple breakfast with her family. That he would bestow such a precious gift upon someone he had met only once spoke volumes of his generosity. "No, he didn't tell me where it came from," she admitted hesitantly. "Master, is this elixir extremely valuable?" "Indeed. In the cultivation world, elixirs are rare treasures, sometimes impossible to acquire even with vast wealth," Ishio replied solemnly. "Ah, so precious?" Her lips parted in astonishment. She had suspected the pill was valuable, but hearing her master's words made her realize its worth far exceeded her imagination. The debt she owed Jiang Chen seemed to grow heavier by the moment. What should she do? "Master, I wish to begin cultivating. I owe Jiang Chen too much. Only by becoming capable myself can I repay him. Will you help me?" Her gaze burned with determination. "Qingqing, cultivation is not as simple as you imagine. Once you embark on this path, you must never falter, no matter the hardship. Otherwise, inner demons will arise, severing your progress permanently. Master, I promise, no matter how difficult, I will persevere. Aside from making myself strong enough to assist Jiang Chen, I have nothing else to offer." Moved by the unwavering resolve in her eyes, Ishio felt a swell of pride. In the path of cultivation, innate talent was crucial, but an indomitable will was equally rare. The determination he saw in her at this moment was, in his eyes, even more precious than her natural gifts. "Very well. Such resolve is rare indeed. Come with me to the mountains later. We shall gather herbs to refine cultivation-aiding elixirs for you," he said with a smile, patting her shoulder. "Thank you, master." Overjoyed, she immediately embraced his arm, swinging it excitedly. Soon, they prepared their herb-gathering tools, each carrying a bamboo basket as they left the training grounds. Pausing outside the valley, Ishio considered their route before leading Qingqing southward, toward the same mountain range Jiang Chen had chosen. Deep within the dense forest, in a secluded clearing, Jiang Chen's hands moved in a rapid succession of intricate seals. Streams of pure spiritual energy surged from his body, channeled through his gestures into the alchemical furnace before him. As the furnace's temperature steadily rose, the earth origin fruit emitted a faint violet glow. The other medicinal ingredients within gradually liquefied, their essences meticulously guided by Jiang Chen's spiritual energy to merge seamlessly with the fruit. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he poured his entire focus into the process. Alchemy was an art of precision. The slightest deviation could ruin the entire batch. Standing guard nearby, Jala remained vigilant against any wild creatures that might intrude, though his eyes occasionally flickered toward Jiang Chen's mesmerizing hand movements. So swift and complex they left him dizzy. The intricacies of this sealing technique are truly bewildering. In a remarkably short span of time, Jiang Chen has transformed through nearly 1,000 variations of the seal, with phantoms already manifesting in his hands. How on earth has this junior disciple managed to memorize so many distinct hand seals? At this moment, that singular thought occupied Jia Li's mind. If he were to remember all these actions, it would likely take him no less than a year to commit them to memory. The young junior not only possesses an extraordinary memory, but also wields it with remarkable proficiency, truly an astonishing feat. Without delving into Jia Li's astonishment, within the alchemical furnace, all supplementary herbs have seamlessly melded into the earth origin fruit. At this moment, the earth origin fruit radiates with a brilliant violet light, gradually melting under the relentless refinement of the alchemical flames. After a while, 3 orbs of pill, each shimmering with a purplish hue, slowly coalesce. As the pill embryo takes shape, Jiang Chen swiftly alters his hand gestures, causing the alchemical flames to transition from a pale azure to a resplendent golden hue. Within the furnace, the 3 pills rotate rapidly, melting and solidifying in a continual cycle, with each iteration imparting a new golden pattern upon their surfaces. At this juncture, an intense fragrance of medicinal herbs surges skyward, swiftly dispersing into the surroundings. Not far away, Jia Li, inhaling this enticing aroma, feels a stir of magical energy within himself. What a delightful scent! Merely catching a whiff of it loosens the shackles on my cultivation. Jia Li gazes in awe towards the source of the fragrance. Is the pill about to be completed? He whispers to himself, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Recalling that the young junior had promised him a share in this alchemical endeavor. The mere fragrance of this elixir possesses such an extraordinary effect. Should one consume a single pill, one might very well ascend to the heavens. Perhaps, like my junior disciple, I could elevate my own cultivation by several realms. Just as Jia Li became lost in such reveries, he was abruptly jolted back to reality by the distant, echoing roars of beasts. The sounds surged and multiplied, creating an unsettling symphony. A sense of foreboding gripped Jia Li's heart as he muttered to himself that this was indeed a dire situation. It seemed the alluring aroma of the elixir had stirred the beasts into a frenzy. The fragrance of the elixir was so intoxicating that even one's own senses were stirred, let alone the beasts devoid of reason. Soon, Jia Li discerned a throng of wild creatures rushing towards him from afar. Casting a glance at Jiang Chen, who was engrossed in alchemy, Jia Li turned and felt a surge of magical energy coursing through him, preparing for battle. With a rumble, the sound of the charging beasts grew ever closer, causing the earth to tremble beneath them. The air was filled with a cacophony of roars, and soon Jia Li beheld a multitude of ravenous beasts, their mouths frothing and their eyes glinting with ferocity, charging forth. Just as he was about to confront them, an even more fearsome roar erupted from behind him. It was the small creature, sensing danger, who had leapt from Jiang Chen's embrace. In an instant, it grew in size, wielding the power of the heavens and earth, and charged towards the oncoming wave of beasts. Near the tumult, the small creature uprooted a tree as thick as a man, leaping several dozen feet into the air. With a mighty roar, it swung the tree, sweeping through the horde of beasts. In a single encounter, dozens of creatures were reduced to mere pulp. Jia Li stood transfixed. Having witnessed the creature's prowess before, yet the sight of it sweeping through the enemy was a breathtaking spectacle that left him in awe. However, the relentless tide of beasts surged forward, snapping him back to reality, and he quickly joined the fray. Jia Li's combat style was straightforward. His entire being radiated with magical energy, his fists enveloped in a faint golden glow, striking down the foes with ease. Meanwhile, before Jiang Chen, the furnace emitted an increasingly rich aroma as 5 patterns appeared on the earth elemental pill, yet he showed no signs of halting. He aimed to refine the 9 revolutions earth elemental pill. The alluring scent drove the beasts into a frenzy, stripping them of their sanity. Those that had initially considered retreating under the overwhelming pressure of the small creature now charged forward with reckless abandon. Elsewhere, Yixiao and Qing were foraging for herbs, gradually venturing deeper into the mountains. As Yixiao unearthed a medicinal plant, he suddenly sensed a disturbance among the distant beasts. What was happening? Why would there suddenly be a surge of beasts? Yixiao's gaze sharpened as he observed the commotion, a wave of confusion washing over him. In his decades of exploration, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Qing, we should return. There seems to be danger ahead. Sensing the madness of the distant creatures, Yixiao resolved to lead Qing back down the mountain. Their ascent had been solely for the purpose of herbal gathering, and with their supplies nearly complete, there was no need to tempt fate out of curiosity. Just then, a potent scent of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Yixiao halted mid-motion, astonished as he turned back to investigate. Such an intense fragrance of the medicinal herb. Ishio took a deep breath, then cast his gaze into the distance. It was evident that the commotion among the beasts was undoubtedly provoked by this aromatic essence. Those creatures were at least 5 miles away from this location. Such a distant place can still emanate such a rich fragrance of elixirs. This medicinal pill must be exceptionally remarkable. Could it be that someone is refining pills in the depths of the forest? Generally speaking, the aroma of the elixir bursts forth only when the pill is nearing completion. While once the medicine is fully refined, the fragrance becomes subdued. Even if a scent remains, it would not manifest so prominently. Ishii, who harbors a deep interest in alchemy, suddenly perceives the presence of a master alchemist within the forest. His tranquil state of mind experiences a sudden stir. If he could observe the master during the pill refinement process, it is possible that his own skills in alchemy could achieve a breakthrough. Currently, Qingqing's cultivation necessitates the aid of medicinal pills. If his alchemical abilities were to improve, her progress could accelerate significantly. At that moment, he was struck by the notion of venturing forth to behold the spectacle. With his own prowess, amidst the throng of ordinary beasts, he felt more than capable of safeguarding Qingqing. Contemplating this, Ishio promptly took Qingqing by the hand and sprinted towards the direction of the raging beast tide. In less than half an hour, they reached the periphery of the beast horde. Here, the fragrance of the elixirs was exponentially more potent than in the previous location. With each breath, Ishio felt invigorated. It was no wonder these beasts were in such a frenzy. Clearly, a renowned alchemist had been crafting potions in this vicinity. Ishio could not help but marvel, yet the sight before him was a sea of densely packed beasts. He carefully shielded Qingqing as they advanced several more meters. Before them, countless beasts had completely lost their sanity, incessantly charging forward with deafening roars. Not far ahead, a colossal figure, striped in black and white, wielded a massive tree trunk, striking with relentless ferocity. With each swing, dozens of beasts were sent soaring into the air. "Master, what manner of creature is that? Why is it so immense?" Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the gargantuan silhouette. This is the largest creature she has ever encountered, towering over 5 meters in height. Its fearsome demeanor is reminiscent of a god of war, effortlessly dominating its surroundings, creating a vacuum of 7 to 8 meters where no beast dares to approach. Beneath its feet, the carcasses of animals have accumulated into small mountains. This appears to be a fully evolved monstrosity. Once beasts undergo evolution into such entities, they awaken certain abilities. This colossal beast has likely awakened powers of strength. At this moment, Ishio is equally astounded, never expecting to witness a fully evolved monster in this forested expanse. "Master, look quickly. That bare-bodied figure, could it be Jiala?" At this moment, Qingqing suddenly notices a human amidst the beasts, engaged in a fierce struggle against them. The individual stood bare-chested, his skin transformed entirely into a vivid crimson hue. Amidst the throng of beasts, he moved with relentless agility, each strike sending a creature tumbling through the air, displaying a ferocity that was nothing short of formidable. Upon hearing this, Ishio paused in astonishment. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the man could be none other than Jiala, deepening his intrigue. Why has Jiala appeared in this place, and what connection does he have to the current beast tide? Upon spotting Jiala, Ishio swiftly emerged from behind the tumultuous horde of beasts, delivering a powerful strike with his palm. Instantly, a golden silhouette of a hand soared forth, sending several wild creatures flying. Ishio, accompanied by Qingqing, plunged into the fray, charging towards Jiala. In no time, the duo reached Jiala's side. "Master Ishio, Qingqing, what brings you here?" Jiala inquired, having just dispatched a gray wolf with a swift blow. "We sensed the upheaval of the beast tide and, driven by curiosity, decided to investigate. To our surprise, we found you here," Ishio replied, continuing to unleash his palm strikes. "What transpired here to incite such a massive beast tide?" "Master, these creatures are drawn by the alluring aroma emitted from junior brother Jiang Chen's alchemical endeavors," Jiala exclaimed, growing increasingly exhilarated as he fought. The spiritual energy in this area had intensified several-fold due to Jiang Chen's alchemy. As Jiala battled, he noticed that his magical energy was replenishing at a rate nearly equal to its expenditure. Thus, after nearly half an hour of combat, he felt no trace of fatigue. At that moment, upon hearing Jiala's words, Ishio stood frozen in disbelief. "Master, watch out." Jiala reacted swiftly, kicking a wild boar that had charged toward Ishio away. Only then did Ishio snap back to reality. "Did you just say that Jiang Chen is practicing alchemy here?" Ishio questioned, doubting his own ears, unable to fathom such an absurdity. Previously, during a boastful moment in the dojo, It had been mentioned that Jiang Chen was merely a little over 8 years old this year. At such a tender age, possessing an extraordinary talent for cultivation is already astonishing. At this moment, Jala astonishingly claims to be adept at alchemy. Moreover, given the commotion within, it is evident that the individual practicing alchemy inside must be a master far surpassing oneself. To think that this master is none other than Jiang Chen. This outcome entirely shattered Iki's expectations. Indeed, Master Iki, little disciple Jiang Chen, is over there. Who knows how much longer we must endure? If he is disturbed, it is likely all our efforts will be in vain. Following the direction indicated by Jala's finger, Iki indeed spotted Jiang Chen sitting cross-legged in the distance. Before him, a medicinal furnace radiated a brilliant light, from which a rich aroma of elixirs was emanating. Iki's expression froze momentarily, witnessing it with his own eyes. He realized he had not misheard. In this world, there indeed exists an unparalleled genius that transcends comprehension. It is no wonder that the normally arrogant Samumi exudes such pride when he speaks of Jiang Chen as his disciple. With a prodigy of such caliber, who could possibly suppress their excitement? At this moment, Ikkyu began to feel a twinge of envy towards Samumi. However, this was a critical juncture for Jiang Chen's alchemical endeavors. Jiala was correct. He must not allow the beast tide to disrupt Jiang Chen's work. For if an explosion were to occur, the destruction of the elixir would be the least of their concerns. Jiang Chen could very well be injured. Thus, Ikkyu set aside his peculiar emotions and turned to confront the relentless onslaught of beasts, employing the great hand seal of Buddhism. Golden handprints shot forth from his palms, and the immense imprints sent the approaching creatures flying back. At that moment, the surface of the earth origin pill within the cauldron before Jiang Chen bore 9 intricate patterns. Witnessing the final solidification of the pill, Jiang Chen swiftly brought his hands together, channeling a powerful surge of true energy into the cauldron, compressing the 9-patterned elixir into 3 diminutive pills. The pills shimmered with a purple aura, and the 9 golden lines on their surfaces radiated a magnificent resonance. The fragrant spiritual essence that surged through the world was instantly drawn back, compressed into the pills. The earth origin pill had finally been successfully refined. Jiang Chen exhaled slowly, lifting the lid of the cauldron, and 3 earth origin pills soared out. In a flash, he grasped the pills firmly in his palm, subsequently retrieving a jade vial to contain them. The successful creation of the earth origin pill signified that he could potentially break through to the earth master realm in a short span of time. Once he attained the earth master realm, Jiang Chen was confident that his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Whether confronting the imminent royal zombie threat or the approaching Zhongyuan festival, his confidence would undoubtedly surge. After securing the cauldron, Jiang Chen swiftly advanced to the forefront of the beast tide. Forming a seal with his hands, a colossal fire dragon materialized, summoned by the wind-fire order. Against such ordinary beasts, fire was undoubtedly the most effective means of combat. The fire dragon roared as it plunged into the horde, leaving scorched earth in its wake. The speed at which the creatures were vanquished surpassed that of the little one's mighty staff by a notable degree. At this moment, the fragrant aura of the world dissipated, and the wild beasts' frenzied hearts were instantly supplanted by fear. Upon witnessing the terrifying fire dragon unleashed by Jiang Chen, the overwhelming bloodline pressure rendered all the beasts utterly devoid of resistance, leaving them to whimper and submit to the ground. Observing this, Jiang Chen sheathed the wind and fire token and simultaneously issued a command to the little one. With a resounding roar, the little one caused the beasts to retreat like a receding tide, leaving behind a field strewn with corpses, all of which were subsequently absorbed into the little one's belly. Aishio and Jiala, who were valiantly battling the beasts, were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. On the descent from the mountain, Jiang Chen cradled the little one, who was incessantly burping as he walked ahead. Behind them, Aishio, Jiala, and Qingqing gazed with varying expressions at the tall figure of Jiang Chen in the forefront. Aishio remained perplexed, unable to fathom how this 8-year-old child could possess not only astonishing cultivation, but also an extraordinary alchemical prowess. The moment Jiang Chen completed his elixir, he sensed a shift in the spiritual energies of the world, realizing that the elixir he had concocted was far from ordinary. It was only when the 3 earth origin pills soared into the sky that Aishio comprehended that Jiang Chen's alchemical mastery had transcended realms he could scarcely imagine. After all, those were 9 revolutions pill patterns. Despite his decade-long alchemical endeavors, he could barely manage to produce 5 revolutions pills. This has already earned him a modest reputation in the realm of alchemy. The primary method for discerning the quality of pills of the same type lies in the number of patterns on their surface. A single revolution is the least, while 9 revolutions signify perfection. To be capable of refining pills of 9 revolutions undoubtedly indicates an individual who has spent decades honing their craft and possesses remarkable innate talent. Yet, the person before us, capable of producing such exquisite pills, is merely an 8-year-old child. It is akin to recounting a myth. He was eager to approach Jiang Chen immediately to inquire about his insights on alchemy. However, with Jiala and Chen present, he felt compelled to maintain an air of superiority. If Si Mu were to discover that he sought knowledge from Jiang Chen's disciple, he would undoubtedly find it amusing. It would be more prudent to wait until nightfall, when all is quiet, to seek his counsel. Meanwhile, Jiala was utterly captivated by Jiang Chen's mesmerizing spell, which conjured a fire dragon stretching dozens of meters long with a mere flick of his wrist. Those oblivious beasts stood no chance against the dragon, rendered utterly powerless. Had Jiang Chen desired, it seemed unlikely that any beast present would have survived. The formidable power of this spell, coupled with its strikingly cool appearance, left him utterly envious. Were it not for the presence of others at that moment, he would have eagerly approached Jiang Chen, pleading for instruction. As for Chen, her eyes sparkled with brilliant light, her gaze fixated ahead where everything had become a blur, save for that towering figure standing resolutely between heaven and earth. What astonished her the most was the colossal beast, which had transformed from the little creature that had previously roared at her. This utterly adorable little creature can transform into such a formidable giant, exhibiting a fierce demeanor. The image of it wielding a hefty club and violently striking at beasts lingers incessantly in her mind. When it swiftly diminishes in size, reverting to its original, diminutive form, Chen is left utterly bewildered. By the time the trio returns to the valley, it is nearly noon. Upon arriving at the dojo, Jiala immediately rushes into the kitchen, eager to prepare a few of his signature dishes. He hopes that when junior brother Jiang Chen relishes the meal, he will be more inclined to impart his magical teachings. However, upon entering the kitchen, he finds Mao Shanming, drenched in sweat, frantically laboring at the stove. "Senior brother, you've returned. I'm in dire need of assistance," Mao Shanming exclaims upon catching sight of Jiala, nearly bursting into tears. It turns out that after Jiang Chen and Jiala departed that morning, Daoist Si Mu relentlessly tormented Mao Shanming. He was first ordered to clean every nook and cranny of the dojo, then tasked with filling all the water jars to the brim. As noon approached, the demands escalated to cooking. For heaven's sake, after so many years of wandering the world, subsisting on the hospitality of others, he had never before had to cook for himself. After a flurry of activity, he was left exhausted and disheveled, having produced not a single dish. Either the food was burnt from excessive heat or overly salted, rendering it inedible. The mere thought of the terrifying expression on Si Mu's face later filled Mao Shanming with despair. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiala returned, appearing like a beacon of hope. Seeing Mao Shanming's disheartened demeanor, Jiala couldn't help but chuckle. He directly took the spatula from Mao Shanming's hands and commanded, "You need not toil any longer. Just tend to the fire for me." With that, Jiala began to busily prepare the meal. About half an hour later, 4 dishes and a soup were served on the table. During the meal, Jiala persistently served Jiang Chen, leaving Si Mu in a state of astonishment. He wondered when his senior disciple had developed such a close relationship with Jiang Chen. Observing Jiala's earnest gaze directed at him, Jiang Chen pondered briefly and deduced that Jiala must have taken a liking to something about him. It likely was tea elixirs, as he had already promised him one. Thus, what Jiala sought must either be alchemical techniques or the Taoist arts he had previously demonstrated. Alchemical skills were highly dependent on innate talent. Otherwise, alchemists in the spirit realm would not be so scarce. However, he could impart a couple of Taoist techniques to him. Previously, at the Charity Temple, he had preserved the void symbol drawing technique and the heart lightning technique. Qiuxing, having awakened his lightning spirit body, would find the heart lightning technique particularly fitting. Wakai also showed great interest in the void symbol drawing technique. He wondered if these two had diligently practiced. If he returned to find their progress lacking, he, as their senior brother, would need to show them some affection. "Brother Jiala, after we finish our meal, how about I teach you some Taoist arts?" Jiang Chen asked, grinning at Jiala. "Really? Junior brother Jiang Chen, I adore you. I wish to learn the fire dragon technique. I wonder if that would be possible?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that Jiala was coveting his wind and fire order. He could impart other techniques, but the Divine Ghost 7 kill order was marked as non-transferable. Jiang Chen was uncertain why. The system offered no explanation, and he speculated it might be due to the fact that only 2 types of orders currently existed. Other Taoist arts could be taught once they reached a perfected level. The 7 seals of demons and spirits consist of 7 commands, attainable solely through system rewards. Self-cultivation will not lead to the comprehension of other techniques. Therefore, it cannot be imparted to others. Brother Jiala, I fear this is unfeasible. I have yet to master this esoteric art and cannot teach it. After our meal, I will demonstrate all that I have learned, and you may choose one. Shi Mu's master, the esteemed Jiu, shares a close bond with him. While Jiala possesses a pure and benevolent nature, Jiang Chen feels no burden in passing on his techniques to him. Meanwhile, the other 2 individuals at the table, upon overhearing the conversation between Jiang Chen and Jiala, became envious. However, Mao Shanming's envy quickly transformed into profound disappointment. He understood his own standing and felt unworthy of receiving Jiang Chen's teachings. Conversely, Shi Mu recognized Jiang Chen's exceptional abilities and surmised that his techniques must be remarkable as well. While he felt shy about requesting directly from Jiang Chen, he had no qualms about asking Jiala. With Jiang Chen's assurance, the meal concluded swiftly, as if swept away by the wind. Once they finished eating, Jiala eagerly ushered Jiang Chen to the backyard, a spacious area ample enough for the demonstration of his techniques. Junior brother Jiang, do you think this space is suitable for your art? Jiala inquired, his eyes alight with anticipation. Perhaps we should venture outside. The techniques I command possess considerable destructive power, and if I am unable to control them here, it could result in devastation, Jiang Chen responded. Thus, the group exited the venue and arrived at a vast open space outside the valley. Brother, the techniques I currently master include paper crafting, void symbol drawing, palm thunder, shrinking the earth, emotion-infused heavenly sword technique, and the Buddha's palm. As Jiang Chen finished speaking, a figure seemingly teleported before him, seizing him with a fervent gaze that appeared to devour him. It was Shi Mu. Jiang Chen, what did you just say? You mentioned you possess palm thunder. Is it the legendary technique of Mao Shan that has been lost to time? Shi Mu's eyes widened, his voice trembling with excitement. It was no wonder Shi Mu reacted so fervently. Any senior disciple of Mao Shan would become tongue-tied upon hearing such a name. When Jiu first encountered it, he exhibited a similar response. Among the second-generation disciples of Mao Shan, the most formidable is the eldest brother, Shi Jin, who dominates his peers thanks to his mastery of the Thunder Fist. This technique was derived from the remnants of palm thunder by the previous generation's patriarch. Thus, one can imagine the immense power of the original palm thunder. Master Shi Mu, please remain calm. You might crush my bones, Jiang Chen said, attempting to pry Shi Mu's hand away with a resigned tone. Forgive me, the notion is simply too astonishing. Would you be able to demonstrate it for me? Shi Mu's face revealed a rare expression of guilt, coupled with heightened anticipation. Jiang Chen, noticing the yearning in Shi Mu's eyes, surveyed the surroundings and focused on a towering boulder nearly 5 meters high. He extended his palm, channeling the incantation of palm thunder. Instantly, 2 arcs of electricity manifested in his palm, intertwining and producing a thunderous crackle. The entangled arcs intensified, coalescing into a blinding sphere of light. Though small, it was evident to all present that it contained immense energy. Shi Mu's breathing grew heavy with excitement. This technique appears to be akin to the thunder palm. Although he had never witnessed it before, he could sense an immense energy emanating from the luminous sphere composed of lightning, far surpassing that of the thunder fist by an unfathomable magnitude. Jiang Chen felt that the luminous sphere had reached its critical point and pushed his palm forward. The sphere shot toward the massive boulder with the swiftness of lightning. The execution of this palm thunder may appear to take an eternity, yet in reality, it transpires in less than 2 seconds. The moment the luminous sphere makes contact with the colossal rock, it emits a tremendous explosion. The diminutive orb instantly transforms into a thunderous domain with a diameter nearing 100 meters. At this juncture, Jiang Chen's strength has surged to more than 10-fold compared to the time he demonstrated it before the 9th uncle. The power of this palm thunder escalates exponentially. With a resounding boom, the towering 5-meter boulder was instantaneously reduced to countless fragments, which, under the assault of numerous frenzied arcs of electricity within the domain, transformed into a cloud of fine powder. Everyone present, except for Jiang Chen, was left in a state of shock, their scalps tingling in terror. If anyone were to be enveloped by this electric domain, it is likely that their very bones would be reduced to ashes. Even Si Mu, confident in his profound understanding of the Tao, hesitated to venture into this terrifying realm of thunder. It was overwhelmingly powerful, frightfully so. This is the collective sentiment of several individuals at this moment. At this time, the gaze of the 4 also sends a chill down their spines. However, in the next instant, he reveals boundless ecstasy. It is indeed the thunder in the palm. At this moment, He was utterly certain that Jiang Chen was employing the palm thunder technique. Otherwise, how could one explain the cataclysmic destruction wrought by Jiang Chen? A practitioner at the human master level? Brother, can I learn this technique? Jiala's face flushed crimson, and his eyes sparkled with insatiable desire. He yearned to master this art, which seemed even more magnificent than the fire dragon he had encountered previously. That depends on your innate talent, came the reply. The prerequisites for learning this technique are exceedingly stringent. One must possess a physique attuned to the thunder element. Upon hearing this, it was as if a bucket of icy water had been thrown over him. Especially for Si Mu, his heart plunged into despair. He understood that he was incapable of mastering this spell. He had once aspired to learn the Thunderbolt Fist, yet among the disciples of Mao Shan's second generation, only the eldest brother, Shi Jian, and the second brother, Lin Jiu, possessed the thunder attribute. The eldest brother's affinity for thunder was more profound, thus allowing him to cultivate the Thunderbolt Fist to a higher realm. As for himself, he bore no trace of thunder attribute within him, making even the most basic entry into this art impossible. Jiala's constitution had been examined, and it too revealed no affinity for thunder. Observing the despondent expressions on their faces, Jiang Chen could not help but offer words of consolation. Do not be disheartened, brother. I have other techniques. Perhaps one of them will suit you. At this, Jiala's spirits lifted once more. Indeed, while the palm thunder was formidable, if he could not practice it, there was no point in despairing. He might as well explore the other arts Jiang Chen had to offer. Jiang Chen then proceeded to demonstrate sequentially the void symbol drawing technique, the inch of earth technique, the sentient world sword, and the Buddha's palm. At that moment, another individual arrived, Master Jiu, who had hastened over upon hearing the explosion. Upon learning that Jiang Chen was demonstrating techniques, Isho's curiosity piqued, eager to witness the prowess of this extraordinary genius. As Jiang Chen exhibited his skills, the astonishment among the onlookers intensified. Each technique he demonstrated was of the highest caliber, and should they be divulged to the outside world, they would undoubtedly incite a maelstrom of bloodshed and chaos. The fact that such supreme techniques coalesced within a single individual was nothing short of remarkable. Upon completing the sentient world sword, Jiala was enveloped in boundless elation. He sensed that this technique resonated deeply with him. Having already mastered the Mao Shan sword technique to an exceptional level, upon witnessing this extraordinary swordplay, he experienced a moment of enlightenment, almost grasping a fleeting opportunity. In that instant, he resolved to learn this technique from Jiang Chen. Now, for the final technique, the Buddha's palm, Jiang Chen announced. But as soon as those 4 words left his lips, Master Jiu was rendered utterly bewildered. What on earth? Does this individual possess the mystical powers of Buddhism? Isn't this the supreme palm technique of the Buddhist sect? He does not possess the slightest aura of Buddhism. How could he possibly master such a technique? As for myself, I have merely grasped the great hand seal of the Buddhist teachings. The profound mysteries of this Tathagata palm are rooted in the great hand seal of Buddhism. What manner of creature is this? Just as Jiu was engulfed in uncertainty, Jiang Chen had already clasped his palms together, the energy within him revolving in a serene 8 trigrams. The pure and unblemished magical essence gradually transformed into a radiant golden energy. As he channeled his techniques, a beam of golden Buddhist light suddenly materialized behind Jiang Chen, as if he had assumed the form of the great sun Tathagata. The first stance of the Tathagata's divine palm, the initial manifestation of Buddhist light, illuminated the valley. Suddenly, a surge of golden radiance erupted forth. The once azure and white sky appeared to be suffused with a golden hue. Surrounding Jiang Chen, the sacred Buddhist light continuously radiated outward, enveloping him as if he were adorned in a suit of golden armor, sanctified and inviolable. The initial manifestation of the Buddha's light is a technique that amplifies the user's strength exponentially within its radiant radius. The second technique is the Golden Summit Buddha lamp. The third is the Buddha moves mountains and rivers. One after another, each strike unleashes colossal impacts, wreaking havoc in the valley. The seventh form. The celestial Buddha descends to earth. As Jiang Chen's words fell, he soared into the air, leaping 10 zhang high, and then dove down, delivering a powerful palm strike. The golden palm seal instantly magnified 1,000-fold, resembling an immense hand reaching for the heavens, bearing down with overwhelming force. With a thunderous crash, a giant handprint, dozens of meters long and about a meter deep, appeared in the valley's clearing. Moments later, Jiang Chen gracefully descended like a willow leaf, landing softly at the edge of the enormous pit. At that moment, the onlookers were left agape, their mouths wide enough to fit a goose egg. What a magnificent descending palm technique! Everyone, as if entranced, involuntarily expressed their astonishment. The final technique, all Buddhas pay homage. Upon completing the incantation, Jiang Chen seated himself cross-legged on the ground, swiftly bringing his palms together in prayer, his eyes gently closing. In the next instant, a blinding golden light erupted from his entire being, and countless palm seals surged forth from the radiant glow. This is a formidable technique of group assault. Each palm strike is imbued with terrifying energy, shattering anything it touches into fragments. Si Mu and Ishio instantly discerned the dreadful nature of this technique with a single movement. They retreated nearly 100 meters, accompanied by Jiala and Mao Shaming. Despite their efforts, all four were struck by several palm prints. Si Mu and Ishio, possessing profound cultivation, sustained no significant harm, but Jiala and Mao Shaming felt their vital energy roiling within. Had it not been for Si Mu and Ishio's timely intervention, they would have sustained internal injuries. The Rulai Divine Palm consists of 9 forms, all of which Jiang Chen executed flawlessly. However, the 4 observers remained in trance for quite some time. Well, that is all I can demonstrate. Jiala, may I inquire which technique you favor? Jiang Chen, having concluded his performance, approached the group, noticing their dazed expressions and initiating conversation. Upon regaining his senses, Jiala felt an intense internal conflict. The most powerful technique, the Palm Thunder, was beyond his innate ability to learn, no matter how regrettable that was. He could not change his fate. The remaining techniques were equally formidable. After much contemplation, he found himself torn between the Sentient Earth Sword and the Rulai Divine Palm. While he believed the Sentient Earth Sword suited him best, the allure of the Rulai Divine Palm was undeniably captivating. Junior brother, are you trying to drive me to despair? Both the Sentient Earth Sword and the Rulai Divine Palm are incredibly powerful, Jiala exclaimed. Is it possible for me to know? Jiang Chen interrupted before Jiala could finish. Having perceived his indecision, it was clear Jiala wished to learn them all. As the master of these techniques, Jiang Chen understood the arduousness of their cultivation. Had he not possessed an exceptional memory and the support of the system, he could never have mastered such top-tier techniques in such a brief period. Brother, as the saying goes, one cannot chew too much at once. Attempting to learn multiple techniques simultaneously may not be beneficial for you, Jiang Chen advised patiently. Younger brother speaks wisely. In my opinion, selecting the Sentient Earth Sword is undoubtedly the right choice. As for the Rulai Divine Palm, that is a technique practiced by monks. It is best left unlearned. At this moment, Si Mu stepped forward, patting Jiala on the head. While Jiang Chen's Rulai Divine Palm was indeed formidable, Si Mu believed the extraordinary nature of the Sentient Earth Sword was far superior and more suited for Jiala's cultivation. Upon hearing his master's words, Jiala resolutely made his decision. Younger brother is right. For an ordinary person, obtaining any one of these supreme techniques would likely induce ecstatic frenzy, yet here I am, being greedy. I shall choose to learn the Sentient Earth Sword. Excellent. Once we return, I shall teach you this sword technique. Additionally, I have a Earth Origin pill for you. As I promised earlier, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Jiala was deeply moved by these words. Having known this younger disciple for less than a day, he wondered why he was treated with such kindness. As an ordinary cultivator, what merit did he possess to warrant such attention? Younger brother, why are you so kind to me? Jiala queried, perplexed. Because you are a good person, and I find you agreeable, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. From the moment he witnessed Jiala unhesitatingly defend him against the fierce tiger, it was clear to Jiang Chen that Jiala possessed a pure and benevolent heart, devoid of any ill intentions. Such a person, being his own senior brother, who else would he help? Is that the reason? Jiala found himself increasingly bewildered by Jiang Chen's words, scratching his head incessantly. What other reason could there be? We are all brothers of the same sect. Isn't mutual assistance a given? Master Si Mu, wouldn't you agree? Jiang Chen smiled in response to Si Mu. Indeed, your junior brother wishes to assist you, so you should graciously accept. There's no need for unnecessary hesitation. It hardly befits a man. After finishing his words, Si Mu gave Jialu a light slap. He then took the lead, striding confidently towards the dojo, exuding an air of undeniable swagger. Si Mu resolved that upon returning, he would invoke his most adept Daoist skills and summon the ancestral master to impart them to Jiang Chen. Given Jiang Chen's generosity as a disciple, it would be remiss of him to withhold his knowledge, especially when he had gone to such lengths to establish their master-student relationship. Standing behind them, Ming from Maoshan felt a pang of envy as he witnessed this scene, nearly moved to tears. Why, coming from the same Maoshan lineage, was there such a vast disparity? When would he ever earn the favor of senior brother Jiang Chen? The Daoist arts demonstrated by Jiang Chen had once again shattered his previous perceptions of him. The presence of Jiang Chen seemed to amplify the shock he evoked within others, as if he were enshrouded in an infinite array of secrets. It was unfortunate for himself that he had been caught in the act of deception by Jiang Chen. Had their paths crossed under more fortuitous circumstances, perhaps? Through their shared affiliation, he might have gleaned some guidance from him. Alas, Master Ming from Mao Shan sighed deeply in his heart. Equally contemplative was Master Ishio, who, at that moment, found himself profoundly empathizing with the emotions of Simu. At the same time, he was intensely curious as to how Jiang Chen could wield the quintessential techniques of Buddhism, despite lacking any trace of Buddhist aura. This technique of palm mastery, is it not predicated upon a profound understanding of Buddhist teachings? Upon returning to the temple, Jiang Chen immediately retreated to his chamber, where he meticulously transcribed the void symbol drawing technique and the sentient world sword art. The sentient world sword art was entrusted to Jiala, while the void symbol drawing technique was designated for Si Mu. Previously, during his demonstrations outside, he had noticed Si Mu's keen interest in this particular art. Si Mu often entertained guests at night, thus, acquiring this technique would greatly benefit him in both self-defense and spirit apprehension. Clutching the two exquisitely bound booklets and a jade vial, Jiang Chen exited his room and made his way to the training hall where Si Mu and Jiala were waiting. Upon his return, he had informed them to wait here. As the two saw Jiang Chen enter, holding the booklets and the jade vial, they instantly rose from their cushions, brimming with excitement. "Junior brother, you have worked hard. I shall diligently cultivate and vow not to disappoint you. Whenever you require my assistance, I shall never hesitate," Jiala exclaimed, hastening to Jiang Chen's side. His eyes fervently fixed on the booklets in Jiang Chen's hands. "This contains the essence of the sentient world sword art, along with some of my insights. Should you find any aspect unclear, do not hesitate to approach me. This sword art prioritizes meaning over form, and the essence lies within the notion of sentience. Absorb it deeply. Furthermore, this earth origin pill should ideally be taken when you reach the 7th or 8th level of human mastery. It may enable you to ascend directly to Earth Master," Jiang Chen explained, handing the sword manual and the jade vial to Jiala. "Junior brother, Jiala solemnly received the items, his eyes glistening with emotion. "There is no need for such words between us, as long as you strive for excellence and achieve the status of a celestial master. We shall together uphold the esteemed reputation of Mao Shan in return for your kindness." Jiang Chen's actions stemmed from his genuine fondness for Jiala, as well as a desire to strengthen the Mao Shan sect. During his time at the charitable estate, he often heard his master lamenting the dwindling talent among the new generation of Mao Shan practitioners. The sect's current standing as the foremost in the Daoist world was largely sustained by the efforts of the seasoned practitioners. Should their generation fade, Mao Shan risked being supplanted by rival sections. Without delving too far into the past, even Longhu Mountain, a historically amicable ally of Mao Shan, had recently produced several exceptionally gifted disciples. The cordial relations between the two sects were currently upheld by Mao Shan's deep-rooted heritage. If that foundation were to be depleted, the so-called camaraderie would ultimately become a mere jest. In such a scenario, the first to usurp Mao Shan's position could very well be the sect that was once its closest ally. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiala nodded vigorously, his resolve unwavering, and an aura of determination enveloped him, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Si Mu, witnessing this transformation, felt a surge of astonishment followed by profound satisfaction. At that moment, his disciple's resolve in the path of cultivation solidified, and the road ahead became distinctly illuminated. The unlocking of his potential was now within reach. Jiang Chen's single statement had proven more effective than countless days and nights of arduous cultivation. Truly, it was a moment of awakening for the dreamer. "Master Si Mu, this is for you." After casting a satisfied glance at Jiala, Jiang Chen approached Si Mu and presented him with another booklet. "For me? I also have a copy?" Si Mu stared at the booklet in his hands, momentarily taken aback. The void symbol drawing technique was indeed this formidable art. Having observed Jiang Chen's performance previously, he had already deemed this technique to be the most powerful among Mao Shan's talismanic arts. Compared to the traditional process of talisman crafting, which involved cumbersome preparations such as purification and ceremonial offerings, this technique was remarkably superior. The greatest efficacy of this mystical art lies in its remarkable ability to exponentially enhance the effectiveness of ordinary talismans. One cannot help but wonder how this young man has managed to develop such a profound technique. He is indeed a prodigious talent. Moreover, Jiang Chen possesses an exceptionally strong sense of belonging to Mao Shan, truly a fortunate star for the sect. When I first encountered him alongside my second senior brother, could it be that our revered ancestor manifested, guiding us to select a leader for the revival of Mao Shan? The more I contemplate this, the more convinced I become, otherwise. How could such serendipitous events transpire? My dear disciple, how splendid you are, truly a remarkable pupil. Suddenly, Si Mu erupted into hearty laughter, feeling an immense sense of pride. In the future, as Maoshan stands tall at the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, perhaps my second senior brother and I shall be hailed as the greatest contributors. The mere thought sends shivers of excitement through me. Jiang Chen, I have resolved to impart to you my most potent mystical art. Si Mu was determined. Among all the second-generation disciples of Maoshan, only he had mastered this art, which has yet to be taught to Jialu. The most crucial aspect of this mystical art lies in earning the profound recognition of the ancestral master. Jialu has yet to meet this requirement. Si Mu believes that Jiang Chen is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for mastering this art. After all, Jiang Chen was chosen by the ancestral master as the revitalizing leader of Maoshan, which surely guarantees an extraordinary level of acknowledgement, making his cultivation undoubtedly seamless. What Si Mu referred to was, indeed, the invocation of the ancestral spirit. Jiang Chen discerned the method that Si Mu was alluding to. Indeed, Si Mu replied with pride. Jiang Chen was on the verge of acquiescing, for this technique is regarded as one of the pinnacle arts of Maoshan. Although the process of invocation may seem somewhat juvenile, its potential to enhance combat prowess is undeniably formidable. Just then, the voice of the system echoed. Divine level options activated. Option 1. Agree to Master Si Mu's instruction and learn the invocation of the ancestral spirit, with a reward of 50 points towards the ancestral recognition, reaching a maximum of 100, which upon fulfillment, grants the complete mastery of the invocation. Option 2. Decline Master Si Mu's teachings with a reward of a divine artifact. The spirit ring, capable of randomly summoning a deity to assist in battle. The longer the charge time, the stronger the summoned deity. Faced with these choices from the system, Jiang Chen felt a sense of resignation, as it appeared the system held a disdain for such mystical arts. Despite his strong sense of belonging to Maoshan, he could not deny that the ancestral masters seemed somewhat inferior when compared to the myriad deities. Master Si Mu, as your disciple, my energy is limited. I prefer not to pursue additional arts for the time being. Once I have thoroughly assimilated the techniques I currently possess, I shall seek your guidance again. After making his decision, Jiang Chen uttered a disingenuous remark to Si Mu. Si Mu was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the art he cherished most failed to pique the interest of this young lad. However, he soon came to appreciate Jiang Chen's character anew. The qualities of humility, patience, and lack of greed are traits that many cultivators struggle to attain throughout their lifetimes. Even he, when confronted with Jiang Chen's remarkable techniques, had felt a twinge of envy, yet here was a mere 8-year-old child who could resist such temptations, truly commendable. As Jiang Chen uttered those words, he distinctly felt something new on his left thumb. Casually glancing down, he discovered an ancient ring adorning his thumb. The ring was a rich copper-brown color, inscribed with unknown runes, and a faint lavender glow pulsated rhythmically, as if it were breathing. Jiang Chen mentally communicated with the ring, concealing the luminescence entirely, rendering it an utterly ordinary piece of jewelry. Atop Black Cloud Mountain, a tall, somber-faced man with long hair stood transfixed before the charred remnants of the mountaintop. This man was Shi Shaojian, the son of the current Maoshan Grandmaster, Shi Jin. He had come at his father's behest to deliver cultivation resources to Shi Yun. However, upon arrival, he was met with the disheartening sight of what was once the bustling Black Cloud Mountain stronghold, now reduced to ashes. The Black Cloud stronghold can be regarded as a faction secretly nurtured by my father, Shi Jin, within the realm of worldly affairs, while amassing wealth for Shi Jin. It also clandestinely gathers certain unspeakable items. These unspeakable items are intended for Shi Shaojin. He fortuitously acquired a nefarious cultivation technique known as the soul-devouring art, designed specifically to consume the souls of the living for the enhancement of one's own spirit. However, he has now been vanquished by another, for Shi Shaojin. This was undoubtedly a tremendous loss. As he gazed upon the ruins before him, he was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Who did this? He gritted through clenched teeth, an inexplicable rage blazing within his chest. However, despite scouring the mountaintop, he found no traces of the culprit. In a fit of unrestrained frustration, after descending the mountain, he slaughtered the nearby villagers who had come to hunt near the Black Cloud Mountain, devouring their souls, before hastily riding back to the Maoshan Daoist temple. As night fell, Jiang Chen cradled the slumbering little one and made his way to the training room adjacent to the bedroom. He settled onto the cushion at the center of the 8 trigrams and, with curiosity, rubbed the ring on his finger, sensing an almost lifelike pulse emanating from the ring. A profound feeling surged within him. Each time the ring summoned a deity, it was a random occurrence. He pondered which divine being would be called forth the next time. Would it be the 3-headed, 6-armed Sandin Hai Hui, the free-spirited Qi Tian De Xing, or perhaps the audacious Tian Ping Yuan Shui? He wondered if the ring had any limitations in its summoning capabilities. and whether it might one day call forth the primordial pangu. Surely not, for that would be too outrageous. After toying with the ring for a while, Jiang Chen focused his mind and prepared to begin his cultivation. Just then, the little one, who had been peacefully sleeping, suddenly awakened. After wriggling restlessly in Jiang Chen's arms, it crawled out. Jiang Chen, intrigued, watched the little creature, unsure of its intentions. Was it seeking a moment of relief? Upon reaching the ground, the little one began to expand and contract its belly rhythmically. Jiang Chen, perplexed, observed the transformation intently. A few breaths later, the little creature opened its mouth and expelled a small bone. The bone shimmered like jade, radiating an ethereal glow. Realization dawned on Jiang Chen. This little one possessed the extraordinary talent to refine waste into treasure. Whatever it expelled was undoubtedly a precious artifact. Soon after, the little one grasped the bone in its mouth, wiggled its rear, and crawled back into Jiang Chen's embrace. It then deposited the bone into Jiang Chen's hand before resuming its deep slumber. Jiang Chen examined the resplendent bone, feeling its warmth. "System, can you identify this item?" he inquired. Given that the little one's talent was bestowed by the system, it surely possessed the ability to discern. Returning to the host, this item is known as the Bone of 10,000 Beasts. It is a precious bone synthesized from the remains of beasts devoured by your spiritual pet. The host may consume it directly, resulting in a tenfold increase in bone strength and power. Jiang Chen stared blankly at the bone in his hand, realizing it was indeed a remarkable treasure. This little creature indeed possesses an extraordinary talent. Ordinary beast bones can astonishingly be refined into precious bones. By practicing the supreme chi body refinement technique, the strength and resilience of my own bones and muscles have already reached approximately 5 times that of an ordinary cultivator. If I were to consume these precious bones, would my power not soar to 50 times that of a typical cultivator? In this case, one could easily overpower peers solely through physical strength. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen swallowed the small fragment of precious bone. In the next moment, he felt a tingling and itchiness coursing through his entire skeletal structure. The process lasted approximately half an hour, during which Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and endured, his entire body drenched in sweat as if he had been submerged in water. After this duration, the peculiar itch finally subsided. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, and a resounding crack echoed in response. His strength had indeed surged dramatically. Previously, his physical power was akin to that of a tiger, nearing 2,000 pounds. Now, after consuming the precious bone, his strength had escalated to the level of 2 elephants, causing the air to crackle with each movement, a truly terrifying spectacle. Overwhelmed with joy, Jiang Chen immediately scooped up the little bundle and affectionately squeezed and kissed it repeatedly. What surprises this little creature may bring in the future remains to be seen. The small bundle, just fallen asleep, stared with its round, glistening eyes at Jiang Chen, perplexed by its master's sudden affection. A few discontented grunts escaped its lips before it tilted its head and drifted back into slumber. Observing that the little one had succumbed to sleep once more, Jiang Chen surmised that it must be weary after a prolonged day of battle. He gently placed it upon his lap and began to cultivate with the upper clarity Grand Dao scripture. In the front courtyard, Jialu, who had been engrossed in his own practice, suddenly spotted his master entering the room with a bamboo basket in hand, muttering to himself. Jialu quietly followed him inside. He found his master diligently drilling holes into a coconut shell with awl. "Master, what are you doing?" Jialu inquired, feigning ignorance. "The old monk." "Not in the best of moods," replied curtly. "The old monk has returned. If I do not prepare, I fear I shall lose sleep." With his head bowed, he resumed his task. Jialu quickly grasped the situation. Master Ishio engaged in nightly rituals, and his master, prone to neuroses and poor sleep quality, would be disturbed by the slightest noise. This mutual disdain between his master and Ishio likely accounted for much of their friction, given his master's already irritable temperament. A lack of rest only exacerbated his irritability, leading him to intentionally vex Ishio without ever revealing the true reason behind it. Thus, their encounters often devolved into chaos. With a resigned shake of his head, Jialu exited his master's room. In the living room, he happened to glance out the window and saw Chen Qingqing seated at a table, meticulously painting a clay doll. Captivated by her exquisite profile illuminated by the oil lamp, Jialu felt compelled to strike up a conversation. He hurried back to his room, retrieved a speaking tube, and approached the window, tossing one of the bamboo tubes across to the opposite dojo. As Chen Qingqing worked on her clay doll, her thoughts wandered to Jiang Chen, and the contours of his face gradually appeared on the doll. Suddenly, a bamboo tube rolled to her feet, startling her. Upon picking it up, she noticed the string at the bottom had been pulled taut. Following the string, she saw Jialu, his face alight with anticipation, pointing at the tube in her hand. Understanding his intent, Chen slowly brought the tube to her ear. "What are you doing?" came Jialu's clear voice from within the tube. "I'm making a doll," she replied before placing the tube back to her ear. "You must say completed first." "Completed," Jialu's voice echoed back to her. "Oh, I'm making a doll." "Completed. It's quite late. Are you not asleep yet?" "Completed. But you are awake too." "Completed. I was just practicing. My junior brother just taught me a set of sword techniques this afternoon. They are quite profound, and it took me all afternoon to find a semblance of understanding." "Completed. Ah, was it Jiang Chen who taught you? Is he not exceptionally talented?" Chen heart raced at the mention of his name. "Indeed. He is the most gifted individual I have ever encountered. I doubt anyone else possesses such talent." "Completed." Jialu's face beamed with pride for having such a remarkable junior brother. "What is he doing now? Is he asleep?" Chen asked, her cheeks flushed. "I'm not sure. He should still be practicing, I believe." "Completed. I see. How long have you known your junior brother?" she continued. Gradually, their conversation revolved entirely around Jiang Chen, exchanging words back and forth for several minutes. "All right, I shall not speak further. If my master finds out, I shall be scolded." Completed. As Jialu finished speaking, a sudden sharp pain struck his head as his master smacked him, causing him to grimace and relinquish the bamboo tube. Just as his master picked it up, a voice emanated from within. "Your master is truly fearsome. You are quite unfortunate to have such a master." Completed. Furious, Jialu retorted, "Your master is the fearsome one. You shall be the one unfortunate in the future." Completed. With that, Jialu yanked the tube back, only to have it accidentally strike him on the forehead, eliciting a fit of laughter from Chen. "Ching, who were you just speaking with?" At that moment, Ishio approached, having just finished his evening rites. He had faintly overheard her conversing with someone. "Master, I was chatting with Jialu using a speaking tube. However, it seems he has been discovered by his master and may face reprimand." Chen replied dutifully. "Oh, it's Jialu. It's quite late. You should rest early. I must step out for a moment." "All right, master, please take care," Chen said, not wishing to pry further. "Do not worry," Ishio assured her before stepping outside. With a swift leap, he vanished from sight. A few moments later, Ishio landed lightly in the courtyard where Jiang Chen's room was located. Upon sensing the surroundings, he detected 2 steady breaths emanating from a training room. Quietly, he approached the source. Inside the training room, Jiang Chen was in the midst of practicing the upper clarity Grand Dao scripture while preparing to consume a medicinal pill from a jade bottle. Suddenly, he sensed a faint rustling outside. Who goes there? He wondered. It cannot be Jialu. He would not approach so stealthily. And certainly not Mao Shanming. He lacks the courage and strength to do so. Had it not been for his recent cultivation, enhancing his environmental awareness, he would not have perceived such subtle movements. Whoever approached was undoubtedly a master, akin to Si Mu. Could it be Si Mu? What mischief is he up to, creeping close to me? Is he seeking to test my mettle? Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Si Mu's playful nature. As he noticed the shadow at the door drawing nearer, Jiang Chen vanished from sight, only to reappear at the entrance, delivering a powerful kick to the door. Si Mu, you initiated the ambush. Do not blame me for my strength. Having just consumed the precious bone elixir, Jiang Chen was eager to test his newfound power. He had not anticipated Si Mu would come to him so readily. Boom. The door shattered into pieces. Outside, Ishio had just approached the door, intending to knock gently before entering to discuss Buddha's teachings with Jiang Chen. To his surprise, a sudden wave of danger washed over him, followed by the explosion of the door. Reacting swiftly, Ishio propelled himself backward as the door splintered. Realizing the commotion he had caused, Ishio swiftly leaped upwards, aiming for the roof. Where do you think you're going? As Jiang Chen arrived in the courtyard, he beheld the fleeing figure and let out a resounding shout, his own form flickering as he pursued the individual. The 2 silhouettes traversed the valley like meteors, vanishing in an instant, their speed astonishing. Moments later, they found themselves deep within a secluded mountain range. Observing his adversary come to a halt, Jiang Chen sprang forward with a swift punch, the air crackling with sonic booms, echoing far into the tranquil forest. Seeing this, Ishii did not dare to be complacent. Golden light surged around him, forming a protective barrier. A melodious clash resonated, reminiscent of a grand bell being struck. The barrier shattered, and Jiang Chen was sent reeling backwards several meters from the tremendous recoil. It turned out to be Master Ishii, an oversight indeed. Jiang Chen steadied himself and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. In truth, he had recognized the identity of the person he was pursuing the moment he began the chase. However, Jiang Chen had no intention of revealing such a fortuitous opportunity for experimentation. Thus, he maintained his speed in pursuit, otherwise, with his perfected ability to traverse distances. A mere step would have covered 500 meters, allowing him to catch up long ago. It was only upon witnessing his opponent's halt that Jiang Chen unleashed his attack with lightning speed. With this blow, Jiang Chen has tested the limits of his own strength. Master Jiu is indeed a master of the same caliber as Master Si Mu. He shattered the protective barrier solely through the power of his physical body. Although the recoil caused a tumult within him, Jiang Chen remains quite satisfied with the strength of his current physique. Meanwhile, Master Jiu is engulfed in an inexplicable astonishment. This Jiang Chen, despite merely being at the human master realm, astonishingly possesses speed that surpasses my own. Even more terrifying is his strength. The protective barrier he just unleashed could withstand a full-force strike from a formidable opponent at the third level of the Earth Master Realm. Moreover, the attack Jiang Chen executed moments ago exhibited no trace of magical fluctuation, indicating that he shattered his own protective barrier solely with the power of his physical form. Could it be that this young man is truly the reincarnation of some celestial being or demon? How else could he possess such formidable strength? Unbeknownst to him, Master Jiu had arrived for a late-night visit, and he humbly requested not to take offense as he channeled his energy to calm the restless aura within. There is no need for excessive courtesy, Master Jiang. It is my oversight that led to this misunderstanding, Jiu said, palms pressed together in apology. Given this, I shall take my leave, Jiang Chen stated directly, feeling that he had sufficiently tested the limits of his physical prowess. It was imperative to return and consume the Earth Origin pill to break through to the next realm. Master Jiang, please wait. I have a matter that perplexes me. And I wonder if you might enlighten me, Jiu urged, eager to understand the nature of the Tathgata palm. Without clarity, he anticipated a sleepless night. Oh, Master Jiu, are you inquiring about the Tathgata palm? Jiang Chen paused, immediately discerning Jiu's intent. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiu's face, recognizing the young man's exceptional intellect, which explained his remarkable achievements at such a tender age. Indeed, I observe that you possess no trace of Buddhist essence, rather, a hidden aura of menace. Yet, I wonder how you have mastered such a profound Buddhist technique. Jiang Chen smiled gently, stepping forward and meeting Jiu's gaze with tranquility. Master Jiu, the Tathgata palm is indeed a supreme technique of Buddhism. However, whether in Buddhism or Taoism, the ultimate pursuit is the Tao itself. Have you heard the saying, Buddhism is fundamentally Tao? Jiu furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply, for this adage was indeed mentioned within Buddhist teachings. It is said that long ago, Buddhism and Taoism were one, only to diverge later. Nonetheless, there remains much common ground between the two. Jiang Chen continued. Though the techniques of Buddhism and Taoism may seem divergent, they ultimately converge. While I may lack Buddhist essence, my heart aspires to the Tao. To me, the Tathgata palm is merely a technique on the path of cultivation. It is inherently part of the Tao. Why then? Must we be constrained by distinctions between Buddhism and Taoism? Jiu's eyes glimmered with astonishment, as if Jiang Chen's words had struck a profound chord within him. After a moment of silence, he pressed his palms together and bowed deeply. Your words have enlightened me, Master Jiang. Disciples of Buddhism often become fixated on Buddhist essence and principles, neglecting the essence of the Tao. Though you lack Buddhist essence, your heart embraces the Tao. This level of understanding is beyond my reach. Jiang Chen smiled lightly and waved his hand, responding, Master, you honor me too greatly. Ultimately, whether in Buddhism or Taoism, the ultimate goal of cultivation is the pursuit of the Tao. Buddhism emphasizes letting go, while Taoism advocates naturalness. Yet, at their core, both aim to comprehend the principles of the Tao. Although I reside within the Taoist tradition, I hold deep respect for the wisdom of Buddhism. If you, Master, could merge Buddhist principles with Taoist practices, perhaps a new path of cultivation could emerge. Jiu's eyes shone with excitement, as if he had glimpsed a new direction for his practice. He once again pressed his palms together, exclaiming, Your words resonate like the grandest of bells, illuminating my understanding. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to meet you today. If you would not mind, may I request a sparring session to witness the full might of the Tathgata palm? Jiang Chen nodded, replying, If Master is interested, I have no reason to refuse. With that, he began to channel his energy, altering the nature of his power, and soon a divine golden light radiated from him. Master Jiu, please, Jiang Chen gestured invitingly. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's ability to freely transform his energy's attributes, Jiu was struck with astonishment. What remarkable insight must one possess to seamlessly transition between Buddhism and Taoism? It is truly beyond comprehension. After a moment of astonishment, Jiu unleashed his protective golden light. Subsequently, he respectfully bowed and, in the next instant, struck out with a palm. A golden handprint materialized, expanding in midair, radiating an overwhelming power as it descended upon Jiang Chen. Golden summit Buddha lamp. Jiang Chen bellowed, his entire being illuminated by resplendent golden light. He thrust his palms upward in a steady motion, conjuring a pair of equally golden handprints that swiftly countered Ikkyu's formidable Buddhist gesture. Buddha moves mountains and rivers. In an instant, a colossal figure of Buddha emerged behind Jiang Chen, towering several dozen feet high. It slowly extended its enormous palm, pressing forward indiscriminately. The motion appeared leisurely. Yet in the span of a breath, the enormous hand of Buddha loomed above Issho's head. Instantly, Issho felt his breath catch in his throat. Hastily raising his palm in response, his entire being erupting with a protective aura that shone several times brighter than before. As their palms met with a resounding clash, a cascade of golden radiance rippled outward at an astonishing pace. Ultimately, Issho managed to fend off the terrifying hand of Buddha, though his calves were deeply embedded in the earth. As the golden hand dissipated into light, Issho inhaled deeply, casting a gaze of reverence toward Jiang Chen. How was it possible that, despite only reaching the pinnacle of human mastery, he could unleash a terrifying strength on par with that of a mid-tier earth master? Could it be that Jiang Chen was concealing his true power? Jiang Chen regarded Issho with a faint smile, refraining from seizing the opportunity to ambush him. Instead, he observed as Issho slowly extracted his feet from the ground. Then, with a surge of magical energy, his robe shattered, revealing a body covered in bulging muscles. With each step Issho took forward, his hue shifted progressively until he transformed into a resplendent figure of bronze. "Be cautious, benefactor," Issho cautioned, before forcefully planting his right foot and propelling himself toward Jiang Chen like a cannonball. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted as Issho closed the distance in the blink of an eye. The speed was astounding. Taken by surprise, Jiang Chen was struck by Issho's punch, sending him flying nearly 100 meters away. As he retreated, his feet carved a deep trench of 30 meters into the ground, leaving him breathless and his blood surging with vigor. Truly, Issho was a high monk capable of matching the likes of Si Mu in combat, his magical and physical prowess far surpassing that of others at the same level. Had it been an ordinary 9th-tier human master, that blow would have rendered them utterly incapacitated. This strike ignited Jiang Chen's desire for battle. In an instant, his figure vanished, only to reappear behind Issho, as if traversing distances in the blink of an eye. As soon as Jiang Chen materialized, a golden fist descended violently upon Issho's resplendent back, accompanied by a tempest of raging thunder that erupted with a deafening roar. Issho's hair stood on end, a palpable sense of danger coursing through him, prompting his body to instinctively evade. However, Jiang Chen's speed was unparalleled. Before Issho could move even an inch, the fist collided with his back. The immense force, imbued with ferocious lightning, propelled Issho deep into the forest, shattering dozens of trees before he finally came to a halt. Yet, before Issho could regain his composure, Jiang Chen's fist struck again. Thus, for the next few minutes, an extraordinarily bizarre scene unfolded atop the mountains surrounding the valley. A copper figure, radiating golden light, soared through the sky, occasionally crashing to the ground, shooting toward the woods, and then soaring straight upward. "No more. No more." A despondent voice echoed through the heavens after a considerable time. The valley lay in serene stillness, a crescent moon hanging quietly in the sky, bathed in moonlight. Jiang Chen supported the limping Issho as they slowly made their way toward the distant dojo. One endured the pain while the other suppressed laughter. Jiang Chen's attire remained impeccably arranged, his robe restored to its original state post-battle. In contrast, Issho was bare-chested, his body marred with bruises, particularly his face, which bore the marks of swelling, rendering him a pitiful sight. Once they departed, a considerable distance away from the site of their clash, a large tree bore witness to the spectacle. Si Mu gazed in astonishment at the receding figures of the two. After a moment of bewilderment, he swayed slightly and then tumbled heavily from the tree. "Oh dear, my old back," he exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet. Si Mu had been an observer of the entire confrontation. Upon hearing the explosive sound of Jiang Chen kicking down the training room door, he had immediately sensed something amiss. Arriving at the small courtyard just in time, he witnessed the two figures vanish. Without hesitation, he pursued them. Upon realizing it was Jiang Chen and Issho, he stealthily concealed himself in a tree about 100 meters away to watch the unfolding drama. At the moment the battle commenced, he stood frozen in place, bearing witness to the astonishing sight of Issho, his longtime rival, being mercilessly battered by Jiang Chen. This was Issho, his adversary for decades, a stalemate that had persisted without resolution. If Jiang Chen could toss Issho around with such ease, did it not imply that he, too, would merely be on the receiving end of punishment should he confront Jiang Chen? How could he possibly accept this? How has this little brat grown so swiftly? Simon rubbed his bruised backside, muttering incessantly to himself. Now, with merely a 9th layer master, he possesses such formidable combat prowess. If he were to cultivate to the Earth Master level, would he not ascend to the heavens? At that point, I would likely have to resort to my ultimate technique and summon the Ancestral Master just to keep him in check. It's absurd. Truly, it's utterly outrageous. Simon couldn't help but curse. At the entrance of the dojo, Jiang Chen intended to escort Xiao back, but was halted by Jiang Chen. If my beloved disciple were to discover that I was so thoroughly defeated by Jiang Chen, where would I hide my face? I must thank you, Jiang Chen. Today's battle has been immensely beneficial for this humble monk. I shall seek your guidance again another day. Please take your leave. Although I was in pain, I bowed respectfully to bid Jiang Chen farewell. It is for the best. The master should rest well. Jiang Chen had not fought with full force, and given my strength, I had only sustained some superficial injuries, so I bore no worries. After returning the gesture, I made my way back to the abode of my master, Si Mu. I quietly watched Jiang Chen depart, and only after his figure vanished did I cover half of my face, letting out a soft wail. Alas! How could this young man strike with such force? It pains me greatly. I shall leave the fighting to those who are willing. As I lamented, I cautiously made my way back to my own temple. Though my legs were injured, I exerted great effort to remain silent, lest my disciple witness my current state. Meanwhile, Chen Qingqing had been waiting in the courtyard for my return. Upon seeing me enter stealthily, she rushed over, exclaiming, "Master, you are back." Startled by her voice, I inadvertently aggravated my wounds, letting out a cry of pain. "Master, what has happened to you? Who has done this?" Upon witnessing my condition, tears streamed down her face, and she was at a loss for how to help. "It's nothing, nothing at all. I sensed the presence of a great demon in the mountains and went to vanquish it. I fabricated a story, knowing that the truth would not suit a monk. I am a man who acts according to my whims. Since my disciple had already seen me, I decided to abandon pretense and limped into the hall, collapsing onto the ground to begin my meditative recovery. Qingqing, there are medicinal herbs in my room. Please fetch them for me." Hearing my request, she dashed towards my chamber. Just then, Si Mu swaggered in with his hands behind his back. Noticing him, I frowned, sensing that this fellow bore ill intentions. Sure enough, upon seeing my condition, Si Mu burst into laughter, reveling in my misfortune. Yet, deep down, he was astonished. He understood better than anyone the strength of my physique, which could be deemed invincible among peers. During our earlier battle, he had witnessed me employing the Buddhist golden body technique, showcasing an extraordinary level of defense. Yet, despite that, I had emerged from my encounter with Jiang Chen covered in bruises, illustrating just how formidable that young man's strikes were. However, seeing his old rival in such a state at the hands of his own disciple filled Si Mu with pride. A capable disciple brings honor to his master. Now, the most pressing matter was to indulge in some teasing. What was there to wait for? "Old fellow, how have you come to be in such a predicament? Surely, you weren't bested by some unparalleled great demon, ha ha ha. Merely some superficial injuries. There is no need for you to concern yourself," I replied, momentarily at a loss for words. I realized that my earlier conversation with Qingqing had been overheard, while my reasoning might have sufficed for her innocent mind. Si Mu was as cunning as a monkey. He could see through my ruse. "Oh dear old friend, you have no idea. I just ventured out for a stroll and happened upon quite the spectacle. Would you care to hear about it?" I was startled, fully aware that Si Mu must have witnessed my recent defeat at the hands of Jiang Chen. It was clear he had come to enjoy my embarrassment. Thinking back, the commotion I had caused earlier in his courtyard could not have escaped his notice. Now, it seems I've inadvertently placed myself in his grasp, and I shall likely be the subject of his ridicule for quite some time. At this moment, I simply closed my eyes and began to recite the purification incantation. Upon witnessing this, Si Mu let out a hearty laugh and then produced a small vial from his sleeve. "Old fellow, this is my specially crafted healing potion from Mao Shan. Consider yourself fortunate," he declared as he tossed the vial to Xiao. With a chuckle, Si Mu strolled out of the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back. Xiao opened his eyes and gazed at the vial resting on his leg, offering a resigned smile. This old fellow. The two had been at odds for a lifetime. Though they often clashed upon meeting, should one sustain injury, the other would undoubtedly come to their aid without hesitation. Jiang Chen returned to his room, affixing a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door. He then embraced the small bundle and settled onto the bed, commencing the practice of the Supreme Clarity Great Cave Scripture. The magical energy within him began to gradually increase. Days slipped by, one after another. On the third day, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. Feeling the abundant magical energy coursing through him, all 9 of his energy seas had been completely filled. At this moment, Jiang Chen's realm had ascended to the pinnacle of the human master stage. No matter how he cultivated, the magical energy within him would not increase further. System. Open the task panel, Jiang Chen intoned in his mind. The shimmering interface of the random system materialized before him. Name, Jiang Chen. Realm, ninefold human master. Dao body, immaculate and unfettered Dao body. Magical energy, for 150 years. His magical energy had reached its maximum capacity. Jiang Chen withdrew the task panel with satisfaction. Now his magical energy was 9 times that of an ordinary cultivator. This is already comparable to the strength of a mid-level Earth Master. Coupled with his physical prowess and an array of formidable Daoist techniques, he could easily contend with a 5th-tier Earth Master. Jiang Chen could scarcely fathom the extent of his power once he ascended to the Earth Master realm. He pondered how long it would be before Master Jian arrived. Resolute, Jiang Chen decided to continue his cultivation, striving to break through to the Earth Master realm before Master Qian's arrival. At that time, no matter how formidable the royal undead might be, he would have the confidence to protect Master Qian. Subsequently, Jiang Chen retrieved the Earth Origin pill from his spatial storage. As he gazed at the pill, which exuded a purple aura, he prepared to consume it when his gaze fell downward, bypassing the plump little creature. And he noticed 2 translucent stones at his feet. What are these? Jiang Chen reached for the stones, and immediately a warm sensation enveloped him, revealing that they were infused with abundant spiritual energy. Could this be the fabled spirit stone? This object was encountered by Jiang Chen within the ancient tomes cherished by his master. In the bygone era when the spirit world was abundant in spiritual energy, various sects wielded control over numerous spiritual veins, yielding a prodigious quantity of spirit stones each year. This object harbors the purest essence of spiritual energy from the universe, making it exceedingly easy for cultivators to absorb. For an extended period, these spirit stones have served as the currency of the ethereal realm. However, after prolonged extraction over the years, spirit stones have become exceedingly rare in this mystical world. Only a handful of the most esteemed sects still possess a limited stock. As Jiang Chen gazed at the 2 fist-sized spirit stones in his hand, his thoughts immediately turned to the little dumpling. This item must certainly have been procured by the little round one. In recent days, during my personal cultivation, the little one ventures out to seek nourishment whenever hunger strikes. After satisfying its appetite, it returns to my lap to slumber peacefully. This spirit stone must have been crafted by its innate talent from the heavenly flood furnace. I must say, the talent of this little group is indeed remarkable. Not only can it produce precious bones, but it can also create spirit stones. After this, cultivating oneself no longer requires worrying about spiritual energy. Jiang Chen joyfully rubbed the round head of the little bundle. Truly a national treasure, this entity is exceedingly rare. With the possession of these 2 spiritual stones, his breakthrough would undoubtedly become a matter of course. Immediately, Jiang Chen swallowed the Earth Origin pill in one gulp, then placed a spiritual stone between his hands, entering a meditative state in the next moment. In the front courtyard, a group of individuals was partaking in breakfast. Si Mu and Xiao appeared as if they were neither here nor there. Early this morning, Si Mu had been roused from slumber by the sound of Xiao striking the wooden fish. Unable to endure any longer, Si Mu clutched his money box and marched to Xiao's dojo, declaring his intent to purchase it. Xiao would not agree. The dojo was beautifully situated, abundant in spiritual energy, nestled within the mountains, akin to a paradise beyond the world. Not to mention, even if Xiao were in need of funds, he would not part with it, especially now that Jiang Chen had joined him to discuss Buddhist doctrines. Xiao was even less inclined to let go. Seeing that Xiao was unresponsive, Si Mu returned in a huff. After Jia Lu and Mao Shanming finished preparing breakfast, they called Xiao and Qing Qing to join them. At the table, Jia Lu and Mao Shanming were engrossed in their meals, daring not to glance at Si Mu and Xiao, fearful that the flames of conflict might engulf them. Meanwhile, Qing Qing held her bowl, furrowing her brow as she watched Si Mu and Xiao exchange glances. She simply could not comprehend why these 2 would quarrel at the mere sight of one another, as if they harbored an immense grudge. Yet, when one was injured, the other would express concern. Qing Qing had witnessed firsthand when Si Mu brought medicine to Xiao's master. As the tension grew and their faces flushed, Qing Qing slammed her bowl and chopsticks onto the table, prompting both to turn their attention toward her in unison. The gaze of such a profoundly skilled individual left Qing Qing feeling utterly overwhelmed, her heart racing uncontrollably. I didn't mean to, she confessed. I merely wanted to see why Jiang Chen hasn't come for dinner. Her words reflected her genuine feelings, for it had been several days since she last laid eyes on Jiang Chen. Each time she inquired with Jiala, she was informed that Jiang Chen was immersed in cultivation, preparing for a breakthrough. and should not be disturbed. In recent days, without the presence of Jiang Chen, Qingqing diligently practiced the martial arts techniques imparted to her by him. After several days of training, she had successfully memorized all the forms of the white crane fist. At this point, Qingqing could be considered a martial artist in her own right, and there was no need to disturb him. Upon hearing Qingqing's intention to seek out Jiang Chen, Si Mu immediately ceased his duel with Xiao, promptly voicing his disapproval. Jiang Chen was in a crucial phase of his cultivation. How could he be interrupted? At their level of mastery, even a month without food would pose no issue. For Jiang Chen, breaking through his current limits was paramount. Upon hearing Si Mu's stern voice, Qingqing, who had just risen, settled back into her seat. Qingqing, Master Jiang is currently immersed in his training and should not be disturbed. Please finish your meal and return to your practice. With her master's words echoing in her mind, Qingqing abandoned her desire to seek out Jiang Chen. With Qingqing's diversion, Si Mu and Xiao also ceased their contention. At that moment, Si Mu sat at the edge of the table, one leg propped upon a stool, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao. His body quivering with barely contained energy, his eyes brimming with provocation. Should Jiang Chen catch sight of such a spectacle, he would surely whisk Si Mu away to the clinic for an evaluation, suspecting he might be afflicted with hyperactivity. Soon, the meal concluded under an atmosphere that was peculiarly charged. Upon noticing Si Mu rise from his seat, Jiala felt an uncontrollable joy. They had successfully saved a place at the table once again. Just as he was about to clear away the dishes, Jiala suddenly spotted a throng of individuals entering from outside the valley. He quickly turned to call out to Si Mu, who was about to retreat indoors. Master, look, a multitude has arrived at our valley. Jiala was taken aback by the imposing presence of the crowd outside. Since his arrival, this small valley had never witnessed such a multitude of visitors. Who goes there? Simon turned his head, defiantly lifting his chin. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting an intensity akin to that of a pair of bovine eyes. Simon's gaze sharpened. Who else could the newcomer be but his junior disciple? Qianhe? Outside the valley, Qianhe and his 5 companions strode forward with a commanding presence. Upon catching sight of the 2 courtyards in the distance, Qianhe's previously fearless gaze finally softened. In this generation of the Maoshan's second-generation disciples, there are 9 in total, with Qianhe ranking 5th and maintaining the closest relationship with Si Mu and Jiuxiu. During the transportation of the prince from the border to the capital, they passed by Si Mu's dojo, and Qianhe deliberately took a detour, leading a large entourage to this location. This visit served a dual purpose. It had been a long time since they last met, providing an opportunity to pay respects to Si Mu, and it allowed Qianhe to replenish some materials. I wondered why my mood was so buoyant today. It turns out that junior brother Qianhe has arrived. Upon seeing Qianhe, Si Mu immediately approached with excitement, calling out enthusiastically from a distance. Senior brother. It has been quite a while. Qianhe, happy to see Si Mu's warm welcome, stepped forward and respectfully bowed. 3 uncle, the 4 disciples from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest also stepped forward to greet Si Mu with reverence. You all seem to have grown stronger in this time apart. I shall check your health later, Si Mu jested, though his words sent a shiver down the spines of the 4 disciples. Senior brother, my disciples are timid. Please do not frighten them, Qianhe replied, casting a helpless glance at Si Mu. He mused that among the 9 brothers and sisters of Maoshan, Si Mu seemed eternally juvenile in demeanor, both playful and stubborn. Yet, his heart remained kind and righteous, which was why Qianhe felt an affinity towards him. If ever Si Mu were to become serious, it might be Qianhe who would find it uncomfortable. Hey, what is going on here? Why are we stopping in this desolate place? At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air, akin to a duck's quack. Si Mu shuddered at the sound, feeling a chill run down his spine. Who is this androgynous creature? Upon seeing the gaunt figure, who was exceedingly rude to Qianhe, Si Mu's anger flared. Senior brother, no need to mind him. He is the steward from the royal residence, accompanying the prince of the 7th rank into the capital this time, Qianhe explained. Wu, this is my senior brother's dojo, and I am borrowing something from him. Humph. You better be quick. If you delay our journey, I shall hold you accountable, Wu Yanqing sneered, gesturing dismissively before scurrying off to attend to the young prince's rest. Si Mu grumbled under his breath, glaring fiercely at Wu Yanqing's retreating figure. Beside him, Qianhe chuckled and shook his head, overhearing Si Mu's words. Were it not for the sake of my junior brother, I would have stripped you bare and tossed you into a pigsty for a proper experience. At this moment, Ikkyu and several others arrived at the scene in succession. Upon seeing Ikkyu, Chihoko courteously greeted him, and the group exchanged pleasantries. Junior brother, It appears you have taken on quite a significant task this time. Given the circumstances, could it be that within this grandiose coffin lies? Formoku approached the magnificent golden sarcophagus, marveling at its impressive stature. This was the first time he had encountered such an opulent coffin. It was evident that the occupant within must be someone of considerable wealth or nobility. However, upon noticing that a protective net draped over the golden coffin, his brows furrowed in immediate concern. He had already surmised the nature of the entity lying inside. His senior brother had spoken the truth. This was indeed the coffin of a prince from the borderlands. Due to prolonged exposure to the malevolent aura of that region, the prince's corpse had already begun to decay. Hence, I had to cover this copper-cornered golden coffin with it. Qianhe stepped forward solemnly to explain. Then why not simply incinerate it locally? Si Mu inquired, perplexed. Once the corpse is tainted by the malevolent energy and begins to decay, it inevitably gives rise to a formidable zombie. Such a creature, once unleashed, would wreak havoc indiscriminately, posing an extreme danger. My junior brother Qianhe is known for his caution. How could he possibly carry such a fearsome zombie around? My elder brother is unaware that this border prince is the younger brother of the current emperor. Without the emperor's consent, no one would dare to desecrate the prince's remains. I have been entrusted by the royal estate to transport the prince's body to the capital for the emperor's judgment. Oh, I see, Si Mu replied, his face etched with concern. You must exercise great caution on this journey and ensure ample supplies are at hand. Although my junior brother's skills are profound, the corpse within this golden coffin has been corrupted by the malevolent energy from the borderlands and possesses the essence of dragon qi. The combination of these factors means that should any mishap occur, even Qianhe would find himself in significant peril. Fear not. For this is a treasured artifact bestowed by our master. While the royal zombie may be powerful, it cannot break free from it. My purpose here is twofold, to conduct a visit and to procure some glutinous rice and talisman paper. Upon hearing this, Si Mu promptly called for Jiala. Jiala, hurry and fetch some premium glutinous rice and talisman paper for your uncle Qianhe, and make sure to bring plenty. Jiala eagerly dashed off to prepare. Qianhe, I noticed that a tent is still pitched over the coffin. Wouldn't that obscure the sunlight? Perhaps we should dismantle the tent, allowing the coffin to bask in sunlight to mitigate some of the corpse's aura, Ishio suggested, having discerned some insight into the situation. Qianhe pondered for a moment and found Ishio's suggestion to be sound. He quickly summoned his 4 disciples and instructed them to take down the tent. Si Mu shot Ishio an annoyed glance. I was just about to say that. No need for you to chime in. Ishio smiled, choosing not to engage further in light of Qianhe's presence. From a distance, Wu Yanqing observed the unfolding events and, feeling as though he had been struck where it hurt, let out a shriek and jumped up. What are you doing? This is the prince's canopy. Do you have the audacity to remove it? As he wailed, Wu Yanqing approached, delicately pinching a handkerchief with his fingers and swaying his body in an exaggerated manner, which made the others feel quite nauseated, especially Si Mu, who wished he could deal with this troublesome character on the spot. Manager Wu, the canopy blocks the sunlight. If the golden coffin remains in the shade for too long, it will accumulate corpse energy, potentially leading to dire consequences, Qianhe explained, suppressing his disgust. Wu Yanqing, upon hearing this, became somewhat apprehensive. Just last night, while he had risen to relieve himself, he had witnessed the coffin's lid opening and closing in the dead of night, which had been quite terrifying, causing him to hold back his urge to urinate. Is that so? Well then, be careful. If you ruin it, you poor Taoist won't be able to afford the damages. Hurry up and make sure you reach the next town before nightfall. I refuse to spend another night outdoors, Wu Yanqing urged, gesturing animatedly. Before long, Jiala returned with 2 large bags in tow. Qianhe graciously accepted the bags and thanked Si Mu and Jiala. With the tent now dismantled and Wu Yanqing's incessant prodding, Qianhe turned to Si Mu and the others, bowing slightly as they prepared to set off. Just then, a small, black and white furry creature came scampering toward them, swaying adorably. Wu Yanqing's eyes widened in delight. Oh my, what a precious little thing. Come here, let Annie hold you. Outside the valley of Si Mu's Taoist temple, Wu Yanqing, who had been incessantly urging Qianhe to depart, suddenly caught sight of the little creature approaching, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh my goodness! Where did this adorable little creature come from? It's simply too cute. Come here. Annie wants to hold you. Wu Yanqing squealed, his voice grating on the nerves of those around him as he wiggled toward the little creature, reaching out to embrace it. The little creature, however, nimbly evaded Wu Yanqing's grasp. In recent days, through incessant consumption, its physical attributes have significantly improved. Its strength has soared to an impressive 600 pounds, and agility has also seen remarkable enhancement. How could the flaccid and domineering Yu Yanqing possibly capture such a nimble little creature? Upon realizing the futility of her attempts to seize the small bundle, Yu Yanqing found herself devoid of anger, yet paradoxically, the more elusive it became, the more she cherished it. How delightful it would be if one could embrace this little creature, caress it, and play with it. Hey, you there. Come quickly and help me catch this little fellow. Let us ensure it remains unharmed. Wu Yanqing commanded sharply towards a few sword-bearing guards in the distance. The guards cast disdainful glances at Wu Yanqing but were compelled to obey her orders. All were martial artists of remarkable skill, swift as the wind, and in mere moments. They had encircled the small bundle. Yet, none could bring themselves to take action. The little creature possesses another passive skill, the invincible charm of adorable pets. As long as it does not initiate an attack, no one can bring themselves to harm it. Several martial artists, being rather brutish, instinctively believe that any strike they make would injure the little being. Consequently, they merely surround it without taking action. Upon witnessing this, Wu Yanqing eagerly rushed forward, intending to seize it. At that moment, Si Mu, who had been standing by, could no longer tolerate the sight and prepared to intervene. This little creature is Jiang Chen's pet, and Si Mu is well aware of it. As Jiang Chen is currently engaged in cultivation, Si Mu cannot idly stand by while this repugnant individual bullies the little creature. Having long harbored disdain for this insipid coward, Si Mu now finds a justifiable reason to take action. However, as Si Mu steps forward, he is promptly intercepted by Yishio and Jiala. Both of them have witnessed the little creature unleash its formidable powers, an awe-inspiring spectacle that remains etched in their memories. The transformed little one resembles an unparalleled beast, terrifying to the point of instilling dread. What are you doing? Si Mu casts an irritable glance at the two, perplexed by their obstruction. Fear not, my friend, Yishio reassures him. Just observe. You may even find yourself called upon to rescue those esteemed individuals later. Yishio's eyes glimmer with insight, as if he perceives the unfolding events with clarity. Master. Yishio speaks wisely. You should simply watch, Jiala quickly concurs. Si Mu feels a sense of bewilderment, unable to fathom the intentions of his companions. Meanwhile, Wu Yanqing has infiltrated the encircled area, her gaze fixed intently on the little creature. With a sinister grin, she extends her claws once more. The diminutive round body of the little creature, surrounded by several martial artists, finds itself trapped, on the brink of capture, in a fit of rage. The little one realizes that only its master is permitted to touch its form. What is this sharp-nosed, monkey-faced creature that it deems itself worthy of such self-indulgence? If it were to soil itself, what would it do if its master disapproved of its actions? This detestable creature is utterly unforgivable. The little ball of fluff, with its innocent thoughts, harbors but one desire. Its body is sacred, to be touched solely by its master. No one else, not even if a celestial king were to descend, could dare approach. As these thoughts consumed it, the little creature became increasingly agitated, its black and white fur bristling like a prickly explosion. In that instant, when the sinister azure claw reached out, the little one let out a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. The terrifying sound wave sent the malevolent claw flying backward. Almost instantaneously, the little creature's body swelled tenfold, transforming into a fearsome behemoth. The martial artists surrounding it were pushed back, their bodies forced to retreat under the immense bulk of the creature. At that moment, their faces pressed against the creature's fur, akin to pine needles, causing them sharp discomfort. Outside the valley, onlookers gaped in astonishment, their gazes fixed upon the creature. Except for Jialu and Yishio, along with Chen Xingxing, this was the first time most had witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle. A tempest of emotion surged within them, particularly in the eyes of Si Mu, who stared in disbelief, nearly having his eyes popped from their sockets. Typically, he would see Jiang Chen cradling this adorable little creature, finding it irresistibly cute. He never imagined it possessed such a formidable side. This little creature bears no trace of malevolence, and I had assumed it to be merely an ordinary animal. Little did I expect it to be such a fearsome beast. Could this be the consequence of that night when it devoured the essence of the white fox spirit? In an instant, I recalled that evening in the wild boar forest, when this little being snatched away my spirit essence. I had endured a night of profound anguish over that loss. What extraordinary talent has this little creature awakened? Appearing so magnificent, Jiang Chen truly seems to be the favored child of fortune. Not only is he remarkable himself, but even the pet he has acquired is astonishingly formidable. Surely, he must be the favored offspring of the heavens. Si Mu could not help but gaze in the direction where Jiang Chen was in seclusion. At that moment, Si Mu finally comprehended why the old monk and Jia Lu had attempted to stop him earlier. Before such a diminutive being, even those martial masters would likely be insufficient to withstand a single strike. As everyone stood in stunned silence, the small creature let out a thunderous roar, raising one foot menacingly towards Wu Yanqing. At this instance, Wu Yanqing was already petrified with fear. Who could have anticipated that such a tiny entity could grow so imposing? If that foot were to strike, it would surely send him flying. Not so. Qianhe, upon witnessing this, quickly regained his composure and rushed forward, channeling his magical energy to brace against the creature's massive paw. Although he harbored a deep-seated disdain for this Wu steward, he recognized that, as a representative of the royal mansion, he could not allow harm to befall one of its members. Furthermore, this was the sacred ground of his senior brother. Should anything happen to Wu steward here, the royal mansion would certainly demand answers, disturbing the peace of his senior brother's domain. The creature's foot bore an incredible weight of 6,000 pounds. Despite Qianhe's formidable strength, he felt as though he were being crushed by a colossal pillar, his blood boiling and his chest tightening. Why are you not fleeing? Qianhe bellowed furiously at the terrified Wu Yanqing, who was ashen-faced, startled back to reality. Wu Yanqing scrambled backward in a panic, leaving behind a winding trail of moisture. Seizing the opportunity, Qianhe executed a roll and darted away from beneath the creature's foot. The ground trembled under the weight of the creature's massive footprint. Qianhe was utterly astonished. The little being possessed a strength that was simply overwhelming. Had he not evaded in time, he would have been crushed into the earth within mere seconds. Meanwhile, the martial masters, witnessing the unfolding chaos, had long since fled, keeping a considerable distance from the creature, panting with trepidation. As the creature saw Wu Yanqing escape, it prepared to pursue. However, Qianhe seized the moment to form a magical seal with both hands, conjuring a colossal shield of energy before the creature. The creature charged against the shield multiple times, creating a cacophony of noise. Although the shield trembled precariously, it could not be breached, and thus the creature conceded. Subsequently, it reverted to its fluffy, spherical form, continuing to wobble away toward the valley's exit. This time, no one dared to intervene any longer. That enormous footprint served as a stark reminder to all that the seemingly adorable creature was merely a fade. Should it be provoked, one could easily find themselves transformed into a diminutive darling. Qianhe retracted her massive shield and turned towards Si Mu. Senior brother, is this little creature your tamed beast? Qianhe had just witnessed the small bundle emerging from Si Mu's domain, leading her to reasonably assume it belonged to him. How could I possibly have such good fortune? This little one is clearly no ordinary beast. Its potential for growth is exceptionally high. Si Mu straightened his posture, his eyes gleaming with pride as he thought of Jiang Chen's prowess. After all, was not Jiang Chen his own disciple? If this were to be revealed, how radiant one would feel. Jiang Chen? Has that fellow also come to see you? Qianhe had visited the ancestral hall not long ago and had naturally encountered Jiang Chen. He recalled that during his visit to the hall, Jiang Chen had somewhat mysteriously advised him to avoid taking on tasks from the court if possible. At that time, he had found Jiang Chen's little adult demeanor amusing and had not taken his words seriously. Ah, my junior brother. Jiang Chen has grown weary of staying with our second senior brother and has come here to unwind. He is currently in seclusion. Therefore, he has not come out to greet you. Please do not take it to heart. I see. I remember that Jiang Chen possesses remarkable talent. However, he seems to be only 8 years old. If he is in seclusion now, could it be that he is on the verge of breaking through to the Daoist realm? Qianhe pondered for a moment and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Previously, while at the ancestral hall, he had overheard second senior brother Lin Jiu praising Jiang Chen's astonishing talent, claiming that he had ascended from a mere mortal to a Daoist disciple in just one day. Now, with about a month having passed, given his talent, he might indeed be on the brink of reaching the Daoist realm. Upon hearing this, Si Mu immediately erupted in a fit of coughing, nearly expelling his breakfast. Seeing this, Qianhe hurriedly approached, patting Si Mu's back as he spoke. Senior brother, why are you so agitated? Did I say something incorrect? You don't mean to tell me that this lad is about to break through to the human master realm, do you? How could that be possible? Qianhe gazed at his senior brother, who was still coughing while casting a bewildered look in his direction. It dawned on him that he had likely underestimated Jiang Chen. But how could it be? Achieving such progress from a mere mortal to the human master realm in just a month. How extraordinary this talent must be, or rather, what sort of monster could possibly achieve such a feat in the annals of my understanding of cultivation? No such occurrence has ever been recorded. Yet, the gaze of senior brother Si Mu clearly conveyed everything. He is well acquainted with Si Mu. It is impossible for him to conceal anything, so overtly boastful is he. Meanwhile, Ishio and Jiala, observing the bewildered expression on Chinna's face, were nearly on the verge of internal injury from suppressing their reactions. Junior brother, spare yourself the speculation. I fear your resolve may falter. Your mission is of utmost importance, so you should hasten your journey. At that moment, Si Mu finally regained his composure. Yet he refrained from disclosing the truth to Qianhe, fearing it might agitate him. With noon fast approaching, it would be better for him to continue on his path. It is safer to rest in the town by nightfall. Qianhe glanced up at the sun, realizing that time was indeed of the essence and further delays were inadvisable. Thus, he set aside his doubts and bid farewell to the group with a respectful gesture. After exchanging a few words with the trembling Wyan King, who had been hiding in the background, he led his 4 disciples onward. "Junior brother, do take care on your journey," Si Mu called out, watching Qianhe's departing figure with an unshakable concern, despite knowing that Qianhe's cultivation was on par with his own. "Rest assured, senior brother, this is farewell for now," Qianhe replied, turning back to bow solemnly before continuing his advance. Time passed swiftly, and soon night fell. In the rear courtyard, within Jiang Chen's chamber, his tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, exuding a fierce brilliance. At this moment, the 9 Cs of Qi within him had vanished completely. All of his spiritual energy had transformed into a tangible essence, coalescing into a solid form. In his dantian, a golden elixir floated, slowly rotating. With each revolution, Jiang Chen felt the primordial scripture of the supreme clarity automatically cycle through a complete round. The golden elixir gleamed with a resplendent golden hue, and at its base lay a vivid crimson pattern. This signifies that Jiang Chen has officially entered the realm of the Earth Master. At this moment, although there remains only a single golden dan within Jiang Chen's dantian, far less impressive than the previous spectacle of 9 vast Qi Cs in terms of potency, even 9 Qi Cs could not compare to this one diminutive golden dan. The Earth Master realm is achieved by condensing the golden dan, thereby compressing one's magical power. It can be articulated that if the magical power of the human master realm is likened to a colossal wooden sword, then the magical power of the Earth Master realm is akin to a steel blade capable of slicing through iron like mud. Though the wooden sword may be grand, it cannot possibly withstand the steel blade, unless the wooden sword were to reach an absurdly exaggerated size. This is also why, when Jiang Chen was at the pinnacle of the Master realm, he could contend with the likes of Ikkyu. On one hand, Jiang Chen possessed an extraordinarily formidable physical strength, and on the other, he wielded a level of magical power far surpassing that of his peers. Jiang Chen slowly lowered his head, gazing at the spirit stones that had now turned to dust, and let out a satisfied sigh. He had finally achieved a breakthrough. This breakthrough surprisingly took an entire day. Jiang Chen sighed. Previously, every time he ascended in realm, it was but a fleeting moment. He did not expect this occasion to consume a full day. And now the sky outside had turned dark. Fortunately, there were no other cultivators present at this moment. Had there been, they would likely have spat in disdain at his face, questioning the very essence of his words. Do you understand how many souls have faltered at the threshold of the Earth Master realm? How many have spent their lives stagnating at the pinnacle of the human master stage, ultimately leaving this world with unfulfilled aspirations? And yet, you limit the duration of your breakthrough, having achieved it in just one day. Can you not simply behave like an ordinary person? In his mind, Jiang Chen silently summoned the system and the character panel. Name, Jiang Chen Realm, Earth Master. First layer Dao Body, Immaculate and Wondrous Dao Body Magical Power. First transformation Golden Elixir Strength. Second symbol Power Techniques, Supreme Clarity Body Forging True Method, Great Accomplishment. Maoshan Qi Cultivation Scripture, Perfection. Taiching Alchemy Technique, Entry. Supreme Clarity Grand Whole Scripture, Minor Accomplishment. Dao Arts, Kill Break Command, Wind and Fire Command, Paper Crafting Technique, Perfection. Palm Thunder, Perfection. Void Symbol Crafting Technique, Perfection. Ground Shrinking Technique, Perfection. Affectionate World Sword 23, Perfection. Tathagata Divine Palm, Perfection. Talent, Photographic Memory. Qi Affinity 100 Divine Ability. Yin Yang I. He retracted the system panel. Jiang Chen noted that his magical power display had transformed from a specific number of years to the first transformation Golden Elixir. Upon reaching the Earth Master realm, his subsequent cultivation would primarily focus on refining the Golden Elixir within his body. The Golden Elixir continuously absorbs the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, compressing it repeatedly until it reaches its limit, at which point it shatters and reconstitutes, signifying the first transformation. With each successive transformation, the potency of the Golden Elixir doubles. When the Golden Elixir reaches the 9th transformation, its magical power would be 256 times that of his current state, equating to nearly 100,000 years of magical power, truly a terrifying prospect. Nevertheless, each reconstitution of the Golden Elixir carries immense risk. The further one progresses, the greater the peril. A moment's inattention could lead to complete shattering of the golden elixir, resulting in the loss of one's entire cultivation, or in severe cases, the annihilation of body and soul. As he felt the formidable power of the golden elixir, a sense of joy surged within Jiang Chen, accompanied by an equally profound sense of unease. That Shi Jian was reputed to be the foremost among those beneath the heavenly master. His strength had already attained the 9th layer of Earth Master, equivalent to the 9th transformation of the golden elixir. Even though his foundational skills were not as monstrous as Jiang Chen's at the human master stage, he was still on par with Jiang Chen's master. At the pinnacle of the human master stage, one could wield 100 years of magical power, meaning he possessed over 20,000 years of magical power within him. Jiang Chen had previously underestimated the Earth Master realm. Given his current abilities, contending with Shi Jian would be fraught with challenges. At present, he could only rely on his physical strength to hold an advantage over him. To aid his master against Shi Jian, diligent cultivation was imperative. However, with over a month remaining until the Zhongyuan festival, he expected to grow significantly stronger by then. Jiang Chen gently lifted the sleeping bundle and placed it on the bed before stretching lazily as he stepped out of the room. After nearly 3 consecutive days of cultivation, he felt a sense of emptiness in his abdomen as he pushed open the door and exited the bedroom. As he entered the courtyard, Jiang Chen sensed an overwhelming oppressive feeling emanating from the sky above. Layers upon layers of dark clouds were accumulating, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, followed by the ominous rumble of thunder. It appeared rain was imminent. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, gazing at the sky, when an unsettling feeling suddenly surged within him. Though he could not pinpoint its source at that moment, shaking off his thoughts, Jiang Chen made his way to the front courtyard. At this moment, he observed Jia Lu, wielding a wooden sword, practicing the sword technique repetitively with closed eyes in the open space outside the courtyard. Jiang Chen recognized this as the affectionate world sword he had imparted to him, and he could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. The realm of the celestial sword is profoundly enigmatic, with each technique embodying a distinct essence. Having only imparted knowledge to Jia Lu for a mere 3 days, he has already begun to show signs of understanding. It must be said that Jia Lu's innate talent is indeed remarkable, particularly with this swordsmanship that emphasizes meaning over form. Jia Lu's pure disposition allows for an exceptionally efficient comprehension. Meanwhile, on the other side, Si Mu reclines in a rocking chair, perusing the void-drawing technique that Jiang Chen provided. Thoroughly engrossed and visibly delighted, Master Si Mu, Jiang Chen approached and gently called out. Si Mu shifted the book slightly, and upon seeing Jiang Chen standing before him, he sprang up from his chair in surprise. Jiang Chen, you have emerged from seclusion, Si Mu exclaimed, rushing to Jiang Chen's side, grasping his arm and scrutinizing him intently, as if seeking to discern some change. After a thorough inspection, it appeared that aside from a slight increase in height, Jiang Chen had undergone no other noticeable transformations. How is it? Has your cultivation level improved? Si Mu stepped back a couple of paces, his expression filled with anticipation. Jiang Chen responded with a graceful smile. I have not disappointed you, Master Si Mu. I have successfully attained the golden core. What? Is it true? Si Mu's face contorted into an expression of exaggerated astonishment, even though he had mentally prepared himself for Jiang Chen's breakthrough during the 3 days of seclusion. Hearing the confirmation straight from Jiang Chen still sent a thrill coursing through him. Everything felt surreal, yet the truth stood before him. How could he have reached the golden core so swiftly? How long had it taken him to achieve that level? Was it 10 years or perhaps 15? How long has this lad taken? It seems it hasn't even been 2 months. Does it not seem a tad implausible? In comparison to him, my once prided talent now feels akin to mere refuse spat upon by another. Jiang Chen observed the fluctuating expressions of Master Si Mu, prompting him to curiously extend his hand and wave it before him. Master Si Mu, what are you doing? Why are you in a daze? Startled, Si Mu snapped back to reality. Oh, I was just pondering some matters. You, my boy, are rather impressive. Your cultivation speed is commendable. After your breakthrough, you must focus on solidifying your foundation. Do not merely chase after rapid progress. If one is too hasty, the foundation may become unstable. Observe how solidly I have established mine, as robust as an ox. As Si Mu's voice dwindled, he realized he was struggling to maintain his facade, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at his own bravado. Master Si Mu, your teachings are invaluable. Having just broken through, I seek to test my strength and refine my skills. Might you be available? Upon hearing this, Si Mu leapt as if his tail had been stepped on, shattering the creaky rocking chair behind him. Internally lamenting, he thought, you wish for me to accompany you in testing your prowess? In your dreams, I vowed never to engage in combat with you. Had he not witnessed Jiang Chen's brutal defeat of the old monk Ishio, he might have acquiesced. However, now he felt disinclined. You are a freak. A peak master can easily send Ishio, akin to me, flying. Who knows how formidable you have become now? I am no fool. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Si Mu resolutely declined Jiang Chen's unreasonable request. Jiang Chen, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I cannot accompany you in practice. If you feel restless, go spar with that old monk over there. With that, Si Mu extricated a leg from the dilapidated rocking chair and feigned an air of profundity as he approached the door. Just then, a thunderous clap resonated through the air. Si Mu felt a jolt within and uttered, I wonder how junior brother Qianhe is faring. In the valley, the clouds loomed ominously, like a monstrous entity engulfed in darkness, roaring with thunderous rage. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, exploding with a resounding crack. As Si Mu reached the doorway, he found himself momentarily frozen, an overwhelming sense of unease washing over him. This instantly reminded him of Qianhe, who had departed from here during the day. A tempestuous storm, royal zombies. This combination evokes an overwhelming sense of suffocating unease. I wonder how junior brother Qianche is faring at this moment. As my worries deepened, I gazed up at the sky, and words of concern escaped my lips involuntarily. The low, somber voice instantly captured Jiang Chen's attention. Had Master Si Mu just mentioned Uncle Qianhe? With the weather in mind, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that during his seclusion, Uncle Qianhe had likely already paid a visit. Damn, it seemed he had chosen the wrong moment to retreat. Master, you just mentioned Uncle Qianhe. Has he been here? Jiang Chen cursed under his breath before swiftly approaching Si Mu, his urgency palpable. Seeing Jiang Chen's anxious expression only heightened Si Mu's unease. Yes, Qianhe came by this morning, carrying a copper-cornered golden coffin. With this sudden change in weather, I am truly worried. Trouble. Before Si Mu could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. In an instant, he vanished like a phantom from the spot. Si Mu stared blankly at the place where Jiang Chen had just stood, bewildered by his sudden fervor. Master Si Mu, Uncle Qianhe is in danger. We must act quickly. A spectral voice echoed from the expanse above, piercing Si Mu's eardrums. A shiver ran down his spine, and an ominous premonition surged within him. He understood Jiang Chen's character well. He would never speak without reason. Whatever he sensed must be significant. Regardless, Uncle Qianhe's safety was paramount. Si Mu promptly turned back to his room, hastily slinging a cloth bag over his shoulder and grabbing a pitch-black peachwood sword before darting outside. Jiala, keep an eye on the home. I'll return shortly with your junior brother. Si Mu instructed Jiala, who was still in a daze, before launching into the sky with tremendous force, leaving a deep crater in his wake as he shot towards the heavens like a meteor. When did Master learn to fly? Jiala gazed up at the sky in astonishment, realizing his junior brother was even more incredible, vanishing without a trace as he took flight. What just happened? Just then, Master Ishio approached with a solemn expression. Your junior brother claimed Uncle Qianhe was in danger and disappeared. After hearing that, my master left as well, presumably to find Uncle Qianhe. Jiala recounted the recent events succinctly. Amiba, Jiala, take good care of Qingqing at home. I shall also go investigate. Master Ishio had witnessed everything that transpired during the day. The golden coffin was undoubtedly extraordinary. Though he and Si Mu often clashed, in times of peril, he would not stand idly by. Then, to Jiala's astonishment, Master Ishio transformed into a small golden figure, propelling himself like a cannonball into the distance. Meanwhile, within the dense forest, a sudden violent wind erupted, throwing a group of travelers into disarray. Oh my! What on earth is happening? Why is the weather changing so abruptly? It's all your fault, you old Taoist. If you hadn't delayed us during the day, we would have already reached the town. Now we're stuck in this desolate area, and it looks like rain is imminent. What are we going to do? At that moment, a voice with a coarse, duck-like tone pierced the air, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Manager Wu, the sky is about to unleash a heavy downpour. There happens to be an open space here. Let us set up camp now. Qianhe, with a grave expression, approached Wu Yanqing and suggested, what else can we do? We have no choice. Honestly, if you hadn't insisted on catching up with your senior brother during the day, and if the little master catches a cold, I'll hold you accountable. Wu Yanqing's voice, filled with agitation, echoed under the looming dark clouds, making everyone feel irritable, wishing they could silence her with a blade. Annoyed as they were, tasks still needed to be completed. Within moments, several guards quickly erected a large tent. As the rain began to pour from the sky, Qianhe instructed the others to retrieve the umbrella and shield the copper-cornered golden coffin. Manager Wu, let us move the coffin inside the tent first. It's already raining. If the ink on the coffin gets wet, its potency will diminish significantly. However, Manager Wu was too preoccupied with the rain to heed the coffin's importance. He hurriedly scooped up the little master and dashed into the tent, barking orders for the guards to carry in the little master's bed and belongings. Upon hearing Qianhe's words, Manager Wu shouted back, "No, no, no. You must be joking. Which is more important, the coffin or the little master? What if the little master gets soaked? Set up the tent first for him." Wu Yanqing impatiently shooed Qianhe out of the tent. Fists clenched in anger, Qianhe nearly lost control and pummeled her into dust. "Master, hurry. The rain is too heavy. The ink on the coffin is getting wet." Upon hearing this, Qianhe immediately turned and leaped over 30 meters to the coffin's side. He watched as large raindrops, whipped by the wind, pelted the coffin, dissolving the dry ink on the netting, which began to drip down the coffin's surface. "This is terrible. The ink net will become ineffective. We must get inside quickly to implement remedial measures. East, south, west, north. Master, quickly assist. Set up the tent as swiftly as possible." "Yes." As the 4 disciples dashed off, Qianhe formed a seal with his hands, summoning a pale blue barrier that materialized above the coffin. Channeling his power, he directed a continuous flow of energy into the barrier. With the barrier in place, the rain was kept at bay. However, the barrier's effectiveness was not without cost. It required Qianhe's sustained magical energy. Even with his strength, he could not maintain it for long. It was not a sustainable solution. He needed to hurry into the tent and re-establish the formation to seal the coffin securely. "Hurry up," Qianhe shouted, drenched and desperate. Suddenly, the coffin within the barrier jolted, the lid shifting ominously. Qianhe's pupils constricted. "It's over. The zombie has awakened." Soaked to the bone and pale, Qianhe stood in the rain, fixated on the copper-cornered golden coffin, his hands moving ceaselessly as he poured his energy into the barrier. As the rain intensified, the wind howled, battering the barrier like a barrage of arrows, creating a cacophony of sound. The barrier held temporarily, but Qianhe's power was dwindling rapidly. At that moment, "Master, the tent is ready. Come in." With the efforts of the 4 disciples, the tent was finally erected. East, south, west, north quickly fetched the corpse-binding rope. The 4 disciples, hearing the commotion from the coffin, turned pale and rushed toward Qianhe. "Bring it here." Chizuru extended her palm, channeling her magical energy to instantly draw in the binding ropes wielded by the 4 assailants. In the next moment, Chizuru shouted fiercely, leaping onto the golden coffin, her feet striking down with force, compelling the violently shaking lid to remain firmly pressed down. Subsequently, she threw one end of the binding ropes. The first disciple, Dong, caught it deftly, his body tilting sideways as he used the momentum to slide beneath the carriage. Thereafter, through the harmonious cooperation of the 4 disciples, they secured the golden coffin tightly with the binding ropes. "Quickly, lift the coffin inside," Chizuru exclaimed, descending from the coffin with a commanding urgency in her voice. The 4 disciples sprang into action, working together to elevate the coffin towards the tent. However, just as they managed to lift the coffin, a roar erupted from within, a sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. At that moment, under the relentless downpour, the ink net had essentially lost its effectiveness, its sealing power negligible. The enraged zombie within the coffin pushed forcefully against the lid. The binding rope strained repeatedly, beginning to tear apart. With a resounding crash, the rope shattered into fragments after only a few attempts. The incredibly heavy lid of the coffin suddenly sprang open, and a dark figure surged forth from within. Meanwhile, in the large tent, Wu Yanqing, hearing the commotion outside, lifted the tent flap with an air of disdain. "What is happening? Keep it down. You're disturbing the young master's rest." Yet, as she peered out, her gaze fell upon a zombie, cloaked in dark energy and exuding a menacing glare, staring right back at her. Wu Yanqing's voice faltered, her complexion turning pale with fright. "Quick, protect the young master," she screeched, commanding the guards to come to his aid. The guards, gripped by terror, trembled as they rushed toward the large tent. The king zombie let out a thunderous roar, leaping a distance of 50 or 60 meters to land beside the tent. Despite their fear, a dozen guards instinctively drew their swords and charged at the king zombie. However, their ordinary blades merely dulled upon striking its iron-like body. The king zombie moved like lightning, with just a few bounds sending the guards sprawling like rag dolls. Several guards were seized and torn asunder. "This is bad," Chizuru gasped, panic coursing through her veins as she disregarded her exhaustion and rushed forward. The zombie radiated an eerie black aura, its eyes glowing crimson like 2 flames. The surrounding winds were drawn to this malevolence, swirling into black tornadoes that uprooted trees and hurled them violently toward Chizuru and her companions. "Mao Jiang," Chizuru recognized the zombie's face covered in steel-like black hair, combined with its terrifying aura. She instantly discerned that this zombie had attained the Mao Jiang level. Cursed fate. I never imagined that this prince, tainted by the malevolent energy of the borders, would emerge as a Mao Jiang. The hierarchy of zombie classifications includes Zi Jiang, Pei Jiang, Tao Jiang, Mao Jiang, Fei Jiang, and Bu Huagu. This monstrous corpse has reached a level comparable to that of a Daoist master, coupled with its terrifying physique. Once it manifests in the world, it will be a foe beyond the capabilities of ordinary practitioners. Not to mention, this particular corpse embodies both dragon energy and malevolent aura. Retreat. Qianhe bellowed, shifting his hand gestures to unleash a flurry of talismans that transformed into golden barriers, shielding everyone within. The king corpse, upon spotting Qianhe, launched itself forward with explosive force. The barrier trembled violently under the impact, and cracks began to appear as the formidable strength of the king corpse relentlessly assaulted it. Master, what should we do? The four disciples exchanged grave looks, for it was their first encounter with such a terrifying entity since beginning their training. I will hold it back. You four form a formation and search for an opportunity from the flanks. Qianhe gritted his teeth, realizing there was no path of retreat left, only a desperate fight. Withdrawing his sword, he slid it forward, channeling immense energy into it, causing it to radiate with a golden red glow. Maoshan sword technique, Qianhe shouted, thrusting the sword fiercely at the king corpse. The tip of the sword clashed against the corpse's body, producing a sharp metallic ringing. Qianhe, a seasoned Maoshan master adept at high-level confrontations, despite exhausting substantial energy, began to gradually suppress the king corpse with his exquisite swordplay. Roar. The king corpse, pushed back repeatedly, let out an unwilling roar. Suddenly, it spread its arms wide and howled towards the heavens, unleashing an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy. In response, the four disciples swiftly drew their weapons, forming a battle array around the king corpse. They coordinated their movements, using binding ropes to ensnare the undead creature. However, the corpse's strength surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming them. The binding ropes seemed on the verge of being pulled away as the immense force rocked them back and forth, obliterating their formation. The disparity in power was indeed staggering. Seizing an opportunity, Qianhe darted behind the king corpse, and with a lightning-fast thrust, he targeted a vulnerable spot. The tip of the sword pierced through the corpse's skin and entered its body, instantly channeling a torrent of magical energy into it. Roar. An ear-piercing wail erupted as the king corpse, severely wounded, erupted in fury, grabbing the binding ropes and flinging the four disciples away with terrifying force. Damn it. How is this corpse so strong? Qianhe exclaimed, delivering a powerful kick to the king corpse. Yet, in its rage, the creature's strength seemed to double. Nevertheless, Qianhe's earlier strike had inflicted significant damage. As long as he maintained his composure and carefully sought an opening, the king corpse would eventually fall. Suddenly, a thunderclap split the sky. A colossal bolt of lightning struck the king corpse, eliciting a chilling scream as its body was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. What is happening? Qianhe was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the heavens would unleash thunder to strike down the king corpse. Could it be that the divine was aiding him? Quick, now, seal it with the talismans. Qianhe shouted, sending talismans flying from his hand, which transformed into golden seals that affixed themselves to the corpse. The king corpse crackled with electricity, its body writhing and struggling to break free from the talisman's grasp. Yet their power bound it firmly in place. At that moment, the four disciples, despite their internal injuries, rushed over. Quick, lift him into the tent. I will perform the sealing ritual. Just as they hoisted the king corpse, a terrifying aura erupted from it, sending them flying once more. It writhed in a storm of lightning, seemingly unperturbed by the electrical onslaught. Opening its bloody maw, it began to absorb the lightning into its being. Its skin shimmered with flickering bolts of electricity. What is going on? Qianhe was struck with horror. This turn of events was utterly unexpected. Such malevolent entities were typically terrified of thunder. Yet, this king corpse, instead of being harmed by the lightning, appeared to assimilate it. Qianhe could distinctly feel the creature's power escalating, far surpassing its previous state. This is bad. The thunderous force had inexplicably caused the king zombie to undergo a mutation. As Qianhe observed the king zombie's every move, thunder reverberated around it. At that moment, a chill enveloped Qianhe's heart. He sensed that his party was likely to meet their demise this very night. However, Qianhe was not one to succumb to fate. Even when faced with insurmountable odds, he would never surrender, nor would he abandon the innocent individuals around him to flee alone. With a fierce resolve, Qianhe shouted internally, grasped his sword, and like a bolt of lightning, charged towards the king zombie. The battle was imminent. The intertwining of Qianhe's magical power with the malevolent energy of the king zombie, coupled with the thunderous might emanating from it, transformed the forest into a chaotic battleground. In an instant, countless trees were reduced to splinters, and deep craters began to mar the ground. The 4 individuals stationed at the periphery were filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency, their hearts heavy with unending worry. Such a level of combat was beyond their capacity to intervene. Even the shockwaves from the battle forced them to stagger backward. The ordinary warriors fared even worse. When a shockwave swept through, everyone was sent reeling, blood spewing from their mouths, and several were rendered unconscious by the sheer force. Meanwhile, in the large tent, Wu Yanqing, as the battle commenced, scooped up the young master and, rolling and crawling, escaped the tent, disregarding the torrential downpour outside. She seized a horse and fled into the depths of the forest. Boom. Following yet another impact, Qianhe was propelled backward, clutching his chest, his body sliding rapidly across the ground for nearly 100 meters. Master. The 4 individuals from all directions were filled with anguish and rushed towards Qianhe, positioning themselves protectively in front of their master. You must leave. Qianhe, gravely injured and spitting blood, had veins of crimson erupting in his eyes. Upon seeing their master covered in claw marks, tears streamed uncontrollably down the faces of the 4. In defiance of their master's command, they unanimously chose to disobey. Their lives had all been saved by him. For many years, the master has been like a biological father, teaching and nurturing them. At this moment, to abandon the master and flee alone would be an act unworthy of humanity. As they witnessed Wang Jiang charging forth with a menacing aura, the 4 displayed not a trace of fear in their eyes. Form the formation, one disciple shouted, and in an instant, they positioned themselves, resolutely shielding their master's body behind them. The swords in their hands, empowered by the formation, shimmered with a brilliant light as they surged towards Wang Jiang at breakneck speed. However, despite their commendable spirit, each of them possessed only the strength of the 4th or 5th level of the human master realm. Even with the formation's enhancement, the maximum power they could wield barely reached the 8th or 9th level of the human master realm. The disparity in power was overwhelmingly vast for the mutated King Jiang at this moment, so immense that it could scarcely be described as a mere act of throwing an egg against a stone. No. Qianhe's eyes widened in fury. With a single glance, the King Jiang's furious roar sent bodies flying in all directions like bullets, while the blood mist spewed from his mouth was instantly hammered into the ground by the torrential rain. Witnessing such devastation, Qianhe resembled a maddened lion, discarding the broken sword in his hand. With a thunderous shout, he launched his fist, as large as a cooking pot, toward the King Jiang with unrestrained wrath. In a dense thicket, located 20 to 30 miles from the towering woods, Jiang Chen's figure suddenly emerged, his entire being radiating with magical energy. The deluge of rain seemed to deliberately avoid him, not a single drop landing upon his form. In the next moment, Jiang Chen vanished once again, only to reappear 200 meters away, his speed akin to that of a shooting star. Having learned from his master, the 4-eyed master, about Qianhe's daytime visit, Jiang Chen pressed on toward the towering woods without a moment's pause. His mastery of the shrinking earth technique had reached perfection. Each step allowed him to transcend obstacles and flash 200 meters ahead, albeit at a significant cost to his energy. Yet, at this moment, he paid no mind to the exhaustion. Qianhe's life hung in the balance, and every second gained was a glimmer of hope. When Jiang Chen reappeared, he suddenly spotted a figure galloping toward him, a person clutching a child in their arms. The visage was familiar upon closer inspection. He recognized this individual bore a striking resemblance to the character Wu Guan from a film in his past life. The fact that this person was fleeing toward him indicated that the formidable King Jiang had indeed emerged. Jiang Chen took a step forward and appeared before Wu Yanqing. Startled and disoriented, Wu Yanqing nearly lost his composure at the sudden appearance of another. In his panic, he inadvertently tossed the child away, tumbling from his horse in the process. Jiang Chen swiftly caught the child, his gaze piercing as he fixated on Wu Yanqing. Speak. Has the zombie emerged? How is Daoist Si Mu faring? Jiang Chen's voice carried a thread of magical authority. Wu Yanqing, who had been trembling in terror, found himself momentarily captivated, instinctively responding to Jiang Chen's inquiry. Yes, the zombie is terrifying, entirely shrouded in darkness. Daoist Si Mu is currently engaged in battle with it. With this confirmation, Jiang Chen wasted no time. He handed the child back to Wu Yanqing and, with a single step, vanished from sight. Several minutes later, Wu Yanqing, still trembling, managed to rise to his feet. However, before he could mount his horse again, a shooting star streaked across the sky. Descending rapidly, it was the four-eyed Daoist. You coward. Where's my junior brother? Four-eyed Daoist landed and immediately seized the dazed Wu Yanqing. He is battling the zombie, Wu Yanqing stammered, his lips quivering as he pointed toward the direction behind him. Who are these people? Each one seems more terrifying than the last. The man before him, wearing glasses, is actually someone he recognizes, the Taoist priest he encountered in the valley during the day. At that time, he felt no apprehension, but now, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for his own safety. Get the hell out of here. At this, Si Mu kicked Wu Yanqing several meters away. If it weren't for the urgent need to save Qianhe, Si Mu would have relished the opportunity to give this coward a thorough beating. Subsequently, Si Mu's figure shot upward again, darting towards the distance. Within moments, Wu Yanqing looked up at the sky and saw a monk radiating with golden light, hurtling towards him like a cannonball. Wu Yanqing felt utterly paralyzed. The monk is also familiar to him, hailing from the same valley. What manner of place is this valley, that it is populated by such terrifying individuals? Reflecting upon it now, he realizes that he was recklessly courting death during the day, before the monk could utter a word. Wu Yanqing turned abruptly and pointed behind her. There, Daoist Qianhe was engaged in combat with a zombie. I appreciate your assistance, esteemed benefactor, Ishio said with a slight bow, before propelling himself like a cannonball into the distance. Once Ishio departed, Wu Yanqing also abandoned the thought of continuing her escape. In this remote and desolate place, devoid of any village or shop, I find myself wandering through the mountains with the little one in tow, uncertain of what dangers may lie ahead. The three individuals I encountered earlier were formidable and seemed intent on locating that old Taoist priest. With their presence, the threat posed by the zombie ought to be diminished. It would be wiser for me to return with the child, ensuring our safety. At worst, I could maintain a safe distance and wait for them to resolve the situation before I emerge. Within the mountains, the once raging tempest gradually subsided. At this moment, a figure clad in flowing white appeared and vanished among the trees, moving with remarkable speed. Jiang Chen had pushed his pace to its utmost limit, having just learned from Wu Yanqing that the unparalleled king of zombies had indeed emerged. In this world, the formidable king of the undead may prove to be even more ruthless than depicted in films. Jiang Chen was acutely aware that if he did not arrive in time, his master, Uncle Qianhe, and the others would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Covering a distance of approximately 10 li, he reached the scene in less than a minute. At that moment, the clearing amidst the towering trees was strewn with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Dozens of individuals lay scattered about, in disarray, oblivious to their fate. Outside a large tent, a fearsome zombie, exuding an aura of menace, had plunged its vicious claws deep into the shoulders of a Taoist priest clad in orange. The priest grounded one foot firmly while extending the other in a split, desperately holding the zombie's jaw at bay. The creature howled ferociously, its head thrashing as it bared its blood-soaked fangs, inching ever closer to the priest's neck. In that moment, the priest's complexion turned ashen, his body riddled with claw marks, oozing dark blood. It was clear he was on the verge of collapse. Uncle Qianhe, Jiang Chen exclaimed in alarm, his voice piercing through the chaos. His feet ignited as if propelled by an explosive force, and he surged towards the zombie with incredible speed. With the immense power bestowed by the second yin and yang, he struck the creature with such ferocity that it was sent hurtling away. However, rather than pursuing the zombie, Jiang Chen rushed to support the faltering Uncle Qianhe. Cursed be the fates, he had arrived too late. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the ghastly wounds that marred Uncle Qianhe's body, and he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. This is Master Qi, possessing an extraordinary will. Such a terrifying injury, and for anyone else, it would likely have resulted in death and decay. Jiang Chen gently lifted Qianhe and carried him into the large tent, laying him down on a finely crafted small bed. Subsequently, he swiftly retrieved exquisite glutinous rice from his spatial storage. He covered every wound on Qianhe's body with the rice, which immediately began to emit a series of sizzling sounds. In a mere moment, the rice turned pitch black. However, this was far from sufficient. Qianhe's body was being ravaged by the terrifying corpse poison. If it could not be eradicated in time, his master, Qianhe, would be in grave danger. Jiang Chen quickly searched his mind for methods to dispel the corpse poison. His knowledge consisted primarily of combat-related techniques, with no restorative spells at his disposal. What to do? Conventional methods had become largely ineffective for Qianhe. Suddenly, an idea struck him, the supreme clear great cave scripture. A spark of inspiration lit up Jiang Chen's mind as he recalled the moment he obtained the scripture. The system had stated that this supreme technique was accompanied by 8 divine incantations, namely the purifying heart incantation, the purifying mouth incantation, the purifying body incantation, the land peace incantation, the purifying heaven and earth incantation, the golden light incantation, the blessing incense incantation, and the profound essence incantation. With this thought, Jiang Chen immediately sat cross-legged, forming hand seals as he silently recited the purifying heaven and earth incantation from the supreme clear great cave scripture. This incantation not only purifies the heavens and the earth, driving away evil and avoiding calamity, but it also strengthens righteous energy and repairs injuries. At this moment, Jiang Chen's mastery of the supreme clear great cave scripture had reached a minor accomplishment. The incantation of the divine mantra of pure heaven and earth has already shown considerable efficacy. As Jiang Chen recited the mantra, ethereal divine light enveloped him, sweeping through the large tent and causing all malevolent energies within to retreat in haste. The corpse chi emanating from Qian, he began to dissolve gradually within the divine light. A thunderous roar echoed from afar. The king zombie, having been struck by Jiang Chen's fist and sent flying nearly 200 meters, was now furiously charging back. However, Jiang Chen felt no excessive concern. Calculating the time, his master, fourth eye, should be arriving soon. At this moment, Qian, he was in dire peril, and it was imperative to dispel the corpse chi within him without delay. Otherwise, it would not be long before Qian he succumbed to the transformation of death. Given Qian he's temperament, he would undoubtedly resort to self-immolation to affirm his path, akin to a scene from a film. Jiang Chen could not allow this virtuous master to repeat such a tragic fate. Hearing the roar of the king zombie drawing ever closer, Jiang Chen promptly retrieved the soul-nurturing tower. Xiaoyu, come forth. In the next moment, a graceful figure clad in red, the exquisite Dong Xiaoyu, gracefully emerged. Master, she greeted, immediately floating before Jiang Chen and bowing respectfully. Having been nourished by the spiritual essence within the tower and having practiced the netherworld soul refinement technique, her facial injuries had completely vanished, restoring her beauty to that of her 18-year-old self. Xiaoyu, summon all the specters from the soul-nurturing tower to protect me for a moment. Jiang Chen had no time to admire Dong Xiaoyu's beauty. His command was urgent, and he focused intently on casting the divine mantra, immediately recognizing the gravity of the situation and Jiang Chen's need for undisturbed concentration. Dong Xiaoyu called forth all the specters without hesitation. Upon emerging from the tower, the specters prepared to pay their respects to Jiang Chen, but were swiftly halted by Dong Xiaoyu. Master cannot be disturbed at this moment. Danger approaches from outside. We owe our lives to him, and now is the time for us to do our utmost. With that, Dong Xiaoyu led the specters out of the large tent. Inside, Jiang Chen was immersed in casting the mantra, although they had signed a soul contract with him, rendering the spell harmless to them. The deep-seated fear of the incantation remained unshakable. Dong Xiaoyu and the specters formed a steadfast barrier around the tent. As the terrifying roars grew closer, all specters stood resolute, their faces betraying no hint of retreat. Their loyalty to Jiang Chen triumphed over all fear. In no time, the king zombie surged forth, shrouded in a dense aura of malice, leaping nearly 50 to 60 meters from a nearby grove, landing just before the specters. Bearing its fangs, it emitted a chilling roar directed at Dong Xiaoyu and her companions. With us here, you shall not approach the master, Xiaoyu declared, raising her delicate hand. Instantly, her flowing sleeves expanded and shot forward, ensnaring the king zombie in a crimson cocoon. Then, soaring into the air, Dong Xiaoyu lifted the king zombie and propelled it into the distance. The other specters, undeterred, unleashed their spectral wails and launched their attacks against the king zombie. Waves of ghostly energy bombarded the creature, chilling the air around the tent by several degrees. The specters, well aware of their capabilities, aimed to buy Jiang Chen more time by restraining the king zombie as much as possible. However, the king zombie felt no harm from their assaults. Aside from Dong Xiaoyu, their attacks seemed merely a tickle. Growing impatient, the ensnared king zombie let out a furious roar, shattering the crimson sleeves and sending shards flying in all directions. It consumed the ghostly energies attacking it in one gulp, and the corpse chi it exuded surged forth, sending nearby specters flying, causing their once solid forms to become ephemeral. The next instant, the king zombie leapt directly toward the tent. Flee! Dong Xiaoyu cried in alarm. Racing toward the king zombie, she could not allow it to disturb her master. Even if it meant her demise, she would stand firm against the grotesque creature. Just as Dong Xiaoyu prepared to make her stand, a shooting star appeared in the distance. A gray-clad Taoist priest descended from the sky, landing squarely in the clearing. What is happening here? Is this a scene from a horror film, with both ghostly and corpse energies present? Fourth Eye furrowed his brow as he surveyed the unsettling scene. As he landed, the air thick with malevolent energies and the temperature notably lower than the surrounding woods, Fourth Eye sensed the disquietude. He looked skyward to behold a red-clad female ghost struggling against a pitch-black zombie, which sporadically discharged bolts of lightning. The malevolent aura radiating from the zombie was steadily corroding the ghostly form of the woman, whose face contorted in agony yet showed no signs of retreat. What is this? A ghost battling a zombie? Is this a conflict over Qianhe that has escalated? For eyes wore a perplexed expression. However, he soon sensed a divine aura emanating from the grand tent behind him. Turning to the entrance, he lifted the curtain and beheld Jiang Chen sitting cross-legged on the ground, intently reciting incantations. On the bed before him lay Qianhe, her face contorted in agony. Rushing to her side, For eyes gasped in shock upon seeing the severity of her injuries. What could have transpired for his junior disciple to sustain such grievous wounds? A single glance was enough for Four Eyes to discern the weight of her condition. Yet, in the next moment, he was astonished to observe that, as Jiang Chen continued his incantations, the malevolent energy plaguing Qianhe was gradually being dissolved and dispelled. Goodness! He had not anticipated that Jiang Chen possessed such remarkable skills. Previously, he had known him for his astonishing cultivation speed and extraordinary mastery of Taoist arts, but it seemed he was equally adept at healing. Where had he acquired such wondrous techniques? The incantations Jiang Chen uttered were entirely foreign to Four Eyes, clearly not taught by his second senior brother. The more he delved into Jiang Chen's abilities, the more enigmatic he became. Before long, the outside of the tent was filled with the anguished howls of zombies. Four Eyes cast a glance at Jiang Chen and Qianhe, realizing that Jiang Chen must not be disturbed at this critical moment. Without hesitation, he drew a sword from his bag and stepped outside. At that moment, Dong Xiaoyu and the other ghost cultivators were severely injured under the relentless assault of the king zombie, and if the battle continued, they would likely face utter annihilation. Yet, not a single ghost displayed any sign of retreat. Just as they prepared to charge at the zombie, a sudden, powerful pull emanated from the grand tent, drawing them all in. It was Jiang Chen, having sensed Four Eyes' arrival and the dire situation of the ghosts, using the soul-nurturing tower to retrieve them. Their mission was complete, and there was no need for unnecessary sacrifice. With Master Four Eyes present, he had ample time to tend to Qianhe's wounds. Soon, Four Eyes' furious voice echoed from outside. "What manner of creature are you? This is the ugliest zombie I have ever encountered. Your hide is so thick that my sword cannot pierce it. How dare you challenge me? Take this," as he engaged in a lively tussle with the king zombie. The latter boasted tough skin and immense strength, compounded by a thunderous malevolent energy. Its overall power had reached the later stages of the zombie realm, far beyond what an ordinary Earth Master could contend with. In contrast, Four Eyes relied on his intricate swordplay and a plethora of extraordinary magical artifacts. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. Ummitba, a melodious chant resounded amidst the standoff. In the distance, Master Ishio, radiating golden light, approached. "Old monk, what brings you here?" Four Eyes' eyes flickered with joy upon seeing Ishio, though he quickly adopted a nonchalant demeanor. "I can handle this alone. Your presence is more of a hindrance." Before he could finish, however, the king zombie lunged at him, sending him flying through the air in a graceful arc, with his face landing squarely in the mud. Ishio couldn't help but smile, his serene composure nearly disrupted by Four Eyes' comical misfortune, as the king zombie prepared to capitalize on the moment and continue its assault. Ishio formed hand seals, summoning a colossal golden Buddha hand that appeared above the king zombie. The Buddha hand, imbued with solemn spiritual power, bore down upon the zombie. Instinctively, the king zombie roared in defiance, spewing forth a torrent of malevolent energy to counter the golden hand. With a sudden leap, it closed the distance to Master Ishio, extending its claws in a flash to strike. In that moment, Ishio activated his Buddha body, his defenses formidable. Each collision between him and the zombie sparked bursts of fire. "How vexing!" Four Eyes exclaimed, his previous bravado shattered by the relentless zombie, leaving him embarrassed before Ishio. Emerging from the mud, he felt his strength surging, as if he had grown in stature. Aiming for the king zombie, he swung his massive fist with determination. "Take this," he roared, swiftly appearing before the king zombie. His fist struck like a hammer, delivering tremendous force to the zombie's chest. The king zombie, undeterred, met the blow head-on with its claws. The impact resounded with a deafening crash, sending shockwaves through the air. Four Eyes felt a tingling in his arm, while the king zombie staggered back several steps. Meanwhile, Master Ishio stood nearby, his hands forming seals and reciting mantras, as the golden light surrounding him intensified, releasing a powerful aura of spiritual energy. This surge of Buddhist power resembled an invisible mountain, compelling Wang Jiang to retreat uncontrollably. With a furious roar, Wang Jiang unleashed a torrent of corpse aura that surged forth like a tidal wave, clashing with Ishiu's Buddhist strength. The two forces intertwined in midair, forming a colossal vortex that sent the surrounding trees tumbling in disarray. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Si Mu felt a surge of elation, realizing it was an opportune moment. He swiftly extracted a piece of talisman paper from his bag, reciting an incantation as he transformed the talisman into radiant golden beams, directing them towards Wang Jiang. The talisman papers danced in the air like a flock of ethereal dragons, soaring directly towards the king corpse. Upon witnessing this, the king corpse let out a furious roar, extending its razor-sharp claws in an attempt to swat the talismans away. However, as if endowed with a will of their own, the talisman papers deftly evaded the king corpse's claws and adhered themselves to its body. The moment the talismans made contact, they emitted a sizzling sound and ignited into flames. The king corpse released a tortured howl as the fiery talismans momentarily suppressed the sinister aura emanating from its corpse, rendering it ineffective. Seizing the opportunity, Simon charged forward once more, delivering a powerful punch to the king corpse's face. The blow sent the king corpse reeling backward, crashing heavily to the ground and splattering mud everywhere. Following the fall of the king corpse, Simon and Ishio finally gained a brief moment of respite. This zombie is truly formidable. Despite their best efforts, the two could only momentarily subdue it. At this moment, both recognized the gravity reflected in each other's eyes and simultaneously resolved to eliminate the threat. They understood that should it escape, it would surely lead to devastation and calamity. It is often said that when the drought demon emerges, it leaves desolation in its wake. Though this zombie is far from reaching the realm of the dreaded drought demon, its emergence would undoubtedly result in rivers of blood. At that moment, the fallen Wang Jiang suddenly sprang back to life. The talismans adorning him shattered into fragments amidst his furious roar. Damn it, how resilient is this creature? Si Mu couldn't help but curse under his breath. Subsequently, he drew another precious sword from his cloth bag. This sword is longer and wider than the one he previously wielded. Nearby, Ikkyu observed the actions of Shi Mu with curiosity. A look of bewilderment crossed his face as he failed to comprehend how such a lengthy sword could emerge from Shi Mu's small cloth pouch. What are you staring at? Have you never seen anything like this? This is a spatial bag crafted by me, the Daoist master. Are you envious? Upon hearing this, Ikkyu immediately understood. He had only heard of such spatial artifacts but had never witnessed one in person. This object is exceedingly precious. Anyone fortunate enough to possess it would find it utterly inconceivable to part with. I never anticipated that my old rival possessed such admirable skills in artifact forging, capable of crafting even spatial tools. However, this is not the time for such considerations. Upon witnessing Si Mu wielding his sword in another assault against the zombie, I too removed the Buddhist beads from around my neck and charged toward the undead creature. Within the grand tent, as Jiang Chen invoked the purification of heaven and earth incantation, the malevolent aura surrounding Qian he gradually dissipated, visibly diminishing. At last, as Qian he uttered a soft chant, Jiang Chen ceased his recitation. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your timely intervention. I have 4 disciples who are also gravely injured. Might I implore you to assist them as well? I am Qian He, eternally grateful. The moment Qian He regained consciousness, he beheld Jiang Chen, who was chanting by his bedside, and understood that he had been saved by him. Only he was fully aware of the severity of his own injuries. Prior to Jiang Chen's arrival, his consciousness had almost been entirely consumed by the sinister energy within him. Had Jiang Chen not intervened in time, he would likely have succumbed to a gruesome transformation into a terrifying zombie. Qian He wished to rise and express his gratitude, but his frailty rendered him incapable. His magical energy was utterly depleted, compounded by his serious wounds. Even turning his head required all the strength he could muster. He could only utter a gentle call, recalling the 4 disciples who had also sustained injuries while protecting him. Although it seemed somewhat excessive to make such a request at this moment, the lives of his disciples took precedence over any reservations he might have had. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen offered a subtle smile before rising to exit the tent. Observing that Si Mu and Ishio were engaged in a fierce battle with the zombie, he noted that there was no immediate danger and resolved to rescue the 4 senior brothers first. Jiang Chen retrieved Qian He's 4 disciples from among the fallen, easily identifiable by their Daoist robes. At that moment, all 4 were unconscious, each bearing varying degrees of lacerations. Fortunately, their injuries were considerably less severe than Qian He's. From his spatial storage, Jiang Chen produced restorative elixirs and administered them to each disciple in turn. Subsequently, he took out glutinous rice and, using the same method, gradually extracted the malevolent energy from within them. After completing these tasks, a quarter of an hour had elapsed. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your healing. I shall certainly repay your kindness in the future. Upon witnessing the revival of his disciples, he was overwhelmed with gratitude. There is no need for such formality. Uncle Qianhe, Jiang Chen replied cheerfully after tending to the wounds of the 4 disciples. You refer to me as uncle? You too are a disciple of Mashan. Qianhe immediately grasped the significance of Jiang Chen's words. Given that this young Daoist addressed him as uncle, he must also be a practitioner of Maoshan. Yet, how had he never heard of such an accomplished disciple? Who was his master? Qianhe stared at Jiang Chen for a moment, suddenly perceiving a familiar essence in Jiang Chen's striking features. I am Jiang Chen, paying my respects to Uncle Qianhe. Jiang Chen, not wishing to prolong the suspense, quickly introduced himself before departing to confront the zombie. You are Jiang Chen? Qianhe exclaimed, his already large eyes widening in disbelief. His gaze was filled with incredulity. He had seen the second senior brother's disciple, Jiang Chen, before, just a child, barely reaching his shoulder. Yet the person before him, though youthful, appeared to be a striking young man of at least 17 or 18, standing with an impressive height of approximately 1 meter 80. This is certainly not the first time I have encountered that child. Master, you need not doubt. I am indeed Jiang Chen, the eldest disciple of Linjiu. Do you not recall our conversation at the ancestral hall not long ago when I advised you against taking on royal assignments? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Qianhe felt a surge of certainty within. This young man was indeed Jiang Chen, a fact known only to the 2 of them, which had once amused him. Yet, the reality was almost too astonishing to fathom. What could have transpired in less than a month to effect such a dramatic transformation? Just a month prior, this lad was merely a novice, though his current realm remained unclear. It was evident that his ability to wield extraordinary spells and purge the horrifying corpse energy from himself and his 4 disciples indicated he was no less than a master. The more he pondered, the more Qianhe felt that everything before him was surreal. Could it be that he had not truly been healed, but rather had succumbed to delirium? Conjuring illusions? Qianhe furrowed his brow and, in a moment of resolve, bit down hard on his own tongue. A jolt of searing pain coursed through his body. Yet the scene before him remained intact, undeniably real. Observing Qianhe's actions and his astonished expression, Jiang Chen offered a resigned smile. He approached and gently patted Qianhe's shoulder. Speaking softly, Master Qianhe, you have just regained consciousness. It would be wise to rest for now. Master Si Mu is still outside battling the zombie. I shall assist him in vanquishing the creature, and we can converse further upon my return. With that, Jiang Chen covered Qianhe with a blanket and turned to exit the tent. The primary purpose of Jiang Chen accompanying Si Mu to this location was to alter Master Qianhe's tragic fate, although Qianhe remained gravely injured. His life had been salvaged by Jiang Chen's efforts. His objective had been met. Now, if he could eliminate the zombie, all would be well. Thus, Jiang Chen felt an immense sense of relief. A mere royal zombie, let me confront you. Jiang Chen stepped outside the tent. At this moment, outside, the battle had reached a one-sided stalemate. The royal zombie was relentlessly pummeling Si Mu and Ishio. After a prolonged struggle, the magical energy within Si Mu and Ishio had been nearly depleted. Si Mu now appeared ragged, his clothing torn, hair disheveled, and covered in blood. Ishio fared little better, relying heavily on his Buddhist body to engage in close combat with the royal zombie. However, his defenses paled in comparison to the zombie's formidable physique, leaving him battered and bruised. While the royal zombie bore numerous wounds from fists and blades, its abnormal resilience rendered these injuries negligible. At this moment, the zombie, enveloped in a miasma of corpse energy and malevolence, grew stronger and more ferocious with each passing moment. Si Mu had lost the strength to curse at it, merely wielding his sword to parry the relentless assaults. The blade was riddled with cracks, and it seemed only a matter of time before it shattered completely. Monk, do you have any hidden cards left to play? Now would be a good time to reveal them, Si Mu suddenly shouted. Ishio merely rolled his eyes in response, offering no retort. What hidden cards could I possibly have left? My very undergarments are nearly stripped away. With another thunderous charge, both men were propelled backward by the overwhelming force of the royal zombie. Si Mu's sword shattered into countless fragments. Jiang Chen, witnessing this, leaped into the air and deftly caught their tumbling forms, gently setting them down upon the ground. Si Mu and Ishio turned their heads in unison, their faces lighting up at the sight of Jiang Chen's intervention. You rascal, you are finally back on your feet. How is Master Qianhe? Is he unscathed? Si Mu inquired eagerly, his concern for Qianhe's injuries palpable. Noting Jiang Chen's relaxed demeanor, he surmised that Qianhe must be safe, yet still wished for a verbal confirmation. Rest assured, Master Si Mu. I have purged all the malevolent energy from Master Chen. He is merely a bit weakened and requires rest to recover. Upon hearing this, Si Mu's face brightened with joy. Relieved to know that Qianhe was out of danger. Excellent. I knew there was nothing you couldn't handle. You both should rest and recuperate. Leave this zombie to me. You must not confront this creature alone. It is far too perilous. Si Mu and Ishio exclaimed in unison, grabbing Jiang Chen. Their concerns did not stem from doubt in Jiang Chen's abilities, but rather from the sheer, overwhelming nature of the monster before them. Jiang Chen, having only just ascended to the realm of Earth Master, would be taking on a formidable foe that even he could not face without significant risk. Jiang Chen was a treasure. Should he fall here, it would be a tremendous loss to the entire cultivation world. They dared not take such a risk. Rest assured. I shall be fine. I have just made a breakthrough. This is the perfect opportunity to test my abilities against this zombie, Jiang Chen declared. Turning on his heel and leaping several dozen meters in a single bound, his sword pointed forward. In an instant, a blinding beam was unleashed. The very manifestation of the killing order from the Seven Demons command. At this moment, Jiang Chen had mastered the ability to unleash it nearly instantaneously. The conquest of the king zombie commenced with the invocation of the killing order. The dazzling ray, akin to a formidable laser, struck the king zombie with tremendous force. Before it could even react, its entire body was sent hurtling through the air, with the impact side emitting wisps of white smoke. The righteous energy that surged forth from the heavens and the earth inflicted profound pain upon Wang Zhang's very soul. He let out a piercing scream, which only intensified his murderous intent. With a furious roar, he erupted with terrifying thunder, propelling himself toward Jiang Chen in what seemed like an instantaneous movement. His fingers contorting into claws infused with the might of thunder, aimed directly at Jiang Chen's head. Be careful, Si Mu and Ishio shouted in unison. Upon witnessing the approaching zombie, Jiang Chen also summoned a formidable thunderous force in his hands, forming a colossal fist composed entirely of lightning, which he hurled towards Wang Zhang's claws. A resounding explosion echoed through the air as the two distinct bolts of lightning collided, resulting in a violent detonation. A fearsome shockwave emanated from the epicenter of their clash, obliterating everything in its path into mere dust. Si Mu and Ishio's pupils constricted as they rushed to the front of the tent, channeling their magical powers to erect two sturdy defensive barriers. The shockwave collided with the barriers, producing a thunderous roar. Fortunately, they were positioned at a considerable distance from the center of the battle, allowing them to withstand the force. With bated breath, they turned their anxious gazes towards Jiang Chen, relieved to find him unharmed. They then muttered in unison, "What a freak." Jiang Chen glanced at the deep pit beneath him, realizing that the zombie's strength was indeed formidable, despite possessing the power of two symbols. His recent strike had merely pushed Wang Zhang back a mere 10 meters. It appeared that the pure physical strength of his opponent was likely close to that of two symbols as well. Is this not the most exhilarating way to engage in combat? Previously, I had a physical confrontation with Master Ishio, yet his strength felt somewhat lacking, rendering it difficult to achieve a truly exhilarating state. At this moment, Wang Zhang serves as the perfect punching bag. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen vanished from his position, and through the use of the Rui Dao body, he magnified his fist several times over. This fist could no longer be described merely as the size of a clay pot. It had transformed into a colossal, diamond-like weapon. The terrifying fist, imbued with a fierce gale, struck Wang Zhang's face the instant Jiang Chen reappeared. Jiang Chen's speed was astounding. Wang Zhang took the full brunt of the punch. His entire body hurtled away, spinning rapidly through the air. Before he could even touch the ground, another ray shot forth, striking him fiercely. A swift series of attacks from Jiang Chen had already depleted 1/10 of Wang Zhang's vitality. Yet, as soon as his body landed, he rapidly recuperated. Thanks to the unique dragon energy and malevolent aura within him, Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with interest. Remarkable. He possesses a self-healing ability. No wonder he becomes increasingly formidable when facing the combined strength of Si Mu and Ishio. It appears that in order to eliminate him, one must be capable of delivering a decisive strike. The Wang Jiang remains unperturbed by the thunderous strikes. The palm lightning proves ineffective against him. In terms of strength, I possess only a slight advantage. Although the killing order is formidable, my current cultivation level is merely that of a first-rank Earth Master, rendering me incapable of delivering a decisive blow to the late-stage Wang Jiang. The Buddha's palm and the sentient world sword might inflict some harm, yet they lack the potency to achieve a conclusive effect. Thus, the only recourse left is the Divine Ghost 7 Kills Order and the Wind and Fire Order. Jiang Chen immediately invoked the Wind and Fire Order, for zombies are typically averse to flames. The Wind and Fire command can be deemed a formidable weapon against the undead. As Jiang Chen swiftly recited the incantation, a fire dragon erupted from his fingertips, roaring fiercely as it surged towards the zombie king. The wind and fire command shot forth from Jiang Chen's sword point, expanding rapidly to transform into a fire dragon of considerable length. In the distance, the zombie king had just risen from the mire when the fire dragon approached him, despite having reached the late stages of the zombie transformation. A primal fear of fire surged from the depths of his soul. Upon witnessing the oncoming fire dragon, a flicker of terror appeared in the king's eyes. In the next moment, he began to leap and dodge in frantic attempts to evade the dragon's grasp. Although the zombie king's speed was akin to lightning, the fire dragon moved with an even swifter grace. After several evasive maneuvers, the dragon let out a thunderous roar, accompanied by a scorching wave of heat that completely engulfed the zombie king. Within the inferno, anguished screams echoed as the terrifying flames consumed every inch of his skin. From a distance, Jiang Chen could distinctively hear the hissing sound of the flames as they seared. Her eyes hastened to Jiang Chen's side, captivated by the spectacle of the fire dragon while curiously inquiring, "Jiang Chen, what spell have you cast?" This technique is indeed a bane to the likes of zombies. Undead creatures instinctively fear flames, yet normally, such flames have little effect on a creature like this. Previously, I used a fire summoning talisman, but it proved utterly ineffective. Yet the flames you conjured have reduced this zombie to ashes. Jiang Chen, observing the eager glint in Four Eyes' gaze, understood his intentions. However, the Divine Ghost 7 kill command was not something he could impart to others. He had previously experimented and discovered that only perfected techniques could be transcribed and taught. Without achieving perfection, even if Jiang Chen knew all the incantations, his mind would draw a blank when attempting to write or verbally convey the knowledge. Jiang Chen felt a deep sense of helplessness. Back when he was at the Ancestral Hall, he had wished to teach his master the supreme body refining technique, but alas, it was simply beyond his capabilities. The ghostly 7 kill order is indeed such that it cannot be imparted. Master Si Mu, the conditions for executing this technique are exceedingly stringent. It is likely that I am the sole individual in this world capable of wielding it. Do not covet it. Once this matter is resolved, I shall bestow upon you some other top-notch techniques. Upon hearing this, Si Mu felt a tinge of disappointment. However, since Jiang Chen had expressed it thus, he merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, what words are these? As your master, would I ever envy your skills? I merely admire the prowess of your technique and rejoice in your success." Si Mu understood Jiang Chen's character well. He was certainly not a petty individual. This was evident from the few techniques he had previously imparted to Jiala, all of which were of paramount importance. Any one of them could cause a stir in the cultivation world, yet Jiang Chen exhibited no hesitation in sharing them, showcasing his magnanimity. Now that he claimed he could not cultivate this technique, it was undoubtedly so, leaving no room for doubt. At this moment, the king zombie, engulfed in flames, was charred black, its garments reduced to ashes. Its skin was burnt and torn. Nevertheless, it continued to struggle desperately, even in such a severely wounded state. It seemed that simply burning it to death would not suffice. Had Jiang Chen's realm been a few levels higher, the potency of the ghostly 7 kill order would have doubled, and the king zombie would likely have been reduced to mere ashes by now. Seeing that the wind fire order could not vanquish the king zombie, Jiang Chen charged forward with lightning speed, instantly sending the flaming corpse flying. In the next breath, he pursued, continuing his relentless assault. Si Mu and Ishio took 2 small stools from the tent and sat at the entrance, their eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chen's silhouette. "So, what do you think, monk? My disciple is quite remarkable, isn't he? Ba, he is 100 times stronger than you." Si Mu, upon hearing this, felt no ire but rather immense pride. Little benefactor Jiang Chen possesses great aptitude for the path of Buddhism. Were he to refine his Buddhist practice, who knows what heights he might reach? "Enough, monk. Let me tell you, I can allow many things, even if you chant scriptures morning and night. I shall not reproach you, but this matter I will not negotiate. If you dare to set your sights on Jiang Chen, I shall confront you without hesitation." Si Mu glared fiercely at the monk. "Have you not heard that Buddhism is also a path? My friend, you are being narrow-minded. Regardless of the paths we speak of, you cannot entertain thoughts of Jiang Chen. He is my disciple, along with my second senior brother, and there are no more slots available. You might as well relinquish that hope." Thereafter, the two ceased their discourse and turned to admire Jiang Chen's valiant form, exclaiming in awe. The king zombie, whom they could not defeat, was now reduced to a mere punching bag in Jiang Chen's hands, flying about as if it were a mere toy. Truly, the student surpasses the master, each generation outshines the last. Ba, had I not entered the Buddhist path, my grandson would surely be as capable as Jiang Chen by now." Ishio suddenly exclaimed, lost in admiration. At this moment, Si Mu was completely engrossed, his exterior crisp and tender within. He quietly moved his small stool away from Ishio, fearing that the impending wrath of the Buddha might inadvertently affect him. Ishio sensed Si Mu's actions and immediately felt a pang of regret, repeatedly murmuring about his transgressions. Simultaneously, he experienced a profound shift in his state of mind. The tranquility he had cultivated over many years was unexpectedly disturbed by Jiang Chen. In the distance, it appeared that Jiang Chen was also feeling a bit fatigued. The zombie was as stubborn as a tortoise, excessively resilient. As the creature charged once more, Jiang Chen let out a furious roar, channeling all his strength into his right fist. The sheer force unleashed during the punch produced a deafening sonic boom. Instantly, the left shoulder of the zombie was crushed, and its body was propelled into the distant woods with a resounding crash. Alas, just as the zombie was hurled into the forest, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the trees. The voice was strikingly familiar to Si Mu and Ishio. Wasn't that the effeminate voice of the one who had fled? How could he have returned? This was nothing short of sheer disruption. Si Mu cursed furiously. Soon, a heart-wrenching cry echoed through the forest. It belonged to the young lord. This was dire news. It indicated the presence of a bloodline related to the Wangjiang. This zombie was formidable enough as it was, but should it consume its kin's blood, evolving further, who would be capable of subduing it? Damn it, had I known. I should have dealt with that effeminate fool earlier. Si Mu fumed. At this moment, Jiang Chen also grasped the gravity of the situation, inwardly cursing his incompetent ally. No wonder Uncle Qianhe had suffered so greatly in the film, with such companions who could lead effectively. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze penetrating the distant woods. Upon hearing the anguished cries, he prepared to rush to the rescue. Suddenly, a gaunt man with a ghastly countenance burst forth from the trees, shrieking, "Oh my God! The zombie is here! The young lord has been taken! Someone, please help!" Upon seeing this individual, Jiang Chen's expression turned icy. A liability, indeed. In the next instant, Jiang Chen raised his hand and gently pressed down. Instantly, a colossal hand of Buddha materialized above the wretched man. The hand, exuding immense pressure, descended upon the effeminate figure of Wangking. With a resounding crash, a massive handprint appeared on the ground. Wangking's piercing wail abruptly ceased as he was instantaneously reduced to nothingness, vanishing from existence. Well done. Si Mu couldn't help but exclaim in approval upon witnessing the scene. The insufferable fool should have perished long ago. Beside him, Ishio murmured a prayer, contemplating the extraordinary talent of this young disciple Jiang Chen, though his murderous intent seemed rather excessive. After dispatching Wu Yanqing with a single strike, Jiang Chen ambled towards the woods. At this point, it was far too late to rescue the young prince. The forest was devoid of anguished cries, replaced only by the ecstatic roars of Wangjiang. With a thunderous crash, countless shards of wood erupted outward. Jiang Chen swiftly conjured a barrier, within which a tempest of terrifying sword energy raged. As the wooden fragments penetrated the barrier, they were instantaneously reduced to dust. In the next moment, a zombie, cloaked in dark purple, soared forth. His form had expanded even further, with all